Kaido has been defeated. Onigashima has cracked. Green Bull, after absorbing Ash and Queen, unexpectedly awakens an even more terrifying existence. Luffy transforms into the Sun God and punches Kaido down. I want to create a world where my friends can eat their fill. Conqueror's haki wraps around, and the giant fist sends Kaido plummeting towards the magma. But Kaido, staring at the long sword on Onigashima, suddenly laughs maniacally. Joy Boy might not be you. 7 days later, Green Bull steps on Queen's face. The four emperors are nothing like this. Vines pierce Ash's chest, draining his life force, and Queen becomes a mere skeleton. Even if Kaido is here, he'll still absorb. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the earth explodes. The skull of Onigashima cracks open, and that long sword vibrates. Deep underground, a colossal creature opens its eyes. Green Bull panics. What the hell is this? Did everyone think the Wano country arc was over? The real boss has just awakened. Kaido's backup plan is even more explosive than Luffy's punch. So, Green Bull, are you scared? The next one to be absorbed will be you. Kaido has an older brother. The Demon of the Rocks era punches Green Bull away. Onigashima explodes, and a Nini-Metal muscular man emerges. Kaido, my foolish Oda. You lost like a dog. He looks exactly like Kaido, but is even bigger and fiercer, with horns gleaming coldly. Is the Emperor Kaiza? Green Bull just drained Ash and Queen and is arrogantly saying, "Where did this big guy come from? Perfect for me to use as nourishment." As the vines stretch out, Kaiza's Conqueror's haki erupts. A black-red shockwave tears through the earth, and Green Bull is stunned. This haki is even more powerful than Kaido's. Kaido's Thunderbawa was taught by me. Kaiza throws a punch, lightning enveloping his armament haki. Thunder God Bawa. Green Bull flies out like a rag doll, crashing through dozens of meters of rock. Even the prison gets smashed. Ash, pale with fear, the Demon of the Rocks era, set sail at 10 years old with a bounty of 180 million. Even Whitebeard feared him. Queen is dumbfounded. Kaido has an older brother. The brute is under his command. The fierce god who has slept for 30 years awakens. Luffy just defeated Kaido, and now an even harsher opponent arrives. Next, they might smash the entire new world. Kaiza is actually a user of the Kunpeng fruit. The user can dive into the sea without sinking and can grow to 10,000 meters. In the God Valley battle, the Rock's crew betrayed, and Kaiza helped Kaido escape. 9 years later, the brothers turn against each other, and Kaiza is persuaded to sleep on Onigashima. If you lose, I will flatten the world for you. Now he has awakened, his observation haki sweeping 100 miles, locking on a Kaido in the magma. He runs to the sea and transforms into a monstrous fish, growing madly upon contact with water. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, directly swelling to 10,000 meters. A 10-kilometer-long Kunpeng bites toward the volcanic rock. Ash and Queen are left dumbfounded. How can a user dive into the sea? Meanwhile, Green Bull just gets up and uses vines to choke the two. Tell me, who is that monster? The vines pierce Ash's chest, green patterns crawling all over his body. If you don't speak, it'll burst your blood vessels. Ash screams in pain, and Queen coughs up his insides. This Kaiza is simply outrageous. It's one thing to not fear seawater, but to grow this big. Luffy just won against Kaido, and now he has to face an even more terrifying existence. Next, will this Kunpeng pull Kaido out of the magma? Green Bull's good days are about to come to an end. The golden-winged Dapeng wields a 1,000-meter-long sword to slash Green Bull. Kaido and Big Mom are flung out of the magma. Green Bull inserts the vine into Ash's chest. His blood vessel's about to burst. Will you speak? If not, it'll make your body bloom. Ash laughs madly. You're dead. He's coming. Boom. A small mountain crashes down, and Kaido and Big Mom land in front of Green Bull. Green Bull is overjoyed. After absorbing you, I am the strongest. Just as the vines are about to stab down, the sky darkens. A 10-kilometer-long fish leaps out of the sea, transforming into the golden-winged Dapeng. Fish fruit, Kunpeng form, second form. A 1,000-meter-long frost pillar sprays towards Green Bull, instantly freezing him into an ice tree. Just as Green Bull breaks free from the ice, he sees the Dapeng grasping the long sword of Onigashima. Conqueror's haki wrapped around. Sky opening slash. The 1,000-meter-long sword slashes down, and Green Bull is terrified, burrowing underground. This Kaiza is too powerful. Freezing, wielding a giant sword, and can transform into Kunpeng. Just pulling Kaido and Big Mom out, what will he do next? Green Bull is about to be split in half. Luffy and the others are about to face an unprecedented tough battle. Kaiza's sword energy hides corrosive liquid. Green Bull is drenched and turned into a sieve, and he still dares to bind him. As a result, his face is smashed. The 1,000-meter sword energy descends, and burrowing underground is useless for Green Bull. Purple corrosive liquid drenches him, making him pockmarked like a honeycomb. Roger and Garp couldn't kill me. Who do you think you are? Kaiza laughs maniacally. Green Bull plays dirty, binding him with underground vines like a dumpling. This time, let's see how you move. But the vines stab into Kaiza's body. Clang! They all bent. The armament hockey can't break through the surface. Kaiza looks down at him. Is that all? Green Bull is stunned. Impossible. I kinda said I could absorb Kaido. So this Kaiza is tougher than Kaido. Even more outrageous. Kaiza stares at Big Mom and murmurs. Back then on Hive Island, it was so exciting. Now you look like this? This guy actually had a fling with Big Mom. Green Bull is about to cry. This fight is impossible. In the next second, will Kaiza tear all the vines apart and punch him to pieces? Kaiza's sword is actually a user of the Candle Dragon Fruit. Green Bull is beaten like a top. Green Bull's vines stab toward Kaiza's 7 orifices. I can seal all your pores. Suddenly, the giant sword on the ground transforms into a 100-meter purple dragon, spewing toxic smoke that makes Green Bull's vines emit black smoke. Kaiza transforms into a fish human over 10 meters tall, his fists harder than diamonds. Conqueror's Haki. Thunderous bang. Green Bull is blasted like a helicopter spinning 3,600 degrees, crashing into Kaido and then slamming into Big Mom. After barely regaining half his life, he stands up only to be hammered into a bowling ball. Kaiza lifts the giant sword. They'll just kill you, Ash urgently shouts. He's a Marine Admiral. Keep him as a bargaining chip. Kaiza looks at the hole in Ash's chest. How are you not dead with your heart pierced? This Kaiza is simply a bug. His sword can turn into a dragon and spray poison, and it can grow large and take hits. Green Bull is about to cry and faint in the bathroom. This isn't a fight. It's a one-sided beating. Next, how will Kaiza deal with this Marine Admiral? If the awakened Kaido sees this scene, will he be stunned on the spot? Kaiza drops a drop of blood to resurrect Ash. After just beating Green Bull, he shouts for women. The heart of Ash, a member of the God Clan, is pierced, and Kaiza flicks out a blood bead. Boom! The blood energy explodes. Ash's wings grow back, his muscles bulging. Queen watches with shining eyes, and Kaiza glances at him. Trash doesn't deserve it. Queen directly cries. This disparity in treatment is too harsh. After saving someone, Kaiza pats his stomach and shouts, I want to eat. I also want women. Ash hands over 1,000 pounds of roasted meat, which is swept clean in 2 to 3 minutes, pointing at Big Mom. Only this left. Kaiza's face darkens like the bottom of a pot. Do you want me to die? Kaiser was stunned. Isn't the Admiral of the Navy empty? That was decades ago. Now, it's a Kainu. After listening to Jean talk about the 30-year changes and hearing that Whitebeard had died, Kaiser fell silent for a long time. Newgate, why did you die so early? We haven't fought enough yet. This guy just woke up and is already so fierce. A drop of blood is comparable to a resurrection armor, and eating barbecue is like snacking. Next, should he call a Kainu or go find a woman? Green Bull is tied up like a Zongzi and is probably going to become a bargaining chip. The situation in Wano has been completely stirred up. Kaiser calls a Kainu a dog. In less than 3 minutes, he's going to tear up Green Bull's ticket. Picking up Green Bull's snail phone, Kaiser shouted directly, A Kainu? This is Emperor Kaiser. Green Bull is in my hands. A Kainu was stunned. Kaido's son? How dare you be so arrogant? The Navy is useless except for Garp. Call Sengoku or Garp within 3 minutes. Otherwise, it'll kill Green Bull. Click. He hung up the phone directly. Akainu was so angry that magma was spewing everywhere, and he hurriedly called Sengoku and Garp. As soon as Sengoku dialed the phone, Kaiser laughed. Time's up. The person is dead. Akainu roared. It's only been 2 minutes. I said time's up. It's time's up. Ha ha. This Kaiser really dares. He's talking tough in front of the Admiral and playing with time. Next, will he negotiate conditions with Sengoku? Or will he really send Green Bull's body to the Navy headquarters? Akainu's fists were so tight, they were smoking. This grudge has grown. The banquet in the flower capital is probably going to end early. Kaiser is Rock's #1 henchman. 3 mythical Zoan fruits, seawater, and sea prism stone are ineffective against him. On the phone, Kaiser laughed wildly. Garp, has the rust on the fist you used to beat me off? Garp crushed the popcorn in his hand. You demon Kaiser? Didn't you die? Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki leaked out. This guy is the #1 ruthless person on Rock's ship, fiercer than young Whitebeard. Akainu was directly stunned. Kaido has an older brother? Even more outrageous was, he ate the Kunpeng fruit and can turn into a giant fish. Thousands of meters long seawater and sea prism stone are useless against him. And his weapon has the Zhu long fruit. Akainu was dumbfounded. There's such a trick? Kaiser declared he was going to the flower capital to find Luffy. Your grandson defeated my brother? Him coming to meet him. Garp got angry. Try to touch my grandson. Haha, you're old. Click. Hung up. The Navy's upper echelons were in a panic. This guy is even harder to deal with than Kaido. He isn't afraid of Sea Prism Stone at all. Luffy just defeated Kaido and is about to face this living fossil. The flower capital is likely to turn into a battlefield, just asking if Luffy can handle it. Kaiser wants to charge into the flower capital, but then saw the Sea Kings beneath the sea and was directly stunned. Jean advised him, the Straw Hat crew can defeat Kaido, and Big Mom, you going in alone is too risky. Kaiser got angry. Do you think I can't beat a bunch of little brats? Then he hesitated. Fighting 2 Kaido levels at the same time is indeed a bit difficult. He turned around and kicked Kaido awake. Useless. Knocked out by a little brat and still pretending to be dead. As a result, Kaido didn't respond. Instead, Kaiser made a harsh decision. Transforming into a 10-kilometer-long Kunpeng, he plunged into the sea. I need to catch some Sea Kings to extract their essence and wake these 2 up. After swimming for hundreds of miles, he didn't see a single shadow of a fish. Upon closer inspection, the underwater peaks were all transformed by Sea Kings. Wano's fish have turned to stone? What the hell? This Kaiser is too real. Just finished making threats and then back down. Now, he can't even find Sea Kings. How is he going to save Kaido and Big Mom? On the Navy's side, Kizaru and his men are almost there, and he's still aimlessly wandering in the sea. Luffy in the flower capital probably still doesn't know that there's a guy fiercer than Kaido brewing a big move. It just looks like they don't resemble fish at all. Each one is huge and deformed, looking bizarre. It's more like the scene with the peaks, and their speed is incredibly slow. No wonder Kaiser couldn't recognize them. Who cares? As long as it's life, I can devour and extract essence, right? Swallow. Kaiser opened his mouth, spanning several kilometers, and swallowed a pitch-black sea turtle in one bite. Kaiser's size was approaching that of a super-large Sea King, incomparable to these smaller Sea Kings around a kilometer. Moreover, his speed was very fast, these fish moving as slowly as turtles could not escape, just floating there, being devoured by Kaiser one by one. Kaiser couldn't even taste the flavor of the Sea Kings. His stomach was a bottomless pit. Any fish, no matter how hard, would be digested once swallowed, turning into life essence in the sea. This method of devouring and converting was somewhat similar to Green Bull's ability. However, it seemed that Kaiser's efficiency was even higher in the waters outside Wano. Kaiser was stirring up the sea, frantically devouring Sea Kings. What he didn't know was that in the distant misty sea, a giant elephant was slowly turning, looking in this direction. The giant elephant, as massive as a mountain, is covered in huge ravines, which are actually the folds of its wrinkled skin. On its back, it carries a nation. The elephant's gaze is immense and hollow, appearing incredibly deep and dark, as if leading to the depths of hell. This is the walking fur country, the giant elephant's wa. It seems to have awareness, sensing the presence of Kaiza, and is approaching here. In the quarry, Green Bull shakes the sea tower stones and iron chains on his body, roaring in frustration at his first failure. Damn it, I want to take the heads of Luffy and the others, so that my big brother Sakazuki could praise me. Saying I had a good job. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of a stranger. I hate it. Stop screaming, you bastard with the vines. You deserve to be hanged. This is the price for making me lose weight. Haha, cough, cough, cough. Outside the cell, the emaciated Quinn, looking like an old man, leans weakly against the bars, mocking Green Bull. Green Bull's expression darkens as he glares at Quinn. What are you looking at? Never seen someone as charming as me? I've said it before, the real reason I stay fat is that if I lose weight, I would be too handsome, cough, 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 and become a heartthrob. A worthless pirate, get lost, don't block my view here. Green Bull finally can't hold back any longer, enduring the intense pain in his body, and shouts angrily. Quinn pouts dismissively, posing and swaying his body, but due to his excessively dry and old physique, his fragile bones creak as if they might break at any moment. On the sea, millions of tons of seawater explode as a gigantic black fish leaps out of the surface, quickly transforming into a sky-covering golden giant bird, the golden-winged rock, soaring into the sky. As its kilometers-long wings flap, the seawater is pressed down by the terrifying wind pressure, sinking dozens of meters, creating towering waves. That is Kaiza transforming into the golden-winged rock, his feathers shimmering with gold, his eyes incredibly sharp, capable of seeing scenes hundreds of miles away. Under his gaze, amidst a dark mist, a massive creature gradually emerges, towering into the clouds, slowly approaching him. Kaiza thought for a moment and quickly realized what it was. Was it the giant elephant Zuo? The body of the giant elephant Zuo was much larger than his own now, which indeed had a strong deterrent effect. Kaiser even had a vague intuition that this monster, which had lived for 1,000 years, might be coming towards him. Just a beast. If it really angers me, I'll destroy you. Kaiser glanced at it and then ignored it. The Zao Wu giant elephant was moving too slowly, even if it was stronger than him. Kaiser was not afraid at all. Flapping his wings that touched the sky, Kaiser returned to the air above the rabbit well and then shrank down into his human form. Whoosh! His figure disappeared from the air and appeared inside the quarry. So fast. Jean, who was at the top of the quarry, was startled and hurriedly flew down. Lord Kaiser. Jean landed on the ground, transformed into his human form, and looked at Kaiser. Jean was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Kaiser looked somewhat comical. The originally muscular and menacing body was gone, replaced by an incredibly fat and enormous figure, like a greatly enlarged Quinn. Kaiza ignored the strange gazes from Jean and Quinn, and walked straight up to Kaido and Big Mom, grabbing their ankles and dragging them to the ground of the quarry like dead dogs. Caesar stretched out an arm, resembling a tentacle emerging from a massive meatball, which was particularly comical. Boom! His fist smashed into the ground, creating a dented imprint on the hard surface. Thanks to the enhancement of his armament hockey, the cracked area measured a staggering 10 meters in length and width. Kaiser skillfully controlled the force of the strike, causing the ground to compress downward without cracking. Bang bang! Kaiza kicked Kaido and Big Mom's bodies into the pit, then extended his right wrist, automatically splitting it open. With a rush, scarlet blood gushed out like a waterfall, splattering onto Kaido and Big Mom. What is this? Jin looked at Kaiza's actions in shock, instantly understanding what Kaiza intended to do. Queen hurriedly moved over, eagerly watching the blood flowing from Kaiza's wrist. He knew very well what it was. Just a drop could heal the wounds on Jin's body. If he could obtain a drop, he could restore his ghastly appearance back to his original, charming self. Blood continued to pour down, and Kaiza occasionally made more cuts on his wrist, due to his incredibly strong recovery ability. The wound on his wrist would naturally heal in no time. What? He actually has such a massive amount of life essence within him? This is impossible. In the cage, Green Bull watched this scene in disbelief. No one understood the aura of vitality better than him. His fruit ability was to absorb and devour the life force of others, converting it into his own power. Therefore, Green Bull was immensely shocked at this moment. The blood gushing from Kaiza's body was measured in tons and had completely submerged Kaido and Big Mom, filling the 10-meter square pit. Meanwhile, Kaiza's enormous, ball-like body was rapidly shrinking like a deflated balloon. By the time he dropped the large knife in his hand and sat down, he had completely returned to his original form, 9 meters tall, with a physique like a dragon, muscles bulging, and an imposing presence as heavy as a mountain. Damn it, I just woke up and I haven't enjoyed any delicious food, fine wine, or beautiful women. Yeah, I'm sacrificing myself to save you two idiots with my own blood. If you still don't wake up after this, I'll just bury you right here. Caesar's expression was filled with annoyance. He, the great Emperor Caesar, had never done such a degrading thing. Even back on the Rock's ship, he often disregarded Rox's face. For Caesar, it didn't matter if Jesus came to persuade him. If he didn't want to do something, he wouldn't do it. The rich, dense blood in the pit was visibly decreasing at a rapid pace. Gurgle, gurgle. Kaido and Big Mom's bodies were like two bottomless pits, crazily absorbing the vast amount of life essence. Soon, the pool of crimson plasma was nearly drained. But in the pit, Big Mom and Kaido's bodies lay quietly, showing no signs of waking up. Still not awake. Kaido Linlin, how long are you two going to sleep? Kaiza stood up, his eyes wide with anger, and the overwhelming aura burst forth like a ferocious beast. Under Kaiza's precise control, it charged straight towards Kaido and Big Mom's heads. Boom, boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped on the surface of the sea, causing a chain reaction. Under the terrifying conqueror's haki of Kaido, the sleeping Big Mom and Kaido suddenly opened their eyes. At the same time, an overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from both of them. 3 unmatched and terrifying conqueror's haki clashed, forming a cataclysmic storm. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, and the thick, ink-like dark clouds above were instantly dispersed, vanishing without a trace. In the quarry, apart from Ash, Queen, and Green Bull, all the pirate minions fell unconscious, with some even dying on the spot. The ground shook, cracking like spider webs, and the towering stone walls of the quarry emitted a creaking sound, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Kaido and Big Mom turned their eyes to the side, where a figure even taller and more imposing than them stood. Their pupils dilated in shock, and their emotions became somewhat uncontrollable as they exclaimed in unison, "Caesar! Ha ha! Kaido Big Mom! Long time no see." Kaido and Big Mom are looked down upon by Kaido, who grins wildly. Kaido's expression was complicated as he uncomfortably climbed out of the pit and looked up at Caesar. As a giant standing 1 meters tall, there were very few people who could make Kaido look up to speak. Before Kaido could even open his mouth, he saw a massive fist blocking his view. Bang! Kaido's massive body flew back like a meteor, directly crashing into the stone wall of the quarry, rolling uncontrollably across the ground of Rabbit Well, not knowing how many meters he had been thrown. On the ground, a straight and huge trench marked the direction where Kaido had fallen. "Boss Kaido!" Quinn's eyes bulged in disbelief, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Jean shivered all over, nervously staring into the distance. "Kaido, you idiot! How could you promise me that back then?" Kaiza said coldly. He then looked at Big Mom. "Huh? Linlin? What happened to you?" Kaiza couldn't help but be astonished because just a moment ago, when he had dealt with his disobedient brother, Big Mom's appearance had changed dramatically. She looked tall and beautiful, with enchanting eyes that seemed to captivate the soul. She was an exceptionally stunning woman, a tall beauty, standing only 20 centimeters shorter than Kaiza. She wore a pink hat and had long pink hair, with fair skin and a long, graceful neck. Her waist was strong yet slender, and the clothes she wore appeared somewhat oversized. But it was precisely because of this that it couldn't hide her charming figure. It made one wonder what kind of breathtaking scene lay beneath that loose dress. Gulp. Kaiza couldn't help but swallow, inexplicably recalling a wonderful time many years ago on Hive Island. "Ahem, Linlin, you are still so young and beautiful, haha." Kaiza felt his mouth was a bit dry and needed some moisture to refresh it. Linglin's autumn-like eyes blinked. A blush appeared on her face, and she bit her pink lips shyly as she stepped forward like a little wife, looking at her husband and timidly saying, "Is it really you, Brother Kaiza? You are still so young and handsome." As she spoke, Linglin's cheeks flushed, the charming blush spreading to her ears, making her look even more shy and lovely. "Huh? Yes, hey." Kaiza was dumbfounded, secretly cursing himself for being so easily tempted by such a simple move. Kaiza silently warned himself that Linlin was no longer the little woman she used to be. She had transformed into a plump housewife, no longer suitable for his tastes. Although he was actually 65 years old, having slept for 30 years made him appear much younger, and Linlin was 3 years older than him. Despite his past dominance forcing Linlin to call him Big Brother, there was no need to dwell on the past. He was Emperor Kaiza, and there were plenty of beauties on this vast sea. He shouldn't repeat past mistakes. However, Linglin's next words completely changed Kaiser's expression. "Kaiser brother, it's been more than 30 years. Do you know how much I've missed you?" Linlin leaned closer, causing Kaiza to instinctively take a step back. Linlin revealed a trace of grievance, on the verge of tears, which tightly gripped Kaiser's heart. "Have you forgotten the 4 children we had together back then? How could you be so heartless to disappear for more than 30 years? Your 4 sons are almost 40 now." Caesar's eyes bulged out, and his mouth was wide open. Even his tonsils were exposed to the air, trembling. Puffed. Quinn and Jean couldn't hold it in anymore, and burst into laughter, quickly covering their mouths with all their might, their faces turning red from the embarrassment. Kaiza only felt as if he had been hit by a heavy blow from Carp, making him a bit dizzy. After a long time, Kaiza finally came to his senses and stammered, "Don't joke around, Linlin. Don't we only have 1 child? And didn't you say you were already?" Linlin gently punched Kaiza's chest, and her eyes actually glistened with tears, as if she was about to cry. "You heartless one. How could I bear to give up my own child? Parasparrow is our first child. Didn't we get back together for a while after that? I got pregnant again, but that wouldn't make 3, would it?" Kaiza was a bit at a loss. After sleeping for 30 years, he woke up to find that he had 4 grown sons, all nearly 40 years old. How could he, with a psychological age of only 35, bear this? Linlin revealed a bright smile. "They are triplets. I've named them Katakuri, Daifuku, and Owen. Now that you, Brother Kaiza, have returned, I think the children's surname should change to Barbarossa. How about my Charlotte family being renamed the Barbarossa family?" Kaiza felt a splitting headache. He hated dealing with these family matters the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Ghost Clan at the age of 10 and gone to sea to become a pirate. "No, that's enough, Linlin. I mean, after so many years, how come you still haven't forgotten about me?" Kaiza stammered, not even knowing what he wanted to say. In fact, he wanted to directly reject Linlin, but for some reason, seeing her still as charming as she was back then made his heart race. To be honest, back in those days at sea, in terms of looks and strength, Charlotte Linlin was truly second to none. Even the famous chief of staff of the Navy, Ahe, was far inferior to her. Linlin, between the ages of 15 and her 20s, was at her peak beauty with a golden ratio figure, tall and graceful, with curves in all the right places. She was the only woman who was slightly weaker than him in terms of strength. Therefore, during one battle with Charlotte Linlin, the hormonally charged Kaiza found himself feeling something strange amidst the fight. It's all my fault for being young and reckless. Kaiza sighed as he felt Linglin's delicate body pressing against him. Suddenly, Kaido came charging in like a raging dragon, roaring and swinging his fist at Kaiza. Kaiza, I'm going to kill you. Kaido, how dare you speak to your brother like that? You're really being disobedient. Linlin suddenly turned around, her fist enveloped in armament hockey. And in an instant, she slammed it into the utterly shocked right cheek of Kaido, sending his body flying once again. Kaiza secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that his future life seemed a bit ominous. In Rabbit Well Prison, 3 massive figures sat on the ground. Jean and Quinn stood in front of them, looking like 2 babies. Jean glanced at Kaido on the left, then at Kaiza and Big Mom on the right, while he and Quinn exchanged silent glances. Kaido's face still bears 2 very clear fist marks. Kaido and Big Mom's punches are not something everyone can withstand. Only someone with a physique like Kaido's can take a couple of hits with his head. Kaido's expression was very displeased. He raised his hand and pointed at the old lady, saying, Linlin, how did you end up looking like this? You're already in your 70s or 80s. It's really disgusting. Bang! Crash! Kaiza raised his hand and slapped Kaido on the head, the heavy thud sounding like a drumbeat. The massive wind pressure from the slap blew the peeping Quinn far away. What are you doing, Linlin? No respect. Call me sister-in-law. Linlin, known for her bad temper, delivered a punch to Kaido's left eye, leaving it swollen and bruised, resembling a panda's eye. I'm just like this, isn't that right, brother Kaiza? While saying this, Linlin blinked and leaned closer to Kaiza. Of course, my Linlin is definitely the most beautiful in the world. You idiot. Kaido's fists were clenched tightly, making a cracking sound as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Kaiza and Linlin who were showing affection for each other. Anger surged within him. Huh? Kaiza and Linlin both looked at him with threatening eyes. Kaido's mouth twitched, and he had already cursed in anger countless times in his heart. However, the 2 people in front of him had combat power that was completely on par with his own. After weighing the options, he had no choice but to forcibly suppress his rage. In the distance, Quinn, dragging his dry and weak body, sneaked into the pit, using his blurry old eyes to search for any remnants of Kaiza's blood. Found it. Seeing a trace of red blood in the corner of the pit, Quinn's face filled with ecstasy as he hurriedly leaned down to lick it. As soon as the blood entered his mouth, Quinn's eyes widened. He felt like he was swallowing magma, a burning sensation rising up. Ugh, I'm recovering. Wahaha, the charming Quinn is back on stage. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, I, Quinn, will sing a song for the esteemed Lord Kaiza. His shriveled body swelled up like water-injected pork, quickly transforming back into a big fat man, with a round face and ears, and a belly as round as a large water tank. Shut up, idiot Quinn, Kaido roared, causing stones from the surrounding walls to crash down. Quinn shivered and quickly shrank his fat body back, hiding in the pit and cautiously peeking out with his small eyes to observe the situation. Kaido sighed and couldn't help but cover his forehead. What the hell, brother Kaido? What's going on with that guy in the cell? He looked a bit familiar. Did you catch him? Linlin asked, pointing at the Green Bull in the cell. Kaiza glanced at Green Bull, pursed his lips, and said, It's the Navy Admiral Green Bull, that fool. I just woke up, and he came looking for trouble, trying to drain me dry, and I took care of him. Linlin smiled charmingly and gave Kaiza a light punch. He really is a fool. If he can't even drain my brother Kaiza, he really thinks too highly of himself. Hum hum. Ahem. Kaiza's old face turned red, and he quickly changed the subject, shouting at the scowling Kaido. Kaido, look at you. You've been busy for decades, and at your age, what have you accomplished? I heard you were defeated by a bunch of kids. What a waste. What did you say? Kaido glared angrily. Kaido sneered and pointed at Kaido's nose, scolding. You idiot. Always so arrogant. As soon as I heard Jin's account, I understood the whole situation. What do you have to be so boastful about? Can you underestimate the young people today? Have you forgotten how young Roger and Garp smashed the invincible rocks on Honeycomb Island? Caesar stood up, pointing at the sky. Do you think being the emperor of the sea makes you great? It's been decades, and you still can't change your careless habits. Clearly, you already defeated the enemy and captured them, yet you didn't eliminate them completely. Look, they turned the tide against you, gathered a bunch of allies, and took you down. What a good hand you had, and you turned it into a pile of crap. Kaido's expression was dark, but as he was scolded by Caesar, he became a bit dejected. Kizaru is right. I have indeed been too careless. Kid and the Straw Hat were already captured by me, but I love talent and always want to recruit these troublemakers. If I had been tougher back then, Kid and the Straw Hat would have been dead long ago. Let me tell you, unless you think you're Rocks, don't have a bunch of troublemakers under you. Back then, Rocks had a dozen Conqueror's hockey users. Newgate, Shikimi, you Linlin, John, Wang Ji. Which one of them wasn't an arrogant troublemaker? If it weren't for Rock's extraordinary power and intelligence, we would have fallen apart long ago. Even someone as strong as Rocks ultimately got betrayed by Newgate and others, leading to his downfall. Right? Kaido, do you think you're stronger than Rocks? Kaido lowered his head and fell silent. And you, Lingling, you too, I can't believe that with just the two of you working together, you could lose so terribly. I really don't know how you set this up. Fighting can't rely solely on muscles. Jean looked at Kaiser's muscular body in surprise, and then recalled his frenzied posture when he fought the Green Bull, unable to help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How does this sound so out of place coming from you? Lingling pursed her lips and lowered her head, feeling a bit wronged. Kaido clenched his enormous fist. From now on, Kaido, Linlin, your pirate crews will merge completely, and I will be the captain. Do you have any objections? Kaido and Lingling raised their heads to look at Kaido. After a moment, they both sighed and nodded. Kaido, come on. Since I've lost, I'll fulfill the promise I made back then. This world belongs to you now. However, Kaiza, if you lose too, I won't go easy on you. Kaiza opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Ha. Don't worry. I'm not like you, indecisive. Back on the rock ship, I was a strategist. Wise and brave, that's me. Ha. Lingling, what about you? If you disagree, I won't blame you. Kaiza smiled at Lingling. Lingling said seriously, Brother Kaiza, you are right. I may really not be suitable to be the captain. After so many years, I have somewhat lost myself. All the power of the Charlotte family is handed over to you. I believe in you. Ha. Good. Kaiza opened his arms, howled to the sky, and extended a palm. Then, I, Emperor Kaiza, officially return, establishing the Beast God pirate crew. The Charlotte family will be renamed the Barbarossa family. Kaido from now on. You are the Dragon God Kaido. Lingling, do you want to be any god? Lingling smiled brightly, stood up, and placed her palm on Kaisa's hand. I'm fine with anything. Brother Kaiza can arrange it. Ha. Then you'll be the god of souls. And I, Beast God Kaiza. From now on, anyone who wants to become a god-level member of my Beast God pirate crew must defeat a Marine Admiral in a one-on-one battle. Kaido also stood up and placed his palm on Lingling's. The three of them exchanged glances and smiled, as if time had turned back to 38 years ago. Seeing Jean and Quinn waiting eagerly by the side, Kaiza snorted coldly. What are you looking at? You're still too weak, only fit to be little minions. Jean and Quinn felt a sting in their hearts, as if they had been shot by an arrow. That night, Kaiza and the others decided to head to the opposite direction of Flower City, to Bienli Village, to find some food to solve their hunger. Although Kaido and Lingling had absorbed a lot of Kaisa's blood essence, it had been 7 or 8 days without a grain of rice. And no matter how good their physique was, they still needed to eat. In Kaisa's words, even a lion puts in all its effort when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, the Straw Hats, who had defeated Kaido and Lingling, were no longer mere rabbits, but real lions. The night was pleasant, with little cloud cover in the sky, and it was uncertain if it was dispersed by the previous three's imposing aura. The moonlight fell gently on the ground, and the three tall figures walked together in the dark, with Quinn and Jean trailing far behind. As for the dozen or so minions, they were sent by Kaiza to the Rabbit Bowl prison to watch over Green Bull. It wasn't that Kaiza didn't value Green Bull, but rather that he didn't have time to deal with him right now. He still hadn't figured out what to do with Green Bull. Kaiza is not worried about whether the Navy will send someone to rescue them. The Navy is far away, and it won't reach Wano country in less than 10 days or half a month. Looking at the tall chimneys that are faintly visible in the night, Kaiza curiously asked Kaido, Brother, what are you doing? It's an iron smelter. That's a weapons processing factory I set up in Wano country. Kaido glanced at him and replied. Kaiza was astonished. Wow, little brother, you actually came up with a way to make money. I thought your head was just filled with muscles, and when you ran out of cash, you'd go around robbing people. Kaido's brows twitched, unable to suppress the urge to hit someone. Kaido's mind is still quite good. The weapons he manufactures in Wano are of excellent quality, and various countries in the New World, as well as some pirate factions, do business with him. My Tado land also frequently purchases Kaido's weapons. The firearms technology in Wano is somewhat outdated, but the cold weapons are really durable. Linlin affectionately wrapped her arm around Kaido's, smiling as she spoke. That's right. I rely on the weapon processing factory here to earn hundreds of billions of berries every year. The more than 500 members of the Gifters Legion under my command are funded by this money. A look of pride appeared on Kaido's face. Gifters? What is that? Is it powerful? Hearing this question from Kaido, the pride on his face grew even more. He raised his head and said, more than 500 of them are all Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. Just the cost of purchasing a large number of Devil Fruits every year takes up 90% of my berries. I failed with thousands of people before successfully getting more than 500. They are all elite pirates under my command. My dream is to create a pirate crew where everyone has Zoan-type abilities. Kaido was truly surprised this time. He turned to Kaido and exclaimed, so many Devil Fruit users? Wait, where did all these Devil Fruits come from? And they're all Zoan-types. Are you kidding me? Kaido was choked into silence. Beside him, Linlin laughed and said, Brother Caesar, it's not what you think. I know about this matter. The Devil Fruit Kaido bought is artificial, which is why he could buy in bulk. Artificial Devil Fruit? Caesar exclaimed, is there such a thing? That's impressive. With that, wouldn't it mean mass-producing abilities? Who made it? Would the world government allow such an organization to exist? Linlin covered her mouth and chuckled. It's not as impressive as you think. This thing was created by a scientist named Caesar. Its effects aren't very strong. It can only produce Zoan-type users. Moreover, the side effects are quite severe. Out of 10, getting one powerful one would be considered lucky. And the upper limit of the abilities is very low, not even reaching Queen's level. Although Kaido's brother made it sound scary, in reality, they're all a bunch of duds, none of them useful. Not far behind, Queen's face twisted as he stared at Linglin's back, muttering softly, What are you comparing with me? Have you forgotten? I was the one who made you lose your memory. Oh no, regain your memory. My bounty is quite high. Linlin seemed to have heard Queen's mumbling and turned to glance at him, scaring Queen into retracting his neck. Kaido suddenly understood and looked at Kaido with a mocking expression. Oh, so it turns out it's just a bunch of half-baked people. Hundreds of billions of berries every year. You really are a wasteful son, Kaido. Kaido, somewhat unconvinced, said, What do you know? Although the upper limit isn't high, the overall level is still pretty good. My gifted army, if placed in the Navy, would at least be a group of elite officers. A few of them, when it comes to a real fight, have the strength of commanders. So what? Hundreds of billions of berries. How many good devil fruits can that buy? You've used it all on these worthless things. After decades of accumulation, this is what you've come up with. What on earth are you thinking? In this broken world, if you want to dominate the seas, it's not about a bunch of fools and useless people. It's about top-tier powerhouses. Think about it yourself. Can these 500 people beat those two idiots behind? Caesar gave a thumbs up and pointed behind him. Kaido opened his mouth, wanted to argue a bit, but suddenly realized that what Caesar said was all true. However, he still felt unwilling and could only mumble, top-tier combat power is not so easy to obtain. Those slightly stronger guys all have bad tempers and are as stubborn as stones in a latrine. They won't easily join under anyone's banner. Kaiser chuckled lightly. How did Nyo-Gute manage that? I've heard he has a fleet of 46 ships, and those captains are all top-notch talents. Can't you win people's hearts? What? Do you only know how to pressure others with force? Kaido's face turned red with anger as he shouted. That bastard Whitebeard is looking for people to be his sons everywhere. I don't have the time for that kind of nonsense. I only have one son, and he doesn't even recognize me as his father. He even colluded with outsiders to rebel. Caesar shook his head repeatedly, sighed, and glanced at Linlin beside him. To make others willingly be his son, that's really an impressive skill. What relationship can be as strong as that of father and son? Look at Linlin. She has a whole bunch of children, managing the vast hot land as if it were solidly built. How did you fail so badly? Your biological son even went over to the enemy's camp? Linlin smiled slightly, showing no signs of shame. She said, Caesar, brother, except for Perisparrow, Kakuri, and Oven, all my other children were adopted from infancy all over the world. You also know my past experiences. The old nun had a great influence on me. So I later learned from her to adopt children everywhere. However, I publicly claim that they're all my biological children, as this is to make my pirate crew more stable. Kaiser patted her hand and smiled. Linlin, you've really worked hard over the years. You don't need to explain anything to me. You don't owe me anything. Instead, it's me who has directly slept for so long, leaving you a woman, to take care of a bunch of children and build a power by yourself. It's truly been difficult for you all these years. From now on, I'll handle these matters. You want to create a nation of all nations, and I'll help you realize your dream. Brother Kaiser. Linlin showed a look of emotion and tightened her grip on Kaiser's hand. Kaido is speechless. Are you two not sick of each other? It's so annoying. As Kaiza chatted with a few people about the specific power dynamics of Kaido and Linlin, he was secretly planning some future arrangements in his heart. Despite Kaiza's towering height of 9 meters and his physique resembling that of an ancient behemoth, he wasn't lying. 38 years ago, Kaiza was indeed the strategist on the Rock's ship. The fact that Rocks could recruit a group of formidable subordinates was partly due to Kaiza's efforts. For instance, Kaido, Wang Ji, and Zhang were all brought in by Kaiza. The group moved swiftly, and soon they caught sight of a faintly outlined village. At this moment, Kaiza Village, like Flower City, was immersed in the joy of rebuilding Wano country. Although it didn't have the festive decorations and lanterns that adorned every household in Flower City. It had temporarily escaped its past difficulties and received a batch of material aid from Flower City. This mainly consisted of large quantities of food, clothing, and some daily necessities. Families crowded the streets as a woman dressed in a kimono smiled and distributed food. Everyone, please don't crowd, don't rush, there is still plenty of food, and everyone will get their share. The woman wore a gentle smile that felt like a warm spring breeze, and the villagers of Kaiza Village were very familiar with her. Therefore, they obediently lined up in a disciplined manner. Suddenly, a dull thudding sound echoed in the darkness. Ahe was slightly taken aback and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Under the hazy night, 3 massive black figures were slowly approaching Kaiza Village. Wow, monsters! The villagers of Kaiza Village noticed the situation and screamed in terror, frantically running towards their homes, forgetting even the food they were about to receive. The woman in the kimono turned pale, her fingers clenching tightly. She glanced at the supply cart in front of her, then at the 3 enormous black shadows drawing closer. Gritting her teeth, she drew a short knife from her waist and shouted at the shadows, "Halt! Who goes there? Why the panic? I am the guardian king of this country. Haha, don't worry." Kaido's deep voice pierced the darkness and reached Ahe's ears. Clang! The short knife in the kimono woman's hand fell to the ground as her pupils dilated, looking in terror at Kaido's fearsome figure emerging from the shadows. Following Kaido were 2 even taller strangers. One woman appeared somewhat familiar, while the other resembled Kaido, but was even larger and more muscular. Kaido! The woman trembled all over, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Impossible. Weren't you defeated by the Straw Hat crew? Kaido walked up to her, picked up a large barrel of wine from the supply cart, and gulped it down. Ha ha! Little brother, your embarrassing deeds are known even in this remote place. It seems your reputation is completely ruined. Kaido laughed loudly, stepped forward, and heavily patted Kaido on the shoulder, snatching the wine barrel from his hands and pouring it wildly into his mouth. Oof! Just a bunch of ants? What does it matter? The victor is king. I indeed lost. There is nothing more to say. Kaido snorted coldly, grabbed a handful of food, not caring that fruits and meats were mixed together, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ha ha ha, that's true. Hey, woman, step aside. We're here to eat, not to kill and plunder. Don't panic, haha. Kaido, when dealing with your subjects, you should be gentle, not just oppressive. Caesar sat next to a cart filled with food, picked up a huge piece of roasted meat, handed it to Linlin beside him, and began to indulge himself while saying, I see you. You must only know how to oppress them. No wonder after so many years, these ignorant people still harbor resentment towards you. Ha ha! If it were me, with a weapons factory making hundreds of billions a year, I would work on the economy of Wano country. Making this nation prosperous will be incredibly easy. By then, these ants would have enough to eat and wear. And with your protection, they would support you in no time. How could it be like now? Will they take every opportunity to kick you when you're down and cooperate with outsiders to attack you? Oof, Caesar, what you say sounds better than the songs of the Wano country singers, but managing a country is not that easy. Don't tell me you've managed a country before. Kaido scoffed at Caesar's words. Caesar stuffed an entire roasted pig into his mouth, chewing loudly and mumbling, I've never managed a country. But the Rocks pirates were much larger than some countries back then. I formed alliances and used powerful military force to provide protection to certain nations, thus gaining their trust. In those countries, I set up weapon factories, entertainment districts, gambling houses, and food cities. The Rocks pirates spent so much money every year, and I contributed a large part of that. What Brother Caesar said is true. He was really impressive back then. That old man Rocks valued Caesar highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed upon him 3 extremely precious Zoan-type Devil Fruits. Linlin chimed in, reaching for a large watermelon and handing it to Caesar's mouth. Kaido paused his movements, confused, and asked 3 mythical Zoan fruits? Linlin, you can't be talking about the one I have, right? Isn't this one you gave me? Linlin smiled and pointed at Kaido, saying, where would I get something so rare? These were all given to Kaido by rocks, 3 devil fruits, all animal type, mythical Zoan, the fish fruit. Years ago, Kaido handed one over to me, and I didn't eat it, so I gave it to you. You wanted to compensate me for giving it to Parasparrow. What? Kaido was truly shocked this time. No one understood the power of the fish fruit better than him. Although Kaido's own haki and physical strength were already extremely formidable. With the enhancement of the fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form, Kaido's power had taken a huge leap. For so many years, Kaido believed that it was Linlin who had given it to him, so he thought he owed her a favor. He never expected that this fruit actually came from Kaido's hands. Wait, you said there are 3? Kaido asked in surprise, looking up at Kaido, who was gorging himself. Kaido glared at him and said angrily, what? Is it not okay for me to eat one myself and give one to the weapon? Giving one to the weapon? Kaido's mouth twitched, wanting to hit someone. He pointed at Kaido's nose and shouted, do you know how wasteful you are? This ability can create a top-tier combat power, and you actually squander it by feeding it to a weapon. Kaido chuckled as he pulled out his large sword Julong and said, you don't know anything. This weapon of mine, nurtured by my years of dominance, has already reached the supreme level of a great sword. After eating a powerful phantom beast fruit, just based on the combat power of this weapon, it can rival the top-tier fighters. Only such a weapon is worthy of my status. The 3 of them chatted and ate without a care, while Jean and Quinn took a lot of food and moved to a distance to eat, being considerate and not wanting to interrupt the 3 powerful figures' conversation. The villagers of Kabuto village, however, were all huddled in their homes, trembling in fear as they awaited the end of days. Everyone believed that Kaido had come to destroy the village. There were a few particularly bold individuals who peeked through the cracks in the door and were surprised to see that Kaido and the others had no intention of mass slaughter. This didn't quite seem like Kaido's style. Moreover, it appeared that Kaido was not the highest ranking among the 3 tall figures. A woman in a kimono secretly moved to a room by the side of a large cart, observing the situation outside with a complex expression. Kaido did not kill anyone, which is a good thing, but for some reason, the woman felt an inexplicable sense of horror rising in her heart, thinking that this version of Kaido seemed even more terrifying than his previous brutal self. If the old Kaido was like a constantly erupting volcano, then the current Kaido was like a bottomless sea, brewing a terrible tsunami beneath its calm surface. Also, who is that other person? Why does it seem like he is the backbone among the 3? The woman couldn't help but pray for the people of Wano. Kinemon, you must be careful. Kaido and his crew have come back, and it seems even more terrifying than before, with an even more horrifying unknown presence added. A full cart of food was consumed by Caesar and the others in the time it took to have a meal. Comfortable. This is what enjoying food is all about, Kekiki, but unfortunately, there's too little alcohol. Caesar contentedly patted his belly and licked his lips. Kaido disdainfully said, what kind of cuisine is this? It's just a bunch of randomly made food. If it were before, I wouldn't even eat such poorly made stuff. Once we get to the flower capital, I'll let you taste the real cuisine of Wano. Ha, good. It's settled then. After dealing with those little brats, I'm going to get completely drunk. Kaiser suddenly got up and waved his hand. Let's take a break tonight, get a good night's sleep, and handle the serious matters tomorrow. Seeing him stand up, Linlin gracefully twisted her body and quietly followed. The 2 figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. Kaido curled his lips and muttered, humph, dog man and woman. In the darkness, in an empty temple, Caesar casually wrapped his arms around Linglin's resilient waist, resting the main hall. Brother Caesar, I heard you say you've been asleep for many years. Why? Linlin lay on Caesar's chest, seductively drawing circles on his firm chest with her long and strong index finger. As she spoke, a mature fragrance wafted into Caesar's nose, making his blood boil uncontrollably. Kaido coughed once. Cough, cough. Linlin, here's the thing. Back then, after I took Kaido away from Honeycomb Island, we wandered around the New World, and a lot happened during that time. Because of the conflict with that kid's ideals, about 30 years ago, Kaido and I had a fight. And then, you lost. Kaiza scoffed. How is that possible? I would lose to that kid, Kaido. Actually, I won back then, but somehow I got so dizzy from that kid's bragging. Plus, I was feeling a bit down because of Rock's defeat, and when that little brat Kaido provoked me, I agreed to him to sink into a deep sleep under Onigashima. In the darkness, a rustling sound came, but Kaiza remained unfazed, forcing himself to calm down. Linlin, as a member of the ghost tribe. As long as we fall into a state of slumber, no matter how long we sleep, we can maintain our peak condition. This is the talent of our tribe. Just like the divine race, who can naturally manipulate flames. A pair of soft, slick arms reached out and wrapped around Kaisa's neck. Linlin sat up and said in a mournful tone, "Humph, Kaisa brother, you really have a cruel heart, only thinking of yourself, not considering me at all. Do you really not have me in your heart? Cough, cough, what are you talking about? How could that be? Hee hee, Linlin, don't you know me? I, Kaisa, am just a big, carefree idiot." Linlin pouted and covered Kaisa's mouth, chuckling. "Don't say that about yourself, hee hee. But, as your punishment for avoiding it for 30 years, today, I'm going to punish you well." How do you want to punish me?" Kaisa felt a bit dry in the mouth, and his large hands started to become restless. Linlin leaned down, her breath fragrant like orchids, and whispered a few words in Kaisa's ear. "Huh." Caesar's eyes widened. His heart surged, and he suddenly flipped over and got up. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Caesar walked out of the room with Linglin's waist in his arms. On the street, Kaido, Quinn, and Jin had already been waiting. "Linlin, use your abilities to give me a bottle." Kaisa smiled at the increasingly vibrant and radiant Linlin. Linlin gave a charming smile, raised her hand, and picked up a tile from the roof beside her. A glow emerged from her index finger as she touched it. A magical scene unfolded. A chubby face appeared on the tile, slowly transforming into a big-bellied little bottle. "La la la, bottle, bottle. I'm a little bottle, mama." The tile sang joyfully, swaying as if the bottle's body was not fixed. Caesar took the strange bottle, and the small eyes on it showed a look of fear. Trembling uncontrollably, Kaisa cut open his palm with a knife and filled half a bottle with his own blood. "Jean, Quinn," Kaisa called out. Jean and Quinn hurried over, and Kaisa handed the bottle filled with blood to Jean. "What is this?" Jean asked, confused. "Later, we will go to Flower City. I, Linlin, and Kaido will fight against the Straw Hats, and you two take the opportunity to rescue Kaido and Linglin's subordinates. Remember, there isn't much blood, so try to save the officers." Jean was overjoyed upon hearing this, nodded eagerly, and solemnly placed the bottle inside his chest. Last night, he rummaged through several places in the Hat Village and found a few sumo wrestler outfits for himself and Quinn to change into, as their original clothes were already in tatters. "Then let's set off." Kaiser crouched down, his strong legs suddenly exerting force, and the ground erupted with a roar. His body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Second form, golden-winged rock. Kaisa stretched out his body, his legs transforming into bird claws, his arms becoming golden wings, and his head morphing into that of a giant rock. His body rapidly expanded, soon covering the entire sky above the Straw Hat Village, turning the area into a dark zone. "Ah, look, it's the divine bird Garuda." The villagers of Straw Hat Village stepped out of their houses, shocked to see Kaisa transform into a colossal bird. "The divine bird has appeared. Bless us, Straw Hat Village." Some old men fervently knelt on the ground, bowing and prostrating before Kaisa. "Chirp!" The golden-winged rock let out a long, high-pitched cry that tore through the sky, shattering stones, its voice echoing for hundreds of miles. Kaisa's brother looks truly astonishing like this. "Let's go, Kaido." Ling jumped up, flames bursting from beneath her feet, propelling her high into the air. Then let's find that straw hat brat and have another battle." Kaido's body grew taller. Large patches of green dragon scales sprouted, and his hands transformed into dragon claws, grabbing hold of Quinn and Jean as his body rapidly expanded into the 100-beast dragon. The woman in kimono staggered out of the street, her soul lost as she looked at the gigantic bird that obscured the sky, stirring up a tremendous wind as it flew away, her worry deepening. High above, the golden-winged rock soared through the sky, while Linlin, Kaido, and others sat on Caesar's incredibly spacious back, facing the fierce wind but remaining as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. What kind of fruit ability does Lord Caesar possess? This size is just too enormous. Onigashima isn't even this big. Quinn wandered around on Caesar's back, like a louse on the golden-winged rock. The rock's wingspan stretched over 10 miles, nearly reaching 10,000 meters, almost as large as the Marine Headquarters Marineford Square. Kaido's back is covered with incredibly thick scales, and stepping on it feels like walking on clouds, soft and squishy, as if it could sink at any moment. During battle, these soft scales become harder than iron, and with this massive body alone, he can smash a mountain. The Flower Capital's lively Fire Festival celebration has ended after a day and night, and Luffy, Kid, Law, and others are all set to leave Wano country. "Lord Luffy, welcome back to Wano. We will miss you." Kinemon and a group of people surround Luffy, calling out with reluctance. "Luffy, don't you really want me on the ship? Please, take me out to sea." Yamato, dressed in a loose samurai outfit with a thick hemp rope tied around the waist, doesn't mind the ample chest that is mostly exposed. Jumps over to Luffy, her ample bosom bouncing as she moves. Phew, so tempting. Luffy, we've unanimously decided to invite Yamato on the ship. Sanji and Brook simultaneously bleed from their noses and give a thumbs up. No way. Yamato, you want to be like Odin? I don't want someone without a self on my ship. If you can be your true self, then I will agree to let you on board. Luffy is suddenly hugged tightly by Yamato, his face buried in her ample cleavage, turning red and nearly gasping for air. On the other side, the new Lord of Wano, Kazuki Momonosuke, with long flowing hair and a heroic demeanor, grins lewdly as he jumps into Nami's arms. Nami, can you stay a few more days? I will miss you. Momonosuke pouts, rubbing his face against Nami's bosom. Nami is momentarily stunned, her exaggerated curves being squished by Momonosuke, transforming them into an incredible shape, undulating like waves. Get off me. Nami angrily punches Momonosuke away. Nami, I'm only 8 years old, but it doesn't hurt at all. Momonosuke falls to the ground, getting up sulkily while touching his warm face, wearing an incredibly lewd grin. Momo, Sanji, Brook, and Kinemon's faces darken as they quietly surround Momonosuke. What are you guys doing? I'm only 8. Momonosuke panics and argues. Crack, crack, crack. Sanji tightens his fists and sneers. Being spoiled isn't a privilege for kids. Bang, bang, bang. The three start punching and kicking Momonosuke. What are you doing? Stop it. Momo is the Lord of Wano. Gallo, with long rabbit ears, rushes over to mediate. Momonosuke's eyes brighten instantly, and he cries as he jumps into Gallo's arms, burying his face in her chest. That awful little brat. Sanji and Kinemon are furious. Smoke coming out of their ears. What is that? Is it a dark cloud? Kid's companion, Killer, suddenly looks up at the distant sky. Kid is taken aback and follows his gaze. In the distance, a massive black shadow is rapidly approaching. Everyone present, being skilled fighters, quickly notices the enormous shadow. What is that? Luffy raises his hand to shield his forehead, squinting to see better. Usopp, holding a telescope, suddenly screams, stepping back a few paces and sitting on the ground, pointing at the sky with trembling fingers. What is wrong, Usopp? What did you see? Chopper curiously runs over, picks up the fallen telescope, and immediately freezes. Whoa, what a huge bird! The Dog Duke of the Fur tribe exclaims. The massive shadow moves astonishingly fast, and moments later, a terrifyingly large bird covers the sky above the flower capital, resembling an enormous battleship or a floating island. Excitement sparks in Luffy's eyes as he raises his fist, eager to try, and cheers. What a huge bird! Everyone, I smell adventure. Let's take it down. Everyone is speechless. Luffy, get a grip. That bird is even bigger than the capital. If you take it down, the flower capital will be destroyed in an instant. Nami punches Luffy on the head, causing a bump to form. No. Everyone, this is bad. Very bad. Usopp's terrified voice rings out again, attracting everyone's attention. He trembles, clutching Chopper tightly as he shakes, fearfully looking at the sky. Sanji, puzzled, kicks Usopp. What is wrong, Usopp? Chopper? What did you see that scared you so much? As he speaks, Sanji also goes to pick up the telescope. At this moment, Yamato beside Luffy suddenly reacts abnormally, her face turning pale, devoid of color, her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazes skyward. The gigantic bird looms over everyone, and several tiny figures slowly appear on the edge of the bird's wings. Seemingly looking this way, Usopp trembles as if struck by lightning. Kaido! What? The crowd erupts into chaos as Usopp's words spark panic. Clatter. The telescope Sanji was holding falls to the ground and shatters. The cigarette he had in his mouth slips away unnoticed. Panic, petrification, disbelief. Everyone is stunned as they gaze at the giant bird, where Kaido and Big Mom's imposing figures are, leaving the scene eerily silent. A suffocating atmosphere of oppression spreads among the crowd. Momonosuke, unable to bear it, screams in terror and sits on the ground. Stahlhut Luffy, long time no see. Kid-in-law, you're fully healed. Come on, let us fight again. Kaido and Big Mom jump down from the giant bird, with Kaido transforming into a 100-meter giant dragon and Big Mom standing on the fiery cloud. A terrifying and imposing aura erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, creating a blast of air. Kaido, Big Mom. Luffy widened his eyes, equally shocked. This is bad. How could they appear unscathed? What on earth happened? Did the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates come back to life? Kid lost his composure, staring at Kaido and Big Mom in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Suddenly, the golden giant bird let out a long cry, and a terrifying sound wave broke through the air, whipping up a hurricane in Flower City. The giant bird opened its mouth and surprisingly spoke human words. "You are wrong, little brats. They are now my subordinates of the beast god pirates, dragon god Kaido, and soul god Charlotte Linlin." The voice of the giant bird was grand and thunderous, causing the ground to tremble and hum. "What?" The words of the giant bird hit the crowd below like a deep-sea bomb, leaving them dizzy. "Beast god pirates? Never heard of it. If you want to fight, then bring it on. After all, you lost once, and even if you fight again, you will still lose." Luffy shouted. "Beast god pirates?" Yamato's expression changed drastically, as if realizing something. "This is bad, Luffy. Run away. Remember my name, the captain of the beast god pirates, beast god Kaiza. Kaido. Linlin, let's unleash our full power and go all out." Kaiser opened its enormous beak and suddenly spewed out a 1,000-meter-long pillar of frost reaching to the sky. Kaido and Linlin roared in unison. "As you command, Captain Kaiza." The 100-beast dragon opened its mouth and spewed out crimson flames. "Heat breath." Linlin took off her hat, transforming it into a giant sword, and swung it down with infinite flames. "Emperor's sword. Broken blade. Frost pillar. Heat breath." 1,000-meter-long icy frost and scorching flames descended from the sky together. Boom! Like a natural disaster erupting, the frost froze everything, and in the blink of an eye, countless buildings in the flower capital were encased in thick ice. On the ground, Zoro, holding 3 swords, had already made his move in an instant. Foxfire Flow. Flame Slash. The Enma sword, wrapped in armed color hockey, sliced through the air, cleaving through the heat breath spat out by Kaido. Soul Sword. Freeze. Brook also drew his sword, swinging it with all his might, trying to extinguish the flames cut by Zoro with his cold air. At the same time, Marco made his move. He transformed into a blue flame phoenix, flying against the wind, heading straight for Kaiza. "Lord Trafalgar, we can't use the flower capital as a battlefield. Please evacuate everyone. I'm begging you," Momonosuke shouted anxiously. Trafalgar's expression was grim as he looked at the terrifying giant bird above. "What a joke. That bird is too big. I can't evacuate." Momonosuke held his head in panic. "What do we do? If we fight here, the civilians will suffer. Everyone, let's attack that giant bird together." Kinemon shouted angrily, drawing his long sword. "No way. It's flying too high. Not everyone can fly." Duke Dogstorm said anxiously. It was daytime, and their mink warriors couldn't transform into their moonlion forms, meaning their combat power was reduced by more than half. Trafalgar spread his fingers wide. A huge shield covered the area and shouted, "I'll do it." Room. Shambles. In a vast area on the ground, some people suddenly disappeared, taken away by Trafalgar's ability. In the sky, over 20 people suddenly appeared on the back of the giant bird. Kid, Killer, Trafalgar, Duke Dogstorm, Kinemon, Zoro, Brook, and Luffy. "Well done, Trafalgar," Luffy exclaimed joyfully, his body rapidly expanding. "Rubber rubber. Muscle balloon. Gear forth. Bounceman." Black patterns spread across Luffy's rubber body, indicating the armed color hockey wrapped around him. With a leap, Luffy soared into the sky, heading for the giant bird's head. 3-sword style ultimate. 3,000 worlds. Sickle Storm. Foxfire 1-sword style. Dragon Slash. For a moment, on Kaisa's back, it was like a large dying workshop, with over 20 people launching a barrage of attacks. "Jekikikik, are you tickling me? Do you not have any strength to hit? Haven't you eaten?" Kaido's massive body flipped in the air, and his enormous wings fell directly to the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that flattened everything it touched, creating a huge indentation. "Rubber, rubber." Monkey God Gun. Luffy, in a fit of rage, transformed again into the Sun God Nika form, his right arm swelling into a gigantic fist the size of an island, wrapped in hockey, and slammed toward Kaido's head. "Haha, not bad. You're the Straw Hat Kid who defeated my brother, right? Very good." The enormous golden-winged rock that blotted out the sky vanished into thin air, and Kaido revealed his human form, wielding a great sword, the Zhulong. "A fist fight? I like it. Zhulong, go fight." Kaiser threw aside the giant's sword, and the blade swelled in the wind, transforming into a purple giant dragon that coiled high in the sky. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, directly spraying purple venom towards Kid and the others. With everyone suspended in midair and unable to gain any leverage, Luo had no choice but to use his ability again to teleport everyone back to the ground. Kaiser stood high in the sky, a pair of golden wings growing from his back, spreading over 20 meters wide. With the power of armament haki and the explosive force of conqueror's haki, Kaiser unleashed a powerful attack. His right arm's muscles bulged, instantly enlarging hundreds of times, resembling a mountain that overwhelmed Luffy's island-sized punch. The two colossal fists collided. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, the sound waves reverberating for miles, and the air cracked with visible rifts like shattered glass. Whoa! Luffy's body was sent tumbling backward. The massive fist deflated and shrank rapidly, causing his body to plummet from the sky. "Luffy!" Zoro shouted. In an instant, Law beside him reacted, throwing a stone. "Room. Substitute." Whoosh! Luffy's falling body appeared next to Zoro, limp and powerless. "Are you alright, Luffy?" Zoro called out. Law frowned and said his haki has been overexerted. He needs time to recover. With a furrowed brow, he looked up at the sky. In the air, Kaiser's gigantic right arm returned to its original state, flapping his wings as he descended. Boom! Boom! 3 loud bangs echoed, smoke billowing as 3 massive figures emerged. Kaido, Big Mom, and Kaiser. Luffy stood up, his expression serious, feeling an immense challenge ahead. Kid, Law, Zoro, and others gathered around Luffy. Kid shouted loudly, "Hey, who the hell are you?" Kaiser raised his hand to hold the large knife and grinned. "I'm Kaiser, Kaido's older brother. Recently, my younger brother has been under everyone's care." "Damn it. What a joke." Kid lost his composure and couldn't control his emotions. "Nonsense. You're clearly younger than Kaido." Luffy shouted as well. What he said is true. A female voice came from behind, startling everyone as they turned to look. They saw Yamato walking forward with a pale face. That person is indeed Kaido's older brother. A great demon. I heard Kaido mention him when I was young. What? Kaido actually has an older brother? Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they exchanged glances and began to discuss. Yamato. Kaido tightened his grip on the kanabo and shouted, "My foolish son, come back now." Yamato pursed his lips and yelled, "Shut up. Kaido, I am not Yamato. I am Kazuki Oden from Wano country." Kaiza grinned as he stepped forward. The large knife in his hand, Zhulong, began to drip purple venom, corroding the ground and creating large holes that emitted thick black smoke. His face was ashen as he glared at Yamato. "Look, Kaido, your daughter, actually teaming up with outsiders to attack her own father. What a devoted child. I heard from Jean, Yamato, that you were brainwashed just by reading a notebook by Oden. How ridiculous. You have no right to say that to her." Luffy, filled with rage, shouted at Kaiza with wide eyes. "Ha ha ha. Then let's all die." Kaido held the knife with both hands, unleashing both his armament haki and conqueror's haki. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as he swung his blade, generating a massive black-red slash. "Be careful." Zoro, Kinemon, Brook, Killer, and all the sword-wielders rushed out together, attacking Kaido. "Kinemon, you're still alive?" Kaido looked at Kinemon, disbelief in his eyes. He clearly remembered that Kinemon was not only cut in half by him, but also had his chest pierced by a sword, and had been struck on the head with his kanabo. Seeing the lively red scabbard samurai before him, Kaido began to doubt his own power for the first time. Gripping the kanabo tightly, Kaido's face twisted further, his arm muscles bulging as he swung down towards Kinemon. Fall to the 3rd generation. Bring the abyss. Boom! The slicing slash tore through space, instantly sending Zoro, Brook, and the others flying away, a terrifying storm uprooting large sections of the ground, forcing everyone to retreat repeatedly to avoid Kaido's strike. Kinemon. Amidst the black-red slashes filling the air, Kaido charged forward, delivering a blow to the unsuspecting Kinemon's head. Crack! Kinemon's raised long sword shattered instantly, unable to withstand Kaido's furious power. The terrifying conqueror's haki entwined in the attack shattered layers of space, striking Kinemon's head solidly once more. Boom! Countless flesh and blood exploded, splattering everywhere, while tiny bone fragments shot out like bullets, flying far away. Kaido shook off the pieces of flesh stuck to his kanabo and looked at his hands, grinning. It seemed that his strength had not diminished. "No, Kinemon." Luffy and the others watched in horror as Kinemon was caught up by Kaido and struck down in a shower of blood, unable to utter a single word. "Kinemon, no, 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 Mr. Kin." Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the incredibly bloody scene before them. Tranjiro broke down in tears. Momonosuke felt cold all over, trembling uncontrollably. A nightmare? The nightmare of Wano had not ended. "Kaido!" Tranjiro shouted in rage, charging forward again with his long sword. "Be careful!" Zoro exclaimed in shock, drawing Enma and unleashing a purple blade of light. "Come play with me using your sword." Kaiza wielded a large knife, with purple poison swirling on the blade, grinning wickedly as he met Tsunajiru's blade with a single strike. Clash! The blades collided, producing a sound like a metal storm. Kaisa's right arm holding the knife transformed into a swirl of purple afterimages, forming a massive sphere. Tsunajiru gritted his teeth and roared in anger, but his body kept retreating, unable to withstand Kaisa's strength. Divine light slash. Kaiza shouted. A burst of monstrous power erupted, instantly striking Tsunajiru's blade. Crack! Tsunajiru's long knife shattered, and a massive blade sliced open his chest. Room. Just as Tsunajiru was about to be cut in half by Kaiza, Law activated his ability again. Whoosh! Tsunajiru fell behind the crowd. Tsunajiru. Ray Eyes hurriedly rushed to check Tsunajiru's injuries. What is this? Is it poison? Doctor. Chopper. Ray Eyes' expression changed dramatically. He saw that Tsunajiru's chest was only cut with a shallow wound, merely a superficial injury. However, a layer of purple poison covered the wound, writhing as if it were alive, gradually burrowing into Tsunajiru's body. Tsunajiru's chest visibly rotted and stank rapidly, a large area of muscle dissolving and decaying, extremely disgusting and terrifying. As he watched the writhing purple liquid completely drill into Tsunajiru's body, Ray Eyes couldn't care less and instantly reached out to grab the liquid, trying to stop it. Don't touch it. Chopper's face changed dramatically as he rushed over, shouting in panic. Marco also flew over at high speed, but it was too late. Ray Eyes' right hand grabbed the last of the purple poison, pulling it from Tsunajiru's wound, ready to fling it to the ground. Ugh! Ray Eyes fell to the ground, clutching his right hand with his left, letting out a horrific wail, his body rolling on the ground. Chopper's body expanded, muscles bulging as he pinned Ray Eyes down tightly. Looking at his right hand. What kind of poison is this? Ray Eyes' right hand had entirely turned to mush, the skin and muscle all dissolved and decayed, leaving only dark, ashen bones. Moreover, the purple poison had not been completely consumed and was still spreading up his arm. Marco's hand ignited with blue flames, covering Ray Eyes' right hand. However, this is bad. The poison has penetrated into his marrow, impossible to clean up in a short time. Marco's face changed drastically. Chopper looked up and saw Kamurasaki, who was closest, and shouted, Kamurasaki, cut off Ray Eyes' arm quickly. Kamurasaki gritted her teeth, raised her long knife high, and slashed down like a streak of lightning. Slash! Crimson blood splattered as Ray Eyes' right arm was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground. Everyone was horrified to see that the arm on the ground completely corroded and decayed in the blink of an eye, turning into a pile of shattered black bones. Tsunajiru. Hais. Dog Duke's eyes were bloodshot, watching Ray Eyes' painful wails and Tsunajiru's rotting chest, uncertain of life or death. Everyone's hearts were filled with inexplicable horror and anger. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kaiza laughed maniacally, stepping closer with a large knife, purple poison dripping from the blade, bringing immense danger to everyone. Magellan. Luffy suddenly recalled Magellan's image in his mind, remembering his equally terrifying poison. What to do? What to do? Everyone was retreating, as dozens of experts present were forced to continuously back away by Kaiza alone. Kaiza, I'm going to kill you. Dog Duke's eyes turned red, filled with blood vessels, losing his sanity in anger, charging at Kaiza to attack. No, Kamurasaki was in tears, desperately trying to stop him. Chopper instantly grew gigantic, grabbing Dog Duke and pinning him down. Be careful. You must not let the poison touch your skin. If it does, cut off that skin immediately. Chopper shouted. Scatter. Zoro roared. Magnetic Bull. Kid shouted, extending his right arm, summoning countless steel products from all directions, transforming into a gigantic iron bull. Law yelled at him, Don't do that. Kid, use your ability to give everyone steel armor. Kid was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, hastily gesturing, causing the massive iron bull to disassemble and prepare to fly away. Frostfall Ice Seal. Kaiza spat out, a white chill instantly enveloping the gigantic iron bull, freezing large chunks of ice over all steel products. Kid's gesture lifted the mountain-sized ice bowl, and his face changed dramatically. Damn it, the ice layer is too thick. My ability is blocked and weakened, unable to break through the ice seal. Killer, I'll smash it. Killer shot out, wielding a crescent-shaped sickle, swinging it at the ice block. Roar. Don't forget, I'm still here. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido's massive body crashed forward, sending Kira flying, while simultaneously swinging a club at the airborne Kira. Sanji moved swiftly, disappearing in an instant, and kicked Kaido in the waist. Demon Wind Foot. Waist Meat Kick. At that moment, Big Mom also moved, swinging a gigantic flame blade that unleashed a torrent of raging flames towards everyone. God Wind Slash. Kaiza swung his sword again, and the purple poison from his Zhulong blade poured down like raindrops towards Luffy and the others. Watch out, Luffy shouted in horror. Wind Cannon. At that moment, Frankie jumped out, spreading his strong arms towards Kaiza. His arms inflated, and a compressed air cannonball shot out from his palms, the immense force blowing away the poisonous liquid in the air, causing it to rain down on Kaiza, Kaido, and Linlin instead. Well done, Frankie. Everyone was surprised and overjoyed. Luffy jumped up in happiness. Beautiful. Kid also laughed heartily. Kaido, you bastards, enjoy your own poison. Chopper cheered loudly. Poison these bastards. Dog Duke roared. The poison shot out, instantly splattering onto the bodies of Kaiza and the other three. Kaido picked his nose, letting the venom splash on him and his face, yet he remained unscathed. The venom gathered on him like clay, twisting into a lump, and eventually flowed back onto the large sword in his hand, the Candle Dragon. Meanwhile, Kaido and Linlin, with their massive bodies, were also splashed by the venom. However, despite the venom falling on them, it couldn't break their defenses at all. With their incredibly strong bodies and exceptionally thick haki, this bit of venom was nothing more than a drizzle. Glug! Usopp swallowed hard, looking at Kaido and the others in horror. Monsters! They're all monsters! Chopper murmured, just as the main battlefield was in full swing. Jean led Quinn straight to the underground prison of Flower City. This place was located on one side of a moat in Flower City, making it quite hidden. But for Jean, who was familiar with the terrain of Flower City, finding it was as easy as going home. As Jean and Quinn stealthily approached the moat, Jin's expression suddenly changed. In the ditch, there were two people chatting and drinking, with a fox wagging its tail beside them. Was that Riverpine and the fishman Jinbei? This is bad, Quinn. Jean murmured quietly, reaching out to pull Quinn, only to grasp at empty air. Huh? Jean turned around, dumbfounded. Quinn, taking the lead, charged directly at Riverpine and Jinbei. Ha! Grandpa Quinn is here, 1 against 2 plus a dog. Quinn's plump body jumped straight off the bridge, attacking Jinbei and Riverpine like a mountain crashing down. Both Jinbei and Riverpine were highly alert. Earlier, they had been uneasy due to the explosion sounds coming from the direction of Flower City. Although they didn't know what was happening, they had already planned to send someone out to check the situation. Jinbei instantly spotted Quinn's movement, and without hesitation, his right fist, wrapped in black haki, struck directly at Quinn's belly. Tang Chao tile right fist. 30,000 tiles. Bang! Quinn's massive body fell quickly, but flew back even faster. With a loud crash, Quinn shot back, smashing a large hole in the bridge above him. Riverpine's figure suddenly vanished, and following Quinn's body, a blade of brilliant light slashed toward Quinn's neck. You're more trouble than you're worth. Jean roared in anger, his intact black wings spreading out as the flames behind his head vanished, and his speed instantly accelerated to the extreme. Bang! Riverpine was kicked away by Jean, spinning in midair as Jean grabbed Quinn by his hair and hurled him toward Jinbei. Find Jinbei. Let me deal with Riverpine, Jean shouted, his body quickly transforming into a flattened pterosaur as he charged at Riverpine. Ow! That fox suddenly lunged at Jean, looking for death. Jin's expression was cold as the pterosaur's claws grabbed the fox, which was instantly caught. Jin's power was too overwhelming for it to escape. Sizzle. Blood sprayed everywhere as the fox was torn in half by Jin's force. No! Riverpine painfully closed his eyes, watching helplessly as Jean shredded the fox, gritting his teeth and charging at Jean. The two fought quickly, their movements becoming blurred, but Jin's speed was clearly superior. With the racial talent boost from the Lunaria tribe, he moved like lightning, constantly leaving wounds on Riverpine. In just a moment, Riverpine was covered in blood from Jin's claws. This is such a waste of time. Damn it, my sword was broken by that guy. If I had my sword, this guy would be dead by now. Jean was very frustrated. Without a weapon, attacking with his claws made it difficult to deal fatal blows. Meanwhile, Quinn finally couldn't withstand Jinbei's empty-hand combat strikes. After taking Jinbei's powerful blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Damn it, Fishman Jinbei, you're impressive. Cough, cough, but your fist must hurt too, right? Ha! Grandpa Quinn's belly is very hard. You got hurt too, didn't you? Ugh, stop talking nonsense. I'm not hurt. Quinn, you're no match for me. What the hell is going on? Weren't you all defeated? Who rescued you? Jinbei clenched his dark fist, appearing calm and collected. Fishman Jinbei, former Shichibukai. His strength is unexpectedly formidable. I truly underestimated him. While Jean attacked Riverpine with all his might, he kept an eye on this side. He wasn't worried about Quinn. Quinn's physical quality was still very strong, and he hadn't used his Devil Fruit ability yet. Jinbei would find it difficult to quickly deal with the tough-skinned Quinn. Sure enough, Quinn let out a roar as his thick neck rapidly grew longer, his body swelling as he transformed into a giant ancient Zoan Brachiosaurus form. Fishman Jinbei, come on. Quinn laughed heartily, raising his massive forelimb like a stone pillar, stomping toward Jinbei. Jinbei frowned and suddenly punched out with his right fist. 30,000 tiles. Tangxiao tile right fist. Boom. Both fought with raw power, no fancy moves, just fist hitting flesh. Without sword style, Jean suddenly leaped high, transforming into human form as his black wings spread out, covered in haki, rolling as he sliced toward Riverpine. Fire Dragon King. Blazing flames surged, and a giant red fire dragon roared, engulfing Riverpine. Riverpine screamed in agony as the fire dragon struck him, his body turning into a torch, burning fiercely. Riverpine. Jinbei was shocked and wanted to rescue him. You let your guard down, Fishman Jinbei. Fire Spark Queen. Quinn's eyes flashed with lasers, instantly hitting Jinbei. Boom. Haha. I've taken down a Shichibukai. Grandpa Quinn, am indeed powerful. Quinn laughed heartily, eager to check his results. Not yet. Haki, Plum Blossom Skin. Fishman Karate. A large black hand suddenly reached out from the explosion smoke, grabbing Quinn by the head. Jinbei exerted strength in his arms, roaring, tidal back suplex. Boom! The earth trembled as Quinn's massive body, over 10 meters tall, was lifted by Jinbei's arms and slammed down with a crash, shattering the moat wall. Quinn's heavy body sank deep into the ground. Quinn, blast the wall, open the underground prison passage. Jean flew in an instant, throwing a punch at Jinbei. Flame Disaster Jean? Jinbei blocked with his bent arm, his body wrapped in haki. His defense was simply monstrous. Even Jean found it hard to deal with him for the moment. Water Strike. Jinbei swung his hand, shooting out clusters of water bullets that made booming sounds, their power even greater than a cannon. That's right. I'm just going along with the plan, cough. Mechanical Brachiosaurus Fire Spark Queen. Quinn thrust the thick neck of the Brachiosaurus fiercely into the rubble, firing lasers directly into the wall. Boom! The moat wall exploded, creating a huge opening, and Quinn's body fell through it. Jin's flames behind his head vanished as his form accelerated, disappearing from Jinbei's sight. Oh no! Jinbei's expression changed dramatically. Although he didn't know what method Jean was going to use to rescue the severely injured and dying cadres in the prison. But I must not let Jean and Quinn succeed. Jinbei strode up to Kaizen, checking his breath. Fortunately, although he was seriously injured, he was still alive. Jinbei let out a sigh of relief, but when he saw the fox split in half, he couldn't help but sigh. That fox was dead. Kaizen was hit directly by Jin's ultimate move, but because he fell into the moat, the water helped to extinguish the flames and save his life. Jinbei jumped into the river, stirring the water with his hands, causing the entire moat's water to twist and turn, as if it had transformed into a single water belt, which Jinbei grasped in his hands. The ocean current crashed. Jinbei roared as he swung the river water towards the large hole that had opened. Boom! Splash! A massive amount of river water surged in, and then Jinbei followed the water into the hole. In the underground prison of Flower City, several heavily injured cadres of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates lay helplessly on the ground. They were severely injured, and although they had extraordinary physiques that enabled them to heal quickly, they had been imprisoned in this dungeon for 7 or 8 days without eating anything. Their bodies lacked the energy to recover, and they were all staring blankly on the brink of death. Damn it! Kaido and Big Mom teamed up and were actually defeated. How did the Straw Hats do it? If we had known, we should have left Wano country earlier. The eldest sister of the Flying Six, Ultai, sat angrily in a corner of the prison with sea stone handcuffs on her hands. Beside her was Pei Jivun, covered in blood. Pei Jivun was far weaker than Ultai, so he was heavily injured. When he was brought in, he was already hanging by a thread. The people of Wano saw his condition and didn't even bother to put sea stone on him, just tossed him in and left him to fend for himself. Along with Pei Jivun, several other severely injured members of the Flying Six and Paris Barrow from the Big Mom Pirates were in a similar state. The eldest son of Big Mom lay on the ground, with a large pool of blood beneath him, and it was unclear whether he was dead, as he showed no signs of movement. Little brother, you must hold on and not die. Ultai pouted and cradled Pei Jivun's head, unable to hold back her tears. In this prison, she only cared about Pei Jivun. The others, even if they were dead, had nothing to do with her. Boom! A loud noise shook the entire underground prison, and dust fell from the ceiling in large clumps. What happened? Ultai looked up in confusion. The dark underground prison suddenly had a large hole broken open, allowing bright sunlight to shine in. A massive Brachiosaurus fell from above. Quinn? Ultai's expression changed as she put down Pei Jivun and hurried to the front of the prison to observe the situation. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed, and Jean transformed from a pteranodon back into his human form, standing outside the prison. Ultai immediately showed an incredibly delighted expression. Jean, are you here to save me? Yes. Jean didn't waste any words and directly pulled out a bottle from his pocket, handing it through the gap in the prison. What is this? The key to the handcuffs? Ultai took the bottle, curious. No, it's a healing medicine. Quickly give it to everyone, just a little bit for each person, don't give too much. This stuff is too potent, be careful not to overdose. Jean spoke rapidly as he rushed to where Quinn had fallen, yanking him up and dragging him to the prison door. Quinn, hurry up. Use your spare key to open the prison and unlock everyone's sea stone handcuffs. Quinn was a bit dazed from the fall, but after being shaken by Jean, he woke up and extended his dinosaur-like forelimb, transforming it into a mechanical claw. Then, a constantly morphing key appeared from the mechanical hand. This is a super memory alloy key made by Vegapunk. Hee, this sea stone key is a universal key, and only I have one. Jean shot Quinn a fierce glare and yelled, "Stop talking and hurry up." Quinn shrank his neck and quickly unlocked the prison door. Meanwhile, Ultai was the first to drink a little of the blood from the bottle. What kind of medicine is this? So hot. Ultai felt like she had swallowed a piece of charcoal. It was extremely hot, turning her body into a furnace. And a powerful heat instantly cleared away all her fatigue and pain. Wow, I'm fully recovered. This medicine is amazing. Ultai was overjoyed and quickly ran to Pei Jivun, lifting him up and carefully pouring a little into his mouth. Splash! Suddenly, water roared from the hole above. Jean was startled and turned to look, his expression changing as he saw the large hole pouring in water like a waterfall. The force of the water was astonishing. Not good. Ultai, hurry up, Quinn. Unlock everyone's handcuffs faster. Jean felt something was wrong. This prison was underground, with only one exit of the moat. If the river water continued to pour in, things would take a turn for the worse. A quick glance revealed that the cadres imprisoned in the dungeon included Ultai, Pei Jivun, Toko, Fusif, Black Maria, Jack the Drought, Parasparrow, and several genuine members of the Beast Pirates. They were all Devil Fruit users, and if this place was flooded, everyone would become prey for the sea warrior Jinbei. In the water, Jinbei's combat power could rival that of the Yonko. The ocean current shoulder throw. Jinbei's body was wrapped in the flowing water, and he saw the open prison door and Quinn in action from a distance, causing his face to change dramatically. He hurriedly sent out a massive water column, directly flooding into the prison. Damn it! Jean cursed and, without caring for anything else, rushed into the prison, swiftly picked up Parasparrow, and teleported out through the hole. Quinn was stunned for a moment, saying nothing. After all, Parasparrow seemed to be the son of Kaido and Big Mom, and Jean saving him first was only right. Quinn sat down heavily, his massive body pushing aside a large amount of river water, his broad back blocking the prison door, sealing the only exit. Jack, you idiot. Are you dead? Wake up. Ultai, you little brat. Why aren't you better yet? If the water comes in, we'll die here. Quinn unlocked Jack's sea stone handcuffs and checked his nose, relieved to find Jack was still alive. What are you rushing for, you dead pig? Ultai was furious, quickly pouring blood from the bottle into everyone's mouths. Some got more, some got less, but at this point, she didn't care about that. Don't use it all up. Leave some for Jack, Quinn shouted, only to see Ultai toss over a bottle, scaring him into a flurry of catching it. Be careful. This is a precious gift from Lord Kaido, Quinn muttered as he poured the contents into Jack's mouth. After pouring out, Quinn froze. Oh no, I didn't leave any for that guy above. Will I get beaten by Lord Kaido when I go back? Thinking of how Kaido beat Green Bull and Kaido, cold sweat dripped down Quinn's chubby face. I wonder if I can handle it. Will I go on? A terrifying force interrupted Quinn's thoughts, and he felt a sharp pain in his back as he slammed against the prison door, spitting blood. The massive Brachiosaurus body was sent flying forward by Jinbei's punch. The river was rising, gradually submerging the prison door, reaching a depth of 2 meters. With figures like Runty and Pejuan, they were completely submerged by the river water. At that moment, everyone was healed by Caesar's blood, each one full of energy, opening their eyes. Fuzz looked at his intact body, shock and ecstasy on his face. But then his expression darkened when he saw Jinbei at the prison door. Jinbei, Fuzz gritted his teeth and used the Marine 6 styles, stepping on the river water and charging fiercely at Jinbei. The others, Taimu, Black Maria, Pejuan, and Jack, also woke up one by one, both surprised and delighted. Haha, Lord Caesar, I completed my mission. I will definitely receive Lord Caesar's reward this time. And I might even surpass Jean, becoming the third, no, fourth god-level member of the Beast Pirates. Hee, get out of my way. Jinbei. Fuzz's armed hockey wrapped around his 5 fingers as he frantically attacked Jinbei, wanting to push him back and escape to the surface. However, whether it was due to being in the water or not, Jinbei was like a mountain at that moment, standing still against Fuzz attacks, and with a casual strike, he could send Fuzz flying far away. Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and attack Jinbei, or we're all going to drown here. Fuzz cursed angrily. Runty glared at him and pointed to the ceiling. Can't we just break through the roof and escape? Are you an idiot? This prison is made of a large amount of sea prism stone mixed in. We can't break through. The only exit is the prison door. Quinn was also stunned. Just now, he was sitting at the prison door to block Jinbei from entering. But now it had reversed. Although they had been freed, they had truly become trapped, blocked inside by Jinbei. Everyone, charge with me. Fuzz shouted, leading the charge toward Jinbei. Runty grabbed Pejuan, both transforming into dinosaur forms, with Runty directly covering her head in hockey and charging at Jinbei. Damn it, don't all transform. The cell is too small. We can't unleash our powers. Fuzz was sent flying by Runty's charge, furious enough to want to kill. What a bunch of useless teammates. Black Maria, tall and naked, with her delicate white skin and trembling chest, was now weak and sitting in the water, letting the river soak her enticing body. Plum blossom skin. Seaweed tile, right fist. 20,000 tiles. Jinbei saw Runty charging and did not evade, striking out with his right fist, hitting Runty squarely on the forehead. Boom! The splash of water exploded, and Runty's body was sent flying out, crashing into the rampaging Pejuan behind her, who smashed violently against the prison wall. Triceratops. Charging. Taimu transformed into a massive Triceratops, digging its hooves into the ground, with its huge horns aimed at Jinbei, attempting to ram him. Sea current slam. Jinbei remained unafraid, the water flowing in his hands obediently, using it as a weapon. The massive water whip crashed down on Taimu's head, knocking him to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Jack pulled out his long tusks and swung at Jinbei. Sea current seaweed tile, right fist ultimate. Tsunami impact. The water burst suddenly, twisted into a ball by Jinbei, and shot toward Jack's chest like a cannonball, shattering his long tusks, causing Jack to spit blood and crash into the wall like Runty. Damn, Quinn was stunned. Big brother, are you that fierce? One punch for each kid? Treating those ancient Zoan animals like punching bags. Are you cheating? The river in the prison was now over 4 meters deep, and among those present, only Quinn could stick his head out of the water. The others, either due to their height or being beaten back to their human forms, could only float in the water. Although this river water was not seawater, being soaked like this made the ability users feel completely powerless. Jinbei no longer defended the prison door. He aggressively attacked, charging directly at Quinn with an overwhelming ferocity. Quinn's small green bean eyes showed panic. Just want to shout, don't come near me. However, contrary to his wishes, Jinbei's target was Quinn. Fishman Karate Ultimate. Demon Tile, right fist. Boom. Quinn couldn't dodge in the water against Jinbei, this agile fat man. Jinbei's terrifying heavy fist struck Quinn's neck, making it feel like it was about to break, and his massive body crashed against the prison door like a sack. Jinbei's combat power in the water was off the charts, directly overpowering everyone with a wild assault. No one was a match for him. Runty and Fuzz were beaten by Jinbei, constantly coughing up blood, filled with immense sorrow and anger. This is even worse than sitting in prison waiting to die. Runty cried in anger, feeling incredibly wronged. Just as Jinbei was invincible in the water, ruthlessly bullying everyone, the hole above stopped the flow of water, and Jin, holding the body of Hisong, yelled down, Jinbei, stop now, otherwise I will kill Hisong. Boom! Jinbei punched Jack again, causing him to vomit blood, then turned to look at the hole, his expression furious, yet somewhat helpless. Clenching his fists tightly, glaring at the distressed crowd in the prison, Jinbei sighed, turned, and controlled the river water to move towards the hole. As Jinbei left, the few people in the prison breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the tight, choking sensation disappear. They all popped their heads above water, gasping for air and swam awkwardly upward. When they reached outside the prison, without saying a word, Fuzz Fuzz climbed onto Quinn's back, escaping from the water. Instantly, his strength began to recover, and he stepped onto the air, ready to fly upward. However, a large hand grabbed his ankle. "You!" Fuzz Fuzz was furious, turning around to see Quinn gripping his ankle tightly. On Quinn's body, everyone in the prison was desperately clinging to him. Runny, Pejuan, Taimu, Black Maria, they were all there. As for those who truly fought, Runty didn't bother to care, too lazy to waste her potent medicine. At this moment, they probably drowned in the river long ago. "Bastard, let go. With so many people, I can't get up at all. And you, Quinn, you're too heavy." Fuzz Fuzz angrily cursed. However, Quinn completely ignored him, and the others also disregarded his angry shouts. Fuzz Fuzz was so furious he wanted to kill someone, but there was nothing he could do, only using all his strength to jump little by little upward. Minutes later, Fuzz Fuzz finally brought everyone out from the hole, collapsing to the ground, exhausted like a puddle of mud. "Oomph, so useless." Runny looked at him disdainfully. "You." Fuzz Fuzz was so angry he could smoke from his 7 orifices. "Where's Jinbei? Did he run away?" Quinn looked around, seeing Jean holding Perospero aside, but Jinbei and Hisong had vanished without a trace. He instantly felt relieved, sticking out his neck and saying, "Cough, cough, that bastard relying on being a fishman, treating me, Quinn, like this in the water. I will make him pay." Runty curled her lips in disdain, openly showing her contempt. Quinn exploded in anger. "What do you mean, little girl? Do you think I can't beat him? I'm the proud captain of the Beast Pirates, a man with a bounty of 1.32 billion. Oomph. Waste. How did you just get beaten to tears?" Runty continued to mock, while Peggy One hurriedly pulled her sister aside. "I cried? You're talking nonsense. Which of your eyes saw me crying? That was in the water. It's water, you know." All right, Jean said impatiently, pointing to the Flower City. "Peggy One, you're the weakest. Come over and take Perospero and leave the Flower City. Or find a place to hide for now. The rest, follow me to help Lord Kaiza and Lord Kaido." Everyone was shocked by his words. Jack looked excitedly at Jean and asked, "Brother Jean, is Kaido okay?" "That's great." Runty frowned, somewhat confused. "What Kaiza? You guys have been talking about Kaiza since just now. Who exactly is he? Also, I heard Jinbei say that Kaido and Big Mom were defeated by Straw Hat and the others and are already dead." Jean grinned and said, "Brother Kaido and Linlin are not dead. Lord Kaiza brought them back to life. Me and Quinn were also brought back to life by him, including you guys. The stuff we drank just now was a gift from Lord Kaiza. By the way, Lord Kaiza is Brother Kaido's brother. I'll tell you one more thing. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates have merged, and Brother Kaido and Big Mom are no longer captains. Lord Kaiza has become a captain." "What?" Runty was stunned, Jack was dumbfounded, and everyone, including Fuzufu, Taimu, and Black Maria, were all shocked. Rabbit Prison. Green Bull stared blankly as Kaido and Big Mom were resurrected by Kaiza, and a storm surged in his heart. The captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the captain of the Beast Pirates, both of whom were at the level of the 4 emperors, had returned to full strength. And now there was another even more formidable figure. With this strong alliance, a new superpower would emerge on the seas, and this force was extremely powerful, subtly surpassing the other 4 Emperor's pirate groups. As a result, after the difficult transition of the old and new 4 Emperors and the stabilization of the New World, a new wave of bloodshed was about to begin. That bastard actually dared to speak to Brother Akainu like that. Once I escape, I will never let him go. Green Bull was furious because he had seen Kaiza insult Akainu yesterday, which made him, a worshipper of Akainu, explode with rage. Swish. Who is it? Green Bull strained to look outside the cell, but saw no one, only heard a faint sound of wind. Whoosh. The few pirate minions left to guard Green Bull hadn't reacted yet when a pitch-black hand crushed their throats one by one. Top, top, top. Outside the cell, a tall, thin figure appeared, wearing a white hat and a mask. CP0. Great. Hurry up and find a way to unlock the C-Prism stone handcuffs on me. Did it kinda contact you? Green Bull showed a look of surprise. He had known for a long time that there were spies from the world government lurking in Wano. So after being defeated and captured by Kaiza, Green Bull wasn't really worried, because he knew CP0 would definitely come to rescue him. Outside the cell, the masked CP0 stepped inside, and the cell was locked. It was just that Green Bull was restrained by C-Prism stone and chained to the stone wall. Alamak. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be defeated so easily and to be injured so badly. Truly surprising. The CP0 member didn't rush to break the iron chain, but spoke, with a hint of surprise and mockery in his tone. Green Bull's expression of joy gradually froze, and he frowned. You're not CP0. Who are you? The masked man chuckled softly and removed his mask. A golden-haired young man's face was revealed, with a scar over one of his eyes. It was none other than Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Why is it you? Green Bull's eyes showed shock, seemingly unable to believe it. Sabo chuckled lightly, his right hand forming claws, grabbing Green Bull's head and leaning down to meet his gaze. Alamak, what are you doing in Wano? You're not looking to cause trouble for my brother, are you? He finally became the Sun God, became a Four Emperor, and achieved such accomplishments. Can't you Navy guys be a bit more magnanimous? Ha. Yes, I really came to take the Straw Hat Kid's head, Sabo. If it weren't for Fujitora holding back at the Holy Land, you wouldn't have escaped. What do you want in Wano? Sabo's expression darkened, his dark fingers exerting force, deforming Green Bull's head. Go ahead and kill me. The Revolutionary Army, like pirates, should be exterminated. Green Bull screamed. I want to let Ace's fate repeat on Luffy. Luffy awakening and becoming the Sun God Nika is the beacon of history, worth our Revolutionary Army's full protection. Green Bull, I will take you to Santiago Island. Your career as a general is over. Sabo squeezed hard, knocking Green Bull unconscious. Then he broke the iron chain and lifted the tightly bound Green Bull, walking out of Rabbit Prison. Flower City. Kaiza, I will kill you. Luffy roared, his white hair flying, burning with pale flames, his fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki, and he punched Kaiza in the chest. Ha. This is the price you pay for sticking your neck out for Wano. At such a young age, trying to act like a big brother everywhere. Sticking your neck out for this and that. Who do you think you are? A savior? You're just a damn pirate. Just moments ago in the chaos, Kaiza had cut Frankie and his robot in half with a single sword. Frankie was a cyborg, with most of his structure replaced by metal. Although Kaiza's /Kaido struck the giant steel puppet controlled by Kid, sending it flying, and then slashed towards Luffy. Only now do you realize the danger? It's too late. Zhu Long, clear away all the trash for me. Kaiser exerted force from his wrist and suddenly threw the large blade like a spear, instantly brushing past Luffy. Hello. The large blade transformed into a purple giant dragon, opening its mouth to spew out deadly venom. Trafalgar, Luffy shouted. Room. Law extended his right hand, and the abilities bubble was about to shift the position of the dragon. This endless, disgusting ability. Caesar is quite troubled by Luo's abilities. Luo's repeated use of the teleportation switch is simply versatile. Not only can he support the entire field at any time, but he can also assist teammates, replace them, and launch sneak attacks. The most critical part is that the range is large and it's instant. Great rock body, light wing slash. Suddenly, two gigantic golden wings spread behind Caesar, lifting him into the air as his body spun like a drill. During the rotation, the wings shot out sharp feathers like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The feathers covered an area of several dozen meters, creating an impenetrable barrier. Clang, clang, clang. Kid blocked his body with his massive steel arms, while Luffy vanished in an instant. But Law couldn't move. This is bad. Law, needing to control the situation, had just used his ability, and his room was currently targeting the poisonous liquid from the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon was too large and hadn't been completely enveloped by Law, and its poisonous spray was continuous. Therefore, Law had to keep using his ability to transfer. This led to a serious consequence. Law remained in the same spot without changing position. The overwhelming feathers shot at Law's body like blades. Room. Substitute. Law wasn't foolish. He instantly thought of a way to break free, which was to transfer the poisonous spitting Candle Dragon over, letting it take his place. Kaiza spun and danced, following the feather and charging forward, as if he had already anticipated that Luo would resolve the predicament this way. As soon as the Candle Dragon appeared, it transformed back into a large blade. Kaiza reached out and grabbed it, holding the knife with both hands, his arm muscles bulging, and he swung horizontally close to the ground. A jet black blade aura instantly swept past Kid's legs. Kid, the captain. Kizaru used a feint, first diverting attention with the Candle Dragon, making Luffy believe he was going to kill Nami and the others. Then he suddenly attacked Law, thinking that was Kizaru's real target. He calculated that Law would definitely swap the Candle Dragon over, replacing himself, thus charging in this direction. As Law used his ability to switch the Candle Dragon, Kizaru immediately gripped his knife, his body hanging upside down with haki covering him, and swept low with a single slash. Kid's legs were severed at the knees, detached from his body, and he let out a scream, painfully collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed out, spraying wildly from his severed legs. Kid, killer. who was attacking Kaido alongside Zoro, had his eyes bulge and turn bloodshot in an instant, abandoning Kaido and charging madly at Kizaru. In a rage, Killer unleashed extraordinary power, the scythe in his hand creating a massive scythe-like illusion, piercing through Kizaru's chest as if it had completely penetrated him. Rubber, rubber. Storm. Luffy roared, his fists transforming into countless fist shadows, bombarding Kizaru's chest like a torrential storm, causing Kizaru to continue retreating, the ground shattering beneath him. Awakening. K-Room. Law gritted his teeth. A massive dome unfolded, then all shrank, wrapping around his weapon, which slashed through space, directly piercing Kizaru's body. Law's long sword became incredibly huge, like a magnificent pillar. Electric shock. Gamma scalpel. A powerful current instantly pierced Kizaru's heart, making him curse in pain. Meanwhile, Kid, having screamed several times, directly used steel to block the gushing wound. Controlling his magnetic powers, charging fiercely towards Kizaru's back. Fruit awakening. Magnetic shock. Kaido's spine was directly struck by Kid, causing him to lunge forward. Room. Swap. Zoro's turn. Law resolutely switched Zoro and Yamato, letting Yamato entangle Kaido, replaying the father-son scenario for the second time. Then he teleported the powerfully aggressive Zoro to Kaido's side. Zoro's battle instincts are incredibly sharp. He instantly understood Law's intentions and immediately launched a powerful attack against Kaido. 9 mountains and 8 seas for one world unbreakable, gathering thousands of realms into a small 1,000 worlds, multiplying by 3, one great 3,000 great 1,000 world. Zoro's 3 swords were entwined with armament haki, even stronger. After battling Ryaku, Zoro awakened Conqueror's haki, and under the terrifying accumulation centered on Enma, all 3 swords struck out together, instantly plunging the world into black and white. As if the universe was extinguished, a marvel of heaven and earth, a fine black line swept across Kaido's chest. Zing! Kaido was injured for the first time. Zoro cut through Kaido's solid chest with one blow, a large amount of blood gushing out. An astonishing thing happened as Kaido's blood flowed to the ground. Flowers bloomed where the blood passed, and patches of green grass grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, the once devastated ground transformed into a wetland park filled with flowers and lush green grass. What was going on? Luffy was extremely surprised, feeling comfortable all over. Even the fatigue on his body had diminished significantly. Its vitality, this guy's blood contains immense life force. Law said with a serious expression. What do you mean? Luffy was taken aback. This means his recovery ability is very strong. As soon as Law's words fell, Kaido stopped his decline. The wound on his chest quickly healed and scabbed over, raising his hand to slash Killer away, then gripping his sword with both hands. He struck down towards Zoro with a thunderous blow. Haki wrap. Open the sky. The massive cantilever dragon blade slammed down on Zoro's raised Enma. The terrifying power was unstoppable. Zoro spat out blood, being cut deep into the earth. Room. Law was about to use his ability again. Damn it. I sealed for 1,000 miles. Kaiser's massive body trembled, and a terrifying chill erupted explosively, instantly sweeping across half of the City of Flowers. Wherever the chill passed, the ground froze. Houses were covered in frost, and the dozen or so people surrounding Kaiser were instantly encased in ice. Kaiza jumped high into the air and slashed wildly at Kira with a large blade. World-destroying poison. The large blade, Zhulong, was covered in purple venom, and with a clang, it struck Kira's arm. Kira screamed in agony as his 2 arms were cut through by Kaiza, and the blade immediately struck Kira's helmet. A large amount of venom seeped directly into the holes in Kira's helmet. Ugh! Kira cried out, falling directly to the ground, rolling around in madness. Kia! Kid's eyes turned red as he rushed to Kira's side without hesitation. His massive steel arm pinned Kira down, and, with his only hand, he wrapped it in armament haki and directly crushed the mask on Kira's face. Under the mask, Kira's features were distorted, his face corroded by the deadly poison, his mouth, nose, eyes, and cheeks were all hollow and pitted. Kill me. Kill me. It hurts so much. Kid, hurry and kill me. Kia struggled wildly, letting out a piercing wail. Kid shouted in pain, raising his massive steel fist and decisively smashing it down on Kira's head. Kira showed no intention of resisting, dropping all defenses and allowing Kid to explode his own head. Beast! Devil! You are a devil! Luffy roared like thunder, attacking Kaiza with a punch again. Ha ha! Don't be naive, Straw Hat Kid. Do you think being a pirate is just playing house? As a pirate, you have to be prepared to die at any moment. Rocks. Newgate. Roger. Which one of them is not 10 times stronger than you little brats? Do they cry and whine when they died? Kaiza punched Luffy in the chest, causing him to spit out blood and crash through one house after another. Kaiza spat out blood-tinged saliva, wiped the corner of his mouth, and pointed at everyone in front of him. When Rocks died, he laughed maniacally, incredibly bold. What? Dying for one's ideals. Isn't that a kind of happiness? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Boom. The house collapsed. Luffy was covered in blood, but his steps were firm, moving forward one step at a time, back to the front of the crowd. At this moment, the anger on Luffy's face disappeared, and he looked up to meet Kaiza's gaze. Kaiza, you're not wrong. Dying in battle for one's ideals is a kind of happiness. Luffy raised his hand. Pointing at Kaiza, he shouted, "Come on, captain against captain. Kaiza, let's have a one-on-one." Ha ha ha. Straw Hat Kid, you're pretty good. At such a young age, you have this kind of strength. No matter what bloodline or bullshit destiny, I, Kaiza, acknowledge you. All right. Kaiza clenched his fist. Then it's captain against captain. Saying this, Kaiza pointed at Luffy, Kid, and Law. The captain of the Beast God Pirates is me. Kaiza, I will face you 3 new era captains. Luffy was taken aback and wanted to object, but Law suddenly reached out and shook his head. Room. Battlefield transfer. Law expanded his territory, shrouding Kaiza, Luffy, Kid, Zoro, and himself. The 5 of them instantly disappeared from the main battlefield of Flower Capital. Luffy proposed a captain versus captain match, with the main team of 4 against Kaiza, with Law, the strongest commander of this battlefield, disappearing. The remaining people fighting against Kaido and Big Mom seemed to be in a perilous situation. Marmor. Marco, do you want to stop me? You're still too naive. Big Mom smiled charmingly, and her powerful haki once again sent Marco flying. The huge Emperor's sword stirred up a vast sea of flames, turning the battlefield into a fiery inferno. Bang! Marco crashed to the ground, blue flames burning, revealing his extremely exhausted face, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, turning into drops of blue flames. This is not good. That Kaiza's combat power is too fierce. Law refused to let Luffy face Kaiza alone, which should also be a concern. Although the battle over there is dangerous, with Law present, they can still maneuver a bit. However, over here, with just me and Yamato, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Kaido and Big Mom. Marco's face turned grim. If they couldn't break the deadlock in any of the 3 battlefields, they would face total annihilation. Marco racked his brain to think of a way to break the deadlock, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't find a breakthrough. Deadlock. Even if Kaido or Big Mom were down 1, they still wouldn't be able to quickly take down either one together. Without Luffy and the others' main team, although they were all top-tier experts, they were still far from the level of Kaido and couldn't inflict fatal damage on them. They could only try to buy time, hoping that Luffy and the others could smoothly deal with Kaiza and then come to face Kaido and Big Mom together. Just as Marco was pondering the issue, Big Mom seized the opportunity and swung her sword at him. Marco, are you actually distracted in battle? You're too arrogant. Breakblade. Heavenly Fire. The massive Emperor's sword slashed down at Marco's head, and just as Marco was about to dodge this blow, Armament Haki. Plum Blossom Skin. Big Mom's large sword seemed to strike something hard and got stuck, unable to be retracted for a moment. Fishman Karate Secret Technique. Woolaiguan. Amidst the flames, a figure shot out and punched Big Mom in the abdomen, causing her tall body to stagger back. Jinbe. Marco exclaimed in surprise. Jinbe nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with Marco, confronting Big Mom. Marco, what the hell is going on here? I saw several familiar faces dead. Jinbe's expression was grave. Marco Said, I'm just as confused. In short, another violent big shot has emerged. Kaido and Big Mom both recognize him as their captain, and Luffy and the others went to confront that guy. We are responsible for holding off Kaido and Big Mom. Jinbe, we must break this deadlock, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Jinbe frowned, the veins on his forehead throbbing, but his expression was calm as he coldly replied, It's not that easy, Marco. Besides Kaido and Big Mom, they have other combat power. What? Marco was shocked. The underground prison was breached. Jin and Queen had released the prisoners and somehow healed their injuries. Kazuki, seriously injured and unconscious. How could this happen? Marco's expression changed again. At this moment, Jin transformed into a pterosaur and flew in, followed by the swollen-headed dragon Runny, the Triceratops Sasaki, the mammoth Jack, the Brachiosaurus Queen, the saber-toothed tiger Fusif, and the poisonous spider Black Maria, crushing everything in their path and charging into the crowd of Wano. Queen. Sanji's face turned ashen. He clearly remembered injuring Queen heavily and even knocking him off Onigashima. Yet he didn't expect to see Queen again, looking lively and unscathed. Brook, Nami, and the others, who originally planned to leave the battlefield, stopped again upon seeing this scene and rejoined the fight. Usopp, Chopper, take care of Frankie and find a place to hide. Nami shouted, already wielding the weather stick and unleashing Zeus, charging toward the battle group. Nami. Usopp gritted his teeth, wanting to rush out, but was held back by Chopper, who shook his head at him. Usopp, that kind of battle is not suitable for you. You're a sniper. Take Frankie and hide well. I'll go help them. Be careful. Chopper. Usopp shouted, struggling to carry half of Frankie's body and running off into the distance. Boo, Transcendence, Killer, Kinemon, all dead. Reizo, Frankie, all heavily injured. Everyone, we are in a very dangerous situation. Damn it. Tears streamed down Chopper's face as he felt regret for coming to Wano to help Momonosuke restore his country for the first time. Although Chopper had a kind heart, what mattered most to him was still Luffy and the others. Now that Frankie was unconscious and in such a miserable state, they were about to face an even greater crisis. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, we absolutely cannot lose each other again. Why is the pirate world so cruel? Yamato, why? Why treat me like this? I am your father. Kaido held a massive kanabo and was struck in the chest by Yamato, his enormous body crashing down to the ground. Father? No, you're not. Kaido, I don't need a father like you. I am Kazuki Oden, not Yamato. I will restore Wano. Yamato panted heavily and shouted. Why? What has changed you? Haven't I always treated you well? Although I often beat you, locked you up, and let you go hungry. All of this was to toughen you up. You can't even comprehend the cruelty of this world. Kaido got up, tears streaming down his face, a giant man, unexpectedly crying uncontrollably. Yamato, holding a slightly smaller kanabo, glared at Kaido. You call that training? You just want a son. I'm a woman. I don't like fighting and killing. The life I want is peaceful and harmonious. Isn't the cruelty of this world brought about by people like you? Wano was doing fine. Why do you have to bring suffering to everyone? Doing fine? Kaido shook his head, raising the kanabo and pointing at Yamato. Even without me, this country has Orochi. It has Kanjiro, and there are other pirates that will come. There is no place in this world that is peaceful and harmonious. Why did I go to sea back then? It was because I lacked strength and couldn't control my own fate. Yamato, without strength, you'll never be able to enjoy a peaceful and harmonious life. Kaido swung his club towards Yamato. Yamato also used a thunderous Bawa technique to counterattack Kaido. However, clearly, Yamato's strength was far inferior to Kaido's, and he was sent flying by Kaido's strike. In the distance, Momonosuke trembled all over, lacking the courage to face Kaido. Although his strength had greatly improved after Shinobu accelerated his growth, and his physique was as robust as Oden's back in the day, he had spent years hiding and lacked the bravery to confront the shadow of his life, Kaido, in a direct battle. Momonosuke-sama, please hide well and don't come out. I'll wait for you to help Yamato. Duke Inuarashi said to Momonosuke. Momonosuke grabbed his clothes, his eyes filled with helplessness and panic, trembling as he said, Run. Let us escape. Run. Let us escape. Momonosuke pleaded, shaking. Duke Inuarashi and the snake, Kinemon, were stunned, looking at Momonosuke in disbelief, doubting if they had misheard. Shinobu and Kiku, who were taking care of Reizo, were also taken aback and looked up at Momonosuke. Let us escape quickly. Just like before, let us leave Wano country. Go to the sea. Go somewhere else, and never return to this nightmarish hell. Momonosuke cried, his tears flowing, his handsome face showing a hint of Kazuki Oden's features. Yet the aura of the two was like heaven and earth, not on the same level. Duke Inuarashi felt a sense of disappointment in Momonosuke. After witnessing so many sacrifices, he had hoped to see the unyielding flame of Oden's legacy and have a brave, fearless, wise, and martial lord for Wano. Who would have thought it would end up like this? When things were going smoothly, Momonosuke could rise with the momentum, riding on the Straw Hat Crew's influence to ascend to great heights, appearing extraordinary. But whenever faced with headwinds and danger, Momonosuke shrank back, hesitating. Duke Inuarashi forced himself to find excuses for Momonosuke. The Lord is still young. He is only 8. He has experienced the destruction of his family, and has a psychological shadow regarding Kaido. Although his body has matured, his mind has not. However, no matter how much he tried to excuse Momonosuke, Duke Inuarashi remained filled with disappointment, which was even reflected on his face. I should have let Kinemon take Momonosuke, Denjiro, Reizo, or any of them. Only Kinemon should not have gone. Kinemon does have responsibility, but he is too reckless, too unreliable, and lecherous. How could a child raised by such a lecherous person be brave, fearless, and wise? No, Momonosuke. Duke Inuarashi still rejected Momonosuke's pleas, even directly calling him by name. Not as lord. At this moment, in his heart, Momonosuke transformed back from the Lord of Wano to just a little child. Why? We could escape before. Why can't we now? Didn't my father also endure for a lifetime? At worst, we can go to the open sea, make some powerful friends, and bring them back to defeat Kaido. Momonosuke shouted loudly, recklessly, appearing somewhat insane. Enough. Duke Inuarashi coldly huffed, startling Momonosuke into letting go. Shinobu Kiku, you take Momonosuke and escape. I will go fight, even if it means death. Duke Inuarashi turned, not wanting to see the face that resembled Odin's anymore. The snake sighed, remaining silent, following Duke Inuarashi towards Kaido. If you don't escape, you will die horribly, just like my father. A trace of hatred and resentment flickered in Momonosuke's eyes. But when he turned his head, it changed to fear and grievance, as he rushed into Kiku's arms, crying, Kiku, let us go quickly. Bring my sister along, Shinobu, okay? It's too dangerous here. We can't stay any longer. Although Kiku wanted to chase after Kinemon, seeing Momonosuke's helplessness made her unable to harden her heart. She could only join Shinobu to take Momonosuke, Hiyori, and the injured and unconscious Reizo outside Flower Capital to escape. Back on SH Sansei. In Nariku, Kaido swung his staff and sent Yamato flying high, causing the Wolfong Club in Yamato's hand to be knocked away. Perhaps, as Kaiza said, having Linlin's daughter directly erase your memories would be a very good choice. Kaido remembered the proposal that Kaido had given him last night. At first, he disagreed, still holding onto the hope that the Wano country would suddenly awaken. But now looking at it, he didn't know what was recorded in Odin's notebook that brainwashed the Wano people, filling their minds with Odin, as if they were possessed. All along, Kaido admitted Odin's martial prowess, but looked down on his intellect. When Kaido learned that Odin had actually been on both Whitebeard's and Roger's ships at the same time, he felt a bit nervous, fearing that Odin would bring Whitebeard and Roger to Wano to trouble him. At that time, even Whitebeard's crew was hard to contend with, let alone the Roger pirates. To Kaido's surprise, despite it being an easy task, Odin held a foolish idea. He didn't want to trouble Whitebeard and Roger. With such a thought, Odin was willing to die, pinning his hopes on an elusive future. This was simply outrageous. When Kaido heard Odin say he was willing to die, he was truly speechless. However, such a leader of Wano was crazily worshipped by his own daughter, which Kaido couldn't understand at all. With Jean and Queen bringing the Flying Six to join the battle, the numerical advantage of Wano's side instantly vanished. Underlings of Law, underlings of Kid, and Apu who hadn't managed to escape, along with Nami, Robin, Brook, and Sanji, were all fiercely resisting Jean and the other seven. Sanji was under immense pressure. He had to protect Nami and Robin while continuously battling Jean and Queen. Among these people, Sanji, who had awakened his bloodline power, stood out in strength. The others were simply not enough. If this continued, it would not be good, Robin-san. We must leave the battlefield quickly. The situation is getting worse for us. Sanji kicked Fusif away and shouted at Robin. Flower, flower, fruit. Giant tree. Palm grasp. Robin exclaimed, and a huge white hand grew from the ground, slapping Runmi to the ground. Soul's lost sword. Ice wind from the underworld. Brook slashed off one of Sasaki's long horns with his sword, and the icy sword energy instantly froze Sasaki's body. Demon God wind kick. Rough shredded beef kick. Seeing the opportunity, Sanji unleashed his maximum power, kicking like a storm, striking Sasaki's frozen body like raindrops, and actually shattered his massive Triceratops body. Sasaki instantly died, unable to even scream. Damn it, Sasaki. Fusif roared and lunged at Sanji. Boom. A massive lightning bolt struck from the sky, piercing Fusif's body like divine punishment, pinning him to the ground and turning it black. Nami. Well done. Sanji shouted happily. Nami smiled, and Zeus's face appeared on the weather stick. Jean was furious, wielding the sword of Kawamatsu, and with one move of Yashimori Fire Dragon Emperor, he slaughtered the underlings of Kid surrounding him. Meanwhile, Queen unleashed his full power, firing lasers that were much faster and more powerful than Frankie's, rampaging through Law's subordinates with his strong body. Rolling head Queen. Queen roared, grabbing Strongbark's body and swinging it around, directly tossing it toward Runmi. Armored headbutt. Runmi's forehead turned dark, suddenly accelerating, and directly pierced through Strongbark's body. A rain of blood fell, more than 10 kilometers away from Flower City. In a large open area near Rabu Port, Kikikik. We've already left Flower City. Is this distance enough? Stalhut. Kaido stands on the ground, holding a large sword, while in front of him, Luffy, Zoro, Kid, and Law are lined up. This scene is strikingly similar to the great battle at the top of Onigashima a few days ago. The only difference is that after a fierce fight, it has turned into a one-on-one showdown between Luffy and Kaido. Luffy, covered in blood, clenches his fists and walks up to Kaido, looking up at him. After one fight, another comes. How infuriating. Why are there so many old monsters in Wano? No, the New World. Kaido, do you also want to rule this country like Kaido? Kaiza grinned and said, rule this country? Boring. I have no interest in that. It's just a poor, remote place completely destitute. Straw Hat, don't compare me to my brother. So why don't you leave here? Why come back to kill again? Luffy gritted his teeth. Jekha, boring. I told you it's boring. Kaiza laughed maniacally, suddenly swinging his large blade without warning. I just woke up and heard a bunch of mud-playing brats defeated my useless brother, and that instantly piqued my interest. Although Kaido is a bit foolish, he is not someone anyone could defeat. Straw Hat Kid, do you know? 38 years ago, I fought with your grandfather. That carp gave me a lot of pressure back then. I don't know if you have that ability now. Zing! Zoro's arms bulged with muscles as he held Kaisa's large blade with 3 swords. His teeth clenched, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. Luffy's body quickly ignited with pale flames, his aura exploding. Conqueror's Haki. You'll know when you try. Gear Forth, Muscle Balloon, Bounce Man. Rubber, King Kong Gun. Room. Law instantly entered the state. A huge circular shield covering a radius of several hundred meters, teleporting Luffy from in front of Kaiza to above Kaiza's head. This ancient battlefield is quite well chosen. There should be plenty of metal underground. Kid stepped forward, stepping on a prosthetic made of steel, and slammed his massive steel arm down. Magnetic field. A tremendous pulling force erupted from Kid, causing the ground to bulge and crack open. Crack, crack, crack. Rusty weapons and metal products gathered like birds returning to their nests, continuously converging towards Kid's right hand. Magnetic skeleton king. Countless metals quickly integrated, condensing into a towering skeleton in the blink of an eye, exuding an astonishing aura. Overlord's bind. Thunder God, 8 trigrams. Zing! Zoro's 3 swords shook violently, unable to withstand Kaisa's monstrous strength any longer, and his body was sent flying over 100 meters, plowing a trench in the ground. Jekha! Very good. Very spirited. Kaiza raised his right hand, catching Luffy's massive punch coming from above, squeezing Luffy's fist with his fingers and flinging it towards Kid's condensed skeletal giant. He was tall, his physique like a dragon, with muscles bulging explosively. Boom! Kaido threw a punch. The ground cracked, endless soil and stones exploded, and the terrifying shockwave destroyed everything in front of him. Room. Transfer. Law instantly transferred Kid and Luffy away. Caesar roared. Kid, your ability really disgusts me. I can't even have a good fight. Since that's the case, let's see how strong your barrier really is. Kaiza dropped the large knife, clenched his fists, and was covered in black mist, with strange spiral patterns appearing on his body, resembling the surface of a devil fruit. Beast human form. Kuin giant. Kaisa's body swelled madly like a balloon, countless muscles bursting forth. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 500 meters. Roar. The heavens and the earth trembled as Kaiza transformed into a towering black giant, with arms like celestial pillars measuring 300 meters long, comparable to a mountain. Caesar, like the Titan gods from mythology, bent down and slammed his fist into the ground. It was like a nuclear explosion, a volcanic eruption. The area within a radius of several kilometers collapsed, and his giant fist, like a small mountain, created a bottomless pit in the earth. 3 sword style. 1 big. 3,000 great thousand worlds. Zoro roared, unleashing his conqueror's haki, and a black blade of light that connected heaven and earth tore through space, cutting open Caesar's abdomen. World-destroying demon fist. Kaiza erupted completely, his arms dancing out countless phantoms, each fist the size of a hill crashing down on the ground. The entire land of Flower City trembled as if experiencing a massive earthquake, with large sections of the earth cracking and sinking. Boom! The skeletal giant that Kid had just summoned was smashed into the ground hundreds of meters deep by Kaisa's punch. How can we fight this? Law looked at the towering black giant, feeling a sense of despair rising in his heart. Under such earth-shattering attacks, Law could only repeatedly use his ability to continuously shift the positions of a few people. Law's ability was extremely exhausting to use, and with such frequent usage, his face turned pale and his body swayed unsteadily. Straw Hat Captain, Kid Captain, everyone, use your awakened powers together. I can't hold on much longer. I'll hold him down. You all attack his vital points. All right, Luffy and Kid shouted in unison. Boom, 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 boom. Kaiza was still bombarding, as if the power within him had no end, pouring out freely. Luo took a deep breath and activated the final awakening power of the fruit. K-Room. The remaining stamina surged out all at once, and a huge dome over 1,000 meters instantly enveloped the surroundings. The large sword in his hand slashed horizontally, splitting the ground beneath Kaiza in two, as Luo used his ability to shave off a layer. Flip! Luo roared, flipping his palm, causing Kaiza's massive body to tilt. Unsteady on his feet, and the 500-meter-tall figure fell to the ground with a deafening crash. Luo's figure instantly appeared above Kaiza, and the ghost cry long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed downward. Whoosh! The long sword extended infinitely, reaching a length of 1,000 meters in an instant, pinning Kaiza's massive body to the ground. Penetration. A massive impact. Kaido's massive body trembled violently. Countless blood sprays erupted from his pores. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his brain felt foggy. Now, Luffy roared, his right arm stretching wildly. Rapidly expanding, a fist comparable to Kaido's appeared in midair, with thunder from the sky entwining around Luffy's giant fist. Luffy crazily released the haki from within, wrapping it around the giant fist. Rubber, rubber. Monkey God Gun. The giant fist smashed down, driving Kaido's head into the ground. His whole body flipped upside down, like a massive, headless giant corpse. However, the others did not dare to relax. Zoro unleashed the three-sword style, dark red energy swirling around as he leaped high. King of Hell three-sword style. 130 emotions. Flying Dragon serves the extreme. The dazzling sword light shattered space, cutting Kaido from his groin to his neck. Countless blood and organs spurted out. A horrifying sight. Yet it was not over. Kid roared, the steel metal in his hand gathered into a rectangular box over 10 meters high, resembling a giant cannon, aimed at Kaido's remains, shooting out blinding electric light. Electromagnetic cannon. The scorching electric light burned Kaido's massive remains black, even evaporating the blood. Luffy landed, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Law's face was as pale as paper, barely standing thanks to Kid's support with his steel right hand. Zoro was in the best condition. Although the Enma sword consumed a lot of his haki, his physical body was strong enough to withstand the enormous stamina drain from the ability awakening. Is this guy dead? Zoro approached Kaido's charred body with his sword to observe the situation. Law shook his head. I'm not sure. It just feels too easy to win. Easy? Kid panted, pointing at Luffy and the others. We 4 are the ones who defeated Big Mom and Kaido. You should have a better understanding of our current strength, Law. We awakened our abilities simultaneously and unleashed a combined attack that completely hit his body. Together, even if Roger and Whitebeard were alive, they would be killed. This guy, while powerful, is at most on the same level as Kaido. Zoro raised his sword. How about I chop him up a few more times to shatter him? Luffy lay on the ground, gasping for breath, looking around when suddenly he froze. Luffy saw in the distance the large sword that Kaido had thrown down, standing straight up on the ground, its tip touching the ground, with no one holding it, yet showing no signs of falling. What the heck is that? Luffy displayed a hint of confusion. Suddenly, the charred remains trembled, shaking off countless charred flesh. The blood and organs splattered on the ground began to wriggle rapidly, gathering together. The split corpse shot out countless blood-red threads, linking together. The earth shook, and Kaido's headless corpse that had exploded actually sat up with a rumble. Not good. Zoro, get ready. Law's face turned pale with horror. Impossible. How could he still be alive? Kid's eyes were about to burst, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. A body without a head, cut in half, pierced through, and burned, actually sat up. Without saying a word, Zoro unleashed a three-sword frenzy. Three-sword style. Black rope, great tornado. Three-sword style. 3,000 worlds. Three-sword style. 1,008 troublesome winds. Waves of massive sword energy soared into the sky, continuously slashing at the giant corpse, cutting through countless flesh and blood like a slaughterhouse. The enormous black giant body suddenly began to collapse, its skin cracking into ashes. the huge body resembling a massive, empty shell, exploding with a thunderous sound, raising a cloud of dust. In the center of the exploding dust, infinite red light burst forth. A massive life force surged and roiled, countless blood surged, gradually forming a muscular and menacing human figure. Ha ha ha, not bad, being able to break my black giant form. Your combat power is extraordinarily impressive. However, there is one shortcoming. Your stamina is truly too weak. Sword, come. The large sword buzzed, instantly cutting through the air. Caught in Kaido's hands. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as Kaido, with the sword, stepped forward, one step at a time. Luffy barely stood up. Law extended his right hand, and Kid raised his steel fist. Kaiza held the knife with both hands. The black and red conqueror's haki and armament haki enveloping the large blade, twisting the very fabric of space with terrifying power. Haki bind, world annihilation slash. It was plain and unadorned, a straightforward strike with no frills, the trajectory of the blade clear and discernible. Zoro boldly unleashed 3 swords, trying to block. Yama's 3-sword style. Swish. The black-red large blade descended, and Zoro's expression changed drastically as he felt an earth-shattering, terrifying force that shook his entire body, leaving his muscles weak and numb. Crack! 2 crisp sounds echoed as the 2 long swords, aside from the Enma, were instantly severed by Kaiza. No, Kuina! Zoro shouted out Kuina's name in agony. Yes, all along, Zoro had cherished the Wado Ikamanji that Kuina had given him as a treasure, treating this sword as a symbol of Kuina's soul. In Zoro's heart, the Sandai Kitetsu represented his determination to pursue the way, the Enma represented the pinnacle of power, and the Wado Ikamanji held the highest and most significant status in Zoro's heart. This sword represented Zoro's obsession, his promise to Kuina, and his promise to Luffy. Yet now, the Wado Ikamanji was broken. Zoro completely lost his mind, wielding the Enma to unleash all his haki, his body instantly drained by the Enma, becoming emaciated. However, Kaiza's large blade was not deflected by Zoro. Instead, it resolutely descended. Swish! Zoro's left arm flew off, helplessly separating from his body. Zoro. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed in recklessly. Law barely raised his hand. Room. Swap. Zoro's body vanished and reappeared at Law's feet. Straw Hat. Law shouted anxiously. As a highly skilled doctor, no one understood Luffy's condition better than Law, having used the awakened powers of his fruit, which consumed immense haki and stamina. The most important thing to do now was to find a way to escape, not to charge forward. Kekakekaha. Straw Hat, are you in a hurry to die? Kaiza flicked his right wrist, and a large blade became like a soaked rag, a massive amount of purple poison pouring down on Luffy, like a torrential rain. Wah! Luffy was caught off guard, drenched in the terrifying poison, the horrific corrosive toxin crazily eroding his body, causing him unbearable pain as he fell to the ground, screaming and struggling wildly. Crack! Kizaru gripped his sword with both hands and thrust it straight into Luffy's heart. Kid, I'm burning my life away for one last explosive move to transfer everyone. The distance 1 TB too far, and I can't control the direction. I'll leave it to you then, Law said weakly, gritting his teeth. Kid nodded seriously. Leave it to me. Law's eyes widened, and he turned the long sword in his hand, plunging it directly into his own heart. Boom! Within the heart, the last life force erupted, and a massive dome covered an area of several dozen miles. SK room. Whoosh! Kaiser was momentarily dazzled, and everyone in front of him instantly disappeared, including the Straw Hat Luffy, who was about to be taken down by him. It's you again. Ha ha! This guy called Law is truly the star of the show today. Ha ha ha! Kaido laughed heartily, showing no sign of disappointment, but instead revealing a strange smile. Because in his observation haki, he sensed that Luffy, Zoro, and Kid had been teleported together to the Flower Capital, burning the last of their vitality. Meanwhile, the battle in the main arena of the Flower Capital was also nearing its end. Mama. Marco, you're really impressive, and Jinbe too. I underestimated you both before. With the perfect cooperation of Marco and Jinbe, they managed to suppress Big Mom in a short period of time. However, on the other side, beneath Kaido's feet, several people were already lying down. Boom! Kaido swung his club, smashing the serpent into the ground, causing the earth to shatter and a deep hole to open in the ground. Kaido. Duke Inuarashi went mad and directly lunged at Kaido's face. Kaido's expression was cold as he gripped the pitch-black Kanabo, swinging it with force. Fa'in! Black Heaven Demon King. The ink-black Kanabo shattered Duke Dogstorm's long sword, and in the eyes of his relieved laughter, it smashed his head apart, sending his body crashing down like a cannonball. Devil God Windleg. Sanji's broken bones quickly healed, only to be shattered again by Queen and King. His entire body was engulfed in blazing red flames, unleashing unprecedented fighting power as he managed to hold off Queen and King single-handedly. Sanji. Chopper's eyes were filled with urgency. He could feel Sanji's life force burning as he fought desperately. Boom! Chopper's massive body was knocked to the ground by Fuzz, who seized the moment to unleash the Six-style ultimate move. Finger gun. Spot. Thick fingers wrapped in pitch-black hockey transformed into countless phantoms, stabbing towards the fallen Chopper. Zeus. Nami raised the weather stick, but Zeus inside looked listless, unable to unleash any lightning power. It's no use. Nami, my lightning reserves are depleted. I can't release any lightning anymore. Robin's mouth also bled, and at this critical moment, she didn't hesitate. Flower, flower, fruit. Giant tree. A half-naked giant woman appeared above Chopper's head. Looking exactly like Robin, she bent down to protect Chopper in her embrace. Sizzle. Sizzle. Fuzz's finger gun pierced through the giant woman's back like rain, exploding into countless blood flowers. Robin. Nami exclaimed in shock, seeing Robin beside her, blood gushing from her back, collapsing to the ground instantly. Brook's face showed sorrow as he stroked the sword in his hand, casting a lingering glance at Chopper, Nami, Robin, and Sanji. Nami-san, Robin-san. It's a pity I won't get the chance to see your panties. Nami and Robin's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Brook. Burning soul. Annihilation of the yellow springs. The soul fire blazing in Brook's eyes erupted from his eye sockets, and his soulless skeletal frame collapsed with a loud crash, scattering to the ground. The eerie green soul fire rapidly expanded, soon enveloping an area of 100 miles, the flames burning fiercely, staining the enemies. It was like a pot of boiling oil, not burning their flesh, but igniting their souls. Fuzz screamed in agony. Flames began to erupt from his 7 orifices. His soul was ignited and started to burn. He howled and rolled on the ground for several circles before gradually stopping, motionless. There were no burn marks on Fuzz's body. He quietly died like this, without a trace of breath. Meanwhile, Runmi had long since seen the situation was dire and fled far away. The soul flames that covered their allies brought endless warmth. Everyone's stamina, haki, and spirit were fully restored. Brook. Sanji's eyes turned red, tears streaming down as he recklessly burned his life force again, delivering a heavy kick to Queen's chest. Queen coughed up blood and internal organs, a large dent appearing in his chest as he fell to the ground, completely losing his fighting ability. Farewell, everyone. Brook's soul voice completely dissipated, leaving only the green flames he left behind in the air, clinging to Sanji, Nami, Robin, and Chopper, continuously restoring their spirits. No, Brook. Chopper cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. Nami and Robin were also in tears. Ah! Sanji seemed to surge with infinite strength. Each kick was powerful and fierce. Even King was forced to retreat repeatedly by Sanji's life-threatening attacks. What troubled King the most was that the soul flames attached to Sanji could suppress the innate divine fire behind his head, as long as he got close to Sanji. His innate ability would disappear, amplifying the damage he suffered. Jack, don't come near. Get away. King looked in horror at Jack, the big oaf with a dull mind, who transformed into a giant mammoth and charged towards Sanji, attempting to sneak attack from the side. Devil God Windleg. Memories of hell. Sanji's eyes cracked open, blood streaming down his cheeks, making him appear both mad and sad. The terrifying power crashed down on Jack's massive head, exploding with a thunderous sound. Jack's enormous body spun into the air, his giant elephant head shattered, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Jack! King screamed in pain, watching helplessly as Jack was smashed by Sanji, his body crashing down heavily. Sanji! Stop! Chopper shouted with a choked voice in his eyes. Sanji's life force was like a burning candle, drenched in a bucket of oil, burning at a terrifying speed. At this rate, Sanji wouldn't last a minute. Decades of life force would be completely consumed. Sanji! Nami and Robin also realized something was wrong with Sanji. Nami-san, Robin-san, Chopper, you all should run. I've decided to die here. Sanji was enveloped in blue soul fire and blazing red life fire, his aura soaring to the heavens, resembling a conqueror's haki. Swish! A massive dome appeared out of nowhere, and several people fell from the sky. Bang! 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 Law, Luffy, Zoro, and Kid crash to the ground. Kid immediately got up, his massive steel arm wrapping around to protect Luffy and the others on the ground. When Kid saw the situation around him, he was stunned. In the dilapidated inner city of Flower Capital, the number of people still fighting had already dwindled to single digits. Marco and Jinbei were battling Big Mom. Kaido has already resolved the battle here, but he shows no signs of helping Big Mom. He merely sits beside the unconscious Yamato, stroking her face, lost in thought. Around him lies a circle of broken corpses. Apu, the beast pirates Yamato, Duke Inuarashi, and the Viper. On Sanji's side, the ground is even more littered with corpses. Black Maria, Sasaki, Jack, Fuzz, Brook, Chopper, Beppo, and a large group of Kid and Law subordinates are all there, a dark mass of bodies scattered about, some still somewhat intact, leaving one to wonder if they are dead or alive. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Kid can no longer suppress his emotions. Big tears drop to the ground. Kicking up dust. They are all dead. Kid's men, completely wiped out, not a single one alive. Law subordinates are nearly all dead as well. Beppo is missing a leg, lying on the ground, unsure if he is dead or alive. At this moment, Sanji and the others also notice Kid and the others, their hearts racing, staring in disbelief at Zoro, who lies on the ground, missing his left arm and looking withered, at Luffy, covered in purple venom, and at Law, with a long knife stabbed into his chest. Luffy, Zoro, Nami and Robin, Chopper, are utterly broken. Nami sways and collapses to the ground. Ugh! Sanji's teeth are about to shatter. His life burns with even greater intensity as he kicks Jin's arms, smashing him deep into the earth. Luffy-kun, Jinbei, who is cooperating with Marco to hold down Big Mom, notices the tragic scene here, and his face turns incredibly grim. Marco grits his teeth and steps forward again. Flames of blue fire burning. Phoenix. Phoenix punch. Fishman karate secret art. Jinbei shouts, delivering a heavy punch to Big Mom's chest in tandem with Marco's attack. Both use all their strength and haki to send Big Mom's towering body flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the moat. Huff, huff. The two catch their breath, glancing at the unmoving Kaido, feeling slightly relieved, and hurriedly run towards Luffy. Get out of the way. I'll heal them. Marco shouts to Kid, blue healing flames erupting from his hands. Kid stares blankly, seemingly not hearing him at all, as if his soul has left him. Sigh. Jinbei sighs, rushing toward Chopper, picking up the unconscious Nami, and then shouting to Sanji, Sanji-kun, stop. Don't waste any more lives. We must evacuate quickly. We've already lost too much. The flames on Sanji gradually dissipate, revealing his wrinkled face, his once golden hair now gray and lacking luster. He silently walks over to Robin, picks her up, and heads towards Luffy with Jinbei. How is Luffy-kun? Marco sighs, retracting the blue flames covering Luffy's body. His face is pale, and blood continues to seep from the corners of his mouth. On the ground, Zoro's expression stabilizes a bit, his body becoming full again, but his left arm is permanently gone. The long knife in Law's heart is removed. That knife carried Law's special ability. Therefore, it did not truly pierce his heart. So after Marco's treatment, although Law hasn't awakened, his complexion has improved significantly. Only Luffy shows signs of being corroded by venom, his eyes rolled back, seemingly dead, with no rise and fall in his chest. Luffy, damn it. Sanji sheds tears again, droplets falling onto Robin, soaking her clothes. Robin is not unconscious. She silently cries. Luffy, Chopper wails. Marco coughs a few times, blood between his fingers, forcing himself to say, Luffy is not dead. Don't be too sad. Not dead? Sanji's eyes widen. Jinbei, Robin, and Chopper are also stunned. Marco forces a smile. Sigh. His condition is very strange. Neither alive nor dead. You can understand it as a state of false death. But enough of this. You all quickly take them and leave here. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to escape. Marco says, glancing at the dazed Kaido and the distant sounds of Big Mom's angry shouts coming from a moat. What about you? Come with us. Jinbei hesitates, frowning as he speaks. Marco shakes his head with a bitter smile, coughing a few more times, his complexion extremely poor. I can't go anymore. I've lost too much of my essence. You all go. Jinbei, hurry and go. Jinbei grits his teeth, resolutely turns back, picks up Luffy from the ground again, and shouts to Chopper. Chopper, pull yourself together. Quickly get them on board. We need to leave. Chopper, with a cry in his voice, hurriedly grabs Zoro and Law. He wants to grab Kid, but can't move him. Kid stands silently, like a statue. Let's go. Don't worry about him. Jinbei shouts. Chopper grits his teeth, turns to follow Jinbei, and Sanji sprints forward. Keek. The battle seems to be over. Ahead, a tall and sturdy figure strides forward, the sky above heavy with dark clouds, thunder rumbling. Jinbei's running steps suddenly halt, his face grim as he looks at Kizaru. Kaido? No, it's not Kaido, but an existence no less than Kaido. In the square, Kaido, who was originally sitting still, stands up, picking up his kanabo. On the other side, Big Mom twists her graceful waist, wielding the enormous sword Napoleon, stepping forward and crushing the ground beneath her. Damn it! What do we do? What do we do? Jinbei, Sanji. Chopper is sweating profusely, eyes filled with fear and panic, tightly holding on to Zoro and Law's bodies. Damn it! Jinbei curses for the first time, placing Luffy and Nami on Chopper and Sanji. Run! Jinbei utters a single word before charging towards Kizaru. Come this way! A voice screams. Sanji and Chopper hurriedly look over to see Usopp sitting in an iron war chariot, waving frantically at them. Usopp! Chopper exclaims in surprise. The two rush towards Usopp in a panic. What is going on with this chariot? Chopper places Zoro, Law, and Luffy in the chariot's compartment, then shrinks his body and climbs in. Sanji carefully places Nami and Robin inside the compartment, but does not get on himself. It's me. I transform myself and Frankie into a war chariot. A voice comes from the front of the chariot. It is indeed Frankie. Sanji, what are you still doing? Get on the chariot. Chopper urges. You all go. I'll stay behind. Sanji pulls out a cigarette, lights it, and takes a deep puff. Don't say silly things. Your condition is terrible. If you fight any longer, you will die. Chopper cries out. Sanji smiles, glancing over their faces, finally looking at the unconscious Luffy and Zoro. Resolutely, he turns and heads straight for Jinbei. Sanji! Usopp and Chopper shout, but Sanji does not look back, and once again, the crimson fire of life rises around him. Go! Go! Don't let everyone's blood be spilled in vain. Chopper roars. Usopp cries out, starting the war chariot. You can't escape. A cold voice rings out from the ground. The earth shatters. Jean was covered in blood, soaring into the sky, and kicked the Frankie-S battle car, sending it tumbling away, with everyone sitting on it thrown out. Sanji, running, changed his expression drastically and turned to run wildly. Jean! Sanji shouted angrily, flames surging on his body, his vitality burning like flaming oil, his speed skyrocketing. It's too late. Jean flew directly towards the unconscious Luffy, slashing down with his long knife. Chopper's body grew wildly larger, pouncing on Luffy. Chopper! Sanji cried out in pain. Jin's long knife was incredibly sharp, piercing through Chopper's body, nailing both Chopper and Luffy to the ground. Ultimate Fire Powder Star. Green Wave Star. Usopp was horrified, taking out his weapon and frantically attacking. But Jean was completely unfazed by his assault. Everyone, damn it! Frankie, transformed into a battle car, let out a painful cry, unable to prevent any of this from happening. Vibrant colors, giant tree. Robin suddenly spoke, and the ground rapidly grew enormous arms and long legs, attacking Jean. Guardian, Fire Dragon King. Jean drew his long knife, slashing out a surging fire dragon that engulfed all the arms and legs, burning them to ashes. Black smoke billowed from Robin's limbs, her body trembling as she curled up next to Nami. No, no! Sanji was filled with despair, feeling like he was about to explode. Fire Dragon. Jean raised his long knife high, his expression cold. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Fire Fist! Fire Fist! An angry voice suddenly erupted. A dazzling fireball instantly sending Jean flying, a massive flame engulfing Jin's body, blasting him into the ground. In the flames, a young man in a snow-white robe revealed himself, still burning with flames. Sabo! Great! Great! Sanji finally arrived, flames burning on him too. However, unlike Sabo, the flames on him were blood red. Next, leave it to me. You take them away from here. Sabo waved his hand, extinguishing the flames burning on Sanji, then bent down to check Luffy, Chopper, and Robin's injuries. Although serious, there's still hope. Sanji, you take them to Rabbit Well, the Revolutionary Army's ship, and your ship are there. You can leave directly by boat. Sanji hesitated. What about you? Sabo waved his hand. I'm fine, I can get away. You go first. I'll see if I can resolve this battle. Don't be careless. The opponent is too strong. Sanji said seriously. Sabo nodded, waved his hand, and transformed into a firelight, rushing underground. Sanji knew he was going to chase Jean. Frankie, are you okay? Can you still run? Sanji straightened the Frankie battle car and helped the others into the cabin, looking at the wounds on Luffy and Chopper. His heart ached fiercely. No problem. I'm in super good shape today. Hold tight. I'm going to accelerate. The Frankie battle car, with Sanji and the others, quickly left the battlefield, charging towards Rabbit Well. Underground, Sabo grabbed the charred Jean, holding him tightly, flying towards Jinbei. Boom! Before getting close, he saw Jinbei's body rapidly flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Jinbei. Sabo released Jean and flew to Jinbei's side. I'm Fina. Goof goof. Jinbei covered his chest, where there was a huge fist mark deeply indented. How'd another good expert come? Kaiza strode over, swinging his large knife carelessly. It's you who did this to Luffy? Sabo's eyes showed anger and hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. Ha ha ha. It's just the survival of the fittest. Is there really a need to be so angry? Kaiza appeared indifferent. Sabo grew even angrier, flames bursting from his right fist as he threw a punch. Fire fist. A surging wave of fire instantly engulfed Kaiza, turning the ground black and scorched. Fire, huh? A Logia-type burn fruit? Heh, such a trash ability. Amidst the flames, Kaisa's mocking voice emerged, making Sabo's heart skip a beat. Extreme cold ice slash. A brilliant blade of light flashed, instantly extinguishing the flames, and a wide path of frost appeared on the ground, the chilling aura of the blade rapidly approaching Sabo's face. So fast, Sabo's body split in two, dodging the blade of light, soaring into the air, and once again unleashed an infinite flame, rushing towards Kaiza like a meteor. Snowstorm. Kaiza suddenly opened his mouth, spewing an unending stream of extreme cold frost, freezing the flames Sabo had unleashed, spreading towards his body. Damn it, he has the advantage over me. Sabo transformed into flames and fled again. At this moment, Jinbei also attacked Kaiza once more. Fishman Karate, 50-0-0-0 tile punch. Jinbei's right fist struck out, the air buzzing and shaking, the immense impact lifting a layer of earth. Ha ha, I love a good fist fight. Kaiza laughed wildly, completely dismissing the need to dodge, as his enormous fist, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, collided with Jinbei in a head-on clash without any technique. Boom! Jinbei's expression changed drastically, as his right fist felt like it had collided with a divine mountain, the terrifying force overwhelming. Even as a powerful fishman, he found it hard to withstand. His wrist aching as Kaisa's punch struck his fist, pressing down his arm, and then hitting his chest. Wah! Jinbei spat out blood, his body hurtling backward like a meteor. Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo's figure flashed behind Kaiza, his fingers forming claws, wrapped in dark armament haki, as he aimed for the back of Kaiza's head. Kaiser didn't dodge at all, a thick aura covering the back of his head, and he directly slammed back hard. Boom! Sabo's fingers twisted as he was violently knocked back several dozen meters and crashed to the ground at Kaido's feet. Descend, Third World. Summon the Abyss. Kaido raised his Kanabo high and struck down fiercely. Immortal Phoenix. Phoenix Mark. Just as Sabo was about to be hit, Marco's blue flames, in the form of the Immortal Phoenix, kicked Kaido in the waist, sending him staggering and flying back. Damn it, how can he be so strong? That guy, I was careless. Green Bull must have been defeated by him. Sabo's face twisted in pain, 3 of his 5 fingers on his right hand broken. He gritted his teeth and straightened his fingers one by one. Sorry, I can't heal you properly, ha cough cough. Marco forced a bitter smile, coughing repeatedly and spitting out blood, looking increasingly weak. Marco, are you okay? Sabo hurriedly supported him. Did that straw hat kid escape again? Huh, there's still someone over there? It's Kid, what's he dazed about? Linlin swayed her hips as she walked over, ignoring Sabo and Marco on the ground, and headed straight for the dazed kid. The great sword in her hand was already raised, a powerful aura surging. Elbaf's spear, sovereign of the nation. The ground cracked. A massive chasm appeared, and a terrifying shockwave surged towards Kid. Divine Fire. Flame Emperor. Sabo roared. An overwhelming flame erupted from his body, instantly transforming into a dazzling sun that crashed towards Linlin. Break for me. The enormous fireball, as bright as the sun, nearly shattered Linglin's sovereign of the nation, and in her shocked gaze, it collided with her ultimate move. Icebound for 1,000 miles. Kaiza let out a loud roar, and a blue frosty ring exploded from his body, instantly spreading for thousands of meters. The bone-chilling frost energy collided with Sabo's massive fireball. Boom! The explosive sound was like the sky collapsing and the earth shattering, sending Sabo's body flying, engulfed in flames. One after another, this is really troublesome. I don't want to play anymore. Kaido, Linlin, let us team up and use the 3-man combo technique. Caesar shouted loudly, his arm muscles bulging, holding the big knife. The armed color and the conqueror's color of his body surged out together, covering the big knife. "Got it, brother Caesar," Linlin cried out, also gripping the emperor's sword tightly. Releasing all her haki, Kaido silently picked up the kanabo, with conqueror's haki wrapped around it. "Ha ha ha. I haven't used this move in 38 years. Let's see if I can smash this flower capital." Kaiza laughed heartily, swinging the giant blade Zhulong in his hand with a fierce slash. At the same time, Linlin and Kaido joined in the attack. The top powers among the top powers of this era struck together. "Boss, if you don't make a move, we're gonna die." Sabo's face changed drastically, cold sweat pouring down as he sensed an intense life-and-death crisis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of howling winds swept through the heavens and the earth. Dust swirling on the ground, an overwhelming aura, like an emperor, reigning over the land. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, a red-haired one-armed man walked through the air as if it were solid ground. Between heaven and earth, the winds howled and hurricanes rolled, condensing into the figure of a man in a black robe. He stood tall, not very big, but exuding the feeling of being the center of the world, the focus of everyone's attention. The hood was lifted, revealing a dignified, resolute face marked with a web pattern. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Swish. In another part of the sky, the red-haired man held a sword in one arm, treading on the void, like a deity descending to the world. His aura like the eye of a storm, shaking the entire sky with each step. The four emperors, red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the terrifying power gathered by Kaiza and the others finally converged into a chaotic torrent, completely erupting. Combined attack. Dominance. Dragon's eyes narrowed, and he struck instantly. An endless storm surged, and a towering tornado appeared, the hurricane dark as night, containing a terrifying aura like the depths of hell. Griffin's Fury. Divine Avoidance. From Shanks, a wave of Conqueror's haki erupted that changed the colors of heaven and earth, turning the flower capital into a vast sea of blood. With Shanks as the king above the blood sea, endless blood light surged, pouring into a single sword. One sword sliced through heaven and earth, creating a terrifying crack over 10 miles long, splitting the flower capital in two. Attack together. Dragon urged the storm tornado with both hands, joining Shanks to clash against Kaiza and the others. With the combined strength of the two, they were instantly pushed into a disadvantage, and a terrifying shockwave pressed towards them bit by bit. Sabo's face changed, pale with fear, and he hurriedly gathered all his strength to strike with all his might. Marco and Jinbe also disregarded their injuries and fought desperately. Divine Fire, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, Immortal Bird, Nirvana Fire, Hoenixel, Ultimate Secret of Fishman Karate, Tsunami Shockwave. With the addition of Marco, Jinbe, and Sabo's powers, the imbalanced clash finally regained balance, the forces of both sides converging at a single point, causing the earth to rumble. In the inner city of the flower capital, the ground gradually turned into the finest powder. Houses crumbled, decomposed, and vanished. The corpses on the ground burst apart, whether dead or barely alive, all crushed by the terrifying power. Yamato. Kaido's face changed, reaching out a large hand to grab Yamato's body, shaken by the terrifying shockwave. Yamato regained consciousness. Looking at Kaido's anxious expression, her heart trembled. Fool! Caesar suddenly cursed loudly, his body swelling up and transforming into a giant golden-winged pong. He swallowed Linlin, Kaido, and Yamato in one bite. Boom! With Kaido ceasing to release his power, the shockwave that had just formed a balance exploded completely. The flower capital, no, the entire Wano country was violently shaking, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. It was blindingly bright like a nuclear bomb explosion, with the sun rising from the earth, emitting endless light and heat. Run! Dragon's face changed drastically, and with a wave of his arm, a hurricane wrapped around Shanks, Sabo, Jinbe, Marco, and Kid in an instant. Boom! The earth-shattering roar completely destroyed the land within a radius of several dozen miles, and the prosperous capital of Wano. The flower capital, which had been inherited for thousands of years, was utterly obliterated, turning into a massive deep pit, erasing all traces. The shockwave was still spreading, and Caesar's massive penguin body kept rolling, being blown away for dozens of miles under the impact of the shockwave. The sky above Wano was shattered. The space was chaotic and twisted, shattering everything into nothingness. Buzzing. The destructive shockwaves spread throughout Wano country, and in the outer sea, the 9-mile waterfall stirred up waves hundreds of meters high, constantly rushing towards the further distance. A terrifying tsunami was spreading towards the new world. Rabbit hole. On the sea, the 1,000 Sunny and a Revolutionary Army warships struggled in the towering waves, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Sanji looked blankly at the apocalyptic scene, feeling utterly powerless, the flames of revenge almost extinguished. This was like the power of a god. A gust of wind blew, and Dragon landed on the ship with Shanks and the others. Marco, Jinbei, Sanji, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Hold on tight. Dragon raised his arms, and the two large ships floated into the air, supported by powerful hurricanes, lifting off the sea surface and ascending into the sky. On the edge of Wano country, at Blade Port, Shinobu, Kiku, along with Momonosuke and Hiyori, looked in despair as the world-destroying shockwave approached, destroying everything in front of them. Elephant Lord, I command you, come save me quickly. Damn it, you beast, come save me. Momonosuke cried out in terror, his voice hysterical. Momonosuke was in despair at that moment. He had no one left to rely on. Kinemon, Denjiro, Dog, Luffy, dead or injured, everyone had distanced themselves from him, although there were still 3 women beside him, as well as the half-dead Reizo. Momonosuke felt no sense of security. He looked at Kiku, Shinobu, Reizo, and Hiyori with eyes full of hatred and venom. Brother, what is wrong with you? Your gaze is terrifying. Hiyori trembled in fear. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Odin. Why didn't you kill Kaido? You clearly had the chance. You could have killed him, but you chose to act mad and jump around naked. Momonosuke roared hysterically, going mad in the final moments before this apocalypse. Hating heaven and earth, Momonosuke hated everyone. Kinemon, you're so useless, dying like this, worthless. And Yamato, didn't you want to be Kazuki Odin? Then kill Kaido, kill your father. And Luffy, aren't you the savior? Aren't you the Sun God Nika? Aren't you Joy Boy? Why can't you save me? Boom! The shock and tremor cut off Momonosuke's voice of resentment. A few small figures were scattered in the sea under the terrifying impact, and the towering waves surged in, covering all traces. Dozens of miles away, the giant elephant Zoe, towering into the clouds, swayed in the storm, with its long limbs struggling to support its heavy body, feeling somewhat unsteady. The mink tribe on Zoe's back saw their houses topple, the ground crack, and a massive storm sweep through, lifting many minks into the sky, disappearing into the storm. In the depths of the bamboo forest in Kabuto village, in a thatched hut, Kazuki Sukiyaki, wearing a Tengu mask, showed no signs of sadness or joy. Life and death. The cycle repeats. Alas, Wano country still suffers so many disasters. Kazuki Sukiyaki looked around, gazing at the numerous famous swords and weapons in the room, remaining silent. He took a short knife from the rack, drawing it out. The patterns on it resembled a dragon, and the blade was shiny, clearly having been frequently polished. Kazuki Sukiyaki held the short knife with both hands, pointing it at his abdomen. I have told all the information about the Pluton to Nico Robin. If she can survive, then one day in the future, this ancient weapon might have a chance to see the light of day again. My destiny is not to guide Momonosuke, nor to inherit the Kazuki family, but to entrust Pluton to someone who can decipher it. This mission is the very meaning of the existence of the Kazuki family. It is also the meaning of Wano country's existence. Now, my mission is complete. Nico Robin, you are the last scholar. If you die too, then let Pluton be forever buried in the dust of history. Swoosh! The short knife plunged into his abdomen, and Kazuki Sukiyaki silently knelt in the thatched hut, sinking into oblivion. 3 days later, New World, Tadolansi area. A massive pirate ship docked at the port of Whole Cake Island, the shore crowded with people. The crowd parted, and a tall man emerged, the leader, Katakuri, the second son of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri, why aren't you wearing your scarf? Don't want to be a perfect man anymore. Oven joked with a smile. At this moment, Katakuri was still dressed as before, in a black metallic trench coat. He wore a black vest, exposing his muscular chest, with a circle of spikes on his left arm and black gloves. His lower body was in black jeans, wearing long boots full of spikes. Unlike before, Katakuri did not have his eternally unchanged white scarf around his neck. He calmly revealed his cracked face, with a few sharp fangs showing, looking particularly fierce. It doesn't matter, I'm not a perfect man. Let anyone who wants to mock me do so. Katakuri remained indifferent. Katakuri brother, a woman's voice called out, and Katakuri turned to see Charlotte BRL squeezing through the crowd, calling out to him. BRL, BRL, he shouted. Katakuri brother, you must bring back mom, and brother Perispero safely. Tado land cannot be without mom's protection. Katakuri grinned widely, showing his sharp teeth, and confidently replied, Don't worry, BRLE, I will definitely rescue mom and big brother. This time, it will just be me and Oven going to Wano. Having more people 1T help, and will instead pose a greater risk. Brothers and sisters, everyone needs to keep a low profile during this time. Don't cause trouble. Wait for our return. In the waters of Wano country, 2 warships floated, with Garp, Sengoku, and Kizaru watching the 3 sunken warships on the sea, their faces extremely grim. Just 3 days ago, when Kizaru set out with 5 warships, using the Navy's dedicated maritime safety passage, he made his way to the outskirts of Wano without any obstacles. At the fastest speed, before they could even deploy their forces, they were suddenly met with a massive tsunami towering 100 meters high. The towering waves crashed in from the direction of Wano, carrying a destructive force, while the numerous naval officers on the ship did not possess the freezing abilities of Akiji. Even with the formidable strength of Kizaru, Sengoku, and Garp, they found themselves helpless against the tsunami. They could only watch as the 3 accompanying warships capsized in the monstrous waves, with only a handful of the hundreds of elite sailors and officers managing to survive. This tsunami came strangely. It was not a normal natural disaster, but resembled a man-made catastrophe. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Garp was startled. Man-made? The power of this tsunami is no small matter. Who could create it? Sengoku, you don't think it's Blackbeard, do you? Sengoku shook his head. It doesn't necessarily have to be the tremor fruit. It could be a similar ability like shockwaves, or it might even be residual energy from a battle. Fleet Admiral, can you not say such terrifying things? You've scared me, Garp exclaimed. A battle at the level of the 4 emperors? Garp pondered. Could be Kaido. Sengoku, are we just going to wait here and do nothing? Sengoku frowned. It's not that we're doing nothing, but that we can't do anything. Look, the current leading to Wano is akin to the reverse mountain. It's a massive waterfall. Trying to navigate large warships up there is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Unless one has the ability to fly. Otherwise, it's just playing with one's life. So what now? Garp scratched his nose, looking displeased. So, let Kizaru go to Wano first and scout the situation. Sengoku looked at Kizaru. Kizaru sighed and reluctantly nodded. I'll go take a look. Be careful. If things go awry and you can't find GreenBull, prioritize your safety, Sengoku said seriously. Don't worry, I'm not one to recklessly risk my life, Kizaru replied. Kizaru's body gradually glowed, transforming into a blinding point of light that shot into the sky, creating a golden beam that reflected off the clouds, piercing toward Wano at an almost untraceable speed. I really envy that. I want a flying ability too. Like the Thunder Fruit ability? Huh. I wanted that ability since I was a child, Garp said, looking up at Kizaru as he transformed into light, his face full of envy. Sengoku also remarked, if only you could eat the Thunder Fruit, Garp. It might truly realize my grand vision for the Navy. Unfortunately, that fruit hasn't been seen on the seas for 200 years. Sengoku couldn't imagine what kind of power Garp would unleash if he possessed the ability of thunder. In Wano, at Boru Town, there was a vast ancient building complex with flying eaves and painted beams, where wooden structures stood close together. In a certain house, the wooden building shook violently. Tiles fell from the roof, tea spilled all over the table as if an earthquake had occurred, trees in the yard rustled, and the rockery trembled, cracking in several places. After a full half hour, the tremors finally subsided. Moments later, Kaido walked out of the house with a satisfied expression, casually uprooting a tree as thick as an adult's arm, stripping off its branches and leaves, and began to pick his teeth. Exiting this isolated courtyard, Kaido arrived at the large square, where many large tables were set up, filled with food and drink, and many people were bustling about, seemingly preparing for a banquet. The busy pirates noticed the tall and robust Kaido, and immediately their expressions stiffened with reverence. They all stopped their actions and shouted loudly, Lord Kaido. Kaido spat out the tree trunk from his mouth, walked to the table, picked up a roasted fish over a meter long, tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Ha ha ha, not bad. You all carry on, don't mind me. Kaido waved his hand at the pirates. He noticed that many of these pirates had various obvious animal features, such as ram horns, deer legs, elephant trunks, and some even had a lion's head. So this is what Kaido meant by the gifted ones, huh? Although they didn't look strong, they were indeed much stronger than ordinary pirates, qualifying as elites. It's just that there are too few of them, only 500. If there were 50,000 or even 500,000, there would be something to see. Caesar sat on the ground. There were originally prepared stools, but his physique was too strong. These exquisitely carved, hollow stools were beautiful but not practical. As soon as he sat down, they would shatter. So Caesar simply sat on the ground, and anyway, he was tall enough. Even without a stool, he was still 3 or 4 meters taller than the table. "My lord Caesar, here is your wine." Kaiser was taken aback and looked down to see a female pirate with 2 furry ears, dressed very lightly, struggling to hold a large wine jar and handing it to him. Caesar reached out to take the wine jar, his sharp gaze scanning up and down the petite and adorable female pirate. The female pirate blushed, shyly lowering her head, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her clothes. Unable to meet Caesar's fiery gaze, Kaiser, under some strange compulsion, reached out and gently stroked the furry ears of the female pirate. My lord," the female pirate melted, her delicate voice igniting a surge of anger within Kaiser. "What do you call?" Just as Kaiser was about to engage in a few sweet words with the adorable girl, a group of people suddenly rushed over from a distance. And at the forefront was Jean. "My lord, Kaiza-sama." Jean hurriedly ran over, followed by a mix of people of all shapes and sizes. Kaiser subtly released the female pirate and looked at Jing. "Jing, what's the matter?" Jing ran forward. Behind him were a few bloodied individuals, gently placed on the ground. "Lord Kaiser, I found these few in the ruins of the Flower City. They're severely injured and almost dying. I implore Lord Kaiser to save them." "Oh, let me take a look." Kaiser stood up, his terrifying physique towering at 9 meters, causing the men and women behind Jean to change color in shock. An incredibly domineering aura emanated from Kaiser, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. "Who is this? Kaido?" A female swordsman with long legs murmured in confusion. "No, we saw Kaido last time, right? He wasn't this tall, and he wasn't this young." A middle-aged man in a blue shirt, with a shaved head and 2 whiskers of a beard, replied. Kaiza glanced at these oddly shaped people and looked at Jean with a hint of confusion. Jean immediately understood Kaisa's meaning and quickly introduced, "Lord Kaiza. These people are Bigmom's children, that is to say, Lady Linlin's children. This one is Smooji, one of the sweet commanders, and this one is Daifuku." Kaiza was stunned and looked at Dafu beside him, unable to contain his surprise as he exclaimed, "Dafu? No way. You're my triplet son? How did you end up looking like this?" Dafu was taken aback, and Samuji was also confused, while a large group of people behind them were in a daze. After a moment of shock, Dafu's face suddenly twisted in anger as he shouted, "Bastard! What did you say? Say it again. Jean, who is this bastard? I want to kill him." Jean twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly grabbed Dafu, who was rushing out to confront Kaiza, signaling him to calm down. Jean didn't elaborate, knowing Dafu wouldn't believe him. He didn't believe it himself. Soon, Lady Linlin would clarify everything. This was Kaisa's family matter, and he didn't dare to interfere. "Sigh, my lifetime of reputation. It's all Locke's fault. Damn it, with such a large pirate crew, only Linlin is tolerable." Kaiza shook his head, sighing inwardly. He didn't look at Dafu and walked over to a few severely injured individuals lying nearby. On the ground lay Quinn, whose chest had a large dent, Runty, who had no apparent injuries, Peggy Wan, whose breath was weak, Perispero, whose blood had all dried up, and the remains of a half-dismembered woman. Kaiza raised an eyebrow and pointed at the half-destroyed corpse, saying, "Who is this? You brought back a body that's charred?" Jean hurriedly replied, "This is Black Maria. Her ability is a bit special. As long as the remaining torso is more than half, there's still a chance for recovery." Kaiser nodded, no longer speaking, and began to unbuckle his belt. Smuggy and the others were stunned, looking at each other in confusion. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not about to take my pants off." Kaiser grinned, and the belt was a soft, purple dragon shape. When he took it off, the purple dragon slowly transformed into a large sword, gleaming with cold light. Kaiser raised his left hand and made a cut on his wrist. A stream of blood, as red as lava, shot out and splattered onto the injured on the ground. "What is this?" Dafu was puzzled and looked intently at Perispero. When Kaiser's blood landed on Quinn and the others, several unconscious bodies suddenly trembled, and the blood seeped into their bodies through their pores. Quinn was the first to open his eyes and let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Elo!" He knelt on the ground, the huge dent in his chest swelling up as if he were breathing, quickly returning to its original state, and his dry and cracked skin rapidly healed, regaining a healthy color. He exclaimed in delight, throwing himself in front of Kaiser, ready to hug his thigh. "Master Kaiser! Woo-woo, thank you so much. You've saved my life again. I, Quinn, have nothing to repay you with, only to offer myself, AO. Kaisa's face was dark as he grabbed Quinn's braid at the back of his head, like picking up a fat rat, and threw him out. What? His blood can actually heal wounds. And how is the effect so fast? Smuggy and the others were shocked, and Dafu quickly looked at Parasparrow. Sure enough, the originally unconscious Parasparrow opened his eyes, and his injuries were rapidly healing. The most exaggerated part was that the arm Parasparrow had lost on Cake Island actually started to grow back, regenerating a new arm. Brother Parasparrow, Dafu exclaimed in surprise. Parasparrow looked at his hands in confusion, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. My hand? How did my hand come back? On the ground, Runty and Pejuan had no injuries. They were just stunned by the final shockwave and quickly woke up when stimulated by Kaisa's blood. Kaido. Runty was startled by Kaisa, who was looking down at them, and instinctively kicked towards Kaisa's head. Bang! Kaiser stood still, allowing Runty to kick him in the nose without flinching, while Runty was knocked back and fell awkwardly to the ground. That's enough. Runty, this is Lord Kaiser, Kaido's elder brother. Didn't I tell you? What? Kaido's brother? Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. The last corpse, absorbing Kaiser's blood, gradually restored its body, growing flesh, bones, and fair skin. Kaiser was taken aback. After the charred woman's corpse fully recovered, she turned out to be a tall and stunning woman, over 8 meters tall. She was completely naked, with snow-white, delicate skin. A curvaceous figure, truly a giant beauty. A demon woman? Kaiser noticed the 2 long horns on the head of the Black Maria. Demon race members are generally tall after reaching adulthood, at least over 6 meters, and some even taller than Kaiser. In fact, some demon race members with ancient bloodlines are even taller and more powerful than the giant race. As soon as the Black Maria woke up, she saw Kaiser and immediately twisted her waist, diving into the dazed Kaiser's arms, tearfully saying, Lord Kaido, I thought I wouldn't see you again, boo-hoo. Kaido was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit confused. What is going on? Everyone sees me as Kaido. Do I still have any face left? Immediately, Kaido sternly pushed Black Maria away from his embrace and coughed, saying, I am not Kaido. Understand this, woman. Huh? Black Maria was dazed, looking up and down at Kaido, and finally confirming that he was indeed not Kaido. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly buried her head and ran away. Kaiza squinted his eyes, watching the captivating figure of the Black Maria fade away. Kaido, your life is truly decadent, surrounded by women and spider-women. Alas, born in worry and dying in comfort, one must not indulge in beauty. In the afternoon, the large square of Burrow Town was bustling with crowds as the remaining pirates of the Beast Pirates gathered here, including thousands of samurai and ninjas from Wano country, who were the surviving members of Orochi's Onmitsu. They were all summoned by Queen to witness the birth of a new history. A new leader, Kaido's older brother. Big Mom's husband, a powerful figure, Lord Kaiza, would become the captain of the 2 old emperors. A colossal force is born. The Beast God Pirates. At a huge, long table, 2 rows of people sat upright. In the central position at the head of the table, Kaiza sat in the middle, with Kaido on his right and Big Mom on his left. Next to Kaido sat Jin, Quinn, Run-T, Peggy Wan, and Black Maria. Next to Ling Ling sat Parasparrow, Daifuku, Smokey, and Ling Ling's other children. Yamato, where is my niece? Why didn't she come? Kaiza asked Kaido. Kaido remained silent, unwilling to engage with Kaiza. Ha ha ha. What a terrible father-daughter relationship. Ling Ling, tell me, will our children be unfilial to their parents? Kaiza affectionately wrapped his arms around Ling Ling's slender waist. Parasparrow's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he exchanged glances with Daifuku and Smoker, realizing that everyone was filled with disbelief and helplessness. Ling Ling smiled seductively at Kaiza. How could that be? Our children will definitely be filial, right, Parasparrow? Daifuku? When you meet your father, shouldn't you greet him? Huh? Parasparrow and Daifuku were taken aback, but they didn't dare to anger Big Mom. They sat restlessly, their mouths opening and closing, but no matter what, they couldn't bring themselves to call him father. A hint of anger appeared on Ling Ling's beautiful face, and the atmosphere at the table instantly froze, with everyone holding their breath. Parasparrow, Daifuku, don't you believe what I'm saying? Parasparrow and Daifuku's expressions changed drastically, cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. We dare not, Mom. Parasparrow looked up at Kaiza, somewhat hesitantly. Kaido patted Ling Ling on the back, signaling her to relax. Then he said to Parasparrow, Daifuku, and everyone at the table, let me reintroduce myself. I am 65 years old, a little older than Kaido. I went to sea as a pirate at the age of 10, and later joined a certain organization, where I met Linlin. A few years later, I brought Kaido into that organization as well. Everyone at the table listened intently, astonished that Kaido, Big Mom, and Kaiza had once been part of the same organization. However, they had never heard of such a thing. Kaido continued speaking, smiling at Perospero and Daifuku. 2 years before that power was destroyed, which was 40 years ago, Linlin gave birth to a son for me. And that should be you. Perospero, ha! Perospero's mouth dropped in shock, and he started to believe it a little. Later, the power we were in was destroyed by Roger and Garp. The captain died, and we slipped away in the chaos. At that time, Linlin and I were separated, and what I didn't know was that she was pregnant then with triplets. And I only found out about this a few days ago. Kizaru smiled at Daifuku and said, Daifuku, you are 38 years old this year, right? Note that I lowered their ages by 10 years. Katakuri is originally 48 years old. Daifuku's expression stiffened, and he seemed a bit at a loss. Caesar threw his head back and laughed. To be honest, I'm Caesar, just a bastard, ha ha ha. I haven't done what a father and husband should do. And I haven't even done what a brother should do. Kaido spread his arms and hugged the shoulders of Kaido and Linlin, grinning and saying, Kekekek. But it's not too late to make up for it now. Kaido, will treat my family as treasures from now on. And the officers of the Beast Pirates are also my family. Kaiza looked at Jean and the others, and both Jean and Quinn broke into smiles. Oh, long live Lord Kaiza. Quinn even cheered directly, fully believing in Kaiza's words. Ever since Kaiza saved him twice, Quinn had completely abandoned his old boss Kaido and turned to Kaiza's side. And you all, whether you are my biological children or Linglin's children from now on, you will all be my Barabasa, Kaiza's children. In this sea, who dares to touch Kaiza's family? Whether it's the Navy, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, or other pirates, I will make them regret coming to this world. As Kaiza spoke, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted, illuminating the sky over Buelo town and dispelling all darkness. Kaiser stood up, his majestic 9-meter-tall figure bringing a heavy sense of oppression to everyone present. I announce, the Beast God Pirate Crew is established. Everyone who joins the Beast God Pirate Crew is a part of my Barbarossa family. Those who are promoted to officers can take my Barbarossa surname and become my family. Anyone who can single-handedly defeat an admiral will earn the title of God and stand on equal footing with me. Kaiser, everyone, I will lead you to the pinnacle of supremacy, grasping the world in our hands. Perospero and the other children of Big Mom exchanged glances. Instead of showing dissatisfaction, they felt a hint of relief and comfort in their hearts. In the past, when Big Mom ruled Tado Land, she was too willful, launching wars to satisfy her cravings. As her children, they feared her authority and power while also dreading the loss of her protection. Moreover, Big Mom suffered from severe hunger pangs, and when her craving struck, she would become ruthless. If she wasn't satisfied with food in time, she would become a source of destruction, annihilating everyone and everything in her path. Such negative influences made the lives of Big Mom's children unbearable. Now a figure had finally appeared who could suppress Big Mom, taking over the power of Tado Land and becoming a stronger protector. From his generous words, everyone could understand that he was a charismatic leader. He was mysterious, resurrecting the dying Kaido and Big Mom upon his arrival. He was powerful, defeating the combined forces of the Straw Hats and Kid with ease, making the Straw Hat Kid, who had stepped on Kaido to rise, not even warm the seat of the 4 emperors. Just one drop of his blood could heal severely injured and dying individuals. Such a leader was a dream for all the pirates present to follow. Black Maria's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yay, little pay. We just need to defeat one admiral to stand on top of Queen and Jin and be on equal footing with Kaido and Big Mom. ISNT that simple. Runty playfully tightened her grip around Pewin's neck, laughing happily. Peiwan rolled his eyes, completely ignoring her words. Lord Kaiser, I want to become Barbarossa Queen. Queen cheered loudly, and Jin beside him wore a smile, looking around the table at the joyful and harmonious scene. That's right, this is the life I want. And it should be the life that Brother Kaido wants too. This feeling is really nice. Caesar raised his wine glass, and everyone quickly stood up to raise their glasses. Cheers! Caesar was about to down his drink in one go. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire beyond the lookout town, causing the table in front of Caesar to topple over, and everyone struggled to maintain their balance. The hands of those raising their wine cups trembled, spilling wine all over the ground. What had happened? Gezer's anger surged up suddenly, and he stood up abruptly. Everyone rushed outside, wanting to investigate. On Caesar's back, with a swoosh, 2 golden wings spread out and with a powerful flap. His sturdy body shot straight into the sky. What kind of ability is that? Everyone looked up in awe. Kaiza flew into the sky and, without needing to search carefully, spotted a giant beast as enormous as a mountain, stepping onto the land of Burrow Town. It was a towering giant elephant, its limbs like heavenly pillars, its massive body shrouded in mist, with 2 pitch-black eye sockets resembling the depths of the abyss. Those who were gazed upon by felt a deep-rooted panic and despair. Shao, how could it have come to land? Kaiza frowned in confusion. A 100-eyed dragon soared into the sky and flew beside Kaiza, speaking in surprise. Zo, I've heard from the great serpent that this giant elephant has been exiled by the land of Wano in the endless sea for over 800 years. Without the consent of its master, it can never be pardoned and will wander the sea forever until the end of its life. Could it be that it has found a master? At that moment, at the entrance of Wano, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, revealing a tall figure in midair. It was Admiral Kaido, who had just landed in Wano and saw an elephant so enormous it was hard to believe. Stepping onto the land, the earth-shaking presence made Kizaru's expression change. Kizaru knew the origins of the giant elephant, which made him even more shocked. A thought arose in his heart. The giant elephant Zo has a master, and this master must be in Wano. The elephant's landing was a result of its master's command. Such a colossal beast, once on land, could easily destroy a nation just by moving a little. Who is the master of the giant elephant? Does he want to destroy Wano? Kizaru transformed into light and approached the giant elephant, wanting to see more clearly. At the same time, Kaiza and Kaido were also flying towards the Zo elephant to observe the situation more closely. On the ground of Burrow Town, the people of Wano had all knelt down, prostrating themselves and praying to Zo, begging for forgiveness. They regarded this colossal beast as a deity. However, this deity was evidently on a mission to destroy them. What is that? An elephant? Am I dreaming? How can there be such a huge elephant? Even the sea kings can't compare to one of its legs, right? Parasparrow stared in disbelief, feeling as if he were dreaming. Is this the ancient giant elephant that Kaido mentioned? A creature thousands of times larger than the giant race. A true mythical being. If my Totland had such a creature, we could have dominated the New World long ago. Big Mom's eyes sparkled, almost drooling. Kaido and Kizaru flew closer. Their eyesight was incredible. They quickly locked onto the top of the giant elephant's head, where a pink giant dragon resembling Kaido was coiled. Kaido let out a surprise sound. That dragon is Momonosuke? Momonosuke? Who is that? Kaido questioned. Kazuki Momonosuke is the son of Kazuki Oden, the current ruler of Wano. Kaiza suddenly realized. So it's the Lord of Wano. No wonder he could become the master of the giant elephant. Ha ha ha. It seems that he is coming for us, wanting to control the giant elephant to kill us. Kaido opened his dragon mouth and sneered. Humph, just a heavy beast. As long as I break one of its legs, it will turn into a piece of meat, ready to be slaughtered. Kaido looked at Kaido in surprise and said, Wow, Kaido, when did your brain become so sharp? Could it be that you were awakened by that straw hat kid? Get lost. On the head of the giant elephant, transformed into a dragon, Momonosuke was filled with madness as he laughed maniacally. Just a few days ago, he had witnessed the shockwave push him into the sea, falling into an endless dark abyss. The slight enhancement of suffocation and oppression had completely shattered Momonosuke's psyche, when Momonosuke was engulfed in dead silence and despair. The elephant master finally broke through the waves and arrived, using its long trunk to lift him from the seabed. After being saved, Momonosuke didn't even think about searching for the whereabouts of Nika and Shinobu, but instead went mad, urging the elephant master to escape this nightmarish place. After rushing across the vast and endless sea for a day and night, Momonosuke suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, now I have a giant elephant to command. Why should I be afraid? In front of this creature as large as a mountain, even Kaido of the Beast would be knocked out by the giant elephant's trunk, right? Realizing this, Momonosuke fell into a deep desire for revenge. He commanded the elephant master to return to Wano, wanting to make Kaido and his crew experience the fear and despair he had faced. What Kaido of the Beasts? In front of the giant elephant, he is as insignificant as a worm, a pitiful insect. Why was I ever afraid of him? Father, mother, do you see this? The Kaido of the Beasts who cause your deaths will today be crushed into a pile of mud by me. I, Kazuki Momonosuke, will be the most wise lord of Wano, and I don't need anyone's help. What Luffy, what Kid, they're all useless and can't even deal with Kaido. In the end, it's still up to me. Elephant Master, crush that crawling insect. Boom, boom. The giant elephant obeyed, taking 2 steps forward, each step covering more than 10 miles, and in just 2 steps, it had reached the outskirts of Burrow Town. The massive trunk of the elephant rose high, striking toward Kaido and Kaiza. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavens and earth roared, tremendous winds stirred, clouds rolled in the sky, and the ground was torn apart by the immense pressure of the wind. The elephant's body stood 20 kilometers tall, and it was a long-legged elephant with 3 joints in its limbs. One of its trunks was at least 5 kilometers long, and the scene of such a massive creature striking down could only be described as a natural disaster. In Burrow Town, the members of the Beast God Pirates all looked pale at this scene, and those who had been granted powers were already trembling, collapsing to the ground. Some pirates were so scared they lost control of themselves, as if their souls had left their bodies. Even the cadres of the pirate crew, such as Smug, Daifuku, Queen, and Jin, were pale and trembling, having lost the courage to escape. Just as Kaido was about to dodge the giant elephant's attack, Kaiza beside him suddenly looked fervent and threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha! What a beast! Incredible! I can't imagine how much essence and blood such a creature can provide me. Ha ha ha! My true form of Kunpeng has been maintained at a length of 10,000 meters for decades. No matter how many sea kings I devour, I can't make any progress. I think maybe if I eat this monster, my power can reach new heights. Caesar advances instead of retreating, charging towards the giant elephant, like a moth flying into the flame. The true form of the golden-winged Great Pong. The true form of the golden-winged Great Pong. Kaisa's body instantly swelled thousands of times, with golden wings unfurling to block out the sun, stretching 10 kilometers long, appearing even more enormous than a giant elephant. Caw! The colossal bird, larger than a mountain, opened its mouth to emit a cry, its massive claws striking through the air, colliding with the giant elephant's long trunk. Whoosh! Boom! The heavens and earth mourned, a sound exploding that was 100 times louder than thunder. The ground shattered layer by layer. The houses in Boluo Town were swept away by the hurricane. Members of the Beast God pirate crew were blown away for miles by the immense wind pressure, and some unfortunate ones were sucked up to 1,000 meters in the air, crashing down and turning into a pile of meat paste. Get away! Get away from Lord Kaisa's battle! Jean shouted loudly. Perospero also commanded all of Big Mom's children to retreat. Everyone's gaze was fixed on those 2 gigantic beasts, too enormous to be described in words. Salt! Awe! Worship! Was that golden bird the power of their father? What kind of power was that? How could it possess such an impossible size? Daifuku was the first to utter the word father, a sign of submission to Kaisa's power. Smudgy's expression was one of extreme shock and fervor. That power was even more terrifying than Mom's. It was like a mythical creature reappearing in the world. The yellow monkey, who had just approached the giant elephant, felt like his eyes were about to burst from their sockets. He was blown away thousands of meters by the fierce wind before finally stabilizing himself. His hair was disheveled, his clothes in disarray, looking like a man who had just been chased away by a scorned lover. How terrifying! Kaisa's power was so horrifying. Didn't Sengoku say he could turn into a big fish? This appearance certainly didn't look like a fish at all. Yellow monkey. Kaido, despite being blind, noticed the spying Kizaru and immediately flew into a rage. The azure dragon's body soared. It unleashed a scorching breath. Kizaru's expression changed again, and he hurriedly transformed into light to evade. On the giant elephant's head, the overly confident and bloated Tamao was so frightened by this sudden turn of events that he nearly lost his soul, terrified to the point of losing control. The pink dragon body shook violently as it collided with a rock and the giant elephant, and in a moment of carelessness, Tamao actually slipped off the elephant's head. No, don't! Tamao cried out in terror. Although he had been accelerated in maturity by Shinobu's techniques for 20 years. The fruit he consumed was merely an artificial devil fruit created by Caesar. Tamao, a little brat who had never seriously trained, could exert what kind of powerful strength. He struggled to use even the most basic flying technique, let alone now, in a state filled with fear and panic, while Caesar, transformed into the rock, was still battling the giant elephant. Caw! The massive golden rock flapped its wings, its mountain-like wings striking Zhao Wu's huge head, causing the giant elephant to stagger, its pillar-like limbs swaying as if it were about to fall. Moo! The giant elephant let out a long roar, its enormous body containing boundless power. Having grown for thousands of years, it would gulp down seawater when thirsty and devour sea kings when hungry. Given enough time, the giant elephant's eyes had no limit and would continue to grow. The mountain-like trunk of the elephant rose high again, swinging towards Caesar, a brute with only raw strength. The poor little brat truly believed that controlling this beast would make him invincible? So naive. Candle Dragon. The enormous wings of Kaiser rolled up, like a person's 5 fingers clenching. Whoosh! A purple long knife surged wildly, instantly growing thousands of times larger, reaching a length of 4,000 meters. Without any technique, Kaiser held the colossal knife and swung it towards the trunk of the giant elephant. Moo! The giant elephant Zao Wu let out a mournful cry, seemingly foreseeing the tragic fate that awaited it. In the distance, the yellow ape, constantly pursued by Kaido, twitched at the corner of its mouth, watching that enormous golden bird shamelessly use weapons to fight. On the ground, the members of the Beast God pirate crew, who were originally fleeing in a frenzy, now had their mouths wide open in shock, staring at the sky. Crack! Caesar roared wildly, swinging his blade as everything fell apart. The giant elephant's trunk, several kilometers long, was effortlessly severed in two by a 4,000-meter-long sword. Crash! Suddenly, heavy rain poured down from the sky, blood rain. Moo! The giant elephant let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body no longer able to support itself, swaying and gradually toppling toward the town of Bolo. It's over. We're all going to be crushed. I don't want to die. Quinn's eyes bulged, trembling in fear, devoid of color. Ha ha! Even at the brink of death, you still want to cause destruction? How naive! Kaiza flapped his giant wings, soaring into the clouds, and a massive golden bird body directly collided with the fallen giant elephant. Boom! The heavens and the earth roared as the two mythical beasts crashed together. Kaiza let out a roar that tore through the sky and earth, his wings flapping wildly, stirring up a tremendous hurricane. Whoosh! Finally, he braced against the towering body of the giant elephant Zao, sending the fallen beast crashing toward the other side. Straight down toward the sea. What a grand scene it must be for a 20-kilometer-long body to fall. The highest peak on Earth is Mount Everest, approximately 850 meters. The body of the giant elephant Zao reaches a staggering 20 kilometers, or 20,000 meters. Its height, if placed on Earth, would be close to the stratosphere. This is truly a sight of pushing over mountains and toppling pillars. In the waters off the coast of Boratown, the sea level surged thousands of meters in an instant. The ocean sinking, and hundreds of millions of tons of seawater poured out in all directions. Screech! Kaiza let out a thrilling cry, diving straight down and picking up the half of the elephant trunk that the elephant lord had dropped, tossing it into the sea. In the center of Boratown, Jean, Quinn, Dafu, Smuggy, and others were dazzled and deeply shocked by Kaiza's power. Big Mom's face flushed red. Her voluptuous body trembled uncontrollably, deeply immersed in Kaiza's ferocity. Peach Boy opened his mouth, speechless in shock, completely giving up all thoughts and collapsing to the ground, forgetting to even escape. My goodness, this place is not suitable for staying long. I won't play with you anymore, Kaido. Kizura's heart was stirred by a 12-level earthquake, instantly transforming into a beam of golden light, piercing through Kaido's flames, and quickly slicing through the sky to escape this place of trouble. Kaido threw his head back and let out a long howl, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He turned to look at Caesar, only to see the massive form of the giant bird diving straight towards the ocean. What is Caesar trying to do? Kaido was somewhat puzzled. Quinn and the others were even more dumbfounded, staring blankly as Caesar plunged into the sea, stirring up colossal waves. Father, Caesar, Smokey, Daifuku, Parasparrow, and others thought something had happened to Caesar and rushed towards the seaside of Burrow Town, eager to rescue him. Immediately, a large crowd hurried towards the ocean. Jean transformed into a black wyvern and soared into the sky. Could it be that Caesar intends to? Is he seeking death? A person with abilities actually jumped into the sea? Tama's eyes were filled with confusion. His body felt weak, and he couldn't muster the courage to escape. He watched as wave after wave of people passed by him, but not a single person glanced at him, as if he were invisible. Damn it! Tama felt both furious and helpless. Tama suddenly heard a faint voice, and he was startled, causing his massive dragon form to shudder. He turned to see Yamato, sneaking up beside him, whispering softly. Yamato! Tama exclaimed in surprise. Yamato put a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, then whispered, Tama, as your father, I won't watch you die. Calm down, return to your human form, and I'll help you escape. A hint of mockery and disdain flickered in Tama's enormous dragon eyes, along with a touch of hatred. This woman with a twisted mind, clearly the daughter of Tama's father's enemy, didn't seem to realize that she was indulging herself by pretending to be Kazuki Oden, expecting everyone to acknowledge her as such. To Tama, this was simply absurd to the point of ridiculousness. Although he felt disgusted and repulsed by Yamato's actions, Tama knew that he needed her help to escape this cursed place. So, Tama desperately tried to calm himself down, his body gradually shrinking until he transformed into a rather handsome young man. Yamato quickly approached, ruffling Tama's hair, her eyes filled with affection. However, Tama's gaze was greedy, fixated on Yamato's chest, and his lewd thoughts began to stir again. If it weren't for the life-and-death situation, Tama would have definitely indulged in his favorite pastime. Father. Tama feigned panic, calling out timidly. Yamato paused, her body trembling, her ample chest rising and falling sharply. Tama's call of father caused Yamato to lose her composure. Her eyes welling with tears, she pouted and affectionately stroked Tama's head, pulling him into her embrace. Tama's eyes sparkled as he buried his head in Yamato's bosom, greedily inhaling her scent. All right, Tama, let's escape quickly. Go, Yamato said reassuringly, taking Tama's hand and turning to flee. However, just as Yamato, smiling, turned with Tama in tow, a towering figure blocked their path. Yamato, I will not lose you again. Stay here, and in a few days, I will take you to Linlin's house to erase all the painful memories in your mind about Kazuki Oden and Wano country. If you wish, I will let Linlin's daughter implant some beautiful memories you desire in your mind. Kaido looked down at Yamato, and in his eyes, there was only Yamato, completely unconcerned about the life or death of Momonosuke. No, I won't let you succeed, Yamato shouted angrily, protecting Momonosuke behind them like a hen shielding her chicks. Kaido's gaze then turned to Momonosuke. Momonosuke's body trembled violently, his legs shaking like a sieve. If you don't agree, I'll kill him. Kaido's gaze was icy and merciless, looking at Momonosuke as if he were a corpse. Kaido, Wano has already been destroyed like this by you. Why can't you just let us go? We will leave Wano and never appear in your sight again. Yamato's eyes were red, with a hint of a sob in their voice. Kaido's rock-like face moved slightly, but in the end, it became indifferent again. Yamato, completely in despair, pushed Momonosuke and shouted loudly. Momonosuke, you quickly escape. I'll hold him off. Momonosuke's face turned pale as he glanced at Kaido and ran away in a panic. Do something. Why aren't you making a move? Yamato shouted. Kaido remained indifferent and coldly said, if you stay, he can leave alive. I'm going to fight you. Yamato ultimately couldn't bear to stay behind, her body sprouting snow-white fur, transforming into her full form, charging at Kaido like a moth to a flame. By the sea, members of the Beast's pirates gathered densely, gazing in horror at the sea surface, where a massive, pitch-black fish loomed, so large it seemed endless. Lord Kaido has turned into a giant fish again, Queen said in shock. Mama, mama, mama. Kaido, is he trying to swallow this giant elephant and evolve again? Big Mom said excitedly. Smoker and the others looked dazed. Swallow this giant elephant? How is that possible? Mama, mama, mama. There is nothing in this world that Kaido wants to do but can't. Your father is a man of great stature, Big Mom said proudly. On the sea, Kaido's mouth opened wide. Millions of tons of seawater poured in, filtering out through his kilometers-long gills. He opened his mouth with all his strength, wanting to swallow Zoe. Damn it, this guy is still too big. It's unrealistic to try to swallow him whole. Kaido felt a bit unwilling. From the giant elephant, Kaido saw the possibility of taking a step further. He could clearly feel his Kunpeng blood boiling, a biological instinct, a craving for evolution. And the object stimulating this evolutionary instinct was, unmistakably, the giant elephant Zoe before him. As Zoe toppled into the sea, the fur tribe that had originally depended on the giant elephant had already all fallen into the ocean, desperately swimming towards the shore. The waves were too tumultuous, and some unfortunate ones were caught tightly by the sea, sinking deep into the ocean and meeting their demise. Right? There's still half an elephant trunk that I specifically threw into the sea. I almost forgot. Kaiser suddenly perked up and quickly began to survey the seabed. After a moment, he discovered the large elephant trunk of a mountain, quietly lying on the ocean floor. Suck! The giant mouth of the Kaiza emitted a terrifying suction, pulling the half-trunk of the giant elephant into its mouth. As soon as the trunk entered, it slid into the stomach. The throat and mouth of the Kunpeng were equally spacious, directly connecting to the abdomen. Inside this island-like giant fish, there was not even a biological structure. Inside Kaiser's Kunpeng, there are no internal organs, no teeth, no stomach, no intestines or anything like that. His belly is like a dark space filled with a destructive, special aura. No matter what is swallowed by Kaiser, it will be obliterated by this peculiar aura, refining impurities and extracting essence and blood, which is stored within the body of the Kunpeng. When the elephant's trunk enters his belly, it is quickly decomposed and absorbed by Kaiser, instantly bursting apart and transforming into pure essence and blood, with a life force even stronger than Kaiser's own blood. Woo-woo. The massive Kunpeng couldn't help but let out a joyful cry, and its body, which had maintained a length of 10,000 meters for decades without change, began to grow rapidly. 10,100 meters, 10,150 meters, 10,200 meters. In an instant, the Kunpeng's enormous body grew by 2,000 meters. Just a trunk made my size increase by 2,000 meters? So refreshing, so exhilarating. Kaiza was extremely excited, her big lake-like eyes shining with a green glow as she looked at the giant elephant's body. Now, she should be able to devour this giant elephant. The crater of Kaiza has split open again. This time the mouth has opened up to 5 kilometers. Kaiser seemed to be devouring a large piece of fat meat, starting to consume from the giant elephant-like pillar with its long limbs. As those limbs sank into Kaiser's abdomen, they were continuously shattered and dissolved by the aura within Kaiser, transforming into pure life force, causing his size to grow wildly while he devoured. 13,000 meters. 14,000 meters. Moo! The giant elephant surprisingly did not die, letting out a mournful cry, but did not struggle, as if it had already resigned to its fate. At this moment, Kaiser's heart was filled only with the joy of evolution, completely unaffected by Zoe the elephant's lament. In his mind, there was only one word: devour. Continuously devouring. His size kept increasing, that feeling of breaking through limits, shattering genetic shackles, as if life was evolving and transitioning, the whole person gradually transcending. When Kaiser's mouth devoured the body of the giant elephant, the pitch-black eye sockets of the elephant still had no eyeballs. Only 2 clear tears flowed out. Caesar's mouth opened to the limit, swallowing the entire giant elephant. Time seemed to stand still, as a terrifying energy was brewing, about to explode. Boom! Within Kaiser, an endless surge of life energy erupted, causing his body to swell once again. 18,000 meters, 19,000 meters, 20,000 meters. The dark, massive body of the Kunpeng grew to a length of 20,000 meters, with its tail outside the rabbit well prison and its head reaching into the sea outside beyond the lookout town. The body of Kaiser is even larger than the entire town of Bolo, and it is unknown how much vitality it contains. Woo! Kaiza let out a cry, and the vast, boundless body of the Kunpeng slowly rose from the sea. Golden feathers grew one by one, and the massive black fish gradually transformed into a golden bird that covered the sky. The size of this golden-winged Dapeng was so immense that even Carp and Sengoku, who were on a Navy warship outside Wano country at that moment, were stunned, staring blankly at the sky above. The geographical location of Wano country is similar to a water-filled volcanic crater, with several islands floating in the center of the water. Therefore, to enter Wano country, one needs an upward force to pull them in like those giant carps. When Kaiza transformed into the Dapeng and spread its wings, which were 20 kilometers long, even the sea surface below turned pitch black, as if they had suddenly entered the night. Gulps. Carp swallowed hard, speechless as he watched this terrifying scene. Sengoku's face turned extremely pale, and he slowly said in a dry tone, "Carp, that can't be Kaiza's Kunpeng form, right?" Carp's mouth twitched, unable to speak. He recalled the battle with Kaiza 38 years ago, when Kaiza had also used the golden wing Dapeng form. However, back then, the Dapeng, while huge at nearly 2 kilometers long, was merely the size of a larger whale, far from matching some sea kings. Now, although he couldn't see it up close, estimating from a distance, that giant bird was probably more than 10 kilometers long. This size had surpassed the vast majority of sea kings. Lu Fei. Carp thought of Lu Fei, and his heart gradually sank to the bottom. Swish! A beam of golden light fell from the sky and landed on the deck. Countless light particles gathered to form the body of Kizaru. He looked a bit disheveled, with yellow hair and fine cold sweat on his forehead. "Kizaru, why are you back so soon? Did you find GreenBull?" Sengoku hurriedly asked. Kizaru pouted, wiped his forehead, and glanced at the terrifying bird in the sky before replying. "Don't mention it. Wano country is really perilous now. Do you see that giant bird?" That's Kaiza, right? Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp. Do you know what that crazy guy's done? Kizaru's cheeks twitched as he took a deep breath. He tore apart the giant elephant Zo and ate it. Giant elephant chow. Sengoku and Carp gasped, incredulously looking at Kizaru. Sengoku struggled to say, "You're not seeing things, are you, Kizaru? The giant elephant Zo is the one that carries an entire country on its back, right? That elephant has lived for over 1,000 years and is more than 20 kilometers long." Kizaru smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Don't say you don't believe it. Even I, who witnessed everything with my own eyes, still feel like I'm dreaming. Not only that, Kaido and Big Mom have fully regained their combat power, and the members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates are basically unscathed." Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, both left speechless. The situation had become serious. Above Burrow Town, Kaiza raised its golden head and called out joyfully, longing to spread its wings and fly away to the ends of the earth, regardless of anything else. On the ground, everyone widened their eyes and opened their mouths, staring blankly at what was happening. The residents of Bora Town first prostrated themselves to worship the giant elephant Zo, seeking the forgiveness of the divine elephant. Before they could receive a response from the divine elephant, a golden giant bird appeared out of nowhere and tore the giant elephant apart. Then, the giant bird transformed into a large fish, which devoured the giant elephant, and the fish turned back into a large bird. Their minds could no longer comprehend all of this. They could only lay on the ground in terror, bowing in reverence to the rock. In front of Kaido, Yamato stopped, staring blankly at the sky, having lost the strength to fight. At the edge of Burrow Town, Momonosuke turned pale and fell to his knees. Whoosh! The golden bird covering the sky shrank rapidly, revealing the towering and domineering figure of Kizu, who fell to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! The earth cracked, and with a wave of his hand, Kizaru sent the swirling dust flying away, stepping forward. He looked the same as before, but appeared even more wild and domineering. The terrifying physique glimmered with a faint black-golden sheen, perfectly embodying the ultimate power in every move. Originally standing at 9 meters tall, he had grown another 10 centimeters, reaching 1 meters. Although it was just a 10-centimeter increase, the added majesty and dominance were unimaginable. Caesar scanned the crowd, and wherever his gaze passed, individuals knelt on one knee with fervent respect. His eyes pierced through the limitations of space and landed on Peach Boy. In the next moment, Caesar's figure vanished, only to reappear right in front of Peach Boy. Peach Boy trembled all over, staring at the godlike Caesar with a pale face, his mouth agape, his lips trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. A character as insignificant as an ant, even if able to command a deity, is ultimately just an ant. As the ruler of Wano, if you survived the great battle the day before, you should understand that a waste, only by clinging to life, can survive. Kaisa's expression was cold as he slowly extended a huge palm. Don't! Behind him, Yamato's face was pale as he reached out and emitted a piercing cry. However, Kaisa's expression showed not a hint of softness, like a glacier that had lasted for millennia. The enormous palm pressed down above Momonosuke's head in the void. The air was compressed layer upon layer, and the terrifying pressure felt like a mountain 1,000 meters high, crashing down in an instant. In Momonosuke's eyes, despair, hatred, malice, and fear intertwined in a mix of emotions. Boom! The earth was filled with dust, and the ground sank deeply by dozens of meters, leaving only a puddle of human-shaped flesh in the deep pit. Thud! Yamato knelt on the ground, staring blankly at this scene, his mind buzzing and blank. The next day, Burrow Town was brightly lit and redecorated, and every household in the town knew an astonishing piece of news. The giant bird that obscured the sky yesterday was the true form of Kaiza, the captain of the Beast God Pirates. This news struck like a thunderbolt in the hearts of the people of Wano country. No one understood the power of that golden giant bird better than the residents of Burrow Town, who had experienced the battle with the giant penguins. That was a true divine being, the divine bird Garuda from the mythology of Wano country, capable of swallowing dragons. At this moment, everyone was filled with fear and admiration for Kaiza, the captain of the Beast God Pirates. Two entirely different emotions coexisted in everyone's hearts. The residents of Burrow Town became both respectful and fearful of the Beast God Pirates. On this day, Mr. Quinn, the technical director and scientist of the Beast God Pirates, manufactured huge projectors to distribute to every corner of Wano country by the flying capable givers. In the Kaiza Palace in Burrow Town, Kaiza sat comfortably in a specially made dragon-patterned metal chair, sipping a drink while observing the several women in front of him. To be precise, there were 3 women, no? 2 women plus 1 man who looked very much like a woman. Shinobu, Kikuno, and Hiyori. After experiencing the giant elephant attack driven by Momonosuke, Kaiza developed the idea of completely controlling Wano country and directly instructing the cadres of the Beast God Pirates to take on the role of the ruler of Wano country. As an ancient country with a history of thousands of years, Wano country had many unspeakable secrets. Even though Kaido had been entrenched in Wano country for decades, he still had not grasped many of its details. For example, Kaido and others had not obtained any information about the location of the Underworld King held by Oden Kazuki. Of course, Kaiza also knew nothing about the Underworld King. The fact that the ruler of Wano country could command giant elephants, something so unbelievable, piqued Kaiza's strong interest. After discussing with Kaido for half a day, Kaiza learned that there was not only Momonosuke in the lineage of the rulers of Wano country, but also a Hiyori, Kazuki, who was Momonosuke's sister. Upon learning this news, Kaiza immediately sent people to search all over Wano country and the seaside. It was unknown whether Lady Luck had lifted her skirt, allowing Kaiza to benefit. In just a little over half a day, the flying team led by Jean discovered 3 unconscious individuals in the area between Toki and Ringoport. When they found them, the 3 were tightly hugging each other, their stomachs filled with seawater barely hanging on to life. "Which of you is Kazuki Hiyori?" Kaiza said, looking at the 3 standing in front of him. The 3 were taken aback, nervously paying attention to Kaiza's every move. Hiyori had a gentle and beautiful appearance, with a graceful and slender figure. Known as the most beautiful woman in Wano country. Her crystalline lips moved as she was about to speak, but was stopped by Shinobu, while Kikuno immediately opened her mouth and said, I am Kazuki Hiyori. Kaiza pouted, showing a helpless expression, and pointed at Xiao Ju, saying, "Don't think that just because you look like a woman, you can impersonate one. I'll ask you one more time, forget it, you come here." At first glance, Kaiza knew who Hiyori was among the 3 people. Kazuki Hiyori, 26 years old this year, could definitely not be the short, old woman on the left. The one on the right was clearly a man, so it couldn't be Momonosuke's sister. Caesar pointed at Rihayo, and the faces of the 3 changed drastically. Shorin and Shokaku stepped forward, blocking Rihayo. "My patience is limited. If you waste any more of my time, I will destroy this country. Who I am, Caesar. You should have already understood. I trust you don't think I'm joking." Kaisa's gaze was icy, a terrifying aura pressing heavily on the hearts of the 3, making them feel burdened. "All right." Hiyori pursed her lips, pushed aside Shonin and Shokaku, and walked towards Kaiza. "Princess Hiyori." Shonin and Shokaku called out anxiously, but they didn't dare to step forward, all because of Kaiza above them, whose presence was overwhelmingly powerful, even heavier and more frightening than Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Hiyori stood in front of Kaiza, looking up at her with fear in her eyes. Yet her expression was resolute, stubbornly locking eyes with Kaiza, showing no sign of backing down. Not bad." Kaiza laughed, suddenly leaned down, grabbed Rai's slim waist with one hand, lifted her up, and placed her on his lap. Shaoran and Xiaojun were taken aback, and without saying a word, rushed straight towards Kaiza. Kaiza's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and waved it, generating a gust of wind out of nowhere, swirling around Shinobu and Kiku like a tornado, directly carrying them out of the Great Hall. Outside the hall, the pirate members on guard hurriedly stepped forward to grab Shinobu and Kiku, efficiently putting handcuffs on them. A female pirate walked gracefully to the entrance of the hall and timidly asked, "Lord Kaiza, is there something you need?" "Nothing, just take those 2 away. Don't make it too difficult for them," Kaiza replied. "Yes." The female pirate obediently responded and exited the hall. Hearing Kaiza's words, Hiyori's tense expression relaxed slightly as she looked at Kaiza with clear eyes. Looking at Hiyori's fair and beautiful oval face, Kaiza felt an inexplicable flutter and, almost unconsciously, reached out to pinch Hiyori's tender chin. "Kazuki Hiyori, daughter of Kazuki Oden, tell me, how should I deal with you?" Kaiza looked down at Hiyori, his mouth twisted in a grin, revealing his sharp fangs in a somewhat sinister manner. Hiyori remained defiant. "You can kill or torture me. It's up to you. I am the daughter of Kazuki Oden and will never submit to you." "Haha, interesting. You are much better than that fool of a brother. And much more pleasing to the eye. Haha." Hiyori's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "Have you seen my brother Momonosuke? Where is he?" Kaiza did not respond, but instead spoke about other topics. "I have reorganized my forces and am going to expand my territory, the small country of Wano. For me, It is already of no use. Hiyori, what do you think? Should I just leave like this? Or should I destroy this country before I go? Kaisha looked into Riho's beautiful eyes, and the words that came out were like a demon's whisper, causing Riho's delicate body to tremble, her stubbornness gradually fading, losing its composure. Riho looked at Kaisha in panic, her lips quivering, and after a moment, she finally pressed her red lips together and said, "What do you want me to do?" Hey, clever. What a smart little girl, understanding my meaning so quickly. Kaisha laughed heartily. Talking to someone as wise as Rai is simply worry-free. Kaiser stared at Rihayo's eyes like a hungry wolf. Rihayo, you will become my concubine. Before I leave, I will hand over the position of ruler of Wa no Kuni to you. In return, you must establish a weapons manufacturing plant in Wa no Kuni according to my instructions, supplying me with weapons. How about that? What? You wish for that to happen? Rihayo's face turned pale with anger. She extended her delicate fingers and said, "You still want to establish a weapons factory in Wa no Kuni? Over the years, how many innocent lives have you taken? Why do you lack compassion?" Rihayo questioned angrily, but her voice grew softer. In the end, she slumped down to sit on Kaiser's lap, looking up at him with a gaze that resembled a helpless Persian cat. Pitiful, helpless, and weak, it was truly heart-wrenching. Kaiser looked down at Riho, and suddenly his towering and majestic figure began to shrink gradually. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, until he was 2 meters tall. This was a new ability he gained after successfully evolving, called size manipulation. Within the range of his body size, he could change his form at will, with a minimum height of 2 meters. For example, when transforming into a koan, he could change his size between 10 to 20,000 meters. The same applied when transforming into a pong. When returning to human form, he could change his size within the range of 2 to 9.1 meters. Now, he stood at 2 meters tall, exuding a wild and domineering aura, his exposed chest as hard as steel, radiating masculinity. His long hair cascading down his shoulders did not make him appear feminine. Instead, it added a touch of unruliness. This sudden change left Riho astonished and panicked, wanting to escape from Kaiser's embrace. However, Kaiser held her tightly, his arms unbreakable, and Riho was like a canary in a cage, unable to break free. Riho, you are a smart and capable woman. You should be able to find a way that benefits both the production of weapons and the happiness of the people of Wano. I am giving you an opportunity. Wano is too small, and my ambitions are vast, but my brother's years of accumulation cannot go to waste like this. I need a large number of weapons to expand my territory. If you can't even manage this, then Kaiza leaned close to Riho's ear, whispering softly, but made Riho tremble involuntarily. Tell me, can you do it? Riho's face turned pale, trembling as she pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. I can do it. Please give me this opportunity, Lord Kaiza. Kaiza's lips curled up as he released the embrace of Hiyori, leaned back in his chair, and lifted his chin. Show me. His gaze was intense, carrying an undeniable dominance. Hiyori was taken aback for a moment, suddenly flushing red, her eyes filled with a mix of shyness and anger. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gathered her courage and leaned down. Half an hour later, Kaiza returned to his true form and walked out of the great hall with Hiyori. Behind him, Hiyori's face was still flushed. Her head lowered as she stared at her toes, her gaze filled with confusion and a hint of shyness. When Kaiza stepped into the square, Quinn, who had been prepared, eagerly turned on the projector, aiming the lens at Kaiza. As the projector began to work, the citizens gathered in various crowded corners of the Land of Harmony suddenly saw Kaiza's towering figure. People of the Land of Harmony, I am Kaiza, the captain of the Beast God pirate crew, Barbarossa Kaiza. Perhaps you haven't heard my name before, but that's okay. Look this way. Kaido and Big Mom pirates were standing like models as Kaiza waved. The citizens of Wano were shocked and terrified, rendered speechless. Just a few days ago, the Red Scabbards had announced to the world through a projection screen that they supported the new Lord, Kazuki Momonosuke, ascending to the throne, claiming to have defeated Kaido's rule. They even released news that Kaido and Big Mom had been killed by Lord Momonosuke and his samurai. Consequently, a wave of happiness swept across Wano, as the fall of the great demon king Kaido meant they were finally liberated, no longer having to endure hunger or forced labor in quarries and steel mills. They would no longer be forcibly fed artificial devil fruits, turning them into nothing but laughing madmen. However, Kaisa's next words shook Wano once again. As you can see, your Ming Wang, as well as the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, have joined my Beast God pirate crew, Kikikik. Moreover, your Prince Momonosuke will become my concubine today. Saying this, Kaiza revealed Hiyori's figure to the citizens of Wano. The people were moved by the sight of the beautiful girl on the big screen. Little Purple, it's the first courtesan. Little Purple, is she really Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Odin? Hey, shouldn't you be focusing on Kaisa's identity? That guy's become the leader of Kaido and Big Mom. It's over for us in Wano. Hiyori looked up at Kaiza, her gaze gradually firming. She cleared her throat, and her melodious voice rang out. People of Wano, please do not panic. I am Kazuki Odin's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori. Captain Kaiza of the Beast God Pirate crew has promised me that as long as I become his woman, we will establish a weapons factory in our country to provide a continuous supply of weapons for the Beast God Pirate crew. They will leave Wano and no longer interfere with our lives. Upon hearing Hiyori's words, there was an uproar everywhere. The despicable Beast God Pirate crew. How dare they try to lay their hands on Lady Hiyori? Unforgivable. How could this be? They still want to establish a weapons factory. Won't we have to live in darkness again? No, not necessarily. Didn't you hear Lady Hiyori say? They will leave Wano as long as we meet the weapon production quota. They shouldn't pursue further. This is a good thing. Hiyori paused, waiting a moment before continuing. Everyone, Lord Kaiza said that citizens working for him will not only receive protection from the Beast God Pirate crew, but will also earn a salary. The previous work model will be abolished. In the future, each family will provide one male laborer, working only 12 hours a day for a salary of 500 berry per month, with clean drinking water and food provided. Outstanding workers will be promoted to management positions in the factory, with higher salaries and benefits. As Hiyori spoke, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Kaiza. In fact, when Hiyori heard Kaiza say this, she was shocked herself. She never expected Kaiza to show such mercy and offer such good treatment. If what Kaiza said would be implemented, then the positions in this weapons factory would no longer symbolize hard labor, but rather a path to prosperity. The people of Wano had not been living well. Even without Kaido's exploitation, the geography and climate of this country meant that only the flower capital would flourish a bit. Places like the northern graveyard and Burrow Town were cold, arid, and had poor crop yields. You could force these pests to work, but chose to pay them instead. Kaiza, I really don't know what you're thinking, Kaido said with a displeased expression. Kikik, Kaido, you don't understand this. I just need to give a little charity, and these people will willingly work for me. Not only will they complete my weapon production honestly, but they also won't harbor resentment. Brother, your violent exploitation method is already outdated. Learn from this. Kaido laughed heartily and patted Kaido on the shoulder. By the way, where is your precious daughter? Kaido slapped away Caesar's big hand, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Yamato, it's all your fault, Caesar. Why did you have to kill that Momonosuke? Couldn't you just capture him instead? Yamato is now refusing to eat and is thinking of going on a hunger strike. When Caesar introduced the corporate system too, Zero Plan, and had Hiyori explain it to the people of Wano, it caused a huge uproar. These people, living in dire conditions, never expected that a job they feared like a tiger would suddenly transform into a stable job that could support a family and even generate income. If they performed well, they might even get promoted and earn a raise, becoming part of the factory management, marrying beautiful and wealthy women, and reaching the peak of life. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Under Caesar's powerful military deterrence and sweet temptations, the originally indignant people, who felt they couldn't go on living and wanted to rise up, had all their anger dissipated. Instead, they looked forward to the new factory with a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the key point was that the future rulers of this country would no longer be the fierce Kaido or Caesar, but the delicate Kazuki Hiyori. This brought the people's resistance feelings down to freezing point. Although Kazuki Odin had some issues, he still had a significant influence in Wano, and his reputation was positive. Unlike the scheming Kaido, a leader who was straightforward and cared for the weak was often greatly trusted by the people. The next day, when Caesar woke up on his 400-square-foot bed, the first thing he saw was the white, soft Hiyori curled up in his arms, along with the sprawled, unclothed Linlin. Black Maria? When did this woman come to my sleeping place? Kaiza was completely bewildered as he saw the edge of the large bed, where a woman with 2 horns on her head, voluptuous and graceful, lay sleepy and languidly on her side. It was none other than the 8-meter-tall black spider, Black Maria. Rubbing his groggy head, Kaiza struggled to recall what had happened last night. Yesterday, he and Nika had held a grand wedding in front of everyone. Then, one by one, people came up to toast, and Kaiza did not refuse anyone, downing drinks in a frenzy. He also had a wild drinking contest with Kaido, Jin, Quinn, and others. In the end, Kaiza single-handedly took down the entire Beast Pirates crew with his drinking prowess. Even Kaido, the notorious drunkard, was no exception. After that, Kaiza felt dizzy and, holding the bashful Nika, returned to the room. Just as the battle was intense and both sides were panting and sweating, Linlin suddenly twisted her slender waist and charged into the battlefield. When Linlin saw Kaiza, who had shrunk to over 2 meters, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new world. The fight became even more intense with the addition of this third party. Caesar, fueled by alcohol, fought fiercely and bravely, causing Linlin and Rai to lose their composure and crumble under pressure. Moreover, Caesar utilized his exceptional control abilities, maximizing his combat power to an unprecedented level. Later, the woman known as Black Maria secretly joined the battle. Alas, this corruption is truly overwhelming. Born in adversity, perishing in comfort, Caesar must not follow the foolish example of Kaido. Kaiza muttered to himself while pulling up his pants. Startled by Kaiza's movement. Riho opened her beautiful eyes, and, upon seeing Kaiza, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Yet, shy and timid, she got up and walked to Kaiza, helping him get dressed. Riho had fully embraced the role of a wife, naturally assisting Kaiza in tidying his appearance. Looking at the obedient and alluring Riho before him, Kaiza felt his heart stir again, and he picked up the charming Riho in his arms. No. Riho's voice was as soft as a mosquito, her delicate arms pressed against Kaiza's iron-hard chest, trying to refuse. But Kaiza's overwhelming masculine hormones left Riho dizzy and weak all over. The sun was high in the sky when Kaiza, along with Riho and Linlin, walked out of the main hall and into the square. All members of the Beast God pirate crew were already prepared to set sail. Yes, Kaiza intended to leave immediately and head to the New World. Very good. Full of spirit, Kaiza looked at Jean, Quinn, and the others, all dressed smartly and full of spirit. Listen up, everyone. Today is the day my Beast God pirate crew shakes the world. Let's show those little brats in the New World who are just playing house what real pirates are like. Woo! Follow Lord Kaiza and charge into the New World. Quinn, being Kaiza's #1 sycophant, immediately jumped in to echo Kaiza's words as soon as he finished speaking, truly a highly qualified supporter. Charge into the New World. The Fusers, the samurai who joined from Wano, the Orokis on Mitsu, and Big Mom's children all shouted excitedly, and the atmosphere instantly reached an unprecedented high. Behind Kaiza, Riho was originally shy, with a face like a little bride. Suddenly, she turned pale, her petite body swayed, and beside her, the accompanying Black Maria quickly supported her. Caesar's perception was incredibly sharp. He immediately noticed the abnormality in Riho. He turned his head to look at her. Riho's face was pale, and she tightly pursed her pink lips, gathering her courage to say, "My lord, are you leaving the land of harmony so soon?" Caesar's voice was deep and powerful. Yes, the limitations of the land of harmony are too great. It is not suitable to serve as the base for the Beast God Pirate Group's development. You could establish a country in the land of harmony, and then... Kaido laughed. Wano country inevitably needs to be opened up, but not now. Once I have enough territory in the New World and enough weapons produced by Wano country, I will personally come to break the pillars of Wano country and let this closed-off nation return to the surface of the New World. Hiyori as my concubine. I hope you can set aside past grievances. Transform Wano country into my stronghold, and I will have Yamato, Page 1, and Black Maria stay behind to protect you. Kaiza bent down, patted Riho's head, and smiled at her. Once I establish my territory in the New World, I'll come to bring you over. Until then, you must be a good empress of Wano. Riho's face turned red. Being affectionately treated by Kaiza in public made her quite shy. However, Kaiser's words steadied her emotions, and she resolutely replied, "Please rest assured, my lord, I will not let you down." Caesar nodded and shouted to the crowd, "Runty, Peggy 1, you two step forward. I command both of you, along with Black Maria, to temporarily stay in Wano country. Your task is to protect Nika and maintain the domestic weapon production in Wano." Runty pouted, looking displeased as she stepped out of the crowd and shouted loudly, "Hey, Caesar, I don't want to stay here and protect your little lover. I want to go play in the New World." "Sister, please don't talk to adults like that," Peggy 1 exclaimed in shock, quickly trying to dissuade the oblivious Runty. Kaiza smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. Dealing with this Runty was the easiest thing to do. Kaiza cleared his throat. "Runty, if you can assist Riho and improve the weapon production in Wano, then perhaps you could earn the highest title of god in the pirate crew and stand on equal footing with me." Upon hearing this, Runty's eyes lit up, but she still hesitated a bit. Kaiza shot a glance at Quinn, who was sharp as a tack, immediately running out with a cheer. "Lord Kaiza, I, Quinn, am willing to stay. Please grant me the god-level title. I won't even ask for Runty. Get lost. You fat pig, Quinn." How dare you compete with me? What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll take away your prime spot. Runny said, hands on her hips, fuming like a shrew. Kaiza smiled. You have to work seriously, Runny. I'll leave you a god-level title. Runty patted her bulging chest confidently. Don't worry, Kaiza, just leave it to me. You should call me adulterous sister. Peggy Wan was a bit anxious, worrying about this carefree sister. Just as Kaiza and the others were about to set off, a great battle broke out in the waters outside Wano Country, 200 miles away from Wano Country. The two warships of Sengoku and others were returning to the Navy headquarters in the New World. Originally, Carp planned to go to Wano Country alone to check on Luffy's situation. However, as soon as he voiced this idea, he was harshly rebutted by Sengoku. The reason was simple. As a Navy hero, you think of going to save a pirate who is one of the four emperors. Moreover, Wano Country is currently a den of dragons and tigers. Even if you, Carp, are strong, you're getting older. If you go alone, isn't that like a dung beetle digging in the dung pit? Therefore, Sengoku immediately ordered to return, leaving the dangerous waters of Wano Country and returning to the Navy headquarters to formulate a strategy against Kaiza and others based on further specific information. The speed of the Navy warships was not fast because a part of the propulsion system was damaged in the previous tsunami, and now they had to rely mostly on the sea breeze to fill the sails. Huh, a ship is approaching. Carp, who was wandering on the deck, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, let me see. Sengoku also found it strange that there would be any ships approaching the sea area at this time. When he took out his binoculars to check, he saw the iconic pirate flag of the Big Mom Pirates fluttering in the wind on the ship opposite them. Sengoku's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, It's the Big Mom Pirates. It seems they are heading to Wano Country to look for Charlotte Linlin. Carp nodded, agreeing. That's right. A few days ago, we released the news of the defeat of Kaido and Big Mom. Although that Dan Morgan's leaked the information about Straw Hat Luffy. This ship is definitely trying to rescue Big Mom. Watching the approaching pirate ship, Sengoku stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a moment, he slammed his fist and looked at Carp. We can't let Kaiza's forces grow again. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have already been confirmed to be revived. Carp, get ready. When they get closer, use thunderous means to take them down. I'll immediately notify Kizaru to cooperate with this operation. Carp clenched his fist and grinned, revealing a sinister smile. On Katakuri's pirate ship, there were only Oven and Katakuri. The rest were a dozen sailors and helpers responsible for the ship's power, food, and direction. The moment Sengoku issued the assassination order, Katakuri, who was lying on a deck chair basking in the sun, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and a sense of inexplicable crisis surged up. Not good. Something's wrong, Oven. Katakuri suddenly stood up and whispered to Oven. Oven firmly believed in Katakuri's intuition and immediately grabbed his weapon. The two stood up to observe the front and quickly spotted the two warships. It's the Navy. They actually appeared in Wano Country's waters. Could it be that they're coming from Mom and Kaido? Why are their sailing directions towards us? Are they returning? Katakuri frowned deeply. Katakuri, should we turn back? If we get any closer, we'll be within cannon range. Oven nervously stared at the approaching warships. Oven's ability is the heat fruit, and being on the ship, he couldn't exert too much power, or he would easily damage the ship. Katakuri focused all his attention, pushing his observation haki to the extreme, firmly locking onto the opposing warships. Hiss, not good. On the opposing ship, there are Navy Admiral Sengoku and Navy Hero Carp. Katakuri's expression changed slightly, and his fingers involuntarily clenched. Oven was shocked and panicked. What are we waiting for? Let's turn back quickly. Who dares to approach that kind of lineup? However, Katakuri hesitated to give the order and instead focused intently on the opposite side. There's no escape, Oven. If we turn back now, we will face annihilation. Oven's face turned extremely ugly, his voice dry. Katakuri, did you foresee the future? Katakuri solemnly nodded, taking a deep breath, and slowly said, Since we can't leave, then we can only face them. Oven, we only have one chance. I need you to block Hero Carp at the first moment, and I will, in that instant, destroy their warships. If we miss this opportunity, we will die. Oven's expression was extremely serious, gritting his teeth and nodding, his upper body already starting to emit steam. Oddly enough, the once noisy sea began to calm down as the two sides drew closer. The air seemed to gradually solidify, becoming incredibly oppressive and heavy. The two warships slightly separated, forming a pincer movement, one on the left and one on the right, approaching Katakuri's pirate ship. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Too close. At this point, the people on both ships could see each other's faces clearly. Just as Sengoku was about to raise his hand to give orders, Katakuri suddenly stepped forward, and his right arm instantly swelled hundreds of times, with sharp spikes protruding. Wrapped in dark armament haki, smashing down with a thunderous roar, splitting in mid-air into two streams, one left and one right, charging towards the two warships. Slice cut machi. Boom. Katakuri's attack instantly broke the sound barrier, causing the air to compress and explode with a bang, reaching an extreme speed. Sengoku's command froze on his lips, unable to issue it in time. Boom! The two terrifying black arms, like giant morning stars, struck down on the two warships with lightning speed, shattering the towering masts and collapsing onto the deck. It's Katakuri, the top of the sweet commander. Damn it, he actually dared to attack first? Sengoku was now in a state of disarray, interrupted by Katakuri's attack, and he lost his footing from the tremors of the warship, stumbling and falling. Such a terrifying, high-ranking officer of the Big Mom Pirates. Kizaru stood upright under the massive machi, watching the mass of the warship being destroyed with a relaxed demeanor. In the final moment before the machi fell, Kizaru burst into light, radiating endless golden light, and shot upwards in a fan shape. Yasakani no Magatama. The endless golden light pierced through Katakuri's giant arm in an instant, turning it into a hollow sieve, losing its power and leaking air from all sides. Meanwhile, on Sengoku's ship, a deafening explosion erupted as Katakuri's massive arm exploded into countless fragments just before reaching the deck, scattering into the sea like flowers in the wind. Karp clenched his fist, still maintaining a posture of punching the sky, although he foresaw the future and chose to take the initiative to attack first. The Navy's top combat power was still not enough to sweep away the enemy's foothold, although Katakuri's expression was serious. He did not lose his composure and was still analyzing the situation. Oven. Attention. Next, it's a matter of life and death. As long as we can hold on for a moment, a turnaround will appear. Katakuri suddenly shouted loudly. Owen gritted his teeth, frowning. What turnaround? We're at sea. With no land in sight, there's nowhere to escape. Where's the turnaround? Intuition. Katakuri's eyes sparkled with divine light, his observation haki reaching its limit, seemingly breaking through some restriction. Seeing a farther future. In the depths of his being, Katakuri sensed a very familiar, bloodline power approaching him. Yata no Kagami. Moonwalk. Climbing up. On the warship, two figures, one golden and one black, suddenly broke through the sky, flying towards Katakuri's ship. Kizaru. Garp. Kizaru. Garp. Owen shouted loudly, his sturdy body leaping up, actually facing two opponents alone, swinging his red-hot fists towards the two who were flying in. What a ferocious pirate! Kizaru screeched, transforming into a myriad of light, dodging Owen's strike. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man who boarded the ship immediately laughed broadly, throwing a straight punch towards Owen. Bang! This old man's seemingly casual punch actually repelled Owen's scorching fist, rebounding heavily onto his own chest. Wow! Owen spat out a mouthful of blood, his robust body crashing back, violently slamming into the ship's cabin, creating a massive hole in the wooden wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, just as Kizaru had formed a human shape, he was met with countless rice dumplings wrapped in haki, moving at incredible speed, emitting a whistling sound like bullets, shooting towards his face. Unmatched rice cake blade bullet. Katakuri's arm transformed into a pitch-black Gatling gun, continuously firing black haki rice dumpling bullets at Kizaru. So it turns out that the strongest star of the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri, is said to have the ability to foresee the future. I wonder, did you foresee this outcome? Kizaru's figure instantly vanished from his position, reappearing as if teleporting right in front of Katakuri, kicking towards him. Speed equals power. Katakuri. Have you ever been kicked to the speed of light? Marine Admiral Kizaru. I've long wanted to fight you. Katakuri's expression was stern, looking down at Kizaru, and he kicked out with the same leg. Willow cake. His pitch-black long leg thundered against Kizaru's leg. Both sides' overwhelming power erupted, causing the entire ship to shake violently. Such a powerful haki, indeed ferocious. Kizaru's expression slightly changed, and suddenly, a three-bladed spear shot out from Katakuri's massive arm, pitch-black, stabbing toward his head. Amaterasu. Kizaru pulled his hands, and a dazzling golden sword appeared out of thin air, blocking Katakuri's spear. However, at the moment he drew the Amaterasu sword, the deck beneath him sank. The ground became sticky and soft, actually sticking to his elemental body. What? The ability has awakened. Kizaru's expression changed, but there was no time to react. Katakuri seemed to perceive any direction he tried to evade. In the places he wanted to dodge, countless pitch-black square fists emerged, bombarding him like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Kizaru gritted his teeth. The rain-like hockey fists instantly sent him flying. Katakuri stood tall like a mountain, holding the earth dragon, incredibly stern. Kizaru, this is what it means to foresee the future. On the other end of the deck, Kizaru's disheveled figure appeared, his expression somewhat unsightly. A trickle of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A troublesome ability. Kizaru wiped the blood from his mouth and transformed into golden light again, swinging a sword towards Katakuri. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Garp was unleashing a flurry of blows like a wild dragon, pummeling Owen mercilessly. I'm so mad. High-temperature fist. Owen's head swelled like a pig's, his eye sockets dark and bruised, looking extremely miserable. The strange old man before him looked very old, and his punches appeared ordinary, seemingly lacking hockey, yet had the same effect as hockey and were incredibly powerful. Owen often found that when he threw a punch, the opponent would counter with both fist and arm, hitting him back. This frustrating fighting style left Owen feeling extremely depressed, while also in awe of the hero Garp's strength. Ha ha ha, little brat. It's still 1,000 years too early to resist my fists. Garp laughed broadly, like hitting a sandbag, once again sending Owen flying, crashing through the cabin and falling into the sea. Katakuri! Owen shouted in panic. Katakuri was at the bow of the ship, but his observation hockey was powerful, enveloping the entire ship at all times. Hearing Owen's call, he didn't rush over. Instead, he stomped his foot, unleashing an invisible force. At the stern of the ship, a part of the wooden hull twisted, transforming into a white rice dumpling, its strong stickiness instantly sticking to Owen's body and pulling him back onto the ship. Garp's eyes lit up, his figure disappearing in an instant, arriving at the bow, throwing a punch towards Katakuri. Katakuri fixed his gaze on Garp's fist, activating his future-seeing ability again, trying to dodge this punch. Can't dodge? Katakuri's eyes narrowed, somewhat incredulous. In his foresight, this white-haired old man's fist pressed down like a mountain, causing the surrounding space to freeze, and he found himself unable to break free for a short time. And the outcome of trying to escape was to be caught up by Garp and blasted away with a punch. Since I can't dodge, then let's fight. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri's right fist swelled, steaming with heat, simultaneously containing hockey and immense heat, smashing towards Garp's fist. Boom! The two fists, one large and one small, collided violently. The air exploded, the void trembled, and the deck beneath them cracked with numerous fissures, as if it would shatter at any moment. Good power. The warm-up is over. Now I'm going to get serious. Garp's eyes sparkled, filled with madness, his momentum suddenly exploding. Although it wasn't Conqueror's hockey, it felt like a towering divine mountain suddenly rising from the ground, standing between heaven and earth, giving a sense of awe. Mountain-breaking fist. Garp's momentum was furious. Without a flurry of punches, without darting left or right, just curling his right arm and tightening his fist, slowly hammering it towards Katakuri. Katakuri's expression was grave, and behind him in the void, enormous pitch-black arms were continuously hammering towards Garp. He didn't choose to dodge, but directly braced against Garp's punch. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but in his foresight, the outcome of escaping was to be caught up by Garp again and knocked down with a punch. This old man's fist was strange. Katakuri unleashed all his strength, countless hockey-wrapped rice cake fists bombarding Garp. However, when Garp's seemingly slow fist advanced, all the massive punches aimed at him were unable to make any progress, disintegrated by an invisible force halfway. It was a kind of momentum. The force of the punch affected the surrounding space, causing the entire small world to advance with his fist, rather than just a tiny fist. Katakuri gritted his teeth as his body instantly dissolved on the deck, forming a giant donut like a tire. The unmatched donut. Monster strength state. The donut rolled quickly on the deck, with Katakuri's arms extending from its center, veins bulging, muscles swelling, unleashing terrifying monster strength. Cut slice rice cake. The donut soared into the air, and Katakuri shouted, his massive arm extending from the rapidly spinning donut, gaining tremendous inertia, turning dark and enormous, covered in spikes, crashing down with immense force. Boom! The space tore apart, dark cracks appearing from the collision, as if the void itself was ripped open. The massive ship shattered into pieces. With splintering, the large pirate ship cracking in half. Katakuri's expression twisted, somewhat in disbelief, looking at his huge fist being crushed by Garp. Then that unadorned fist slammed heavily onto his chest. Boom! An even louder sound shook the heavens and the earth, and Katakuri's form flew back like a meteor, smashing through the ship's side, flying straight out, even crashing into the hull of Sengoku's battleship and disappearing inside. Garp, what the hell are you doing? Sengoku's furious voice came through. Sorry, I didn't control the direction well. This guy's power is too strong. I can't hold back. Garp scratched his head awkwardly. Katakuri, Oan, grabbing onto the slowly sinking half of the ship, looked anxiously at the battleship. What are you looking at? Charlotte Oan. The lazy voice of Kizaru, which was very irritating, rang in Owen's ears, making his hair stand on end. Lightspeed kick. Kizaru raised a leg, and a golden light flashed suddenly. Owen's chest caved in, spitting blood, instantly smashing through layers of the ship, plunging straight into the sea. Owen, inside the battleship, Katakuri's face was grim. His observation Haki sensed that Owen was in trouble, but his own situation was also dire. Looking down at the clear fist mark on his chest, Katakuri, who had always maintained a cold demeanor, showed signs of losing composure. Monkey D. Garp, is he the grandfather of the Straw Hat Kid? What a terrifying old man. Truly worthy of being a legendary marine hero. Garp. Katakuri got up and looked around. Surrounding him were broken wooden pieces, judging by the shattered bedding. This should be the quarters of the Marines on the battleship. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri extended his hand and pressed it against the ground. Fruit awakening, flowing rice dumpling. In the blink of an eye, everything around began to transform into glutinous rice dumplings. Whether it was wood or steel, all were affected by the awakened power of the fruit, turning into glutinous rice dumplings. In just a moment, half of the battleship completely transformed into soft, squishy rice dumplings, controlled by Katakuri in his hands. At that moment, golden light began to shine through the gaps of the rice dumplings. Kizaru? No, it's Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku. Katakuri's expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, countless rice dumplings rose up, forming layers of barriers in front of him. On the deck of the battleship, Sengoku looked grimly at the large portion of the battleship that had turned into sticky rice dumplings, so angry that he directly unleashed his full power. Buzzing, Sengoku's body swelled. An endless golden light burst forth from his surface. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku transformed into a dazzling golden Buddha, his immense weight causing the battleship to tilt upwards. Buddha's impact. Sengoku struck out with a palm, a spherical golden shockwave spreading, shattering the rice dumplings, reaching the interior where Katakuri was. Wow! Katakuri spat out a blood arrow, staring intensely at Sengoku. Buddha Sengoku. His ability can directly penetrate my armament haki and impact my internal organs. Where is the turning point? Katakuri frowned in deep thought, but couldn't figure out what opportunity could arise at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Garp and Kizaru landed beside Sengoku, the three of them standing in a triangle, looking at Katakuri. An extremely oppressive aura pressed down on Katakuri. War! Katakuri gritted his teeth and roared, his fruit ability exploding again. Fruit awakening. Unmatched donut. Glutinous dumpling chant. In an instant, the half of the battleship transformed into hollow giant donuts, spinning and rising into the air. Boom, 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 boom. In the center of the donuts, massive dark square arms emerged, as if from another dimension, charging at Sengoku and the others. 8-footed jewel. Kizaru brought his hands together, and countless golden lights shot out. Buddha's impact. Sengoku stepped forward, the gigantic golden Buddha striking out with a palm, sending shockwaves rippling. Garp had no special move. He charged in, smashing through the rice dumpling arms with punch after punch, getting closer to Katakuri. 3 against 1, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. No matter how Katakuri continuously created giant fists wrapped in haki, he could not stop Sengoku and the others from advancing. The golden shockwaves broke through the rice dumpling barriers, golden beams piercing through the giant arms, and Garp, like a bulldozer, was the first to crash into Katakuri's space. Boom! Katakuri was once again sent flying by Garp. In midair, Kizaru's form condensed and kicked down from above. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God, but it turned into a light speed kick. Katakuri spat blood again, plummeting toward the deck. However, waiting for him was Sengoku's powerful golden palm, charged with momentum. Buddha's impact. Although Sengoku kept using that same move, Katakuri was now powerless to resist, and that compressed golden shockwave hit him squarely in the abdomen, exploding inside his body. Boom! The sea surface rolled violently, waves rising and falling, the golden shockwave spreading out in concentric circles. Ugh! Katakuri's entire body was spraying blood from his pores, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His tall figure turning into a blood-soaked mess, his breath rapidly declining, clearly suffering severe injuries. At the cost of a battleship, capturing 2 relatively strong officers. This trade was still worth it. Kizaru, holding a golden lightsaber, walked in front of Katakuri. The golden Buddha gradually shrank, Sengoku returning to his original form. A hint of a smile appearing on his face. This counts as the only good news in these past few days, Charlotte Katakuri. The top of the sweet calm, Kapu suddenly expressed his confusion. As soon as Kapu's words came out, both Kizaru and Sengoku felt a jolt in their hearts. A hint of ominous thoughts emerging. It wasn't just the 3 of them. All the remaining Navy soldiers on the 2 warships looked up at the sky. What is that? Is it a thundercloud? A soldier whispered softly. High up in the sky, a massive black shadow was moving rapidly, coming from the direction of Wano country, seemingly having spotted their location, arcing through the air and flying towards them. As the black shadow gradually descended, the soldiers and officers on the warships gaped wider and wider, expressions of shock and horror blossoming on everyone's faces. Chirp! The sound tore through the sky, revealing a super giant golden rock with a wingspan of 20 kilometers. Its lake-sized golden pupils reflecting the image of Katakuri lying on the deck. This intense bloodline power, is it of the same origin as mine? That kid down there, has he inherited the bloodline of my Oni family? Is he another child of Linlin and me? Ha ha ha! I was defeated by Kapu and Sengoku. The shadow that blotted out the sky covered the 2 warships, bringing darkness to everyone. Kapu, Sengoku, and Kizaru all stood alert, their faces grave as they looked at the golden bird. Ha ha ha! Kapu, Sengoku, ha ha ha! What are you doing to my child? Katakuri's pupils dilated. The golden rock in the sky blocked all his vision, and he could feel the blood boiling inside him, his mind restless, with his temples throbbing as if something was trying to break free and grow from within. Kaido. Sengoku frowned tightly, his expression more serious than ever. Is it that terrifying? Beast God pirates? Kizaru clenched his light sword, licking his lips. What are you 2 old geezers, Kapu and Sengoku, one do to my son? The figure of Charlotte Linlin appeared on the wide wings of the golden rock. Mom, Katakuri exclaimed with joy. Big Mom is actually fine. She looked not only unharmed, but also seemed to have rejuvenated by several decades, becoming youthful and full of energy. How wonderful it is to welcome. Just entering the new world, and we can have a good fight right away, everyone. The beast god has come. Let's take down the navy below. Kaido laughed wildly, his massive body suddenly leaping down, directly plummeting towards the warship. Garp clenched his fists and said solemnly, Sengoku, Kizaru, things are looking bad. Stay safe. Kizaru felt his mouth go dry. 2 of the 4 emperors in their prime, and 1 monster even stronger than the 4 emperors. Kizaru had a feeling of not daring to face Kaido. The monster that devoured the Millennium Giant beast, the giant elephant Zo. As soon as it appeared, whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures shot out like lightning from Kaido's back, falling towards the sea. Leading them was none other than Jin, transformed into a pterodactyl. Kaisera lowered his height and opened his mouth to release a thick frost. Ha ha ha! Without a battlefield, how could it be exciting to fight? Icebound for thousands of miles. Crack, crack, crack. The frost, as thick as a pillar, struck the sea, and in an instant, a large area of the ocean turned snow white and crystalline. The seawater quickly froze, spreading and thickening. In just a breath, the surrounding sea area of hundreds of miles completely transformed into a glacial realm. Akiji's ability. Sengoku's fists crackled with tension. Swish! The giant bird that blocked the sky vanished without a trace, as if it had just been an illusion. Tens of thousands of members of the Beast God pirate crew densely appeared in the air dozens of meters above, descending towards the ice surface. Kill! In an instant, the cries of battle shook the heavens. Prepare for battle, Sengoku shouted fiercely. Gulp! The hundreds of Navy soldiers on the 2 warships looked up at the dark mass of figures with difficulty, especially those 2 tall. Familiar figures made them feel as if their legs were unresponsive, unable to move. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded as a terrifying figure slowly stood up in the center of Sengoku and the others. Ha ha ha! Cart, long time no see. As the figure rose, The dilapidated warship instantly disintegrated, collapsing layer by layer and exploding into a heap of debris. Kaido. Carp stared at the terrifying monster, gradually revealed in the dust and mist. He could clearly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Kaido, feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders even before any action was taken. This guy has become even more abnormal. With such a physique, he truly deserves to be the strongest bloodline of the ancient race. Sengoku stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Evil spirit Kaido, you haven't shown yourself for decades. Why are you jumping out now? Do you want to follow in Rock's footsteps?" The dust floating in front of Kaiser dissipated, and he stood 9 meters tall. Just by standing there, his terrifying aura and physical presence subtly affected the entire space, causing the air around him to twist and distort. This horrifying sight made the atmosphere among those present incredibly heavy. Kizaru completely ignored Sengoku, his gaze first landing on Carp, then glancing over to Kizaru, and finally resting on Katakuri, who was on the ground. "Kid, what's your name?" Kizaru asked with a grin. Sengoku's expression darkened. He didn't expect Kizaru to completely disregard him, chatting as if it were just casual talk. "You." Sengoku wanted to explode in anger, but in the distance, the heavy, mountain-like auras of Kaido and Big Mom firmly locked onto them. As soon as Kizaru made a move, the scene would likely turn into a catastrophic explosion, like a nuclear bomb going off. At such close proximity, Katakuri felt his blood boiling, his temples pounding even more intensely. A strange power within him on the verge of awakening. Katakuri, Charlotte Katakuri. For some reason, Katakuri found this feeling very familiar and naturally stated his name. Kaisha laughed heartily. An unprecedented sense of joy. "Indeed, you are my and Lingling's child. I, Kaisha, have a son. Katakuri, you're the one among them with the best talent. Seeing you so grown up and still not having awakened the bloodline of the devil, it's no wonder your physical body is so fragile. Ha ha ha. Today is a good day. Let me unlock the true invincible blood for you." Katakuri seemed to have known in advance that Kaisha would say this. But even so, he was still inexplicably shocked, his pupils trembling. Kaiser ignored the warring states and walked straight towards Katakuri, his arrogant demeanor resembling someone strolling through their own garden. "What an arrogant guy. Take this punch from me." Carp, furious to the point of laughter, kicked off the ground and threw a punch at Kaiser. Kaiser bared his fangs, identical to Katakuri's, and with a stomp of his left foot on the ice, the entire glacial land seemed to tilt suddenly. His enormous right arm stretched out, resembling an ancient stone pillar spanning across the sky. Black-red lightning erupted from nowhere as a terrifyingly huge fist roared through the void, crashing towards Carp. Boom! Thunder roared across the heavens and earth as Kaiser's fist seemed capable of shattering the void. Without any obstruction, it collided with Carp in the shocked gazes of everyone present. The glacier cracked and split, fissures spreading for thousands of meters, and the clouds above tore apart, revealing a profound vacuum. It was as if two spaces collided, sharing the same tremendous force of nature and oppressive void. The difference was that Carp's expression changed wildly, as he was struck by Kaiser's incredibly ferocious punch, sending his body shooting like a meteor for several thousand meters. Boom! Behind Carp, a massive chasm dozens of meters deep stretched straight for over 10 miles. Carp! Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, watching Carp being blasted over 10 miles away by Kaiser's punch, unsure of where he had landed. Kizaru's eyelids twitched, feeling as if his heart was pounding like a drum. Carp's punch was heavy, and these high-ranking Navy officers knew it best. That seemingly simple punch could harness the might of heaven and earth. When thrown, it wasn't just his own power, but the weight of the entire world pressing down on you. In Sengoku's words, the D-clan, especially Carp's lineage, was naturally favored by the heavens, born with exceptional talent. Each person endowed with unique gifts to varying degrees. They were the chosen ones of this world. However, a fierce warrior emerged, collapsing the heavens with a single punch, knocking the invincible war god of the Navy off his pedestal. Kaiza stood in front of Katakuri, and the father and son looked at each other. The aura of Kizaru is as fierce as the sea, while Katakuri is as steady as a mountain. They possess different temperaments, yet share the same bloodline. My son Katakuri, bathe in your father's blood and awaken the supreme bloodline power that Kizaru has bestowed upon you. Kaiser stretched out his right arm, and without needing a knife, a cut opened up on his wrist, a surge of intense blood energy bursting forth, enveloping Katakuri from head to toe. Ugh! Katakuri had long foreseen the future and understood how he would change. Kaiser, my father? He, indeed a towering man. Katakuri roared. The life essence from the same source pouring down like a waterfall, absorbed by his tall figure. Kaiza, stop being so arrogant. Kizaru, make your move. Sengoku's body expanded wildly. Immeasurable golden light erupted, and the golden Buddha stood tall with a massive golden hand striking towards Kaiser and Katakuri. Buddha's impact. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru also knew that they couldn't let Kaiser control the situation any longer. If this continued, they would face a dead end. As Sengoku and Kizaru made their move. In the distance, Kaido and Big Mom simultaneously raised their weapons, perfectly in sync, and launched their attacks. Bajikoku. Kaido and Big Mom launched a joint attack, causing the ice surface to shatter with a thunderous roar. Two massive shockwaves, as thick as dragons, struck Sengoku and Kizaru in an instant. Boom! Kizaru's body exploded into countless specks of light, while the towering golden Buddha was sent flying hundreds of meters by Kaido's blow, sliding across the ice and smashing through waves that had turned into icebergs. Kaido and Big Mom, one on the left and one on the right, stood like gate gods, imposing and unmatched. Big Mom approached Kaido, surprised as she looked at the struggling and roaring Katakuri, and asked Kaido, Brother Kaido, what's wrong with this child? Kaiza withdrew his hand, and the wound healed automatically. Linlin and Little Card's talent is outstanding among our 4 children. He is the one most closely related to my bloodline. I am awakening the power of my clan's bloodline for him, and his strength will achieve a tremendous leap. The ant was overjoyed, hugging Kaisa's strong body tightly, while keeping a close watch on Katakuri. As a large amount of vital blood was absorbed, Katakuri's body actually swelled slightly, and his height increased by a meter. He stood on the ice with his eyes closed, and dark flames slowly emerged from his body, swirling around him. 2 curved horns, pointing skyward, grew from his temples, resembling those of Kaido and Kaiza. Buzz! A dark halo exploded from Katakuri's body, exuding a chilling aura that felt like staring into an abyss. This was his innate conqueror's haki. Now, it had advanced further, the conqueror's haki fully developed, with a rising momentum, surrounded by black flames, and his physique robust. He looked like a smaller version of Kaiza. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be one of our clan's talents, the ghost flame. Indeed, this hellish black flame, derived from the soul, attaches to attacks and can burn the opponent's soul, causing them excruciating pain in battle, affecting their performance. The weak ones are directly burned down to their souls, turning into empty shells. Katakuri felt his newfound power and perceived his physique to be 10 times stronger than before, the urge to kill and fight boiling in his blood. But when he sensed Kaisa's aura beside him, the restless power within him calmed down instantly, as if under the suppression of a superior. Kizaru stood there, but Katakuri could sense the vast life force within him, like a boundless ocean, as well as the terrifying physique that distorted space with its immense pressure. This deeply shocked Katakuri. It was a physical power far beyond his current self. The child Katakuri had seen his father, his mother. Katakuri knelt on one knee, paying his respects to Kizaru and Big Mom. Well, very good, Katakuri. After your father's baptism, your future achievements will surely surpass mine. Get up now. By the way, how did you end up here? Big Mom was very happy to see the amazing changes in Katakuri and the enhanced strength of the Beast Pirates. Katakuri was taken aback and suddenly changed his expression, remembering Oven. Mom, I was with Oven and wanted to go to Wano to find you. We ran into the Marines on the way and ended up fighting. By the way, please have father send someone to the sea to look for Oven. He was just knocked into the sea by Kizaru. Big Mom's face showed anger as she exclaimed, Damn Kizaru, how dare he treat my son Oven like that? Katakuri, go kill Kizaru. Katakuri was stunned. Kizaru also nodded with a smile. Go defeat Kizaru. Little cat, with your current strength, you should be able to become the 4th bearer of the god title in my Beast God Pirate crew. Katakuri asked in confusion, Father, what is the god title? Kizaru pointed to the gathered Kizaru, Sengoku, and Garp in the distance. This is the position I established. In the Beast God Pirates, it holds supreme power. The prerequisite for obtaining this title is to defeat a Marine Admiral. Katakuri's eyes sparkled with divine light, and his fighting spirit began to boil as he locked his gaze on the distant Kizaru. All right, that kid will earn this honor today as a meeting gift for his father and mother. Ha ha ha. Good. Then we father and son will blow these old Marine bastards to pieces together. Kaiser and Katakuri exchanged a smile, then simultaneously flickered and disappeared from their original spot, heading straight towards Sengoku and the others. On the battleship, Jin stepped on a rear admiral from headquarters, yawning out of boredom as he watched the overwhelming aura of Kaiser and his son, astonished. No wonder they're the children of Lord Kaiser and Big Mom. Their presence already surpasses ours. Beside him, Quinn wore a worried expression, muttering, "Damn it, how can we become stronger to obtain the title of God? Jin, I feel like our presence is getting lower and lower. I really wish I was also Lord Kaiser's son." Jin looked up and down at Quinn, making him feel uneasy. "What are you doing?" "Quinn, I've noticed you resemble the old Big Mom a bit." "Huh? Why not go ask Lord Kaiser? Who knows? You might really be his long-lost son?" Jin laughed heartily. Little did he know, Quinn's eyes lit up as he pondered the feasibility of that idea while pinching his chin. Jin scoffed and shook his head. "Quinn, you're hopeless. Even without Kaido and Big Mom joining the battle." The soldiers on the two Navy ships were quickly defeated by the members of the Beast Pirates. The gap in numbers and strength between the two sides was vast. "Capture the high-ranking guys. Then we can negotiate with the Navy, and let's kill off the other useless ones." Parasparrow shouted loudly to his siblings. He also noticed the changes in Katakuri and couldn't help but feel happy for his exceptionally gifted brother. Kaido sat on the ice with an unhappy face, playing with his big stick, watching Kizaru and Sengoku's father-son battle against the three warriors of Wano. He felt frustrated that he clearly wanted to fight, but had no meat to eat. That bastard Kizaru had taken all of his opponents. How infuriating. Why could that bastard's son awaken the demon flame while my daughter Yamato had no bloodline power? It made me so angry. On the other side, Kizaru laughed maniacally as he punched Sengoku away, engaging in a fierce battle with Garp. The two exchanged blows, their fists colliding with a roar, and the air erupted with a series of explosive sounds. Meanwhile, Katakuri, surrounded by black flames, moved at incredible speed, and with the help of his observation haki that allowed him to foresee the future, he began to force Kizaru to abandon the speed advantage of the glint fruit and confront him head-on. Demon flame attached. "Machi slash," Katakuri shouted, extending his right arm, which became thick and dark. It not only covered his arm with haki, but also burned with eerie black flames. Amaterasu sword. Jata no Kagami. Kizaru wielded his light sword, and countless beams of golden light burst forth, causing intense explosions on the icy surface. Boom! With the enhancement of his powerful physique, Katakuri was like a fierce dragon, allowing Kizaru's lasers to hit him, resulting in violent explosions. His massive club-like arm created an afterimage and struck down in advance on Kizaru's path as he attempted to dodge. Damn it, is this future foresight ability causing trouble again? What a troublesome power. Kizaru felt a tightness in his scalp and had no choice but to take the hit. The dazzling Amaterasu sword was smashed by Katakuri's arm, forcefully sending Kizaru deep into the thick ice layer. "Kizaru!" Sengoku exclaimed in shock, moving to check the situation. "Haha, youngsters should fight, and old men should not meddle," Sengoku exclaimed. Kaido laughed heartily, his thick, long thighs sweeping across Sengoku's chest like a guillotine. Black and red lightning erupted, sending Sengoku's massive body flying once again. Carp's face turned extremely grim as he was shocked to realize that at this moment, Kaido could actually withstand the combined attacks of him and Sengoku all by himself. Kaizena's terrifying physique is simply inhuman. Even if Carp, by a stroke of luck and under Sengoku's restraint, manages to hit Kaizena's body, he cannot inflict serious injuries on him. At most, it will make him spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he will continue fighting as if nothing happened. Kaido's stamina seemed limitless. While Carp and Sengoku had been fighting for so long that they were panting and exhausted, Kaido still appeared vigorous and lively, as if nothing were amiss. Carp quickly moved to Sengoku's side, helping him up and said in a deep voice, "The officers have all been defeated, Sengoku. We must leave the battlefield as soon as possible. Otherwise, the three of us will be trapped here, and Kaido and Big Mom haven't even made their move yet." Cough, cough. Sengoku's face was pale as he coughed a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He took a few deep breaths and stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Carp. "Jihahaha, are you ready to fight to the death, Carp, Sengoku?" Kaido stood barehanded, showing no intention of using the Candle Dragon. Carp's eyes widened, his aura surging violently, rising like a divine mountain. He tore open his upper clothing, revealing a solid chest covered with numerous deep and shallow scars. A shocking sight. Sengoku also returned to his normal form, tearing open his shirt, his whole body enveloped in armed color haki, with Conqueror's haki swirling around him. his silver hair exploding outwards and purplish-red energy rising. Sengoku is one of the few possessors of Conqueror's Haki in the Navy. Decades ago, he was already an admiral. It is clear now that he has also mastered the technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki in his attacks. Alright, let's do this. A thrilling battle awaits. Caesar went mad, his body crashing through the void, leaving a series of afterimages as he punched towards Carp and Sengoku. Haki wrap, light of justice. Sengoku's hair stood on end, delivering a straight punch that symbolized the unwavering justice of the Navy, with black and red lightning splattering, causing the void to explode. Boom! Kaiser's momentum is fierce, like a dragon or a python, as his terrifying giant fist crushes the heavens, clashing against the warring states. Bang! Kaiser's overwhelming power surged, breaking through the strength of Sengoku as he struck towards his head. Mountain opening. Carp suddenly shouted, swinging his fist. The fist moved through the void, causing the space to tremble, forming a giant armored fist over 100 meters in size, which crashed down on Kaiza, sending him flying hundreds of meters and shattering the last remaining battleship on the ice. Whoosh! Carp and Sengoku closely followed Kaiza, their fists like a persistent disease, striking simultaneously at Kaiza's body, which was harder than diamond. Boom! Great Buddha impact. Sengoku roared, instantly expanding into a golden Buddha, a palm containing terrifying shockwaves crashing into Kaiza's body, then exploding, rumbling. It was like 1,000,000 tons of explosives detonating or a meteor falling from the sky, causing the glaciers within 1,000 meters to shatter completely, with a white icy rain obscuring all vision. Kaiza's body erupted with countless crimson blood, and his towering frame plunged deep into the sea. Carp let out a roar and dove straight into the water, chasing after Kaiza with a punch. Split the sea. In the water, the currents in front of Carp seemed to have a life of their own. With a single punch, he sent out transparent streams of water that formed massive fists, continuously striking Kaiza's falling body. Carp's attack resembled Jinbei executing fishman karate. In the pitch-black seabed, Kaiza pushed off the ocean floor with his legs, watching as the transparent fists came crashing down. He opened his menacing mouth wide, his right arm punched towards the sky, swelling wildly, with his giant arm spanning the deep sea, instantly breaking through the endless seawater and the incoming transparent fists. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Kaiza's right arm was like a black mountain, crashing into Carp and sending his body soaring upwards. Boom! Tons of seawater exploded as a fist the size of a mountain shattered the ice surface, sending Carp straight into the sky. Wow! Carp flew like a meteor, blasted away by Kaiza, shooting up into the clouds, blood gushing from his mouth. The giant arm, stretching for kilometers, clung to the edge of the ice, rapidly retracting, bringing Kaiza's figure back to the glacier. Sengoku's face was ashen, and without a word, he continued to attack Kaiza. However, without Carp's cooperation, Sengoku fell back under Kaiza's frenzied assault, being comprehensively suppressed. He was outmatched in strength, haki, and physical prowess. Boom! Kaido once again unleashed a powerful punch, sending Sengoku, who was also using his power, flying hundreds of meters away. At this moment, the battle between Katakuri and Kizaru had also reached its climax. Kizaru shot a thick golden beam of light from his entire body, crossing space in less than a second, striking Katakuri directly. A scorching, deep red explosion erupted with Katakuri at its center. This attack was incredibly powerful, extinguishing the black flames on Katakuri's body and creating a large hole that was transparent from front to back on his towering figure. Damn it, was it predicted? Did he transform and dodge in advance? Kizaru gritted his teeth, pulled his hands, and the dazzling golden sword, Emitsukuyomi, reappeared. In a flash, he rushed towards Katakuri, swinging his sword at his head. Invincible Donut, Fruit Awakening, Sweet Domain, Demon Flame Burning. Katakuri roared with boundless rage, his conqueror's haki erupting, making the ground within 1,000 meters soft and sticky, as huge donuts rose up, all pitch black with flames burning on top. Kizaru, after being burned by the demon flames so many times, it should have had some effect, right? Soul Black Flame, detonate for me, Katakuri bellowed, spreading his right hand's fingers as if releasing something. Kizaru, holding the light sword, suddenly changed his expression drastically, as an excruciating pain tore through his mind, causing him to lose control and crash to the ground from midair. Large masses of pitch-black flames erupted from Kizaru's body, burning fiercely. Kizaru dropped the light sword, clutching his head and crying out in pain, his soul being burned madly. That pain far exceeded physical pain, clearly reflected in his nerves. At this moment, the ground had already turned into a sticky, glutinous rice ball, and as Kizaru fell, he was like an insect caught in a spider's web, rolling and becoming increasingly enveloped and stuck by the sticky rice. Glutinous rice ball chant. Katakuri's towering body stood firm, with giant donuts floating above his head, resembling various dimensions. As arms entwined with haki and demon flames tightened into fists, raining down like a torrential storm. Boom, 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 boom. In his painful state, Kizaru had no power to resist, continuously being struck by countless fists. In a moment, Kizaru lost his fighting capacity, lying in the sticky glutinous rice, covered in blood from Katakuri's relentless beating. Kizaru. Sengoku was filled with both sadness and anger. Sengoku, do you still have time to worry about others? Kizaru grinned and punched Sengoku deep into the ice layer. Katakuri, towering at 6 meters and surrounded by black flames, resembled a demon emerging from hell. Beneath him lay Admiral Kizaru, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. As the Navy's top combat force, Kizaru's strength was unquestionable, undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. He possessed one of the fastest abilities granted by the Pika Pika no Mi. He had always achieved crushing victories in battle. Perhaps the overwhelming power of his devil fruit led Kizaru to neglect the training of his haki and martial arts. His personality was laid back. His daily routine involved slacking off and showing off his superhuman speed in various combat scenarios. However, his super reflexes were countered by Katakuri's foresight. His super speed was also hindered by the sticky ground, which had been burning him with ghostly flames for a long time, ultimately leading to a moment of loss of control when Katakuri detonated it all at once. This is what happens when one misstep leads to total defeat. Katakuri, you actually defeated an admiral. Congratulations on becoming the 4th divine member of the Beast Pirates. Perospero's expression was complex, filled with surprise, disappointment, and more importantly, pride and joy for Katakuri's growth as an older brother. Katakuri retracted the black flames surrounding him, restoring his stern and unsmiling demeanor. Aside from his height and the long horns on his head, his appearance hadn't changed much. Big brother Perospero, were you also saved by father? That's great. By the way, what about Owen? Was he rescued? Katakuri held great respect for his brothers, especially for his elder brother Perospero. Because of this respect, even though his strength was considered the first under Big Mom in the Big Mom Pirates, he remained humble and let his brother Perospero handle significant matters. Perospero nodded. Don't worry, Owen has been found. He's fine, just took in some water and has some internal and external injuries. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. As the two spoke, soon, other children of Big Mom also gathered around to congratulate Katakuri. Originally, Charlotte Flamp, who had lost her perfect image of Katakuri and felt disgusted, now looked at him with awe. Especially seeing the 2 horns on Katakuri's head and his resemblance to Kizu made her hesitant to criticize Katakuri's strange mouth as she did before. With Kizaru's defeat and Sengoku's consecutive retreats, this battle had essentially come to an end. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a glance, and in perfect harmony, they stood up and began to surround Carp and Sengoku. It was time to end this battle, as Sengoku once again struggled to crawl out from the shattered ice. Facing Kaiza, Carp, who had been sent flying by Kaiza to an unknown height, descended from the sky and threw a punch to push Kaiza back, protecting his severely injured old friend Sengoku behind him. Carp, there's no hope left. I know you have one powerful move you haven't used yet, but I hope you won't use it to fight. Unleash everything. Kizaru has been defeated. He is still young and can't sacrifice himself here. You take him and leave. I'll hold him off. Sengoku's eyes were fixed on Kaiza, but he whispered instructions to Carp. Carp immediately refused without looking back. Don't joke around, Sengoku. Are you asking me to abandon my comrades and escape alone? I've never done anything so disgraceful in my life. Listen, I will unleash my final power and take Kaiza down with me. You take this chance to rescue Kizaru. You're a retired admiral. I'm just a vice admiral. My life isn't as precious as yours. Carp. Sengoku felt both anger and warmth. He and Carp had joined the Navy together since their youth, relying on each other through countless life and death situations. That kind of friendship, which could entrust each other with their lives, had long transcended any familial bonds. He wanted Carp to escape, but Carp surely wished he could live and leave as well. Listen, Carp, you are a unique Navy hero. An admiral can have a second, but there is only one Navy hero. For the new generation of Navy soldiers, they all grew up hearing your stories, The Navy cannot be without you. We lost Zephyr. We lost Akiji. Today we can lose Sengoku, but you need to live. Leave now. Take Kizaru with you. He is still young. The road ahead is long. Treat Kaiza as the most terrifying enemy the Navy will face in the future. Tell Akainu that I agree with his concept of absolute justice. Sengoku said this without caring whether Carp was listening, as if he had made a decision. He began to radiate light once again. Unlike before, this time Sengoku's radiance was not just a solitary golden light, but a golden hue tinged with a hint of blood. A massive gold-red Buddha, solemn yet infused with a strange determination. Sengoku. Carp's eyes suddenly turned red, tears uncontrollably falling and shattering on the icy surface. He knew that Sengoku was completely igniting his final vitality, resolutely and without hesitation. After today, perhaps the world would have one less admiral upholding justice in the Navy. The wise strategist, Buddha Sengoku. Sengoku took heavy steps towards Kaiza, his silhouette tall and upright like a pine tree. He did not look back. His final words reached Carp. Carp, having a comrade like you in my life is worth it. Tell Akainu not to be sad. In the journey of life, parting is destined. Farewell, my dear friend. Sengoku began to run, and wherever he passed, the ice shattered. Streams of black-red and gold-red energy continuously emanated from Sengoku's massive Buddha form, dyeing a vast area of a world into a deep red domain, filled with the destructive energy of withering life. Kaido's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Leave. Everyone, get out of this area immediately." Kaido, Linlin, you too. Kaido and Big Mom were somewhat puzzled. They had certainly noticed that Sengoku was not in a good state. However, they felt that Kizaru was making a big deal out of nothing. How much of a storm can an old man, nearing death, possibly stir up? Yet, Kizaru's expression was more serious than ever. He sensed a heavy aura of death emanating from Sengoku, as if a reaper in the depths of hell was slowly raising its scythe to harvest life. Sengoku was running faster and faster, and cracks began to appear on the surface of his golden-red Buddha form, with terrifying bloodlight bursting forth from the fissures. This was the final impact of the Buddha. Sengoku roared in anger. An endless golden-red radiance erupted, engulfing everything within 100 miles. Less than a few dozen meters away from Kizaru, Sengoku's golden Buddha body exploded with a thunderous sound. Carp's eye sockets tore, red tears streaming down his face. His entire being bursting with an aura like a volcano. With a stomp, the ice beneath him shattered within hundreds of meters, and Carp shot like a meteor towards Katakuri, landing a punch on the unsuspecting Katakuri's chest, causing his chest to cave in and crashing him deep into the ocean floor. Carp grabbed the unconscious Kizaru, took one last look in Sengoku's direction, and stomped the ground again, his speed increasing several times, transforming into a black comet that streaked across the endless ice surface, disappearing from everyone's view in the blink of an eye. The golden red light was like a dazzling sun, filling everyone's sight. Boom! It was as if chaos had just begun. The heavens and the earth split apart, and a thunderous roar echoed throughout, causing thousands of pirates around to cover their ears in pain, with many bleeding from their ears. Within a 5-kilometer radius of Sengoku's explosion, weaker pirates suffered severe injuries, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, collapsing silently to their deaths. Kaido and Big Mom, who were somewhat dismissive and slow to retreat, suddenly changed their expressions, feeling a profound aura of death. This old man, Sengoku, actually. Kaido's pupils dilated slightly, shaken to the core by the silence of death enveloping his heart. At the very center of Sengoku's explosion, Kizaru's front body was stripped of a layer of flesh, blood pouring from him. However, the shockwave was continuous, like nuclear radiation, wave after wave, with no indication of how long it would last. The true form of the Kunpeng. Kaisa's voice was hoarse as he suddenly roared. His majestic body rapidly transformed, dark skin spreading out as he turned into a giant fish, crashing onto the already shattered ice layer. Boom, boom, boom. The true form of the Kunpeng expanded wildly, with every breath causing the black fish to grow tenfold. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. The fish stretched for 20 kilometers, spanning the heavens and the earth, lying flat on the surface of the sea. Some members of the pirate crew, unable to dodge in time, were instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh by Kaisa's hundreds of millions of tons of body, without even a sound. Everyone, get out! Get out! Jean screamed hysterically, flapping his wings and flying in midair, looking at the massive black fish that Kaiza had transformed into. Lord Kaiza, on the enormous fish body that extended for 20 kilometers, large areas of flesh were melting and decaying. In proportion, the wound was about 5 or 6 kilometers long, with countless crimson blood gushing out, dyeing large swathes of seawater red. In the seawater, any fish that came into contact with Kaiza's blood immediately began to grow wildly. Krill, which were originally the size of a fingernail, grew to over 10 meters long in just a few breaths. The grotesque fish, originally several meters long, ballooned in size after coming into contact with the massive blood, comparable to a small hill. Caesar's essence spilled out, causing the entire sea to start boiling. Like water coming to a boil, endless fish from the deep sea and afar flocked in to bathe in Caesar's essence, undergoing a rare super evolution in their lives. Kaiza felt unbearable pain in his body, the burning sensation of death reminiscent of Katakuri's awakened demon flame, but even more profound than the power of the demon flame. Before the era of the Wano country, no one had ever comprehended such a level of power. He wondered if it was the final explosion of life, combined with the unique Buddha fruit, that had reached this strange power capable of both destroying the flesh and simultaneously burning the soul. Like the true form of a giant mountain's Kunpeng, he began to lose control, frantically stirring the ocean. With this action from Caesar, the entire sea seemed to start trembling. The frozen expanse of the ocean, stretching for hundreds of miles, was shattered by countless ice layers, pouring down as the ice surface collapsed, and countless seawater surged high into the sky. Leave, hurry! Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, hovering in midair, anxiously watching the raging Kaiza in the sea. His enormous dragon eyes filled with worry. Although his ideals often clashed with Kaiza's opinions, Kaiza was, after all, his own brother. Seeing the terrifying wounds that were continuously eroding on Kaiza's body and his painful struggles, even Kaido's iron-hard heart felt a twinge of compassion. Brother Kaiza, Linlin floated in the air, riding on flames, tears in her eyes, fists clenched tightly, staring intently at Kaiza's form. Among the tens of thousands of pirates, only over 6,000 managed to escape this terrifying battlefield, hiding on a massive ice floe dozens of miles away. More than 2,000 died from the explosion caused by Sengoku, and over 1,000 were directly crushed by Kaiza, who had transformed into his true form. The Navy officers who were originally left alive also perished in an instant amidst the explosion. Katakuri lay on the ice, his chest collapsed, and blood gushing from his mouth. Gasping for breath, the last burst of power from Carp, fueled by hatred, dealt a fatal blow to Katakuri, who was already weakened after defeating Kizaru. Jin transformed into a pterodactyl, pushing the massive ice floe away to a safer distance. Because Kaiza's enormous body was still rolling and stirring in the sea, creating monstrous waves. Linlin, go help them leave this sea area first. Otherwise, everyone will perish here. Kaido shouted. However, Linlin Kaido sighed, swaying his dragon body, and came before the floating ice. On the floating ice, Yamato, with sea stone handcuffs, was also prominently present. Kaido glanced at Yamato and immediately unleashed his powerful wind control ability, conjuring a massive storm that swept away the floating ice and rapidly propelled forward. In the sea, Kaiza was still rolling, surrounded by countless fish that, like zombies besieging a city, frantically fought over the blood he was spilling. As billions of fish consumed his blood, Kaiza's life force was quickly drained. These frenzied fish set their sights on Kaiza, who bore a massive wound. In an instant, countless fish of all sizes opened their mouths and bit toward Kaiza's injury. Among them were even a few sea kings several kilometers long. The blood continued to seep from Kaiza's wound, which was a fatal attraction for these mindless fish. However, Kaiza's wound was not a simple one. It was filled with the ultimate power of the warring states, a force imbued with strong death and destruction aura. Therefore, as soon as these fish approached Kaiza's wound, they exploded into pieces, turning into countless bits of flesh, which were then fought over by other crazed fish. Kaiser's mind gradually became hazy as he smelled the overwhelming stench of blood in the seawater. The rising desire for slaughter within him was also crazily breeding. Finally, Kaiser opened his enormous mouth, which resembled a great rift. In just an instant, countless fish were missing a large chunk, and that 10-kilometer-wide maw had unknowingly devoured countless fish. Once the massive quantity of fish entered his belly, they were obliterated by the chaotic aura within Kaiser, transforming into a continuous stream of vital blood that fed back into his body. The wounds were disintegrating, releasing vital blood. Meanwhile, Kaiser was frantically consuming fish to replenish his vital blood. As this cycle continued, the enormous wounds on Kaiser's body began to heal. With countless fish continuously being devoured by Kaiser, the wounds on his body grew smaller and smaller. In the end, only a narrow crack more than a kilometer long remained, filled with the aura of death and destruction, unable to be washed away or obliterated by vital blood. Kaiza stopped devouring these fish, and eating them did not lead to the evolution of his life. Perhaps only giant creatures like the Zoan elephant can stimulate Kaiza's size to evolve again. After most of Kaiza's injuries healed, he felt weak all over and just wanted to sleep. His massive fish body began to shrink and transform back into a human form. In the sky, Linlin, who had looked like she had lost her soul, suddenly awakened when Kaiza's large fish body disappeared and hurriedly scanned the surface of the sea. Soon, Linlin discovered Kaiza lying face up in the water, rapidly sinking to the seabed. Brother Kaiza, Linglin's face changed drastically, and the gigantic long knife in her hand suddenly elongated, becoming incredibly soft as it wrapped around Kaiza's body and pulled him out of the water. Linlin quickly checked Kaiza's condition and breathed a huge sigh of relief when she found out he was merely asleep. As she stroked Kaiza's chest, her pupils suddenly constricted at the sight of the unhealed pitch-black wound. Wano. Linlin thought of the last scene in Wano and sighed inexplicably. Suddenly, her gaze spotted a skeleton floating on the sea surface. The skeleton was tall, entirely golden, and shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Linlin hesitated for a moment, but eventually rolled up the skeleton. This should be Wano's remains. In the New World, in the land of Sangyen on Santiago Island. This island covers only a few dozen square kilometers, is rarely visited by people, and countless ferocious sea kings lurk in the surrounding waters. These unique geographical conditions make this island a true isolated island in the New World. At this moment, inside a solitary towering peak on this desolate white land, there was a spacious and flat hall, with smooth passageways and numerous large and small residences, looking as if they were not man-made but gently smoothed over. Inside the spacious hall, instead of conference tables, there were rows of beds. Shanks, with his red hair, along with the tattooed, revolutionary leader Dracul and chief of staff Sabo, were inspecting the conditions of the people lying on the beds. "How's Ivankov doing with Luffy?" Sabo couldn't help but ask Ivankov, who was checking Luffy's condition. The Okama King Ivankov sighed heavily, his expression serious as he felt the pockmarked scars on Luffy's body, and said slowly, "Luffy has been poisoned again. And it's a very terrible poison." "Another poison? How does it compare to Magellan's?" Shanks frowned, looking at Luffy, who had been unconscious for several days. This time, the horror of the poison is probably even worse than Magellan's. Magellan's poison primarily affects the mind and body, while this poison only targets the body and has extremely strong corrosive properties. Even the Straw Hat Kid, who developed strong resistance after experiencing Magellan's poison, would find it hard to withstand this one. Ivankov shook his head again. Dracul's expression remained stern, showing no signs of worry, as if he were always serious and authoritative. He calmly asked, "Is there any way to heal Luffy?" Ivankov nodded yes, and there are quite a few options. For example, Law's fruit ability can permanently solve Luffy's problem. But doing so would put Law's life in jeopardy. The little guy is also in a life-and-death situation this time. Or we could let Marco treat Luffy. But you all know Marco's condition. The injuries he sustained in Wano far exceed his ability to cope. Even Marco's own injuries have not fully healed, let alone helping Luffy. If we force him to treat Luffy, Marco would undoubtedly die. As Ivankov explained, the expressions on the faces of the others grew increasingly grave. The petite Carla noticed Sabo gritting his teeth, tightly clenching his fists with tears in his eyes, and hurriedly walked over to him, gently hugging him and patting his head. "Sabo, don't cry. Luffy will be fine." However, Sabo, comforted by her, could no longer hold back the tears welling in his eyes, which fell like a kite with a broken string, soaking Carla's clothes. Shanks sighed, "What else?" "There's also a healing ability I heard about. The owner of this fruit can absorb the recovery power of others to heal injured people. As long as the absorbed recovery power is sufficient, even the most severe injuries can be healed." Upon hearing this, Shanks' expression finally softened considerably. He forced a smile and said, "The owner of the healing ability fruit is the little people princess of Dressrosa, Manchelle. She knows Luffy and the others, so it should be easy to handle. We can send someone to Dressrosa to bring Princess Manchelle over or send Luffy there." Shanks breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving this answer. As for the others, he was not concerned. For instance, Kid had broken both legs, but was otherwise fine, just wandering around in a daze since returning, acting like a madman. Additionally, Jinbe, the fishman, was also seriously injured. He had taken several punches from Kaiza head-on, causing his chest bones to cave in. Even with Jinbe's strong recovery ability, it would take time for him to heal completely. Then there was Law, who was recuperating alone in another location, and Marco. These individuals had all suffered extremely serious injuries, both mentally and physically. Especially for Law and Kid, they had lost all their comrades, their brothers who had accompanied them for years in the battle at Wano. This was a devastating blow for young men like Law and Kid. Even among Luffy's crew, they had lost a companion, the Soul King Brook. When Shanks appeared at the foot of the mountain, Sanji, Nami, and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over to ask about Luffy's condition. It wasn't that they didn't dare to approach, it was that they were afraid. They had already lost Brook and didn't want to lose Luffy, their pillar of support. Everyone was terrified, and Shanks sighed inwardly as he scanned their faces one by one. Sanji, with grayish-white hair and wrinkles on his face. Chopper, with his abdomen bandaged and stained with blood. Nico Robin, severely burned but incredibly strong, had regained consciousness and was still taking care of others. Zoro, who had lost an arm, had his withered body returning to normal, holding the only remaining Enma sword, lost in thought. Frankie, who had transformed himself into a vehicle. The only two people among Luffy's crew who were unharmed were Usopp and Nami, along with the unconscious Luffy and Jinbe. The outcome was truly tragic, with nearly everyone suffering significant losses. However, compared to Law and Kid, it was much better. Shanks shook off his thoughts and smiled. Everyone, don't worry too much. Although Luffy's condition is serious and he is still unconscious, there is a possibility of healing, and your injuries can also be healed. Really? That's great. Luffy is going to be fine. That's wonderful. Chopper was the first to cry, having been extremely worried about Luffy these days. That day, in the Flower Capital, if Chopper hadn't risked his life to stop it, the blade from Jin would have pierced Luffy's heart directly. With a pierced heart, no matter how powerful the drum of liberation, it could not make it beat again. Even Luffy, the false rubber man, the true sun god, would meet his end after 800 years of fate. Tears also welled up in Nami's eyes. What about the healing method? Princess Manshelly of Dressrosa. You must all know her. Her ability can heal injuries. Are you deciding to go to Dressrosa or stay here? I will send someone to bring Princess Manshelly over. Let's go to Dressrosa. Sanji, with a face full of weariness, suddenly spoke up. Seeing everyone looking at him, Sanji sighed. Let us stay away from this chaotic new world for a while. I think we all need some time to calm down. This time, we have truly lost too much. After Sanji finished speaking, his eyes turned red, and he looked away. However, he then saw Zoro, who looked dazed, his empty left arm, and Frankie, who had become immobile. Like a vehicle, the pain in his heart grew heavier, and he shakily took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, but after fumbling for a long time, he couldn't find a lighter. This trivial matter caused the pain that Sanji had hidden for many days to completely erupt. His eyes turned crimson like a wild beast, flames erupting from his body, and he plunged into a stone forest, madly destroying everything in his path as he vented. While destroying, he kept shedding tears. Sanji! Nami cried out in shock, but couldn't help but weaken in her legs, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. Shanks silently watched all of this, saying nothing. This result was not without its lessons in growth. All along, he felt that Luffy's path of growth had been somewhat too smooth. Thinking of Captain Roger, during his journey, he always had strong and reliable companions by his side, suddenly losing them for various reasons, completely leaving. Luffy, after this time, you will truly understand the true nature of this world beyond Na'vi adventures. Freedom may be your pursuit, but cruelty will always be the main theme of this world. Truly experience this sorrow. It will make you stronger. In a certain sea area of the New World, a black shadow streaked through the sky like a comet, occasionally pausing in midair for a moment. Then it erupted with even greater force, shooting off to farther places. Carp was in a daze, his eye sockets torn apart, dried red tears like two bloody tattoos embedded in his cheeks. Under his arm, Kizaru was covered in blood, unconscious. Carp, at all costs, unleashed his blood and energy, repeatedly shooting out several miles, madly venting his rage and grief. For a whole day and night, Carp was like a perpetual motion machine, not stopping, crossing over 2,000 miles from the seas of Wano country, directly crashing into the G1 branch of the Navy headquarters in the New World. On this day when Carp, covered in blood, fell from the sky onto the square of the G1 base with the unconscious Kizaru, the entire Navy headquarters erupted. At the G1 base, piercing alarm bells rang continuously. Countless elite soldiers poured out from every corner, quickly spreading throughout all areas of the Navy headquarters. In the square, inner bay, outer sea, and even farther out at sea, massive warships patrolled back and forth, not letting any suspicious vessels escape. One after another, the commanders, draped in justice cloaks, with tense and incredulous expressions, rushed into the highest meeting hall of the Navy. Inside the hall, it was already a sea of people with resolute and angry faces. Powerful Navy generals. Everyone's gaze was focused on the center of the hall. There, Navy Admiral Kizaru lay, drenched in blood, his bones twisted abnormally, unconscious. And another person was the invincible myth of the Navy, Hero Carp, who at this moment had his eyes tightly closed, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Beneath his eyes were two trails of blood-red tear stains. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Navy legendary Vice Admiral, Chief Advisor Akainu, completely lost her usual calm demeanor, cradling Carp's head, shouting angrily at everyone around. Under her gaze, the tall and strong generals all dared not meet her eyes. Bang! The door of the hall was suddenly slammed open, and Navy Fleet Admiral Akainu rushed in, emitting white smoke in a frenzy. Following Akainu were several masked CP0 members and Navy Admiral Fujitora, leaning on his cane sword. Borsalino, Carp, how could this happen? How could this happen? Akainu, seeing the two lying on the floor of the hall, felt his vision darken. His burly body swayed, nearly falling. Akainu suddenly stood up, taking several steps towards Akainu, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, raised her hand and slapped Akainu hard. The hall instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Akainu's chest rose and fell violently, her face icy, trembling as she pointed at Akainu's nose and shouted, "Sakazuki, what mission did you assign them? Why has this situation occurred? Where is Sengoku?" 5 warships went out, and not a single one returned. Where is Alabasta? Why have Carp and Borsalino become like this? Akainu, after being slapped and pointed at, did not get angry but gritted his teeth, his eyes red, roaring at everyone around. Where are the doctors? Where have the medical staff gone? If they don't come, I will kill him myself. Just as his voice fell, several medical staff in white coats rushed into the hall, sweating profusely, panting as they looked at Akainu. Akainu was furious, his fists raised, bubbling with hot magma. "What are you still looking at me for? Hurry up and treat Vice Admiral Carp and Borsalino." The medical staff, trembling in fear, knelt beside Kizaru and Carp, checking their injuries. In the hall, apart from the sounds of the medical staff busying themselves, no one dared to breathe. After a long while, a leading doctor raised his head, wiping his sweat, and said, "They are not in immediate danger to their lives. Admiral Kizaru's injuries are severe. Most of the muscles and bones in his body are torn and crushed, and he needs to be taken to the medical room for further treatment. Vice Admiral Carp's situation is more complicated. He has suffered severe life force depletion, but he doesn't have many injuries. I suspect he must have unleashed his potential, leading to some physical impairment. Using the special medicine developed by the Navy, Vice Admiral Carp should be able to recover from the physical damage and awaken." Akainu immediately said anxiously, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and send Borsalino to the medical room, and give Vice Admiral Carp the special medicine. We need to understand the specific situation." "No." Akainu's face turned pale, glaring at Akainu. Her angry expression made Akainu shrink his neck. Akainu looked at Carp, who had aged, revealing a hint of painful sadness. She seemed to guess something, her eyes slightly reddening, and coldly said, "You all know the rapid effects of the special medicine. It is for emergencies, not for treatment. Carp is already like this. He cannot suffer any more unexpected injuries. Let the best medical team take over and treat Carp's injuries in the most stable way. But doing so would take a lot of time." The leading medical staff was still explaining, but was intimidated by Akainu's icy gaze and dare not say another word. Akainu coldly said to several masked CP0 members beside her, "You guys immediately return to the world government and ask the Gorosei, the celestial dragons, to send me the best medical personnel from Mariehua to treat Carp and Kizaru." Akainu's tone was firm, unquestionable, like an order. "You." A masked man let out an angry word from his throat, but was instantly pulled back by his companion beside him. In that moment, everyone in the hall, including Akainu and Fujitora, fixed their murderous gaze on the few CP0 agents. The overwhelming killing intent made the few of them tremble. "Please rest assured, Vice Admiral Akahoshi, we will return to Mariehua immediately. We will definitely accomplish what you instructed." a tall masked man said nervously, hurriedly dragging his stiff companion away in defeat. After the medical staff took Garp and Kizaru away, everyone in the hall turned their attention back to Akainu. Sakazuki, you tell us, what exactly was their mission this time? Akahoshi said solemnly. Akainu's face looked grim as he gazed at everyone, and after a long while, he finally spoke. They went to the seas outside Wano. Previously, I received a call from Sengoku. It was from the snail phone of Alabasta. However, the person on the other end claimed to be a man named Kaiza. Akahoshi frowned. Kaiza? Wano? Could it be Kaido's brother, the demon Kaiza? Kaido's brother? The hall erupted in an uproar. Akainu glanced at Akahoshi and nodded. That's right. It is the demon Kaiza. He said Alabasta is in his hands, and we don't know the specific situation. So Sengoku suggested that Kizaru, Garp, and he lead 5 warships to position themselves in the seas outside Wano, waiting for the people inside to come out before executing the capture plan. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. The scarred-faced Vice Admiral Onimaru stood up and asked in a deep voice, to defeat former Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Kizaru along with 5 warships. The force responsible for this is truly unprecedented in these seas. What exactly happened? He continued, just based on that Kaiza? Even if he is Kaido's brother, he would most be comparable to Kaido, or even weaker. I can't imagine what kind of scene that was. Akainu's expression, however, was extremely grim as he shook his head. Not just that. Just 2 days ago, I received a call from Sengoku. He said that as soon as the 5 warships arrived at the seas outside Wano, 3 of them were destroyed by a sudden tsunami. Moreover, after Kizaru's investigation, they discovered a horrifying fact. Within Wano, not only is there the unfathomably powerful Kaiza, but also the resurrected Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. What? Kaido and Big Mom have both been resurrected? How is that possible? Just a few days ago, it was confirmed that they were defeated by the Straw Hat Kid and others, and their whereabouts were unknown, their fates unclear. The generals in the hall looked at Akainu in disbelief. Akainu continued solemnly. Not only that, Kaiza has established the Beast God Pirates, with Kaido's Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates all merged under his command. He has become the captain of both Kaido and Big Mom. Furthermore, according to Kizaru's information, this person's strength is likely even above Kaido. He can transform into giant fish and birds several kilometers long. And the 1,000-year giant elephant Zo that walks the seas was directly eaten by Kaiza. Silence. Quiet. Dead silence. The hall fell into a terrifying state of silence, with shock and horror written on everyone's faces. Fujitora tightened his grip on his cane sword. His voice hoarse. It seems that a terrifying force has emerged on the seas again. Admiral Akainu, how should we deal with this force? They appear even more terrifying than the average Yonko. The Rocks Pirates, Akahoshi suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at her as she continued. The demon Kaiza is ambitious, not inferior to the former Rocks. Now that he has returned strongly, he must want to rebuild the Rocks Pirates. His ambitions are great. However, during the peak of Rocks, his strength was far more terrifying than what he has now. And what was the final fate of Rocks? Wasn't he ultimately defeated? So, you don't need to worry too much about this. Let the pirates in the New World fight among themselves because of the emergence of this shark. That night, in the medical room of the Navy headquarters, Akahoshi stayed alone beside the sleeping Garp, looking at the bloodstains on his cheek, which could not be washed away no matter how much she scrubbed, as if they were deeply imprinted in his flesh or heart. Just as Akahoshi stared blankly, lost in thought, Garp, who was in a deep sleep on the bed, suddenly trembled, shot up, opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with despair, letting out a muffled roar from his throat like a wounded beast. Akahoshi was overjoyed and hurriedly approached, grabbing Garp's arm. Garp, you're awake? You finally woke up. That's great, she said, her eyes reddening and her nose tinging with sadness. Garp's chest heaved violently, as if he had just experienced a nightmare. His gaze was unfocused, scanning the medical room as if searching for someone. After a long time with no results, only when Akahoshi kept shaking his arm did his eyes slowly focus on her. Xiaoha. Garp looked at Vice Admiral Akahoshi, his eyes gradually reddening, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He grasped Akahoshi's shoulders with great force, squeezing her painfully, and with a choked voice said, Xiaoha, Sengoku, Sengoku. Akahoshi's face turned extremely pale. Her body swayed as she looked at Garp's expression of unbearable pain, her aged face filled with sorrow. Sengoku, he sacrificed himself to cover my and Kizaru's escape. He burned everything in his life. Damn it. It should have been me. It should have been me doing all of this. Why? Why did it turn out this way? Garp painfully closed his eyes, but tears could not be stopped, falling like rain. The Iron Man's tenderness, a man who had hardly ever cried in his life, was now as sad as a child. He cried when Roger died. For a good opponent he fought against his whole life. He cried when Ace died. For a promise unfulfilled, for a family bond lost. He cried when Sengoku died, for a comrade who shared life and death, a brother as close as family. Akahoshi hugged Garp, patting his back, even as tears streamed down her own face. 40 to 50 years, what a long time it has been. She, Garp, Sengoku. Since joining the Navy, they had been like an iron triangle. They fought, bickered, worked, went on missions, sailed, adventured, and trained new recruits. This sincere friendship, tempered by the long years, surpassed any feelings in the world. This friendship could eternally imprint in the hearts of the three. 2 years ago, because of Ace's incident, Akahoshi witnessed Garp's difficult and painful time. During that period, Garp was angry, irritable, sorrowful, and desperate, experiencing emotions he had never gone through in the preceding decades. Similarly, Sengoku was filled with guilt towards an old friend and comrade, and uncertainty about his own responsibilities. He even thought of taking a gamble, letting Ace go, to relieve Garp's pain. These two towering men were full of contradictions. Yet this was where their humanity shone through. At 5 o'clock the next morning before dawn, the clock at the Navy headquarters was struck. Dong, dong, dong. One after another, the sound resounded endlessly, like raging waves, crashing in waves without end. The bell sound was hoarse and deep, like a dull drumbeat, striking at everyone's hearts. The sound of the bell, echoing one after another, spread through every corner of Base G1, resonating into the inner bay, out to the outer sea, and drifting over the vast ocean, as if bidding farewell to a lonely soul. Within the base, doors of various residences and rooms were opened, and one by one, the citizens, soldiers, and commanders looked up towards the direction of the bell, their expressions filled with immense sorrow, silently raising their hands. Salute! Farewell to the great pioneer of justice. The lighthouse of the Navy, the eternal strategist and marshal, the Buddha of the warring states. Justice will prevail. In the marshal's office, Akainu gritted his teeth and slowly raised his hand. Clear traces of moisture appeared on his resolute cheek, and his gaze pierced through the walls. Seeing the justice bell ringing continuously, an unprecedented determination reappearing on Akainu's face. Justice will prevail. In the sky over the waters outside Wano, Linlin rode the fire cloud, carrying Kaido, flying towards the direction of the world government's Totland. After flying for half an hour, the drowsy Kaido slowly woke up, and the first thing he saw was Linlin staring blankly at him. Huh, Linlin, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Kaiza teased, sitting up and realizing that he felt surprisingly good. Although he had been caught in the explosion of the warring states, leaving him covered in dirt and ash, that peculiar aura of death and destruction had not completely dissipated. There was a noticeable black scar over a foot long on his chest and abdomen. However, because he had unknowingly devoured countless fish in the sea, he had generated an immense amount of life essence. One could say that Kaiza was now brimming with energy. As if he had an endless supply, his vitality was astonishing. Linlin's bewildered expression was awakened by Kaiza's words. A hint of surprise appeared on her slightly haggard face as she suddenly leaped into Kaiza's arms, pressing his sturdy body onto the soft clouds of fire. Drip, drip. Large tears fell from Linlin's eyes, landing on Kaiza's cheeks and shattering, leaving him in a daze. He carefully asked, "What's wrong? Who bullied my Linlin? I'll kill him." After a moment of sobbing, Linlin was made to laugh through her tears by Kaiza's words. With her slender fingers, she poked Kaiza's diamond-hard chest muscles, saying with a tearful smile, "You." Kaiza was confused, with a black question mark above his head. Linlin sat up, but she didn't realize that her current position was straddling Kaiza's waist. She coquettishly said, "It's all your fault. Why did you have to use your body to block that old guy's self-detonation? Do you know how dangerous that was? You almost died just now, do you know that? Hee, I didn't need to use the body of a Kunpeng to block it. My Beast God pirate crew was about to be completely wiped out right after setting sail." Kaiza grinned and chuckled. Linlin huffed softly, turned her face away with a cold expression, and pouted her pink lips. "If the useless one is dead, so what? The sea is full of worthless people. I just want you to be alive. You heartless one, you cruelly left me for 38 years. I won't let you appear in my world only to disappear again." Seeing Linlin's angry yet cute and pouting expression, Kaiza licked his lips, feeling a certain part of him stirring. Linlin clearly felt it too, as a pink blush quickly spread across her cheeks, making her soft earlobes turn completely red. She turned around, glared at the embarrassed Kaiza, and huffed, "Humph. Pervert, what do you want to do now?" Kaiza chuckled and shamelessly replied, "Of course." Linlin was taken aback for a moment, feeling the world spin as Kaiza's strong body pressed down on her. "No, Kaiza brother, this is the sea, don't." Half an hour later, Kaiza, looking triumphant, jumped off the fire cloud, his body stretching and transforming into the enormous golden-winged rock, carrying the blushing Linlin on his vast back, heading towards the direction of Kaido and the others. Kaiser's speed was terrifying as he soared through the sky. The sea below was stirred by the powerful winds, creating towering waves. Occasionally, a few pirate ships could be seen, but they were all deeply intimidated by Kaiser's frightening presence, frozen in place with their heads raised. After flying for hundreds of miles and passing 2 islands in the sea, Kaiser's keen eyesight allowed him to see clearly that when he flew over the islands, casting a massive shadow, everyone on the islands, be they civilians or pirates, trembled and collapsed to the ground. Ha! New world. Kaiser, have finally returned to this sea once again. Kaiza soared with unparalleled speed, like a giant floating island gliding through the sky. "Brother Kaiza, look quickly, Kaido and the others are down there." She giggled. "Ha! That silly brother Kaido is acting like a laborer. It's such a rare sight." Linlin sat in Kaiza's soft feathers, peeking down with a smile on her face. Kaido glanced down and indeed saw a massive iceberg being continuously pushed forward by him, resembling a gigantic ship, moving at a considerable speed. However, Kaido's dragon form now appeared somewhat weary, with an expression of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Yeah, ha. Kaido, your expression is just like when you eat a devil fruit. The look of someone who has eaten shit. Jiaha." Kaido and the others looked up as Kaido flew into the sky, letting out an earth-shattering laugh. Kaido was so furious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, cursing inwardly. "Here I am, kindly working for your newly formed pirate crew, and you bastard, are actually mocking me. Are you even human? Oh, it's Lord Kaido. He's fine." On the ice surface, the originally lifeless queen suddenly revived with full energy, jumping 3 feet high in excitement and shouting. Jean, with a face full of black lines, watched as cracks opened up on the ice surface wherever Queen bounced. "Queen, stop it right now. The ice is going to collapse." Jean shouted angrily. Queen ignored him completely, running around like a madman, celebrating with Daifuku and others. Crack, crack. After sailing for hundreds of miles, the ice finally could not hold up any longer and let out a dull cracking sound before suddenly shattering. "Help! I'm a devil fruit user. I can't swim." The crowded people on the ice screamed in terror, all falling into the water. Even the unconscious Katakuri and the silently sitting Yamato were caught off guard and fell into the sea one after another. Kaido breathed fire from his nostrils, staring fiercely at Quinn, who was shrinking back in fear, fully aware that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Ha. Don't panic. I'm here. Linlin, hold on tight." Kaiza let out a long cry and suddenly dove down, its massive bird body piercing the water at an angle, silently merging with the sea as if it were part of it. That body, comparable in size to several islands, plunged beneath the shattered ice, lifting all the fallen people along with the broken ice chunks from the sea. An astonishing scene unfolded as a gigantic golden bird with smooth feathers shed millions of tons of seawater, creating a massive waterfall that cascaded onto the sea surface, forming colorful rainbows that spanned the ocean. Meanwhile, all the people on the ice had been lifted onto Kaisa's broad back. It raised its neck and let out a long cry, shaking its enormous wings as it flew towards the Totland Sea, directed by Linlin. "Oh, we are saved. Long live Lord Kaiza. This was the 3rd, no? The 4th time Lord Kaiza had saved us. I'm so moved." Quinn bounced up again. Suddenly, a group of pirates with dark faces surrounded them, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Among them were Jean, Yamato, and Daifuku, taking the lead. "What you all doing? Don't mess around. I warn you, I bang. Bang, bang, clap, clap, clap." After a moment, the crowd dispersed, revealing Quinn's head swollen like a pig's. He had become even fatter. Totland Sea, Cake Island Port. The scene was the same as when Katakuri set sail 2 days ago. Crowd surged, surrounding 2 tall young men as they approached the pirate ship. "Krija, Snag, you must be careful. Please make sure to find Mom and Brother Katakuri." BRLE, looking haggard and panicked, spoke with a shaky voice. having repeated these few sentences at least 10 times. Currently, the situation in Totland was precarious. First, the Queen of Totland, Big Mom Pirates Captain Charlotte Linlin, lost contact shortly after departing for Wano country over 10 days ago. Then, less than 7 days later, explosive news emerged from the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by Monkey D. Luffy, had defeated the alliance of 2 Yonko in Wano country, bringing down the once mighty Sea Emperor Kaido and Big Mom, who had dominated the New World for decades. Monkey D. Luffy's bounty rose to 3 billion berries, ascending to the new Yonko throne. Upon hearing this news, the children of Big Mom Pirates panicked. Although Big Mom was sometimes unreliable, her strength was among the strongest, a true monster. For many years, Totland had maintained its prosperity and continued to encroach on neighboring countries and islands largely due to Big Mom's accumulated power. It could be said that Big Mom was the soul of Totland. It could do without Katakuri and her other children, but it could not do without Big Mom. The news of Big Mom's defeat unsettled the Totland Sea, stirring dark currents, especially with the emergence of the new Yonko, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, and the Clown Buggy. Their pirate forces had been appearing within the Totland Sea area, seemingly probing the strength of the Big Mom Pirates. Once Big Mom's disappearance was confirmed, the massive cake that was Totland will be divided cleanly between these two factions. Thus, as the strongest of Big Mom's children, Katakuri stepped forward to head to Wano, carrying everyone's hopes to find Big Mom. The children of Big Mom Pirates trusted this second brother immensely. Although he had lost to Straw Hat Luffy last time, Katakuri's position remained firmly as the second in command of the crew. Who would have thought that just the day after Katakuri set sail, all contact was lost? And no matter how they tried to communicate via transponder snail, no one responded. This left Big Mom's children completely panicked. The protector of Totland, Big Mom, was missing, and now the Prince Katakuri had also vanished. This was like pouring gasoline on the fire for the situation in Totland. In their panic, Big Mom's children could only elect Kaiza, currently the strongest, and Snag, who had lost his sweet commander title after being defeated by the monk, to set out again to search for Big Mom and Katakuri. This was a desperate gamble. Without Big Mom, Totland was destined for destruction. Kaiza, chosen as the strongest brother, bore no expression of pride or happiness on his face. Instead, he was filled with worry and a hint of despair. He understood just how strong Katakuri was. Although they were both sweet commanders, Katakuri had crushed him in their confrontations. Thus, Kaiza felt both respect and fear towards Katakuri. However, such a powerful figure as Katakuri had also gone missing after heading to Wano. This left Kaiza anxious. What kind of dragon's den was Wano? Why had Kaido Big Mom and Katakuri all vanished one after another without a trace after going there? Just as Kaiza and the day's Snag boarded the prepared ship, the world suddenly plunged into darkness, as if they had entered the night in an instant. Blackbeard? Kaiza immediately thought of Blackbeard's dark fruit abilities. He instinctively looked up at the sky. Clang! Kaiza's sword fell to the deck, but he was oblivious, staring wide-eyed at the sky. In the Totland Sea, a gigantic golden rock with a wingspan of 20 kilometers soared majestically over the bustling ocean, passing by countless scattered islands, radiating a terrifying aura that intimidated countless people. On a donut-shaped island in the sea, 2 tall men stared blankly at the giant bird. One had horns on his head and missing teeth, while the other was rotund with a large alcoholic nose, holding a big jug. They were Abelo Pizarro, the captain of the 4th ship under the Yonko Blackbeard, and Bastchote, the captain of the 8th ship. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They were not terrified by the massive bird's size, but by the powerful pirates standing on its back. The two leaders, in particular, exuded a terrifying aura. Their formidable conquerors hockey rampaging within Totland, causing the world to change color. Kaido, Big Mom. Pizarro's face was filled with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. The big drinker Choate was so scared he forgot to drink, shivering and quickly dropping his jug. The two hurriedly shrank their heads and rushed toward the ships at the port. Damn the Navy, what kind of bullshit news have they released? Damn it, these bastards must be deliberately messing with us, trying to stir up chaos in the New World. Choate, hurry back and report to Teach. Kaido and Big Mom are perfectly fine. Pizarro's expression was as grim as discovering on his wedding night that his bride was a transvestite, and her equipment was bigger than his. Ah, Linlin, why are all your children at the port? Did they already know the news and come out to greet us? Kaido laughed heartily, his bold and deep signature voice echoing above Cake Island, instantly silencing the crowded port. Everyone looked at the imposing Kaido in disbelief. The golden bird lowered its altitude, suddenly shrinking sharply in size, transforming into a towering figure that landed on the highest building of Cake Island. Countless pirates, like raindrops, filled the sky above Cake Island, continuously falling to the ground. At the top of the cylindrical building, Caesar embraced Linlin's waist and slowly walked to the edge, looking down. "Children, quickly meet your father, Barbara Rosa Caesar." Linlin laughed heartily. Thud. On Cake Island, BRLE and the other children left behind, along with the crew on the ship, Cracker and Snack, were all stunned. "Mom, it's Mom who's back." Suddenly, everyone cheered loudly. The heavy stone that had been pressing on their hearts was finally lifted. These children, who had endured tremendous pressure, couldn't help but burst into tears, their eyes filled with hot tears. The next day, Totoland. With the appearance of Kaido and Big Mom, the entire Totoland was in an uproar. The fearful and desperate emotions that had lingered for over a week were instantly swept away. On various islands, skilled chefs with smiles on their faces were sweating profusely, preparing a large amount of delicacies. On the streets, pedestrians returned to their previous peaceful lives, no longer fearing whether other pirates would come to disrupt Totoland. For these ordinary people, as long as the Empress Big Mom was still around, they would always be safe. All Big Mom needed were plenty of sweets. At the core of Totoland, on Cake Island. At this moment, it was bustling with activity. Beautiful maids carried delicacies sent down from the large ships, continuously serving every table in the square. These tables were filled with fierce-looking pirates. The gift giver, the laughing man, the Yamato-oki's subordinates, the samurai of Wano, the elite of the Big Mom pirates, and Big Mom's children. Everyone wore smiles, raising their glasses to each other, enjoying the moment. In the center of the square stood an enormous round table, laden with a dazzling array of rare delicacies, with large barrels of fine wine placed beside it. A dozen burly strongmen stood respectfully by, ready to serve wine to the distinguished guests seated at the large round table. The most eye-catching figure at the round table was undoubtedly Caesar, sitting at the center, with a towering and robust physique, exuding a fierce and powerful aura, like a demon god descending upon the world. At this moment, Caesar wore a smile, resembling a kind elder, constantly nodding at Linlin's children. "Ha ha ha, Linlin, your place is truly thriving. Look at Kaido's Wano. It's filled with smoke and ruins, such a poor and remote place. I really don't know how he can stay there for decades. This place of yours is the true paradise of a new world." Kaiza laughed heartily, affectionately wrapped her arm around Linlin's shoulder, and winked at Kaido on the left. Kaido, furious, drank heavily and couldn't be bothered to look at him. "Xiaoka, how is your injury? Do you need me to use my blood to help you recover?" Kaido looked at Katakuri, who was sitting to Linlin's left with a beaming smile. Originally, this position was supposed to be occupied by Perospero. However, due to Katakuri's victory over Admiral Kazuru in the waters of Wano, his strength surged dramatically, earning him the respect of everyone and unprecedented prestige, making him favored by both Kaido and Linling. Therefore, as the older brother, Perospero willingly gave up this position. He then sat next to Katakuri, followed by Daifuku, Oven, Smoker, and others. At this moment, Katakuri, sitting on a massive stool, towering at 6 meters tall, already stood out prominently. Although he still appeared somewhat immature compared to the three main figures, he said, "I'm fine, father. There's no need to trouble you and waste your life force. It's not like there's anything urgent right now. I just need a few days to fully recover." Katakuri respectfully responded, and among the four brothers, it was likely Katakuri who was most willing to call Kaido father. This wasn't just because Kaido saved him during a life-and-death crisis, but rather the deep, almost tangible blood connection between them, stemming from Kaido's warm bloodline aura, which, after Kaido used his essence to help Katakuri awaken his Oni bloodline, became even more unbreakable. At the round table, Katakuri reached out with his left hand, and Lingling's children, whether curious, in awe, or silent, occasionally glanced at Kaido in the center, feeling very intrigued by this suddenly appeared big father. Ever since Katakuri grew horns, the resemblance between Kaido, and Katakuri has become quite striking. Kaido's big father, Kaiza, can affectionately hug their mothers and make jokes about Kaido without any reservations, all of which indicates Kaiza's strength and mystery. "Come on, children, stand up one by one and introduce yourselves to your father and Uncle Kaido. From now on, we are all family. Our Charlotte family will be renamed the Barbarossa family. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your father is Kaido's real brother, and his name is Barbarossa Kaiza." Lingling smiled broadly and gestured for Katakuri to start. Katakuri nodded, stood up first, raised his glass to toast Kaiza, and then raised his glass to toast Kaido, respectfully saying, "Nephew Katakuri, greetings to Uncle Kaido." On Kaido's face, a rare satisfied smile appeared as he picked up a huge barrel of wine and clinked it with Katakuri's cup, laughing loudly. "Arolololo, Katakuri, you're pretty good. I wish you surpassed that bastard of a father soon. Can you even speak?" Kaiza was so angry that his nose was crooked. He punched Kaido's arm, causing Kaido to stagger and spill a lot of the drink he was holding. Barbarossa Kaiza, the biological brother of Kaido from the Beast Pirates. When Clea, Snag, Buell, and others saw Kaiza for the first time, they were shocked, their brows twitching. When it was their turn to introduce themselves, they all trembled, stammering and unable to speak due to nervousness. Until a figure, with a build similar to an ordinary person and a beautiful appearance, stood up. It was Bruin, who had a third eye on her forehead. Kaido and Kaido, when in Wano, heard Linlin talk about Brin's ability, the Paramecia-type memory fruit, which can read, extract, seize, and alter others' memories. This is an extremely powerful ability, somewhat idealistic. When Kaido learned about the characteristics of this ability, he instantly thought of how he could use Brin's power to enslave countless powerful figures, altering their memories to make them willingly serve him. For example, capturing Kizaru, altering his memories to turn him into Kaido's son, directly turning him against the bewildered Navy. If this could not be achieved due to memory conflicts, it wouldn't matter. He could simply erase their memories, leaving their minds blank and turning them into ignorant fools. Kaiza couldn't help but imagine a large group of high-ranking Navy officials turning into idiots. Surely, the managers of the world government would collapse, right? Of course, this is assuming they could capture someone and render them unable to resist. Ever since her marriage to Vinsmoke Sanji failed, Brulee had become somewhat melancholic. Usually, to maintain a good image, she would always hide her third eye, but now she no longer cared about such things. She stood up indifferently, quite obediently, but there was no smile on her face. On the contrary, Kaiza and Kaido, who she toasted to, exchanged glances and were quite pleased, laughing heartily. "So you are Brulee? Very good. Ha ha ha. Brulee, I need your abilities to help me with something. In return, what do you want?" Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Kaiza to be so enthusiastic towards Brulee, aside from being a bit warmer towards Katakuri and his brothers. Brulee was slightly startled, but merely nodded silently, her face showing a stiff smile. "No need, father, I don't want anything." Kaiza laughed out loud. "I heard from Linlin that you are quite fond of that Vinsmoke Sanji. I can capture him and have him truly be your husband. What do you think?" Brin was taken aback, and her petite body trembled slightly, revealing a hint of excitement on her face. Her expression was filled with hope as she looked at Kaiza. Brin opened her mouth to say something, but seemed to think of other things, sighing and appearing a bit dejected. "It's probably not necessary." Brin's voice was a bit hoarse. "No, he must come. Once I, Kaiza, decide on something, no one can stop it." Kaiza grinned widely, filled with an evil aura. "My name is Buggy. I am 39 years old. I live on the island of Karabali in the New World, and I am unmarried. I run a chain delivery business and have to work overtime until 8 p.m. every day before I can go home. I don't smoke cigars, and I only drink alcohol in moderation. I go to bed at 11 p.m. and need to sleep for 8 hours every day. Before sleeping, I always drink a glass of warm milk and then do 20 minutes of stretching exercises. Once I'm in bed, I fall asleep immediately. I sleep through the night until dawn, never leaving fatigue or stress for the next day. Doctors say I'm quite normal. I'm a man with extraordinary luck. My subordinates all admire me, though my own strength is not impressive. However, the power of my followers seems to inexplicably multiply several times. I became one of the 7 warlords by accident, enjoyed it for a few years, and then was terrified when the Navy abolished the 7 warlord system. But unexpectedly, I not only did not suffer a heavy blow because of this, but instead continuously got promoted, becoming one of the 4C emperors ruling over a region. This was all because a few colleagues who were also abolished from the 7 warlords inexplicably joined my ranks. Since becoming a Yonko, my luck has only gotten better. The Big Mom pirates, led by that monstrous old lady, were actually defeated, and it's rumored that she has died, which makes me salivate over the prosperous Totland region. In recent days, I've been constantly sending people to investigate the specific situation in Totland, preparing to mobilize troops to seize a piece of land from the world government. Until this morning, a newspaper was placed on my desk. In the office of Buggy, the newly appointed Yonko Buggy in the New World on Karabali Island. A shocking scream suddenly echoed early in the morning. The voice was filled with terror and panic, as if someone had woken up in the morning, gone to the bathroom, and found their appendage missing. Rushing over were MR3, also known as Galatino, and Buggy's old partners, the successful Machi and Kabeji. The three of them rushed into Buggy's office, looking at Buggy, who was pale with panic. "Captain Buggy, what's wrong? You're a Yonko now. Please mind your image. Those fierce people outside are very perceptive." Machi hurriedly tugged at Buggy's exaggeratedly oversized red cloak. Although MR3 was weak, he was a wise man. His sharp eyes immediately noticed the newspaper in Buggy's hand, and his brow furrowed. "Buggy, what on earth happened? Is there some big news?" Buggy opened his mouth, but couldn't find his voice, his face covered in cold sweat. MR3 snatched the newspaper from Buggy's hands, looked down, and in an instant, his face changed drastically. The entire newspaper was filled with news about only one force: the Beast God Pirates. Captain, Beast God, Barbarossa Kaiza. Bounty, 8 billion berries. Latest achievements: defeated the Navy's new Admiral Green Bull, defeated the new Yonko Monkey D. Luffy Kid. Trafalgar Law, killed former Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Crew, Dragon God, former Yonko, Captain of the Beast Pirates, Barbarossa Kaido. Bounty, 611 billion berries. Crew, God of Souls, former Yonko, Captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Bounty, 388 billion berries. Crew, God of War, Barbarossa Kakuri, former Big Mom Pirates, Chief of the Sweet Three Generals. Bounty, 678 billion berries. Latest achievements: defeated the Navy Admiral Kizaru. Crew, Jin Queen Doflamingo. Territory, Wano Country, Totland Region. The newspaper had 4 clear photos of Kaiza, Kaido, Linlin, and Kadakuri, their appearances vividly captured. The front page of the entire newspaper boldly proclaimed, "Yonko, Barbarossa Kaiza." MR3's hand trembled, and the newspaper fell to the ground, his whole body shaking. He finally understood why Buggy screamed suddenly. "Mr. 3, damn it. Which bastard suggested we annex the territory of Totland? How could this happen? Another terrifying figure has emerged from the sea. What should I do? What should we do?" Buggy stuttered, speaking incoherently, his face ashen. Looking at the cold, domineering expressions of the 4 people on the newspaper, the astronomical bounty, and the shocking achievements, it almost made his heart stop. This was all because 3 days ago, he confirmed the news of Big Mom's disappearance, allowing one of his forces to seize several islands in the Totland region. Moreover, a big oaf who had just joined his ranks was also one of the reasons Buggy became a Yonko. That man known as Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil, was currently being encouraged by his greedy mother to stir up trouble in the Totland region, wanting to be the first to take over the core area of Totland. "Retreat! Retreat! MR3. We need to leave. We must leave this cursed place immediately. I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Why do I have to be neighbors with such monsters?" Just as Buggy was terrified and wanted to evacuate Totland and leave his old lair, this newspaper, published by the world government and the Navy, swept across the entire sea at a terrifying speed. New World Hive Island. After the Marineford War, it became the stronghold of the Blackbeard pirates, now a Yonko. A ship rushed in, and Pizarro and Jot were so frantic that they jumped off the ship before it had even stopped, rushing towards the core area of Hive Island. As soon as they entered the main hall, Pizarro shouted loudly, "Teach! Captain Teach! Not good! Something big has happened!" In the center of the hall, the tall golden throne was occupied by Blackbeard, who was much larger than before, sitting there with a newspaper in hand. "What's wrong, Pizarro?" Teach lifted his head. Pizarro gasped for breath, struggling to speak. "It's bad, Captain Teach. You won't believe what Jot and I saw in Totland. Kaido and Big Mom, those 2 monsters, are alive and kicking. They're definitely not dead." Jot nodded repeatedly beside him. "That's right, and it seems they have formed an alliance. Now Totland is filled with people from the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. I think we shouldn't go there to annex territory anymore." Blackbeard's bearded mouth broke into a wide grin. "Huh, you guys are behind the times. The Kaido and Big Mom you mentioned have already merged into the Beast God Pirates. From now on, there's another terrifying force in the New World." Pizarro and Jot were stunned, and they watched as Blackbeard tossed the newspaper aside. Pizarro hurried to catch it, and Jot leaned in to take a look. What? As they read the contents, the well-informed and ruthless pirates were so shocked they nearly jumped up, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. 8 billion bounty? Defeated Admiral Green Bull. Defeated the new Yonko Straw Hat. Killed former Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The 2 gulped, feeling their calves somewhat unresponsive, trembling. Blackbeard sat high on his golden throne, his face shrouded in darkness. Barbarossa Caesar, the demon Caesar, it turned out to be him. Haha, interesting, even more interesting this world. Haha. The Grand Line, the Sabati Archipelago. The Amazon Lily of the Daughter Kingdom. Outside the luxurious palace hall, the anxious Granny Nua, holding a newspaper, stumbled and pushed open the palace door, running inside. The palace was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, and huge stone pillars were adorned with smooth ribbons, pink and alluring. The palace was so large that Granny Nua passed through curtains and doors, finally arriving at a door, taking a breath, and pulling it open, shouting, "Snake Princess, it's bad. Quickly look at the newspaper." Granny Nua looked around and saw that this room was an incredibly spacious giant bathroom. The floor was paved with precious white jade, carved with exquisite patterns, and the pool water was steaming, with many red rose petals floating on top, exuding a refreshing fragrance. At this moment in the pool, a stunningly beautiful woman, the Emperor of Amazon Lily, the captain of the Kuja pirates, the former warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock, known as the most beautiful woman in the world, was bathing completely naked. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her long black hair fell gracefully to her chest, supported by her towering bosom, cascading down her sides. She had a graceful figure, beautiful curves, a slim waist, and long, alluring legs. In the pool, she playfully splashed water, creating ripples, as if her beauty was plucking the strings of a lyre, enough to stir the hearts of anyone witnessing the scene. Poof! Although Granny Nua was an old woman, she couldn't withstand the impact of the beauty before her, spitting out a nosebleed and flying backward. In the pool, it was indeed Boa Hancock. Interrupted by Granny Nua's sudden nosebleed, Hancock frowned, raised her long white leg, and stepped out of the steaming pool. Just picking up a semi-transparent veil from a white jade rack and casually draping it over herself, she walked out of the bathroom with a swaying figure. "Old witch, why are you disturbing me again? Don't you know this is my bathing time every day?" The Empress Hancock slightly raised her snow-white chin, looking down at Granny Nua lying on the ground. Her posture seemed to look down on an ant, and her naturally superior aura, under the faint veil, appeared even more noble, like a proud peacock. "Snake Princess, can you please wear something decent? Look at your outfit. It doesn't cover the important parts at all. This is too shameful." Granny Nua got up, seeing Hancock in the semi-transparent veil. Her face turned red again. "This entire country belongs to me. I can wear however I want, even if I don't wear anything. That's my freedom, because I'm the most beautiful woman in the world." Hancock kicked Granny Nua over, stepping on her, her chin held high, her head raised so high that she couldn't see Granny Nua at all, pointing a finger at her. Everyone saw it. They all saw it. Granny Nua once again sprayed out a nosebleed, looking at Granny Nua, who had lost too much blood and fainted. Hancock regained her cold expression, bent down to pick up the newspaper, and opened it. "Humph. It's those disgusting men again. In the New World, there are always all kinds of monsters, but it has nothing to do with me." Hancock was completely uninterested in the Beast God Pirates or the new Yonko Caesar, and she didn't want to know. To her, there was only one man in the world worth her attention, and that was Luffy. Just as she was about to toss the newspaper aside, she saw an introduction about Caesar. Defeated the newly promoted Yonko Monkey D. Luffy? Hancock's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly searched the newspaper for any news about Luffy. Soon, when she flipped to the second page, there was a recent photo of Luffy and his crew, and she didn't know where the Marines got it from. In the photo, Luffy lay on an iron war chariot, unconscious, covered in pockmarked wounds, and his appearance was so disfigured that he looked terrifyingly ugly. Other companions like Zoro, who had lost an arm, were also in the photo. However, Hancock didn't care about them. In her eyes, there was only the injured Luffy. Luffy? No. How could this be? Hancock's hands holding the newspaper trembled as she looked incredulously at the photo. Luffy's pitiful appearance twisted her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. She fell to her knees, clutching her chest, her face flushed, staring intensely at Luffy in the photo. Hancock's gaze shifted from heartache and sorrow to anger. A deep hatred for Caesar and the Beast God Pirates. Beast God Pirates. Barbarossa Caesar. How dare you use such vicious means against Luffy? I, Boa Hancock, will never let you go. Hancock's chest heaved violently, her eyes filled with killing intent. She tightly gripped the newspaper and hurriedly walked out of the palace. Son Sonia, Marigold, immediately gather the Kuja pirates and follow me to the New World. Hancock shouted to her two sisters stationed outside the hall as she walked. Understood, sister. Son Sonia and Marigold obeyed Hancock's command without questioning, immediately going out to gather people. Half an hour later, Granny Nua woke up in confusion, looking around the empty hall, frowning in thought for a moment, and suddenly showing a bad expression on her old face. Not good. Where did the Snake Princess go? It can't be. Oh no, she must not go. Granny Nua's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly ran out of the palace, coming to the open area outside. Seeing the Kuja warriors coming and going, she couldn't help but grab a plump woman, anxiously asking, "Where's the snake princess? Have you seen her?" The plump woman was taken aback for a moment and instinctively nodded. "It's Granny Nua. Her Majesty set sail half an hour ago." "What? Set sail? Oh no." Granny Nua slumped to the ground at a loss. "It's all my fault. Why did I show the newspaper to the snake princess? Knowing how much she cares about Straw Hat Luffy's news." Granny Nua's expression changed, feeling anxious. She wasn't worried about Hancock going to find Luffy, if that were the case. Although Hancock no longer had her warlord status, with the ability to freely traverse the calm belt and the strong power of the Kuja pirates, she wouldn't have to fear the Marines' encirclement. What Granny Nua was most worried about was that Hancock, seeing Luffy's injuries, would lose her head and directly go to the New World to trouble the suddenly emerging monster. Beast God Pirates, Caesar, the Demon Caesar. This is going to recreate the grandeur of the Rocks Pirates, such a terrifying force. Even Sengoku is dead. No, I have to call Rayleigh and ask him to keep an eye on the Snake Princess in Sabaody. I can't let her go to the New World. That would be too dangerous. In the unnamed sea of the New World, a magnificent sight appeared on the vast ocean. A tall and slender middle-aged man was riding a bicycle on the sea surface. Wherever the wheels went, a continuous path of ice formed. Occasionally, large sea beasts jumped out of the water, trying to devour this audacious human, but a thin stream of freezing air would instantly hit the sea beasts, turning them into thick blocks of ice that crashed into the ocean. The man's expression was as cold as ice, dressed in a bartender-like uniform, with black and white mesh goggles on his head. He stood 3 meters tall, and one of his legs on the pedal was made entirely of transparent ice. In the front basket of the bicycle lay a newspaper. This person was none other than the former admiral, Kazan, who 2 years ago had a disagreement with the current Admiral Akainu, fought a great battle, defected from the Navy, and joined the Blackbeard pirates. Kazan parked his bicycle at the bottom of a cliff. His body erupted in a cloud of ice mist, and he descended several hundred meters to land on top of the cliff. Crack, crack, crack. Rows of fully armed soldiers lined up on the wide road, raising their rifles at him. Each soldier had a cross-shaped weapon and fishing nets at their waists, their clothes somewhat tattered, resembling farmers who hunted or fished. The weapons, shichibukai, sea-stone nets, alala, were all meant to deal with devil fruit users. Kazan rubbed his forehead, showing a hint of headache, and looked at the two figures standing in front of the soldiers. The man looked oddly shaped, with a large head and long legs, standing with his legs bent inward. His features comical, with 2 small mustaches on his lips, carrying a sword on his back, dressed in colorful clothes. The woman, in contrast, had blue curly hair, wielded a long knife, and wore a fitted training outfit, exuding a heroic demeanor. Upon seeing the two, Kazan rarely smiled. "Long time no see, Ein Bins." "Shut up." The woman named Ein shouted angrily, drawing her long knife and pointing it at Kazan, yelling, "You actually joined the notorious Yonko pirates. Kazan, you abandoned the justice you upheld your whole life. You are unworthy to speak our names, let alone appear on this island." "Alala. I didn't expect that the once quiet little girl has become so irritable. What a pity." Kazan shook his head, feeling a bit melancholic. The usually silent Bins frowned and spoke. "Stop talking nonsense, Kazan. You are a pirate now. What are you doing here? You can't possibly not know that the people here hate pirates the most, right?" Kazan's expression stiffened, his tone somewhat hesitant. "I'm here to find Teacher Zephyr." A silence fell over the scene. Ein and Bins looked at him coldly, and Ein said coldly, "There is no Teacher Zephyr here. Get lost, Kazan. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude." "I'm looking for Teacher Zephyr," Kazan suddenly shouted loudly, causing Ein and Bins to frown, and the soldiers around them began to touch their triggers. Kazan's shout received no response. The voice echoed in the desolate town. Traveling far away, Kazan gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly red, raised the newspaper in his hand, and shouted, "Teacher Zephyr, the old admiral has sacrificed. Admiral Sengoku was killed by pirates." "What?" Ein and Bins's eyes widened. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and a burly figure shot out from the town, instantly knocking Kazan away and snatching the newspaper from his hand. Kazan did not counter, crashing down over 10 meters and landing on the ground. Although he looked disheveled, he was not hurt. A man with a purple buzz cut appeared in front of everyone, wearing black sunglasses with a stern and resolute face, draped in a black cloak that exposed his strong chest. His right arm was a thick mechanical arm, with numerous metal tubes inserted, and the palm of the mechanical arm had 3 thick claws. This man was none other than the former admiral, a senior naval officer who served alongside Garp and Sengoku. Nicknamed Black Arm Zephyr. As a renowned admiral from the old era, Zephyr's life could be described as legendary. He was the most talented trainer in the Navy, having cultivated countless powerful leaders throughout his life. The last 3 admirals, Akainu, Kazan, and Kizaru, all experienced tremendous leaps in strength under Zephyr's training. Even later figures like Smoker and most of the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters were once Zephyr's students. Originally, Zephyr's later life would have been similar to that of Garp and Sengoku, staying at the Navy headquarters in retirement, educating new recruits, and nurturing talent. However, an unforeseen event occurred 9 years ago when Zephyr's new recruits training ship was attacked by pirates, resulting in the death of all his beloved students except for Ein and Binz, and his right arm was severely injured. This incident filled Zephyr with immense rage, but the Navy's handling of the situation left him utterly disappointed. Not only did the Navy fail to send troops to hunt down the pirate, but they also designated him as an ally of the world government, one of the warlords of the sea. This pirate was Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard. In his despair, Zephyr left the Navy with Ein and Binz, establishing his own new navy, the Enyo Navy, gathering soldiers and civilians whose families had been killed by pirates, determined to cleanse the new world and eliminate all pirates. After reading the content of the newspaper, Zephyr's massive mechanical arm crackled, tightening around the paper, and 2 lines of tears uncontrollably flowed down his rock-like face. Sengoku, my old friend, what is the Navy doing now? Why are there more and more villains on the sea? This damned world. I will destroy it sooner or later. And Polyasolino, I previously told him to focus on training hockey and not to rely too much on his devil fruit ability. His ability is strong, but it can only suppress those weaker than him. When he encounters an enemy of equal strength, his insignificant hockey training is utterly insufficient. Zephyr's emotions flared, filled with anger. He stuffed the newspaper into his chest, looking at Kazan through his sunglasses, and said angrily, Kazan, I don't care why you joined the pirates. You have your reasons. You don't need to tell me. Why are you here? Did you come just to inform me of Sengoku's death? Kazan dusted himself off, stood up, walked back in front of Zephyr, and said seriously, Teacher Zephyr, I want your help to kill Kaido and wipe out the beast pirates to avenge Admiral Sengoku. Whole Cake Island, Tado Land. On this central island of the Tado Land Sea area, many of the buildings are made up of various types of food. For those who love sweets, is simply paradise. However, without a certain status, is still forbidden to destroy specific buildings in this place, such as the towering Pink Cake Tower, the residence of Big Mom. On this day, as dawn broke, in the top floor bathroom of this giant cake tower, several beautiful maids were attending to the young Master Yamato from Wano country. No, now it should be called Princess Yamato's bath. The bathroom is filled with steam, and several maids are smiling as they tiptoe, helping Yamato remove her male attire and the thick rope tied around her waist. Princess Yamato, your figure's truly amazing, one maid says, a blush appearing on her face as she secretly admires Yamato's curvaceous body with her sun-kissed skin. The maids exchange glances, recognizing the envy and jealousy in each other's eyes. Yamato stands like a wooden doll, showing neither shyness nor impatience. Ever since Kaiser had turned Peach Boy into a pulp right in front of her, Yamato has been in a daze for the past few days. Splashing sounds fill the air as the maids apply fragrant body wash all over Yamato, carefully scrubbing her clean. After a moment, they help the freshly bathed Yamato out of the tub, bringing her a gorgeous princess dress to wear, along with some accessories to adorn her hair. Dressed in the princess gown, Yamato looks extraordinarily beautiful. She is tall and slender, over 3 meters in height, with a full figure that is not bulky. Her long hair cascades smoothly down her back. The 2 small red horns on her head do not make her look fierce. Instead, they add a unique charm to her appearance. Coupled with sparkling hair ornaments, red high heels, and white stockings that wrap around her long legs. The long skirt trailing on the ground makes Yamato look like a noble princess from a kingdom, elegant, dignified, and stunning. The only flaw is her expression, which still appears vacant and lifeless. The maids lead Yamato through a long corridor into a huge reception room. This is the venue where the matriarch has held grand tea parties for many years. At this moment, 3 people are already waiting inside the reception room. After bringing Yamato in, the maids respectfully exit the hall and close the door. At the large round table, Kaiser, who is over 9 meters tall, and Kaido, who is 7 meters tall, sit on either side, watching Yamato, who is dressed as a girl, standing like a statue on the red carpet. Kaido patted Kaido's shoulder and laughed. Brother, your daughter's outfit doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? How could you, as her father, let her wear that coarse hemp rope and tattered clothes and clomp around in those silly wooden clogs? A girl using a weapon, just like you, a big brute, is a huge hammer. Don't you think you're being a bit irresponsible? Kaido rolled his eyes and thought to himself, do you think I want this? Yamato, this kid, has a rebellious spirit and is always going against me, his old man. Kaido felt helpless. Looking at Yamato's dazed expression, a hint of sadness flashed across Kaido's old face. He sighed and made up his mind, slightly nodding towards the three-eyed girl Bryn, who was sitting beside him. Bryn bit her lip, feeling a bit nervous, and nodded to Kaido and Kaiza before getting up from the round table and walking towards Yamato in the center of the hall. As Bryn approached Yamato, she saw his blank expression and slowly reached out her hands to touch his head. Yamato remained motionless, still unresponsive. But when Bryn stood on her tiptoes and touched his cheek with her fingers, a video-like image slowly flowed from Bryn's fingertips into the air, displaying Yamato's past memories. Buzz! Yamato suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly receiving a great shock, and his innate conqueror's haki was instantly triggered, erupting on its own. It overwhelmed Bryn, who was too close, almost sticking to her, causing her to tremble with her eyes turning white. Daring to tamper with my memories, seeking death. Yamato came back to his senses, his face filled with rage. Without a second thought, his fist, as white as jade, instantly wrapped in armament haki, struck towards Bryn, who was within arm's reach. Whoosh! Two tall and powerful figures stood in front of Yamato, blocking his attack. Kaido carefully sent Bryn behind him, while Kaido extended his enormous palm to catch the punch thrown by Yamato. Get away from me! Yamato seemed to have gone mad, her powerful aura erupting, and the gold and silver ornaments in her hair scattered all over the ground as she tried to break free from Kaido's grip. However, no matter how much she struggled, there was no sign of the arm that Kaido held loosening at all. Caesar's 5 fingers, like a heavy mountain-like pair of sea stone handcuffs, restricted all of Yamato's movements. Yamato, in a fit of anger, completely disregarded her ladylike image and raised one leg high to kick at Caesar's knee. There was no other choice. Caesar's height was truly exaggerated, and at over 3 meters tall, with one of his arms pinching her, Yamato could only aim for his knee. Bang! The gust of wind surged, causing the tables and chairs in the hall to be pushed aside by the tremendous pressure. Even the carpet on the floor was lifted significantly. Yamato's foot, wrapped in armed color haki, landed solidly on Caesar's knee, but his body didn't budge an inch, while Yamato's face twisted in pain, her red high heels deformed, and her foot swollen. You monster, just like Kaido. Don't touch me. Let me go. Yamato struggled and twisted incessantly. Her princess dress that she had finally managed to put together now in a complete mess, making her look like a madwoman. Enough. Boom. Kaiza gradually became a bit impatient and suddenly let out a powerful roar towards Yamato. The overwhelming conqueror's haki instantly struck Yamato, causing her body to be lifted into the air. If Kaiza hadn't grabbed her fist, she would have likely been sent flying. Yamato was like a rag doll, held in Kaiza's hand, and being so close to Kaiza's nearly invincible conqueror's haki left her momentarily dazed, despite her considerable strength. Go ahead, Bruin. Erase all of Yamato's memories about Wano, about Kazuki Oden, and even about Kaido. Then, with your abilities, implant new memories in her, some joyful and innocent ones. I remember she once said she wanted a peaceful and tranquil life. That's fine. In this sea area, with the protection of me, Kaiza, and my little brother, Yamato can live her whole life as a carefree little girl. Kaiza said coldly. Faced with someone like Kaiza, who was nearly invincible, Yamato, who was already considered strong, found herself utterly powerless to resist. She could only watch helplessly as Bryn, regaining her consciousness, timidly walked towards her with outstretched hands. Despair and fear filled Yamato's eyes. She had always been strong-willed and lived like a man, but now, facing the imminent loss of her memory and self, her resilient heart finally broke. She pouted and began to cry, tears streaming down her face as if they were free. Seeing Yamato in such pain, Bryn hesitated with her outstretched hands and couldn't help but glance at Kaiza. Kaiza's expression was as hard as rock, and 2 cold words escaped his lips. Do it. Bruin dared not defy Kaiza's command, and could only show apologetic expression to Yamato before reaching out again. As her fingers once again touched Yamato's cheek, a series of flowing images appeared hazily like a videotape. No, please, I beg you, don't erase my memories, woo-woo-woo. Yamato, cried bitterly, constantly pleading as she lifted her head, trying to appeal to Kaiza. However, what Yamato saw was Kaiza's indifferent expression, causing her heart to tremble with fear towards this Uncle Kaiza from the bottom of her heart. Clearly, pleading with Kaiza was not going to work. So Yamato gritted her teeth and turned her pleading gaze towards Kaido on the other side. Kaido felt a pang of reluctance when he saw his daughter, her face streaked with tears. However, during the waiting period for Yamato, Kaido had heard many words from Kaiza, similar to cutting through the chaos with a swift blade, which solidified his resolve. Kaido believed that letting his daughter continue to live in a daze was worse than giving her a new memory, allowing her to live in this world without pain. A short pain is better than a long one. Currently, erasing Yamato's memories seemed to be the best course of action. Seeing Kaido turn away, ignoring her pleas, Yamato panicked completely. She could clearly feel her memories being extracted in a strange way, transformed into concrete images, piece by piece. No, Dad, please, spare Yamato. I want to be Kazuki Oden anymore. Please don't erase my memories. Yamato pleaded again. She was genuinely terrified of Brin's abilities. When a person's memories are erased, even if they are given new ones, will that person still be the same? Surely, that feeling of alienation would be even more terrifying than death. Kaido had already made up his mind that he would not agree, no matter how Yamato pleaded. However, when Yamato called out Dad, Kaido's mighty body suddenly trembled, his throat felt tight, and his eyes even turned a bit red. How many years had it been? Kaido couldn't quite remember. It had been many years since he last heard Yamato call him Dad. Only in a few years after Yamato was born did Kaido experience the happiness of being a father, carrying the small and cute Yamato on his shoulders, wandering around, transforming into a dragon, soaring with his giggling daughter, chasing clouds and catching the moon. As he thought about it, Kaido gritted his teeth, his nose tinged with bitterness, and he felt an impulse to cry. He stared blankly at Yamato, faintly able to see the likeness of her unfortunate mother, who had died in childbirth, on Yamato's face. That was the last trace of emotion Kaido had felt in his life. Forget it, let her go, Kaiza. Kaido sighed and said to Kaiza. Brin immediately stopped her actions, ready to withdraw her hand, but Kaiza's cold voice came again. Continue. Brin froze, unsure what to do. Yamato's fear of Kaiza grew stronger. Hearing his emotionless voice made her shiver, and she looked at Kaido with pleading eyes. Kaido's teeth clicked as he suddenly roared. I've said it. Enough. Let her go. Kaido roared and suddenly swung a fist, smashing it into Kaido's chest. Boom! The terrifying force erupted, and Kaido's sturdy body was sent flying, crashing through the large door of the reception room and tumbling into the long corridor. Hearing the noise, the servants hurriedly rushed in from all directions. But when they saw it was Kaido, they all trembled and hesitated to approach. Caesar shot a cold glance at them, and all the servants fell to the ground like wooden stakes. They fell onto the carpet, finally free from Caesar's grasp, panting and displaying a relaxed expression as if he had survived a disaster. Kaiza stood up and walked back into the hall. His massive figure cast a large shadow over Yamato, who was slumped on the ground. Brin stood nervously to the side, fear etched on her face. Yamato, feeling intimidated by Kaiza, hid behind Kaido as he approached. Little brother, what did I just tell you? Didn't I say not to be soft-hearted? At times like this, be more decisive, or you'll regret it later. Forget it, Kaiza. Let her decide her own future. The Kazuki family has become history, and Wano is under our control. Yamato can't go back anymore. From now on, let her choose her own path. I don't want to force her any longer. Kaido's voice was deep, sounding somewhat aged. Father. Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoed urgently, and Katakuri's robust figure rushed in, a hint of murderous intent on his face. Upon entering the hall, he glanced at the broken door, said nothing, and went straight to Kaido's side, saying, Father, the spies we sent out yesterday have gathered important intelligence. On Oven Island, there are powerful pirates rampaging and plundering the treasures there. Based on the spies' descriptions, we have identified information about one person. As he spoke, Katakuri handed over a photograph. Kaiza took a glance and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Newgate? No, that's not right. The beard is identical, but this face is just too stupid. Sioka. Who is this person? Kaido raised his head, his expression returning to normal. He glanced at the photo in Kizaru's hand and said, This is a pirate who claims to be Whitebeard's son, named Edward Weevil. He was previously summoned by the Marines to become a warlord of the sea, so his strength should be quite decent. Katakuri continued, Yes, it is indeed Edward Weevil. His current affiliation is under the newly ascended Yonko, Buggy the Clown. Yonko, Buggy the Clown? I haven't heard of him. What kind of powerful character is that? Kaido laughed. Haha, the world is quite interesting now. I haven't stretched my muscles in a few days, and it seems like a good opportunity has come my way. Little Katakuri, take me to meet this guy who is also a Yonko and see what kind of person he really is. Kaiza twisted his thick neck, producing a sound of cracking bones, and a bloodthirsty smile spread across his lips. However, as soon as Kaiza said this, Katakuri and Kaido's faces immediately showed a strange expression. Seeing the odd looks on Katakuri and Kaido's faces, Kaiza felt confused. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Katakuri quickly shook his head. No, it's just that, father, you may not know this newly promoted Emperor Joker Buggy, his strength. How should I put it? If he isn't hiding it very deeply, then he's just an ordinary ability user, probably at the level of a typical fighter under Uncle Kaido. Kaiza was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh? How did he become one of the 4 emperors? The Navy standards for evaluating this so-called Sea Emperor can't be that low, right?" Kaido was also somewhat puzzled. Buggy only just ascended to the position of Emperor a few days ago. In fact, it was due to the defeats of Kaido and Big Mom that positions were opened up for Luffy and Buggy. However, Luffy's situation is even worse than Buggy's. He barely had time to settle into the seat of an emperor before being chased down by Kizuru, and to this day, it's still unknown whether he is dead or alive. Katakuri chuckled and said, That's right. This person's luck is quite good. During that war 2 years ago, he gained the support of many escapees, and with his identity as a former crew member of the Pirate King, he secured a position as a warlord. Recently, the Navy suddenly announced the abolition of the warlord system and dispatched forces to hunt down these capable individuals. This led to several of them gathering together for support and unanimously electing this clown Buggy as their leader, and that's how he became one of the emperors. Kaiza was taken aback. Is it possible to play like this? Although Kaiser is a bit clever, he has always adhered to the worldview of strength supremacy. Since his debut, he has experienced countless battles and understands that one's position on the sea is earned through strength. However, today Buck, the destined child, shattered Kaiser's perception. It turns out he is an overrated guy. How boring. Well then, I'll go find Linlin to stroll outside. Kaiza felt a bit disheartened and suddenly noticed Yamato hiding behind Kaido, eavesdropping on their conversation, which struck him as amusing. He pointed at Katakuri and said to Yamato, since you don't want your memories erased, then go with your cousin to that island and bring back the troublemaker. If you can't do it, next time you won't be so lucky to have me, your foolish brother, protecting you. Little cat, it's up to you. If there's an emergency, contact your Uncle Kaido. All right, father, Katakuri quickly replied, looking at Yamato, his cousin whom he had yet to meet. Upon hearing Kaisa's words, a small excitement rose in Yamato's heart. After the recent commotion, the bad mood that had been hanging over him for several days seemed to have dissipated somewhat with the earlier crying. For someone who had lived in the impoverished Wano country for over 20 years, what Yamato truly desired was not to become Kazuki Oden, but to set sail and leave the oppressive Wano country, embarking on adventures across the vibrant sea, just like the former Oden. Yamato returned to her carefree personality and stepped out from behind Kaido with big strides. Her steps uneven due to the fact that one of her high heels had broken when she kicked Kaiza earlier. She casually removed both high heels and walked on the ground in white stockings, looking up at the tall Katakuri. Over the past few days, Yamato hadn't really observed her cousin closely. Although she had been in a daze lately, she still knew that this cousin before her had defeated a Marine Admiral just a few days ago and had become the 4th godly member of the Beast Pirates. Nicknamed the God of War, Yamato sized up Katakuri without any reservations. Katakuri stood at 6 meters tall, clad in his unchanging heavy metal attire, with shiny long leather boots covered in silver spikes. He had noticeable scars on both sides of his mouth, sharp teeth peeking out from his lips, and 2 long horns on his head. Yamato pouted and muttered, He's really a chip off the old block, just like that guy. No wonder they're father and son. Shall we set off, Yamato? Katakuri smiled, and although his grin was somewhat fierce, his voice was magnetic and gave a warm feeling. Kaido witnessed 2 people leaving one after another and returned to the round table, picking up a jug of wine. Bryn then left the hall and went back to her room. Recently, Bryn's status among Linlin's many children had significantly risen, thanks to Kaido's attention. Back in her room, Bryn sat on her bed, lost in thought. She touched her head, and a long, illusory tape appeared in her palm, playing images of Sanji busily preparing a huge cake, with several chefs helping him. Sanji was deeply focused and serious while cooking, exuding a unique charm. He would scream in frustration over minor flaws in his dishes and cheer like a child when his cooking was successful, occasionally turning to share his joy with Bryn. As she watched these familiar memories, Bryn bit her lip and tears streamed down her face. The images continued to play. Returning to that wedding scene when Bryn revealed her third eye, which she had always thought was ugly, and raised the gun towards the stunned Sanji. In the footage, Sanji's expression was blank, and he suddenly exclaimed, "What beautiful eyes, Bryn." Woo-woo, Sanji. Bryn repeatedly watched this scene, her tears blurring her vision. At the top of the Cake Tower, Kaido was embracing Linlin, preparing to leave Cake Island to explore some places in the Tadolancy area. Without battles and fighting, Kaido felt restless and always wanted to find something to do. Suddenly, a phone bug's voice sounded from Linglin's embrace. Whose call is it? Linlin was somewhat surprised. This phone bug could only be used by her to make calls, and only a few important figures like Katakuri, Kaido, and Morgans had her contact number. Kaiser stopped and looked at Linlin. Click. The phone bug connected, and the image of a snail quickly transformed into the face of a middle-aged man. Linlin frowned. The man's face looked somewhat familiar. "I am Admiral Sakazuki. Is Charlotte Linlin there? Is Kaiser available? Let him take the call." Kaiser paused for a moment, took the phone bug, and casually said, "Oh, it's you, Akainu, right? What do you want?" On the other end of the line, Akainu, sitting in the naval headquarters office, gritted his teeth, unable to suppress the rising killing intent within him. "Sakazuki, calm down. Just explain the situation. It concerns the dignity of Sengoku and the dignity of a navy." In the office, several serious-looking people were seated. Carp, Ake, the bandaged Kizaru, the staff-wielding Fujitora, and a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder. Akainu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Kaisa's impatient voice on the other end. "What the hell do you want? Hurry up and say it. I'm about to go out and have some fun. I heard you're a magma fruit user. Shouldn't someone with that power be hot-tempered? Why have you turned into a timid ninja?" Akainu gritted his teeth, steam practically rising from his head, furious to the point of nearly exploding. Kizaru is not wrong. Ever since he became this ridiculous admiral, he's been stuck in the office all day, dealing with a pile of chaotic matters. Completely losing the freedom, he once had to go out and catch pirates or find trouble with whoever he wanted. Who would dare to offend his face as Akainu? Want to die? However, after becoming an admiral, Akainu found that anyone could spit in his face. The five elders occasionally called him to the Holy Land to vent their frustrations. Sengoku and Garp didn't treat him like an admiral and mocked him all day. Fujitora completely ignored him and always went against him. Even now, the pigeon man Rob Lucci, standing in the office, doesn't take him seriously as an admiral. "Kizaru, I want to ask you, is there any remains of Sengoku left? If so, please return them to us in the Navy, and we will owe you a favor." Akainu suppressed his urge to kill, his words bursting out through clenched teeth. "A favor? What a joke. I, a pirate with a notorious reputation, need a favor from your righteous Navy? You really think too highly of yourself." That's right, that old man Sengoku, although he's self-destructed, his bones are hard enough to survive. So it's not impossible to exchange them for you. I, Kizaru, greatly admire this old man, and I wouldn't go so far as to insult him. Crash. In the office, several people stood up suddenly. Garp clenched his fists, his expression excited, filled with anger and sadness. Akiji patted his arm and said softly, "Calm down, Garp. The most important thing now is to return Sengoku's remains to his homeland, back to the Navy headquarters." "I know." Garp's voice was hoarse. Everyone stared at the snail phone in front of Akainu, signaling him to continue negotiating with Kizaru. "Go ahead, Kizaru, what are your conditions?" Akainu said in a deep voice. On Cake Island, Kizaru had a strange smile on his face and grinned. "Hand over Shiki, Wang Ji, and bear it to me." Big Mom couldn't help but laugh, giving Kizaru a flirtatious glance. "You really are wicked." After hearing Kizaru's words, the Admiral's office fell into silence. After a long time, Akainu suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Kizaru, what the hell are you joking about? Gold Line has been on the run for over 20 years, and no one knows where he died. That cold-blooded Wang Ji, just like you, has disappeared since the God Valley incident. Barrett is the same. Who knows where he has hidden? You want me to hand over these 3 people to you? Are you out of your mind? Haha, don't be so excited. I'm just joking." Kizaru's mocking laughter came through, constantly provoking Akainu's nearly exploding mood. How can such a thing be a joke? "Kizaru, listen clearly, I'll say it straight. The Navy needs to bring back Sengoku's remains. This is a must-do. Right now, we are calmly discussing terms with you. As long as your conditions are not excessive, we can consider them. But if you continue to make unreasonable demands, then we will take the most direct approach, which is to go to war." Akainu roared, somewhat exasperated. On the other end of the snail phone, Kizaru's smile disappeared, and a cold voice came. Go to war? Ha! Then let's go to war. I've been waiting for it. Who told you to put some bullshit 4 Emperors title on my head? I am Emperor Kizaru, Beast God Kizaru, not some 4 Emperors Kizaru. I want to be the only unique Emperor. Little dog, if you keep barking, I'll sell Sengoku's old bones to the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru, Garp suddenly shouted, startling everyone in the office. Garp snatched the snail phone from Akainu and said in a hoarse voice, Kizaru, for my sake, please return Sengoku's remains to us. On the other end of the snail phone, Kizaru's voice was silent for a moment. Fine, after all, you are one of the few old acquaintances, Garp. When we have another fight? Garp smiled, I'm always up for it. How about this? I heard my little brother say that you captured his partner. A little guy named Doflamingo. He is quite capable and a good hand at managing forces. I need him. Also send the Germa army, Vinsmoke Sanji to Totland, that's it. An admiral for some small soldiers is still a good deal. Hearing Doflamingo's name, Rob Lucci, who had been silent, narrowed his pupils and was about to speak, but was met with a terrifying glare from Kizaru that made him shiver. No matter what you want to say, shut your mouth, otherwise, I don't mind if one less good dog is under the celestial dragons. Kizaru's voice was cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. No problem. We agree. How about this? 3 days later, in the Totland waters for diplomatic exchange, what do you think, Kizaru? Garp agreed to Kizaru's request without a second thought. In Garp's eyes, Doflamingo and Germa were not important at all. The only thing he paid attention to in Kizaru's conditions was Sanji, knowing that this person was Luffy's right-hand man. But when it came to the decision about Sengoku's remains, Garp unhesitatingly sacrificed his grandson's partner. After all, he was still a pirate, since Sengoku died at Kizaru's hands. Garp's mentality has changed significantly, and even the originally laid-back Kizaru has become somewhat aligned with Akainu's character, becoming stricter on pirate issues. Even if his grandson is now a pirate, it doesn't eliminate Garp's current disgust and murderous intent towards pirates. Okay, Kizaru only said 2 words before hanging up the phone. In the office, Garp directly bypassed Akainu and ordered Isho you go to Dressrosa and bring back Vinsmoke Sanji. Sakazuki, have the subordinates send the location of the Germa army's base and dispatch someone to suppress and capture them. Make sure it's done within 2 days. I will personally go to Impel Down to bring back the Flamingo. Don't worry, I will definitely bring this person back. Fujitora said solemnly. I will go capture Germa. Kizaru said in a deep voice. Garp looked at him deeply and nodded. The tasks were assigned among the Navy generals without even glancing at Rob Lucci, the CP-0 commander. Rob Lucci left the office with a grim face, his brows furrowed as he pondered something. Don Quixote Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. He held many secrets of the celestial dragons, and handing them over to that brutal Kizaru was extremely dangerous. He needed to inform the Gorosei and let them make the decision. On Cake Island, in a bar dedicated to serving pirate crew members. So boring, Jin. How can you deal with all those annoying things every day without getting tired at all? I think it's not even as fun here as in Wano. Quinn complained while hogging most of the table, slurping a large plate of noodles. Jin looked at his overly fat figure, twitching slightly at the corner of his mouth. Bored and still eating so much? I'm not saying you, but if you keep eating like this without exercising, you'll soon not even be a prehistoric dinosaur anymore. Quinn was taken aback. Huh? Then what am I? A pig in the kitchen? Quinn was stunned, seemingly hit hard by Jin's words, and didn't speak for a long time. Jin felt a bit guilty, wondering if he had gone too far. But then Quinn suddenly slapped the table and yelled at the boss behind the bar. Boss. Good. You old six. There's pork in the kitchen. Why Haven Tea, I seen you bring out the roast pig. I want to eat a whole roast pig. Slap. Jin slapped himself. Slurp slurp. Ugh, noodles with ice cream. My head hurts. By the way, Jin, why Haven Tea, I seen Lord Kizaru and Brother Kaido these days. Jin stared numbly at Quinn, who was continuously stuffing food into his mouth like a bottomless pit. You're the one who is here eating every day, you idiot. Lord Kizaru and the others are at the cake tower. However, I heard that Lord Kizaru is going to another island for leisure. Not sure if it's Oven Island or... Jin's words were cut off as Quinn's eyes lit up, and he quickly devoured the food on the table, his plump body rolling out of the bar like a large meatball. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a line. Boss, if I come back next time and still don't see a whole roast pig, I'll peel your skin off. Jin. Quinn, full of excitement, with his entire body of fat shaking, ran towards the port. Ha! Oven Island. Finally another chance to be alone with Lord Kizaru. I must go to that island early and prepare to surprise Lord Kizaru. The port workers looked at the excited Quinn in confusion, not quite understanding. Brother Quinn, is there a mission? Less nonsense. Full speed ahead to Oven Island. Quinn shouted, and his robust body, in a completely uncoordinated, agile manner, leaped onto the ship. Half a day later, Quinn stared blankly at what lay before him. Houses tilted. The ground shattered, and red and yellow blood splattered everywhere, with dismembered corpses scattered around. This isn't right, is it? Quinn touched his forehead, swallowed hard, and looked around with his small eyes. Brother Quinn, the situation here is not good. What should we do? Should we return to report to the higher-ups or go in and take a look? Quinn hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Let's go in and take a look. This is Lord Kizaru's territory, and Lord Kizaru will come over later. If it's those ignorant pirates causing trouble, we can handle it before Lord Kizaru arrives. That would be a great achievement. Yes. A dozen people immediately walked along the broken street towards the inside. Quinn frowned as he looked at the massive cracks in the street, a bad premonition creeping into his heart. Why does it feel like there's been a major earthquake? In the center of the island, surrounded by houses, a raging fire burned fiercely. A terrifying man, standing 6 meters 8 tall and resembling a mountain of muscles, held Owen, whose body was glowing red and as hot as magma, by the neck, lifting him high into the air. Mama, this toy is really interesting. It can even glow red. Why don't we take him back? The man chuckled foolishly, his huge nose adorned with long, crescent-shaped whiskers that curled up on both sides of his face, which bore long stitch marks on his arms and neck. This person was Edward Weevil, self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard, a former warlord of the sea, and now a subordinate of the Yonko buggy. While Weevil spoke, he slurped up the snot that dripped to his mouth, waving Owen's body toward a small old woman who was almost invisible at his feet. With a snap, Owen's angry eyes lost their luster as his neck was accidentally crushed, the red glow on his body gradually fading, and he lost his life force. The toy broke, Mama. I'm so sad, boo-hoo. Weevil trembled with his mountain-like body, crying like a child, a large pile of snot and tears flowing down. All right, Weevil, if the toy is gone, we'll just find another one. You are the son of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. What with all this crying? The short old woman, Bakken, scolded. In her hand, she was struggling to carry a large box filled with gold jewelry and berries scoured from the island. Bakken, panting and exhausted, was furious and used a small stick to hit Weevil's ankle, cursing, "Why don't you help me carry this box? Throw that waste away. Oh, Mama, don't hit me, it hurts." Weevil shrank his neck in fright and casually tossed Owen's corpse aside. Boom! Owen's corpse instantly shattered the air, its speed exceeding the speed of sound, and with a whoosh, it pierced through building after building, shooting out several miles away to the edge of the island. Bang! The searching agents heard the sonic boom and instinctively looked up, only to feel darkness before their eyes, followed by several people blocking the path, being smashed into a bloody mess. Enemy attack? Your Grandpa Quinn is here. Who dares? Quinn roared in anger, stretching out his robust hand to intercept the incoming object. Bang! Quinn's plump body flew out like a cannonball, rolling over several times before crashing into a house and finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough, it's away. What the hell? Quinn felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he had been punched in the gut by Kaido. He pushed aside the collapsed house and grabbed the body beneath him, only to change his expression drastically, gasping in disbelief. Owen! Quinn hurriedly checked Owen's breathing, and then his hand trembled again. Dead. How could this be? Lord Kizaru and Linlin are going to go crazy. Who did this? No. Owen flew over here. That person is still on the island. A glint of killing intent flashed in Quinn's eyes as he clutched Owen's corpse and walked out of the ruins. Brother Quinn, the remaining few givers rushed over. Quinn handed over the body of Erwin to them and said coldly, "Hurry and take Erwin back. You can't help with what's happening here. Go notify Lord Kaiza." The givers showed expressions of shock. Mom, there are a few more toys coming this way. Can I catch and play? The ground rumbled, as if a giant beast was approaching from the end of the street. An annoyed old woman's voice echoed, "Enough, Weeble, don't bother with those bugs. We came here to find the treasure of the Big Mom pirates. If we capture Charlotte Linlin, this entire island will belong to us." Ha! Run! Quinn shouted and charged into the street. The givers hurriedly lifted Erwin's body, climbed onto the ship, and turned back. In the street, Weeble held a huge cleaver in one hand and a pair of boxes that were too big for Bagan in the other, making them look like toys in his hands. He blankly looked up and said, Mom, the toys are leaving by boat." Bagan's expression changed, and she screamed, "What are you dawdling for, you fool? Kill them. We can't let the news leak." Oh, Weeble nodded stupidly, not putting down the boxes, raising the cleaver in his hand and slashing forward. Whoosh! The clouds in the sky seemed to be split in two, and the ground ahead cracked open a huge fissure that stretched straight towards the port. Quinn's face changed drastically, and he roared, his body expanding wildly into a 20-meter-tall brontosaurus. Then his heavy body rapidly transformed into a mechanical form, his strong arms raised. Pulling out a spike club from his chest. Drink! Quinn raised the club to meet the massive blade of air. Boom! The spike club rebounded violently, crashing into the giant mechanical dinosaur's body, sending Quinn flying like a bowling ball. In midair, Quinn spat blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Did I just encounter Whitebeard's resurrection? Struggling to get up, Quinn looked around and found that he had barely avoided being knocked into the sea. His mechanical body was covered in dirt and debris. Ugh! Quinn got up, spat out the mud, and with his limbs gripping the ground, he arched his massive body and charged wildly. So what if it's Whitebeard? Who do you think I am? I'm Quinn, the flagship of the Beast Pirates. The Brontosaurus charged. Mechanical impact. The 20-meter-long massive steel body trampled the ground into ruins, shaking the heavens and the earth with a thundering sound. Weeble's eyes sparkled, a foolish look of excitement on his face as he exclaimed, "Mom, this toy is great. It can turn into a dinosaur and also into a robot. I want to take him home to play." Bacon's expression changed, and she quickly dodged to the side, remembering the dinosaur Quinn had just transformed into. Why is one of the Beast Pirates officers here? Weeble put down the boxes and spread his arms, wanting to grab Quinn. Boom! The raging wind surged, the street exploded, and the surrounding houses burst apart as the old woman Bacon screamed, blown away by the fierce wind. It hurts! Weeble was knocked in the chest by Quinn, his massive body rolling like a mountain crashing into a jade pillar. The two colossal beings collided with each other on the island, causing houses to collapse and the ground to crack, leaving chaos in their wake. Spark Queen, Quinn roared, shooting lasers from his eyes that struck Weeble's head. Boom! The intense red light burst forth, and a massive explosion echoed through the skies. Hundreds of miles away from Oven Island, Katakuri and Yamato stood on the deck. Yamato was looking around anxiously, now dressed in her old clothes. A rough hemp rope casually tied around her waist, her chest bulging, one hand carrying a large iron rod. The previous spike club had been smashed by her father Kaido, and Yamato had just taken a metal rod from the lamppost on Cake Island. Though it looked a bit shabby, it was of suitable length, thickness, and hardness. Where's that island? Why haven't we arrived yet? What was it called again? Katakuri. Katakuri's tone remained calm as he pointed ahead. We're 200 miles away. This ship is very fast. It will take at most an hour. Yamato, showing no ladle-like demeanor, plopped down on the deck, threw the iron rod aside in impatience. Why is it still so far? It's so annoying. On Oven Island, Weeble seemed exhausted, allowing Quinn's heavy mechanical dinosaur to restrain him while continuously bombarding him. Quinn's eyes glowed, and scorching laser beams shot down without restraint. Spark Queen! Spark Queen! Spark Queen! The explosions echoed across the entire island, engulfing Weeble's mountainous body. Quinn panted, getting up from Weeble, supporting himself on his knees, feeling as though his body had been emptied. Ha! Turns out he's just a big fool. I thought Whitebeard had arrived. Now you know how powerful I, Quinn, am. Quinn's body gradually shrank, about to return to its original form. Whoosh! A thick, stone-like arm reached out from the smoke, suddenly grabbing Quinn's mechanical neck and yanking him violently towards the ground. The terrifying strength gripping his neck left Quinn unable to resist, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit. Weeble's mountainous body slowly rose from the smoke, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. Quinn's neck was firmly pressed against the ground, feeling as if a huge mountain was on top of him. No matter how he struggled, it was in vain. He could only barely turn his head to look at Weeble. When he finally saw Weeble's appearance, Quinn's pupils constricted in horror, exclaiming, "Impossible! You weren't hurt at all?" Weeble's body was covered with a thick layer of invisible armor, and Quinn's continuous laser attacks hadn't penetrated even this layer of hockey armor. After all that, even Weeble's thin white mustache remained undamaged. "Hee, gotcha. I caught a fun toy, Mom. Where are you?" Weeble grabbed Quinn's mechanical neck, dragging his massive body across the broken ground in search of Bacon. "Mom, no." Weeble suddenly let out a wail, throwing Quinn to the ground and collapsing onto his knees, staring at the street where a massive rock had crushed half of Bacon's body. Bacon's eyes widened, appearing to die in immense pain and unwillingness. She should have been enjoying endless wealth and luxury, relying on her foolish son Weeble's immense strength. All this time, Bagan had lived a life of extreme indulgence. And this time, an incredible opportunity awaited her. All she needed was to invade Wano and have her foolish son Weeble kill all the Big Mom pirates. And she, a former female pirate, could replace Big Mom like her former companions and become a high-ranking figure, the queen of Tado Land. 40 years ago, she, Bagan, was one of the few beauties in the Rocks pirates. However, the heavens do not fulfill people's wishes, and the unexpected happened. Bajin's dream was shattered when a giant rock fell from the sky, crushing her into mud. Weible's eyes gradually filled with blood, and a terrifying aura rose, making the entire Oven Island instantly cold. He turned his head to look at Quinn, who had transformed into a Brachiosaurus and was running away in a frenzy, letting out a huge roar. His already massive body grew even bulkier, and the repair marks all over his body cracked open, revealing crimson muscles. Weible gripped his giant knife, and his two slender legs stomped explosively on the ground, turning into a massive afterimage as he thundered after Quinn. Quinn ran wildly, his enormous Brachiosaurus body crashing through everything in his path. His small eyes were filled with panic, only feeling a chilling sensation at his rear, as a terrifying aura drew nearer. "Don't come near me." On the streets of Cake Island, a little girl about 10 years old wandered around with a lollipop in one hand, occasionally glancing at the towering Cake Tower before her with her bright, watery eyes. Beneath the pink tower, two guarding homies toy soldiers, with their big eyes, continuously followed the little girl's movements. This little girl had sea blue wavy long hair and wore a purple tank top and shorts, which seemed overly loose for someone her age. Noticing the little girl trying to approach the tower, the homies toy soldiers opened their mouths to warn her. "Please do not come closer. This area is off limits to civilians. Otherwise, Mommy will be unhappy." The little girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, stumbling forward. The toy soldiers gasped and hurriedly reached out to help. However, when the little girl's fingers touched the bodies of the two toy soldiers, they instantly froze. Their originally smooth and new plastic bodies rapidly separated, breaking into segments with a series of cracking sounds, scattering across the ground. "Umph." The little girl smiled proudly and rolled into the towering Cake Tower. Off the coast of Oven Island, Katakuri was momentarily stunned upon seeing a pirate ship approaching from across the sea. Judging by the flag, it was undoubtedly the Beast God Pirates. The pirate flag of the Beast God Pirates featured a skull with enormous bull horns, crossed with two outstretched wings behind it, and below the skull were wavy ocean patterns. This flag was personally crafted by the captain of the Beast God Pirates, Kaiza, and hundreds of thousands of copies were printed. The larger flags served as the flags of various islands and towns, while the smaller ones were ordered by Kaiza to be distributed to households in Tado Land. The back of the small flags bore a line of text: "Join the Beast God Pirates. Happiness lasts forever." In Kaiza's words, it was meant to deepen the impression of the Beast God Pirates among the people of the New World, the Grand Line, and the Four Seas, including the new citizens of the world. Katakuri greatly admired his enigmatic father and thought Kaiza's strategy was truly brilliant. Thus, Katakuri specifically ordered the printing factory in Tado Land to continue printing these small flags, to be distributed worldwide via the merchant ships of the various nations. As the pirate ship gradually drew closer, Katakuri instinctively scanned it with his powerful observation haki. Are there some gifted ones? Did they have a mission at sea? Katakuri was not surprised. In recent days, the more than 6,000 people brought over by Kaiza from Wano country had already been assigned their respective positions and daily sea patrol tasks by him and Jin. From himself and Jin down to the lowest-ranking members, everyone had their own tasks to complete each day. A massive entity like Tado Land could no longer be compared to a mere pirate crew. As the two ships brushed past each other, Katakuri retracted his observation haki. The gifted ones on the opposite ship seemed to recognize him. They appeared very excited, with several of them leaning over the railings, shouting and calling out. Katakuri smiled and nodded at them. Ever since the pirates from Wano country witnessed him defeat Kizaru, Katakuri's reputation within the Beast God Pirates reached its peak, implicitly making him the top figure beneath the three commanders. This led to a surge in his fan base to an astonishing number. While walking on various islands, civilians or pirates would often respectfully greet him. There were quite a few who reacted with the same excitement as those on the ship. "Huh? What are they saying about someone dying or something?" Yamato, sitting on the deck, suddenly spoke up. Katakuri was taken aback, retracting his observation haki, not having paid much attention earlier, thinking they were just greeting him. After hearing Yamato's comment, Katakuri released his observation haki again and scanned the ship thoroughly. This time, he investigated thoroughly, and when he spotted a corpse lying on the deck, Katakuri's eyes widened in shock. His dark conqueror's haki erupted without warning, causing the sea to churn violently, and the wooden structure of the ship he and Yamato were on exploded into splinters. Yamato's pupils constricted, secretly shocked by Katakuri's power. Whoosh! Katakuri's tall figure instantly vanished, and with a powerful stomp in midair, he accelerated toward the opposite ship. Owen! Katakuri knelt on the ground, trembling as he touched Owen's already cold cheek. The terrifying aura caused waves from all directions to rise high, and a low rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. With tears in his tiger-like eyes, Katakuri glared at the gifted ones, who were trembling from his aura, and with a deep voice, nearly screamed. What the hell happened? A gifted one, with antelope horns, stammered in fear. Lord God of War, we were originally going to Oven Island with Brother Quinn, but when we landed, we found that the island had already been destroyed, and then Lord Owen was thrown out and crashed into several brothers. Brother Quinn told us to leave first and report to Lord Kaiza, while he stayed behind to confront that strong enemy. Edward Weibel, I will kill you. Katakuri suddenly stood up, dark flames involuntarily bursting from his body. Combined with his overwhelming killing intent, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. You all, return to Cake Island at full speed, go find Uncle Kaido, have him contact Father. It seems he just went out. After giving the order, Katakuri quickly returned to his ship, loudly instructing the sailors to accelerate toward Oven Island. Seeing Katakuri's grim expression, Yamato couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Katakuri coldly glanced at Yamato, his face frosted, but still replied, "Something happened. The island we were supposed to go to has been destroyed by the enemy. The owner of Oven Island, my biological brother Owen, has been killed, and Quinn is currently battling the enemy." Your biological brother? That means he is Kaiza's son? Yamato's eyes widened, her plump body involuntarily trembling slightly at the thought of Kaiza's reaction, feeling a bone-deep chill. Oven Island. Quinn clutched his collapsed chest, spitting blood while running away, cursing. What the hell, are you crazy? How long is this going to go on? Your mother is dead. What does that have to do with me? It's not me who did it. And besides, who the hell are you? Boom! What responded to Quinn was Weibel's massive cleaver swinging down. The ground cracked open with a fissure dozens of meters long, and the sharp blade's aura sliced down close to Quinn's body, making his hair stand on end in fear. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're completely finished. Lord Kaido is coming you. Boom! Cake Island, Cake Tower. A little girl dressed in adult clothes was sneaking around the various rooms in a high tower. This core building of the world currently has only a very few people who are qualified to live in it. Kaiser, Kaido, Broly, Katakuri, Jin, Yamato, Queen, and the elevated Broly. The floors they reside in are arranged from top to bottom according to their status. The highest few floors are entirely occupied by Kaiser and Broly. The servants within the tower, aside from chefs and maids, are all homies created by Broly's soul, and these low-level homies lack much intelligence, falling short of special homies like Zeus and Napoleon. However, they possess absolute loyalty. Whenever the little girl accidentally encounters patrolling homies and finds herself unable to avoid them, she pretends to trip, attracting the homies closer, and then touches them to decompose them. This little girl is Ein, Zifa's student, and her ability is the extremely idealistic time-back fruit. This coercive and domineering ability allows her to reverse the age of a person or object by a certain period. Ein's current limit for reversal is 12 years. The homies brought to life by Broly were, 12 years ago, just a pile of fragmented parts. Thus, a natural restraint is formed. It must be said that the restraint among abilities is indeed fascinating. With the cooperation of the time-back fruit ability, Ein successfully explored many places in the tower from the bottom up until she reached the door of a small room in the middle of the tower. Peering inside, Ein saw a girl sitting by the bedside, diligently embroidering a handkerchief. Perhaps because Ein did not hide her footsteps, she startled the girl in the room, who looked up at Ein. Ein's heart skipped a beat. The girl had 3 eyes, 2 of which were normal, while the third eye was located right in the middle of her forehead. Under the gaze of the 3 eyes, Ein's small body appeared somewhat stiff and unnatural. Hello, I got lost. Can you tell me where the exit is? Ein feigned a stutter and nervously asked. In the room, Broly slightly furrowed her brow. She herself was an extremely rare member of the 3-eyed tribe, with a natural third eye that possessed the unique ability to discern lies. The unfamiliar girl before her was someone she had never seen before. Moreover, the Cake Tower was a forbidden area of Cake Island. Even ordinary residents were well aware of this and would often warn their children. Most importantly, there were homie soldiers stationed at the entrance of the tower who were tireless and did not need to change shifts. Something's off. Brulee's expression returned to normal, and a gentle smile appeared on her face as she walked towards the little girl. In terms of acting, Brulee, was the strongest actress in the world, capable of achieving seamless performance with a memory fruit. Back in the day, a certain color river spirit fell victim to her outstanding acting skills. Seeing the strange three-eyed girl with a gentle smile and her light figure, Ayn inexplicably felt a sense of relaxation and immediately returned to smile. While smiling, Ayn subtly raised her right hand. What does that hand want to do? Brulee's steps did not stop, but her mind was racing. A girl around 10 years old, wearing adult clothes and pants, and her shoes were obviously ill-fitting. How did she manage to pass through layer after layer of homie guards to reach the middle of this tower? That right hand is suspicious. Brulee instantly sensed it, but continued to wear a gentle smile that felt refreshing. Lost. Don't worry, big sister will take you down. Which family child are you? How did you end up here? Brulee smiled and extended her hand, seemingly wanting to pat the little girl's head. This behavior was normal as fellow women, and with the persona of a kind older sister, Brulee naturally portrayed it without any sense of incongruity. Even the outstretched palm seemed so natural. Meanwhile, Ayn, who had used her reversing ability on herself, found her figure smaller, and her outstretched hand could not speed up, so she could only smile, appearing slightly nervous as she reached for Brulee's hand. Two women of similar age, both with outstanding looks, and both had wavy hair. They both had ulterior motives. But in terms of acting, Brulee had the upper hand. When Brulee, with a smile, gently touched Ayn's head, Ayn's body suddenly trembled, her mind buzzed, and goosebumps spread all over her body as she thought, not good. Her little hand accelerated towards Brulee, but, swish, Brulee's right hand made a faint grab at Ayn's forehead, and with a pull, a long light strip extended from Ayn's little head, resembling a rolled-up videotape, but it was continuously playing images. Ayn's body instantly stiffened as her memories were extracted, leaving her mind blank. Let me see, who are you? Brulee's smile faded from her face, as if it had never appeared, resembling a girl with a fake smile. On the videotape, it showed Ayn entering, taking down two homie soldiers, then going upstairs, peeking into various rooms, constantly dodging patrols, pretending to trip, and decomposing one soldier after another. Brulee's body trembled as she exhaled in relief, warily looking at Ayn's right hand. A very strange ability. What kind of properties does it have? Decomposing objects? So it's like this, a time-back fruit ability. Brulee continued to examine Ayn's memories, and Ayn seemed to be stripped bare, exposed to Brulee's eyes, with no secrets left. When Brulee saw Aokiji in front of Ayn, saying he wanted to kill Kaiza and destroy the beast pirates, Brulee's body shook, and her pupils dilated. It turned out that the two former Marine admirals wanted to take revenge for Sengoku, infiltrating the world of Wano and planning to ambush Kaiza's father. Fortunately, I discovered it. Phew, those are two admirals, too dangerous. I must inform Dad about them quickly. Brulee hurriedly stood up and was about to head to the upper floors. Passing by the dazed Ayn, Brulee suddenly stopped, staring straight at Ayn. After a long while, a chilling smile appeared on Brulee's face. I have a good idea. A few minutes later, Brulee walked in front with a bouncing little girl, Ayn, following behind. Brulee's sister, wait for me. Are we going to find Uncle Kaido? That's great. I haven't seen him in a long time. By the way, where's Dad? I miss him a bit. Ayn turned her big black eyes, playfully looking around. Brulee smiled and said, Ayn, wait for my signal, and then use your snail phone to call that bad guy who wants to deceive you and endanger Dada's safety. Remember, don't let anything slip. Ayn pouted, looking displeased. Brulee's sister, you underestimate me. I'm 10 years old this year. In the Cake Tower Tea Party Hall, Kaido sat alone, drinking, with a table full of sumptuous food. Wah. Why don't I have a good son? That scoundrel Kaiza, sleeping for decades and still making a fortune, really infuriates me. Kaido was drinking while sobbing loudly, and then his expression turned gloomy, leaving one to wonder what he was thinking. The expressions on his face changed unpredictably with each drink, far more skillfully than Brin's earlier performance. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, 2 footsteps echoed in the corridor. Kaido furrowed his brows. He had clearly instructed that no one was to approach, so how could someone disturb him at this time? Kaido looked up and saw 2 girls coming in. One was Brin, and the other was a little girl he had never seen before. However, he didn't mind, assuming she was Brin's sister or something. As soon as Ayn entered, she was very familiar and cheered joyfully. Her clear childish voice was quite pleasant to hear. She crawled under the large table, clinging to Kaido's pant leg, and in the midst of Kaido's astonished expression, she climbed up his leg like a tree, sitting on him and swinging her little legs. Ayn looked up at Kaido with a smile and said, Uncle Kaido is crying again. So embarrassing. Kaido's eyelids twitched, looking confused. Who are you? Are you really this familiar? Aren't you afraid when you see my face? I'm Kaido, very fierce. I could just eat you up. Brin couldn't help but chuckle at Kaido's bewildered expression. She walked closer and waved to Ein, saying, "Come down, Ein, you can't be so rude." Ein pouted and shook her head repeatedly. No, I want a drink. Saying this, she raised her little face towards Kaido and said, "Uncle Kaido, I want a drink." A little girl wanted a drink. Huh? Kaido instinctively replied. Suddenly his sturdy body trembled, and memories sealed for many years surged to the surface. What a similar scene it was. Kaido's eyes became moist again as he recalled many years ago when his precious daughter Yamato looked up at him and spoke in the same way. That innocent expression from that day was both amusing and endearing. "Come down quickly, or I will tell Dad," Brin said again. Hearing that Brin was going to tell Kaido, Ein was so scared that she hurriedly slid down from Kaido's lap and obediently walked to Brin's side, pouting and saying, "Sister Brin, you're being unfair. Always using Dad to scare me." Watching Ein leave, Kaido unexpectedly felt a sense of loss in his heart. Brin placed a hand on Ein's head and gently grabbed it, causing Ein's memories to surface, and her small body froze in place. What are you doing? Kaido frowned at Brin's actions, feeling somewhat confused and a hint of anger. For some reason, in just a short moment, Kaido unexpectedly developed a fatherly affection for the little girl, Ein. Seeing Kaido get angry, Brin quickly explained, "It's not what you think, Uncle Kaido. She's a spy for the Navy Admiral." Kaido was even more confused, pointing at the tiny Ein, who was only the size of his palm, and said, "This small person, could she be a spy for the Navy? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" Brin shook her head, motioning for Kaido to come closer. She enlarged Ein's memory recording, and the scenes in the footage kept playing as if watching a movie. Kaido furrowed his brow and looked closely. After a moment, his expression became serious, and he fell silent. After thinking for a while, Kaido took out a snail phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. He then looked at Brin, pondered for a moment, and said, "You did very well. I didn't expect that such a small girl would be able to shrink because of her abilities. So it turns out she is under that old guy Zephyr." Hith. A half-washed-up old man, along with a former Marine Admiral Akiji who became a pirate, 2 former Marine Admirals. What a grand move. Fortunately, you were able to discover this. Otherwise, if these 2 had ambushed our base, we would have suffered heavy losses. Brin revealed a faint smile, appearing very calm. Kaido subtly curled his lips and thought to himself, "Little girl, with that expression of yours, it's too superficial. You've probably been secretly delighted for a long time, right? Acting calm in front of me is still 1,000 years too early. I, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, am a master of expression management. What do you plan to do?" Kaido wasn't a fool. Recalling Ein's earlier behavior, he knew that Brin must have altered her memories. Brin smiled and said, "You can't hide anything from Uncle's eyes. Here's the thing. I plan to have her directly communicate with Zephyr, set up a good day, and come over for a surprise attack." Kaido listened and couldn't help but smile, giving Brin a thumbs up and generously praising, "This method is really great. Don't rush to notify her yet. It's best if you help her keep the phone bug safe. Although you've altered her memories and turned her into one of us, she is still in the identity of a child and might act mischievously at times. Such a big matter cannot afford any mistakes." Brin was taken aback. She hadn't considered this issue. After a moment of thought, she found Kaido's words to be very reasonable. Immediately, Brin looked at Kaido with admiration, thinking that the formidable 4th Emperor of the Seas was indeed farsighted. "You go back first. I'll talk to Charlotte Linlin later and let him choose a time," Kaido said as he returned to his seat. Brin nodded and stretched out her finger to restore Ein's memories. It was as if time, which had been stagnant, began to flow again. The dazed Ein became lively and energetic once more, her big, shiny eyes constantly looking around and drooling over the food on the table. "Ein, shall we go back to the room?" Brin smiled. Ein pouted, a little reluctant. Suddenly, Kaido coughed and said, "Ein, come here to Uncle. Are you hungry? Eat whatever you want." Brin was stunned, blinking her 3 eyes before breaking into a smile and turning to go downstairs alone. Behind her, the faint sound of the little girl's cheers could be heard. On Hive Island in the New World, several captains of the Blackbeard pirates gathered in a huge palace. 2nd Ship Captain Shiryu, 3rd Captain Van Augur, 4th Captain Aburo Pizarro, 5th Captain Lafitte, 6th Captain St. Jorel, 7th Captain Katarina Devon, 8th Captain Baschote, and 9th Captain Poison Q. Where's Akiji? Why didn't he come to the meeting? Blackbeard, sitting on the golden throne, frowned and asked. The heavily made-up Katarina Devon chuckled. "Oh, he's been sneaking around these days with a captain you would never guess. Seems like he's planning something against the beast pirates, seeking revenge for Wano. Ha! Revenge for Wano? That does fit Akiji's character. Stop keeping me in suspense, Devon. You know I don't like beating around the bush. Devon quickly covered her mouth and smiled. It's Zephyr. The former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. Blackbeard's eyes lit up, sitting up straight. Oh, are you serious? That's not a small character. Akiji really is hiding a lot from us, huh? You all keep a close eye on every move of the beast pirates. I want every detail reported to me. Shiryu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Captain, this is a good opportunity. Blackbeard raised an eyebrow and teased. I know what you mean, Shiryu, but that Kaiza is not a simple character. Besides, the strength of the beast pirates is a bit too overwhelming. If we get involved, we might suffer significant losses. Shiryu nodded. True. So we won't participate? No. Blackbeard grinned widely, revealing a few missing teeth, and behind those teeth was a pitch-black darkness, making one feel an inexplicable fear, as if Blackbeard's mouth was the entrance to a dark hell. We will act according to the situation. On Oven Island, loud explosions could be heard from time to time, followed by flying debris, collapsing buildings, and swirling dust. I'm not running anymore. I'm so tired. You bastard, just kill me. Quinn, would rather die here than run. Quinn's plump body was covered in wounds. His face was dirty, and his clothes were in tatters, looking like a beggar in a refugee camp. God knows how he managed to survive the last half hour. He had been relentlessly pursued by the mindless Weevil, and if he slowed down even slightly, the latter would unleash a terrifying attack. Hey, even hanging needs a breather. I'm going to kill you. Weevil's small eyes turned red, raising his big sword again. Whoosh! Quinn's plump body bounced away like a ball, disappearing under Weevil's blade. Weevil, a massive figure resembling an oversized Quinn, chased after him, both of them looking like two giant meatballs. They rolled and chased each other, leaving a trail of smoke in their wake. Suddenly, sounds of air bursting came from the distant sky as two figures approached at high speed. Quinn quickly looked over and, upon seeing Katakuri's long horns, became excited, thinking it was his long-awaited boss Kaiza, immediately waving his hands and shouting, Boss, I'm over here. Weevil was momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of the two, his foolish brain lost without Bakken's guidance. His dazed expression was like the internet speed of the 2G era. Katakuri dodged and descended from the sky without speaking, directly unleashing his power. Mochi no Machi Shuriken. He extended his right arm, which rapidly inflated dozens of times, covered in armament hockey, adorned with long spikes, and surrounded by deep black flames. Boom! It sounded like a clap of thunder, as the massive arm tore through the air, leaving a series of afterimages, instantly hitting the dazed Weevil. With a thunderous explosion, it seemed the entire Oven Island shook, the ground cracking layer upon layer, rolling like waves. And everything within 100 meters was utterly destroyed, leaving a bottomless pit in the ground. Quinn was blown away like a ball by the fierce wind. Whoosh! At the edge of the massive pit, two figures landed instantly. Yamato, holding an iron rod, looked down into the pit and saw a crater-like hole where the sturdy Weevil had endured Katakuri's terrifying strike. Although his movements appeared slow, he seemed to have suffered no fatal injuries, shaking his head and climbing back up. Weevil shook the dirt off his head, his round little eyes revealing a glimmer of ferocity as he opened his mouth and roared, You hit me so hard. I'm getting angry. Yamato's cherry lips parted in disbelief. What kind of monster is he? He took that kind of attack and didn't die. Just then, Quinn weakly walked back, squinting at Yamato and the others, muttering, I thought it was Boss Kaiza coming. Turns out it's you guys. If it were Boss just now, he would be dead. Yamato glanced at him disdainfully, looking at Quinn's corpulent body with disgust. Hey, what kind of look is that? Underestimating me. Quinn? Quinn jumped up like a pig with its tail stepped on, pointing at Yamato and saying, Do you know how I got here in the last half hour? Do you know? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Yamato replied indifferently, playing with his stick, not even bothering to look at him. Quinn was blocked, nearly choking on his words. He opened his mouth and suddenly smiled lightly. Well, since you want to know, Lord Quinn will generously tell you. He pointed at Weevil, who was trying to climb out of the pit and constantly damaging the walls of the pit. This guy is tougher than you can imagine. To defeat him, you must first break through the armament hockey covering his body. I really don't know how this brainless fat fool trained to have such thick hockey. Hearing brain full and intestines fat, Yamato turned around and stared intently at Quinn's head with no neck. Quinn was taken aback and touched his face, saying, What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by my handsomeness? No matter how powerful he was, today he must be defeated, killed, and smashed. Katakuri gritted his teeth, and a shimmering earth dragon spear emerged from his constantly writhing arm. Black flames began to rise from his body, a chilling aura spreading, coating the ground with a layer of frost. Boom! Katakuri charged forward, his right arm spiraling and rotating, transforming into a giant drill, stabbing towards Weevil's head. Sticky rice spike. Seeing this, Yamato immediately followed suit, her long body sprouting elegant white fur in midair, her cheeks puffing up, transforming into a silver wolf. Raising the big stick in her hand high. Thunderous, 8 trigrams. Quinn's eyes lit up at the sight, and without saying a word, he jumped down, shouting, Grandpa Quinn is here. Although Weevil was foolish, his innate combat instincts were incredibly strong. Before the trio's attacks even reached midair, Weevil grasped his large blade with both arms and swept it horizontally, the black-red lightning exploding on the blade, tearing through the air and piercing the void. The 100-meter-long slash seeming to split heaven and earth in two. Boom! 3 against 1. The terrifying impact caused the already bottomless pit to crack again. Soil and rocks soaring as if an earthquake had struck, the walls of the pit rumbling and shaking off countless debris. Katakuri roared, the muscles in his right arm bulging. The earth dragon howling, carrying burning black smoke, stabbing into Weevil's blade, the terrifying force piercing through Weevil's thick blade straight towards his face. No samurai ice fong. Yamato opened her mouth, exhaling freezing air, quickly spreading along the blade pressed against by Katakuri towards Weevil's arms at a rapid pace. In an instant, Weevil's entire body was coated with a layer of frost, and the thickness of the ice layer quickly increased. Rolling head cut Queen. Quinn bent down, his body swelling. A bizarre mechanical arm dragon appearing, its sturdy mechanical arm shooting out and grabbing Weevil's massive body, swinging him like a wrecking ball. Rumble. Quinn laughed maniacally, pulling Weevil's ankle and spinning him against the surrounding stone walls, creating an unending roar. Refreshing. Quinn's face was filled with exhilaration as the situation turned around after being chased for so long. Stop playing. Throw him over here. Yamato shouted angrily. Katakuri spread his arms, the ground softening and writhing, massive spiked donuts rising, engulfed in black, ghostly flames. All right, caught it, Quinn bowling. Quinn swung Weevil and hurled him towards Yamato and Katakuri. Yamato unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, the armed Haki wrapping around the big iron stick, her momentum surging, black-red lightning flickering ominously on the iron stick. Whoosh! Weevil, with the ice layer already shattered, shot towards the two like a cannonball. Diamond arrow. The black-red lightning exploded in the void as Yamato swung her full strength. The air roaring. Fruit awakening. Armed Haki. Haki wrapping. Ghostly flames burning. Sticky rice chanting. Katakuri roared, and from the center of the donut above his head, massive black fists wrapped in Conqueror's Haki stirred the world. The sky filled with black lightning erupting, the air turning into a mush, compressing layer upon layer. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato, like Katakuri, possessed an innate super talent. She was born with the potential for Conqueror's Haki, training alongside the strongest in the world. Character, talent, and diligence were all top-notch. This pair of cousins, now collaborating for the first time, surprisingly produced a hint of a combined attack effect. The attacks from both sides subtly overlapped, the sky full of Haki-wrapped lightning becoming denser, resembling a prison of thunder. Boom! The earth crumbled into powder, and Weevil was hit by the wildly violent attacks, countless strikes crashing down on his thick, armed Haki armor. Like a collision of heaven and earth, a million-ton explosion. Weevil's surface defense was finally breached, and Katakuri and Yamato's power hit Weevil's body without reservation. Boom, 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 boom. A torrential storm, countless massive fists crashing down. Katakuri's face twisted in rage, the black ghostly flames engulfing Weevil's mountain-like body, fiercely burning his soul. It hurts so much, Mommy. I'm in so much pain. I want toys, I want chicken legs. Weevil dropped his large blade, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, tried to shake off the black flames on his body. But he couldn't. The ghostly flames were like a bone-deep affliction, not merely adhering to his surface, but acting on his soul, scorching his soul and consciousness. What he felt pain from was not his physical body, but the ethereal soul. Quinn's flabby cheeks trembled as he watched Weevil rolling about, swallowing hard. Boss Kaiza, what's wrong with this guy's body? Why can't we break it? I thought it was just his Haki being too thick. But I didn't expect his physical body to be so terrifying. Is he even human? Katakuri and Yamato also realized this. Their faces were not looking good, showing signs of excessive consumption, appearing somewhat pale. Just now, In the combined attack, they had used almost all their strength, employing powerful moves like Fruit Awakening and Hockey Wrapping, landing solid hits on this monster. However, the result was only that Weevil's hockey armor was breached, and Katakuri's ghostly flames had a slight effect. Although Weevil appeared to have ruptured skin and blood flowing everywhere, the three were all top-level experts. Quinn, I know what you want to say, but today I am the MVP of the entire scene, with extraordinary insight, having already discovered a terrifying fact. After enduring so many attacks, this mentally challenged monster has merely sustained superficial injuries. His aura has not weakened much at all. This guy is tougher than Kizaru. His body strength is too terrifying. If we can't kill him like this, it seems we'll have to take our time. Katakuri frowned and tightened his grip on the Earth Dragon again. Yamato looked at the bent iron stick in her hand, pouted, and extended her right hand to straighten it out in one stroke, the thick iron stick instantly returning to its original shape. Wah! Suddenly, Weevil stopped rolling, sat up, and let out a deafening scream that startled the three. This guy's going crazy again. You don't know, just now his mother died, and he chased me for dozens of minutes. Quinn smacked his lips. Yamato looked at Quinn like he was an idiot. You made his mother disappear. Who else is he going to chase but you? At this moment, Weevil was covering his mouth and continuously screaming, terrified. Wah, ah, my mustache, my mustache. My dad's white mustache is gone. Wee wee wah. Quinn felt the air around him boiling like boiling water, his eardrums almost bursting, his head buzzing. Stop whining. Quinn couldn't help but shout. Weevil's crying abruptly stopped, and with tear-filled, red eyes, he turned to stare at Quinn, his massive body rising from the ground and running straight towards him. Oh no! Quinn was startled and blinked, whistling as he quietly moved his feet and hid behind Yamato and Katakuri. Boom! The battle erupted once again. At the top of the cake tower, Kaido's expression darkened as he looked at the giver in front of him, shocked by the news they brought. Kaido, the eldest brother. Now Quinn and the war god should have already engaged the enemy on that island where Kizaru and Linling's son, Katakuri's twin brother Owen, unexpectedly died in the waters of the world. Kaido slowly got up, picked up the black wolf-tooth club by his feet, and said in a deep voice, "Take me with you." When Kaido reached the door, his footsteps involuntarily stopped again. I can't leave here, Akiji and Zephyr. Those two old coins are still lurking somewhere, watching. Forget it. I'll notify Caesar and Lingling. Bururu bururu. After a few rings, the phone bug was answered, and Lingling's lazy voice came through. What's up, Kaido? We're having afternoon tea on Donut Island. Mama, do you want to come over? Kaido fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lingling, where's Kaido? Have him answer the phone. Huh? Are there still things you two are hiding from me? So secretive. Donut Island, located 200 miles away from Cake Island, is the island where Katakuri is stationed. It produces a variety of desserts, especially famous for its donuts and chocolate fruit tea. The most famous dessert shop on the island is Zero Car Restaurant. Kaiza and Lingling sat face-to-face in a window seat on the third floor, enjoying the architectural scenery of the island while leisurely sipping fruit tea and eating donuts. There were very few guests on the third floor, all of whom were either rich or noble. However, at that moment, these elegantly dressed guests couldn't help but cast their gazes toward Kaiza and Lingling while drinking tea, their eyes filled with awe. What's going on? Kaiza wondered, taking the phone bug from Lingling's hand and bringing it to his eyes. Something happened on Oven Island. Owen is dead. I have Zephyr and Akiji lurking here, unable to move. Quinn and Little Card have gone over. You move quickly, and I suggest you go take a look. Kaido lowered his voice and said. Kaisa's warm smile on his cheeks gradually faded, and from his sturdy and heavy body, an extremely terrifying, oppressive aura began to rise, spreading in all directions. Noticing that something was off with Kaiza, Lingling, who was immersed in the pleasure of sweets, stopped her actions and looked at Kaiza in confusion. What's wrong? Boom! The sky above Donut Island, which was originally clear and sunny, suddenly gathered dark clouds, covering the earth, with the sound of thunder rolling like a dragon roaring within the clouds. Kaiza stood up, the air around him distorted, his tall figure becoming somewhat blurred, and the scenery around him turned bizarre. Lingling, you should return to Cake Island early. Enemies have come knocking, Zephyr and Akiji. I have something to take care of. Kaiser's words burst out from his teeth, directly shattering the third layer of the balcony. His towering body soared into the air, with golden feathers spreading out. And in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a golden giant bird, slicing through the sky like a bolt of golden lightning, disappearing into the void. Zephyr and Akiji? Lingling frowned, reluctantly glancing at the sweets on the table, but still got up and rushed back to Cake Island. Oven Island. Katakuri's incredibly sharp spear. The Earth Dragon pierced into Whiteball's thick chest, lifting him high and smashing him down to the ground. Boom! The earth shook and dust billowed. Kongo. Mingdi. Yamato's chest heaved as he swung the twisted iron rod in his hand, which looked like a twisted donut, violently smashing into Whiteball's head again and again. Quinn, not knowing when, had already climbed to the top of the large hole, which was the surface of Oven Island. He transformed into the physically strong Brachiosaurus form, locking his gaze on Whiteball's head below. Taking a deep breath, Quinn suddenly jumped down head first. Unwuliman biacho. Boom! The giant Brachiosaurus's head crashed directly into Whiteball's cheek, causing his entire head to sink into the ground, his body arching high. Yamato wore a sinister grin on his face, wrapping the thick iron rod with black-red lightning, accurately hitting Whiteball between his spread legs. Boom! The terrifying force drove Whiteball directly underground. Quinn staggered, his head spinning as he stood up, transforming into a dirty-faced fat man, staring blankly at the slanted, large hole on the ground, murmuring, "Is this guy dead?" Yamato, panting, said nothing. Katakuri, whose black, ghostly flames were showing signs of extinguishing, was equally exhausted. He walked over, staring at the black hole, shaking his head. Not dead yet, but his mind is probably completely in chaos. What is going on with this monster's body? The hardness, toughness, and armed color hockey are all shockingly powerful, and the recovery ability is terrifying. If it weren't for the brain issues, this would truly be a terrifying enemy. Crack, crack, crack. From inside the large hole, Whiteball's mumbling voice echoed again. As the entrance continued to collapse and the ground rose up high, Whiteball actually used his head to support the hundreds of thousands of tons of earth, slowly walking out from underground. His face had two eyeballs that had exploded into a mush. His nose was embedded flat into his cheek, and his face was covered in blood and mud. Blood continuously flowed from his 7 orifices, making his appearance look horrifying and ghastly. His mountain-like body was covered with torn skin, exposing large, crimson muscles underneath, resembling bulging pythons winding around his bones, some already cut open. Yet the strong tendons could be seen writhing and intertwining, quickly recovering to their original state. Whiteball's skin was shattered, like an oversized liquor. Even his family jewels were smashed by Yamato's strike. His mouth opened, making meaningless sounds, guided by his powerful observation hockey. He walked towards Katakuri and the others. Katakuri clenched the earth dragon in his right hand, his arm muscles bulging. Rumbling. At some point, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Becoming gloomy, the air turned cold and damp, and the temperature dropped sharply. A chilling coldness piercing into the hearts of the three. This chill was not a power, but a murderous intent. Katakuri's eyes suddenly widened, releasing an extremely powerful observation hockey that covered the entire Oven Island, but found nothing. The ability to predict the future yielded no results at all. It was as if this sudden, chilling, murderous intent was something even his observation hockey dared not touch. Not good. Yamato, Quinn, we need to leave this island. Katakuri's expression changed slightly, his eyes flickering, and he suddenly spoke. Yamato and Quinn were taken aback and looked at him. Yamato exclaimed, "Aren't you going to kill him? He killed your brother." Katakuri looked at the dark clouds in the sky, his lips trembling as he slowly said, "Father is coming." Whoosh! A fierce gale swept through the land, sending fragments of stone rolling and flying. Large amounts of soil began to collapse. A terrifying force, like heavenly might, extended from the edge of the sky. The surrounding stone walls cracked with a crackling sound, fissures spreading like spiderwebs. The air around them was compressed, becoming thick, making even walking difficult, each step a struggle. Whoosh! A dazzling golden light tore through the sky, splitting it in two, and in an instant fell to the very center of the pit. Katakuri and the others fixed their gaze, and a figure as tall as a mountain, with a body like a dragon and an aura as vast as the heavens, appeared in their line of sight. Quinn's face showed excitement, ready to call out Kaiser, but saw Kaiser with his back to them, lifting his massive arms, which were as thick as ancient stone pillars, high above. The surface of his gigantic body was engulfed in a sky-high bloodlight, and crimson flames appeared out of nowhere, igniting and transforming Kaiser into a massive pillar of blood flame. A power that could change the color of heaven and earth, brewed to the extreme, was about to be unleashed. Quinn trembled uncontrollably, feeling a terrifying sense of impending explosion. "Go! Leave this island!" Katakuri pulled the dazed Yamato, shouting loudly, exerting force under his feet, leaping away from the pit. Wait for me. Quinn, terrified, pale-faced, rolled and jumped to the ground, frantically running toward the island's edge. Whitebeard was barehanded, and Kaiza was also barehanded. Whitebeard stood at 6 meters 8, his body as robust as a mountain. But in front of Kaiza, who was 9 meters 1, he still appeared small. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction. Sensing intense danger, Whitebeard charged forward like a madman, raising his massive fist and crashing into Kaiza's chest. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The air behind Kaiza compressed and exploded. The terrifying impact instantly collapsing the surrounding stone walls, and the ground beneath them cracked with dozens of meters-long fissures. Yet Kaiza stood there, unmoving, his body straight as an ancient, unchanging mountain, his face cold, expressionless, and terrifyingly silent. Crack, crack, crack. Kaiza raised his right fist, and the void split open with dark cracks hundreds or even thousands of meters long. Conqueror's hockey entwined, armament hockey covered. When Kaiza first burned his unfathomable life essence, his powerful physique had long surpassed the limit. With every move, he could crush the air and tear apart the void. His raised giant fist descended inch by inch, seeming slow, yet it felt like it pierced through layers of spatial barriers, bringing down an entire piece of the sky. Whitebeard's body was stiff, trembling violently, as he lifted his blood-stained face, seemingly wanting to see Kaiza as figure. Roar! Kaiza roared, and the crimson blood flame suddenly exploded. The purest physical power erupted perfectly at this moment, as his giant fist, like a grinding disc, pressed down on Whitebeard's head. Boom! Whitebeard didn't make a sound. His massive head shattered inch by inch, turning into the smallest particles, becoming powder. Head, neck, chest, abdomen, waist, thighs. Kaiza's punch crashed down from above Whitebeard's head and burst out from below, instantly obliterating Whitebeard's massive body without leaving a trace. When the fist struck the center of the pit, it seemed to detonate 100 million tons of explosives. Boom! The sound echoed. The rock layers cracked in large chunks. The void shattered, and the entire Oven Island trembled. A terrifying force erupted from beneath Kaiza's feet, radiating in all directions. Bang! From the outside, Oven Island exploded in a single breath, a massive mushroom cloud rising up, formed by countless shattered rocks and dust being compressed and blown apart. Katakuri and the others grabbed the ship's railing, blown by the terrifying shockwave, and the pirate ship beneath their feet was racing away from the island at an unprecedented speed. The keel of the ship even being lifted off the surface of the sea by the shockwave. The sea surface within 100 miles was raised into a tremendous tsunami, while the layers of clouds in the sky cleared up instantly. Glug! Quinn stared blankly, swallowing hard. Clang! The iron rod in Yamado's hand fell onto the deck, her eyes wide open. Father! Katakuri took a deep breath, deeply shocked. One punch shattered island. At this moment, somewhere outside the waters of Totland, a massive ship was sailing across the vast sea. The ship looked extraordinarily luxurious, entirely a reddish-brown color, and was a large double-masted sailboat. On the sail, near the stern, a huge snake character was embroidered, while the main sail at the front was adorned with a gigantic skull surrounded by 9 snake heads. On both sides of the ship's bottom, 2 enormous pythons were dragging it, looking both majestic and terrifying. Hancock, your ship is truly impressive. I've seen countless formidable ships, and yours ranks among them. Luxury doesn't matter much, but those 2 pythons at the bottom of your ship can actually pass through the encirclement of the giant sea kings at Fishman Island unimpeded. What on earth are these 2 snakes? On the deck stood an old man wearing round-framed glasses, a vertical scar on his right eye, with a head full of silver curls and a uniquely styled beard. Overall, this old man exuded an inexplicable, powerful charm. Even surrounded by beautiful women on the Kuja pirate ship, he stood out conspicuously. He was none other than the legendary Pirate King Roger's right-hand man, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh. Ahead, a stunning woman dressed in a bright red open coat showed a hint of anger on her face and scolded. Rayleigh, didn't I warn you? Only Luffy has the right to call my true name. Don't be presumptuous. Sister beside Hancock, a tall and plump woman, one of Hancock's sisters, Boa Marigold, quickly intervened, smiling as she explained to Rayleigh, Mr. Rayleigh, please don't mind. These 2 snakes you mentioned are the national treasures of Amazon Lily. Named crawling serpents, they are extremely rare, a type of large venomous python. They can secrete a highly toxic fluid that envelopes them, instilling fear in sea creatures and keeping them away from our ship. Rayleigh chuckled, not at all angry, and said, I see. No wonder we haven't encountered any sea monsters attacking the ship along the way. I was worried because of the hasty coding, haha. On the other side, Hancock's sister, Boa Sandersonia, stuck out her forked tongue and chuckled. Mr. Rayleigh, you are too modest. I think you are the best coding craftsman in the Sabaody archipelago. Rayleigh laughed heartily, and after a moment, he turned to look at the sea ahead. There, islands began to appear one by one in sight, scattered across the vast ocean. Clearly a densely populated area. Totland, we've arrived. Rayleigh adjusted his round-framed glasses, his tone becoming serious as he turned to Hancock. Hancock, are you really prepared? Once we enter here, it will be hell. Hancock's face showed a rare struggle, but soon her expression firmed up as she said to Rayleigh, Rayleigh, you also saw the news. Luffy was injured by that Kaiza, and now there's no news about him. We don't know if he's alive or dead. How can I sit still? If Luffy dies, I, who will be lovesick, will definitely follow him to the grave. I can't help but imagine what kind of mental and physical torment Luffy is suffering now. You saw his companions. Some are dead, some are injured. The situation is simply. As Hancock spoke, her beautiful eyes turned red, unable to hold back her tears. Alas, what is love in this world? That makes one willing to give their life for it. It truly is a tragic fate, as Nine said. Rayleigh sighed. If you're scared, just stay on the ship and don't go down. Hancock wiped away her tears, raising her chin like a proud swan. Ha ha, my age. What is there to be afraid of? I've already got one foot in the coffin. Even if the front is true hell, I will venture in today. Rayleigh's eyes brimmed with strong confidence, making him appear even more masculine. Some young women on the pirate ship curiously tugged at Rayleigh's skin. Rayleigh's smile stiffened. Suddenly, the ship began to shake violently, the sea beneath the ship roiling madly, as a wave dozens of meters high surged from the direction of Totland, its momentum astonishing. Rayleigh and Hancock frowned and looked towards that direction. At the end of their sight, no islands were visible, but they could see the sky. It seemed as if an invisible giant hand had wiped away all the clouds in the sky in an instant, and an invisible wave swept across the entire Totland at a terrifying speed, triggering a massive tsunami. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly contracted, his emotions fluctuating violently, staring intently in that direction. Hancock was the same, her expression unusually serious, no longer the previous pride. When the surging tsunami passed, the sea surface returned to calm, and everyone on the ship fell silent, looking towards Rayleigh and Hancock. Rayleigh let out a long breath, exchanging a glance with Hancock, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Indeed, someone is fighting. From this terrifying aftermath, the strength of the combatants is likely. Rayleigh weighed his words and then said solemnly, it probably won't be lower than Captain Roger and Whitebeard. Hancock's body trembled, her expression struggling as she looked in that direction. Speechless for a long time. After a while, Rayleigh spoke. It's still not too late to leave, Hancock. There's no need to take such risks. We can go find Luffy. Hancock hesitated for a moment, gritting her teeth. Sandersonia, which island in Totland, is in that direction? The tall and slender Sandersonia quickly took out the eternal log pose, checking the position and distance, and said, about 160 miles away, there is the famous Oven Island in Totland, which is the territory of Charlotte Oven, the son of Big Mom. Go around there. Let's head for Cake Island quickly. With you, Rayleigh, we can capture that Kaiza's son, the god of war Katakuri. When the time comes, I will make Kaiza regret hurting Luffy. Hancock regained her composure, revealing a trace of hatred and murderous intent. Rayleigh sighed, choosing not to persuade her further. In fact, Rayleigh himself was very angry. He had accompanied Luffy for 2 years, spending every day together, and his feelings for Luffy were both mentor and friend. Luffy indeed had a strong innate talent and a unique charisma, just like Roger. He could subtly influence those who came into contact with him, whether they were enemies or allies, drawing them into his circle. For example, the former Warlord Crocodile or the Clown Buggy. What Rayleigh was thinking about now was another issue. That Katakuri was originally the strongest commander under Charlotte Linlin, and now, with his father Kaido awakening his Oni bloodline, his strength was incredibly formidable, even defeating Kizaru. If only he were alone on Cake Island. There might still be hope for capturing him alive. But if other powerful foes appeared to restrain them, escaping without casualties would likely become a problem. The Oven Island, no, there was no island anymore. As the tsunami subsided, the seawater flooded over the mostly destroyed terrain, and the island that once covered over 10 miles had turned into a small sea mound just a few hundred meters wide. Katakuri urged the pirates on the ship to accelerate desperately, and they finally returned before nightfall. Under the previous terrifying shockwave and tsunami, their ship had retreated over 100 miles, almost heading directly back to Cake Island. That's where Boss Kaido is, Queen said quietly, pointing at the distant mound. On it sat a towering demon-like figure. In the blood-red sunset, the undulating black sea, protruding rocks, dim sky, crimson clouds, an imposing man formed a breathtaking scene. Katakuri and the others silently watched, speechless for a long time. They did not disturb the seemingly lonely figure, simply sharing the silence with him on this vast ocean. After a long while, the man on the rocks finally stood up and vanished in an instant. The next moment, Kaido's robust figure appeared before the three. Father, uncle, boss. Three voices called out as Katakuri, Yamato, and Queen respectfully knelt on one knee. Even Yamato, who had been sparring with Kaido that morning, showed no exception, bowing respectfully and nervously choosing to submit. Kaiza nodded slightly, casually sitting cross-legged, a hint of loneliness revealed on his face. Little cat, do you think I've failed as a father? Kaiza suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Katakuri raised his head and looked into Kaiza's eyes, seriously shaking his head. No, father. Please don't say that. Without you, Mom, Uncle Kaido, and everyone else would have perished. Both Owen and I were saved by you in time, and this Totland region would have been completely divided by thugs if it weren't for your timely return. To me, you are a father worthy of our respect. Yes, yes. Me too. Queen hurriedly nodded. Yamato lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression. Caesar lifted his head, looking at the vast world in all directions, and let out a long breath. When I woke up from my slumber, I was actually weighed down by a sense of gloom. At that time, I often had thoughts of wanting to destroy everything. Haha. But later, I found Linlin, I found my younger brother, and I regained the feelings of those years. It's a feeling that is better than that, different from killing and fighting, because I have a son now and 4 others. Kizaru spoke to himself, while Katakuri listened seriously. Quinn and Yamato also quietly perked up their ears. My childhood. Forget it, it's too far back, no need to talk about it. Since I set sail at the age of 10, I've been killing, constantly killing, because I feel that only through slaughter can I feel fulfilled. When the hot blood of my enemies splatters on me, I can feel my heart beating in my chest. That's why later, people call me a demon, because those who go against me will meet their doom sooner or later. To be honest, later I met Linlin and Kaido, but I still didn't change much. My desire for Linlin was greater than any feelings, and my indifference toward Kaido remained the same. In my world, there was only myself. 30 years ago, one day, I could no longer tolerate running around with Kaido to gather power. I craved blood, I craved slaughter, destruction was in my bones. We had a disagreement and decided to resolve it through battle. At that time, Kaido was already very strong, but his physique was still slightly inferior to mine, and I ultimately defeated him. I had red eyes and even wanted to kill him right then and there. Kaiza spoke. A sense of indifferent killing intent emerged, causing cold sweat to break out on Yamato and Quinn's foreheads, and they didn't dare to breathe. But for some reason, when I stepped on Kaido's chest, raised a long knife in my hand high, and was about to pierce his skull, I saw myself in Kaido's eyes. I was so crazy, so bloodthirsty. My eyes held no emotion, only an endless desire for destruction. I was even more evil than rocks, who sought to dominate the world. I finally understood why I couldn't become rocks. Because in my world, there was only me, no world. I stood there, holding the long knife high, aimed at Kaido's head. For a long time, I gave up. I chose to fall into an unending sleep, wanted to see the future, to see if I would change. A world of one person is truly very boring. Caesar suddenly smiled, and the surrounding world seemed to brighten in an instant. Day and Quinn both let out a sigh of relief, feeling their bodies lighten considerably. Little Cart, do you know? When Linlin told me that I have 4 sons, my heart suddenly became lively. I felt as if I were different from before. Although I still occasionally want to fight and kill, I'm no longer alone. I have brothers, a wife, sons, and a group of subordinates. Even though I still feel quite unfamiliar and distant towards the 4 of you, especially the 3 of them. Perhaps because you inherited my bloodline, my feelings for you are deeper than for the others. However, no matter what, Owen, Perispero, and Dafu are still my sons, Caesar's sons. A heavy, mountain-like aura emanated from Caesar as he extended his hands to grasp Katakuri's shoulders, staring directly into his son's eyes. Anyone, even a god, if they harm my family, I will drag them down from their divine throne and smash them into pieces. Kaiza slowly stood up, his overwhelming aura rising like an ancient divine mountain, returning to Cake Island, solving some issues, and then gathering the army to wipe out every last one of the forces of the clown buggy. The murderous intent that could change the color of the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted from Kaiza's body as if the sea were about to overturn. Black waves crashing up into the sky. I want this world to understand what the consequences will be for those who dare to harm my family. Kaiza. 1 hour later. Cake Island. In a room of a certain residence, Aokiji and Zephyr, disguised as civilians with comical fake noses and big mustaches, their heads wrapped in large scarves, were covertly peering through the window toward the distant tower. At that moment, the phone bug in Zephyr's arm suddenly rang. Both were startled, and Zephyr quickly took out the small phone bug and answered it. Hello, this is Totland Restaurant. Do you need donuts or toast? A crisp girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, and her words were quite peculiar. However, Zephyr and Aokiji did not feel anything was amiss. Zephyr spoke in a deep voice. I need a portion of exquisite baked snails. On the other end, Ein's voice quickly followed. I found out that in the cake tower, only Katakuri is stationed there now. Kaiza, Big Mom, and Kaido have all gone to Oven Island to confront Blackbeard's pirate crew and the subordinates of Clown Buggy. Zephyr and Aokiji exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Aokiji spoke solemnly. Zephyr-sensei, this is the best opportunity. While Kaiza and the others are away, we can take down his stronghold and kill or capture this future pillar of the beast god pirates, and Kaiza will spend the rest of his life in regret. Zephyr's eyes also sparkled. No, it's best to capture him and hand him over to the Navy. This way, we can start another war, just like with Whitebeard. Katakuri is the prince of the beast god pirates, and the importance is evident. Even Yellow Monkey was defeated. That will be the best time to completely annihilate the beast god pirates. Just an hour ago, when Kaiza was on Katakuri's ship returning to Cake Island, he took out Linglin's phone bug and called Kaido. They agreed to start the plan in 1 hour, as their return journey would take 1 hour. Kaido has made up his mind to let Bryn start the baiting plan, drawing out Aokiji and Zephyr, who are hiding in the shadows. The best approach is to lure them to a remote wilderness for a decisive battle. However, this plan has too many loopholes. Experienced individuals like Aokiji and Zephyr will not fall for it easily. Therefore, the best method is to directly lead them into the cake tower and implement a surrounding plan there. When the time comes, with Kaido inside and Kaiza and Katakuri outside, Aokiji and Zephyr will surely have no way to escape. The most likely unexpected factor in this plan is Linlin. Due to the hurried departure, Kaiza took the snail phone, leaving no time to communicate these details to Linlin. At this moment, it's unclear where Linlin is or if she has already returned to Cake Island. If Linlin returns to Cake Island before Kaiza and the others, Aokiji and Zephyr, being cautious, will certainly abandon this operation. After all, they are well aware that with their combined strength, facing 2 or more god-level members will be very difficult to handle. Both sides are maintaining a cautious attitude and have not activated large-scale observation hockey, as doing so would expose their intentions. Therefore, Kaiza is gambling on the timing of Linlin's return and Katakuri's importance in Aokiji and Zephyr's minds. However, even if this plan fails, Kaiza will instantly transform into a rock and boldly appear. If the timing is right, even if the plan is exposed, Aokiji and Zephyr are destined to meet their demise. As time passes, an hour quickly arrives, and Kaiza and the others approach Cake Island. Meanwhile, Aokiji and Zephyr have also made up their minds to disguise themselves and directly walk towards the towering Cake Tower. Once the two enter the tower, Kaiza will immediately burn his blood essence, joining forces with Kaido and Katakuri to violently eliminate Aokiji and Zephyr. However, an unforeseen situation arises. Just as Kaiza is about to act and Aokiji and Zephyr are about to enter the Cake Tower, Kaido silently lifts a big stick, preparing to catch them off guard. At the port of Cake Island, 2 walking figures catch both sides' attention. Although these 2 have also disguised themselves, their extravagant appearance and walking posture clearly reveal their disguised identities. Aokiji's body tenses, and his pupils suddenly constrict as he instantly recognizes the identities of the 2, Pirate Empress Hancock and Dark King Rayleigh. How they end up here? In Aokiji's mind, a flurry of thoughts flash by, and his intention to enter the Cake Tower halts instantly. The 2 naturally pass by the high tower and enter a dark alley without being noticed by Rayleigh and Hancock. This is entirely due to Aokiji and Zephyr's professional skills, which are far superior to those of Rayleigh and Hancock. On the ship, Kaiza instructs a few people to retreat into the cabin and temporarily stop advancing. His pupils turn into the golden eyes of a rock, allowing him to see everything at the port clearly and instantly capture the unusual presence of the 4 individuals there. 4? Kaiza furrows his brow. Wasn't it said that only Aokiji and Zephyr were coming? Why are there suddenly 2 more? Although Kaiza hasn't used observation hockey to probe Rayleigh and Hancock's strengths, He can tell from their walking posture and expressions that they are definitely two formidable experts. Among the three parties, both Aokiji and Kaiza are cunning, while only Rayleigh and Hancock, with their flamboyant appearances, keep peering around but do not dare to easily release their observation haki. At this moment, with just one trigger, the port of Cake Island could instantly explode into ruins. The air seems to become incredibly oppressive, and no one dares to act rashly. At this critical moment, a tall woman in a pink dress, holding an umbrella, flies in from afar, stepping on a large cloud of fire. It's the late-arriving Linlin. It's unclear why she thought to carry an umbrella at night. Linlin's personality is carefree and reckless. After hearing Kaiza say that two former Marine admirals were lurking on Cake Island, her fiery temper couldn't be contained. Moreover, since Kaiza didn't explain any reasons, he simply took off, prompting her to rush back to Cake Island in a hurry. However, there was a slight mishap along the way. At this moment, on an uninhabited island between Donut Island and Cake Island, a massive pirate ship has capsized and sunk deep into the ground. The island is filled with large pits and scorch marks. At the bottom of one of these pits lies the grotesque figure of Katarina Devon, with half of her body charred and her head smashed in. Next to her head is a massive fist imprint embedded in the hard ground. Not far away, the drunkard Bass Choate, with his long tongue that always licks barrels of alcohol, has been pulled out and thrown aside, his lower body trampled into a pulp by a large foot. However, Choate is not dead yet. He is struggling to crawl back to the ship to find a communication snail. At this moment, Choate is filled with resentment, blood continuously flowing from his tongueless mouth. As he passes by Devon, he spits a mouthful of blood onto her half-broken head. "Devon, you idiot woman. Are you trying to provoke Big Mom while you're at it? Why did you have to turn into Kaisa's form? Damn it, don't drag me into this. I need to find a communication snail quickly to contact Captain Dickey and Poison Q. He can save me. I don't want to die." When Big Mom arrives at the port with her overwhelming presence, Aokiji and Zephyr, hiding in the alley, change their expressions drastically. However, the most panicked among them are not them, but Rayleigh and Hancock, who are walking on the street. Rayleigh instinctively wants to hide, but his body stiffens. Because Linlin lands with an imposing aura, her powerful observation haki instantly covers the entire island. "Aokiji, Zephyr, you two sneaky bastards, where are you hiding?" Linlin shouts, her towering figure holding the small umbrella, casting shadows that twist into various forms of humans, animals, plants, stones, and houses. These bizarre shadows seem to be struggling, as if trying to escape from Linlin's body, creating a terrifying scene. "What?" Rayleigh and Hancock are momentarily dumbfounded, and Rayleigh snorts, spraying 2 streams of mucus from his nostrils, sending the beard on his lips flying. Linlin's pale face gradually turns towards him. There are even 2 mice. At the port of Cake Island, as Linlin recklessly unleashes her perception, those powerful presences instantly stand out like cranes among chickens under her observation haki. Inside the tower, Kaido's volcanic-like dormant aura stirs slightly, ready to erupt. In the alley, one presence is as cold as ice, while another is heavy as a mountain. On the street, Rayleigh's aura pierces the sky like a sharp sword. Hancock's aura looks down upon everything with disdain. And, in the sea behind them, a presence carries a chilling soul flame. It's Katakuri. Another wave of breath was enough to shake the heavens, unfathomable, like an ancient divine mountain standing between heaven and earth. Kaiza. Linlin was surprised, never expecting that with her words, this small port had gathered a total of 8 peak masters from the sea. Feeling that Kaiza did not make any unnecessary movements, Linlin seemed to understand his meaning. A charming smile appeared on her lips as she took off her hat, letting her long, smooth black hair cascade down, making her look very feminine. "You are Rayleigh? You are the Emperor of the Amazon Lily? I'm really curious. Without men, how do you give birth to people? You do have some charm. Why not just take you and make you a concubine for my husband?" Linlin flicked hiat, flames entwining around it, and a giant blade over 10 meters long appeared, aimed at Rayleigh and Hancock. Rayleigh smiled wryly and could only draw his long sword from his waist, getting ready for battle. Beside him, Hancock saw that there was no way to hide, so she also tore off her disguise and stood proudly in the street. However, compared to Linlin, their heights were simply too short. Hancock's expression, which always looked down on everyone, couldn't be displayed at all. Even if she went back with her pet snake, she still couldn't surpass Linlin in height. The 2 most powerful women on the sea met here. Equally charming, one petite and the other tall. Both were equally arrogant, looking down on everything. Hancock could only see Luffy in her eyes, while Linlin only had Kaiza in hers. Boom! Without warning, The two proud women erupted with a powerful conqueror's haki that was no less than any man's. Linlin's conqueror's haki, deep red with a hint of pink, represented her strong personality surpassing feminine emotions. Hancock's conqueror's haki was exactly the opposite, a sea of pink mixed with a bit of deep red, representing her extreme obsession with her beauty and her support for personal emotions, surpassing her responsibilities as an empress. In the alley, Aokiji and Zephyr exchanged glances. Aokiji gritted his teeth and said to Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr, don't you think this opportunity seems even better than before?" Zephyr's strong body trembled. His eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at Aokiji and said, "Are you saying that we let Rayleigh and Hancock deal with Charlotte Linlin while we go capture Katakuri?" Aokiji nodded vigorously, tearing off the disguise on his face. "That's right. According to Ain's hints, there's only one Katakuri on the island, and Charlotte Linglin's return is obviously an accident. Our original plan had failed, and we could only escape with Ain. But with Rayleigh and Hancock's appearance, doesn't that solve the problem? Their strength is completely not weaker than Marine Admirals, and together, even if they can't kill Big Mom in a short time, they can definitely suppress her." Zephyr took a deep breath, tearing off his disguise. He knew that at this moment, he could no longer hesitate, and decisively said, "Let's do as you say." At this moment, a huge hole exploded open at the top of the tower. The wall in the sky was blasted apart, and a tall shadow appeared at the edge of the big hole, looking down. "Is that Katakuri? He looks just as tall as Kaido. No wonder they are family. All are demons." Zephyr looked up and said coldly. However, beside him, Aokiji's body was icy cold. A chill surged from his heart. "No, that's Kaido. Damn, something happened on Ain's side." The tower was too high, and the newly broken wall was filled with smoke and dust. When Zephyr looked, he happened to see a figure resembling the one on the bounty notice with long horns. The two didn't use observation haki, but the difference was that Aokiji's ice control ability allowed him to install a convex lens on his eyes at any time, enabling him to see great distances. "What? Kaido?" Zephyr was shocked. His face changed drastically as he began to realize the gravity of the situation. Without any hesitation, the two released their powerful observation haki, sweeping across whole Cake Island and the entire surrounding sea area. On the island, at some point, it had become sparsely populated, with only a few dozen breaths scattered around. Except for them, there were 6 terrifying auras, sweeping majestically towards the heavens. Aokiji and Zephyr's pupils shrank, their expressions changing wildly. They had fallen into a trap. The 4 masters of the Beast Pirates had all arrived. Ain must have run into trouble. "Ha ha ha, delightful." Kaisar's deep and arrogant voice rang out as he suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled toward the sea. It was just like Yamato's ice teeth, but its power was many times greater. A column of icy cold air instantly fell onto the ocean. In an instant, the sea surface beneath the ship began to turn white at a rapid pace, and the undulating sea water quickly transformed into a thick layer of ice, spreading wildly in all directions at a terrifying speed. In the alley, Zifa felt the sudden drop in temperature and, through his observation haki, sensed the changes happening over the sea. He looked at Aokiji in shock and blurted out, "Kazan, isn't this your ability?" Aokiji's face turned extremely ugly. His best skill was being used by Kaisar, which was clearly a slap in the face. "Teacher Zifa, we must leave here. The situation is dire." Aokiji decisively decided to retreat. Zifa looked at Kaido on the tower, frowned, and said, "No, Ain is still inside. I must find her." Aokiji hesitated, knowing that no matter how he persuaded, his stubborn teacher would never abandon his students and escape alone. Especially Ain, who, like Binz, was one of the only 2 students left from the Marine training camp Zifa led 9 years ago during the massacre. Zifa's feelings for Ain were like that of an old father for his children. On the ice surface, 2 similarly handsome, towering men slowly approached, their footsteps echoing rhythmically across the ice. Linlin glanced at Kaisar and Katakuri, a brilliant smile appearing on her face as she raised her Napoleon and said to Hancock, "There are only 2 women here. Come on, let us have a battle on the ice." Hancock's expression was cold and proud. Without saying a word, she leapt onto the wide ice surface. Just as the battle on Cake Island was about to erupt, in the far-off new world of Dressrosa, an unprecedented spectacle appeared in the sky. At the top of the palace castle, the Emperor of Dressrosa, King Riku, along with the Guardian General, Gyrus, and others, looked up at the sky with pale faces. Around them, Rebecca and Violet were swaying, almost falling to the ground. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Dressrosa, in the fairy forest, the Straw Hat crew, who had come seeking treatment from the little princess Mancheri, changed their expressions drastically, gazing in disbelief at the terrifying sight in the sky. Above them, 10 gigantic blazing meteors, like 10 dazzling suns, filled the sky above Dressrosa, completely blocking the escape routes for those inside. Those with good eyesight could see that in the center, surrounded by the 10 suns, stood an old man in a purple robe, his eyes glowing with white pupils. With scars crossing over his eyes, holding a sword cane, floating on a piece of floating stone. This person was none other than the Marine Admiral Fujitora. Sent to capture Sanji, sweat dripped from Fujitora's forehead. It was unclear whether it was from heat or exhaustion, and his face looked a bit pale and helpless. It was not that he wanted to target the civilians of Dressrosa, but the Straw Hat Crew's recent notoriety was indeed quite loud. Even Kaido, who claimed to be invincible on land and sea, had been brought down from his pedestal by them. It seemed that just 20 days ago, they had barely escaped from his hands, relying on the help of the citizens of Dressrosa. How unpredictable the world is. It is not that I want to oppose you, Straw Hat Kid. In fact, I quite admire your character. However, the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku is a highly respected man of justice, and I also greatly admire him. For both public and private reasons, I must bring back Sengoku's remains for a proper burial. Fujitora sighed deeply, discarding the last bit of reluctance in his heart, and took out the Navy's developed amplification device, placing it to his mouth. Listen, I am Admiral Fujitora of the Navy. Today I am here for one person. As long as you hand over this person, Dressrosa will be safe, and I will remove these meteors from the sea. Under Fujitora's vast observation haki, the entire Dressrosa was covered, and he easily found the whereabouts of Luffy and the others. Fujitora turned his gaze to the fairy forest and said loudly, "This person is Vinsmoke Sanji." "What? Me?" In the fairy forest, Sanji stared in shock, pointing at himself, his face filled with confusion. Beside him, Nami, Robin, Usopp, Frankie, Chopper, Jinbe, and Zoro were all stunned. They realized something was wrong as soon as Fujitora appeared. But Fujitora's ability was too terrifying. Even in their currently recovered state, they had no way to escape this devastating attack. Due to his severe injuries, Luffy was still receiving full treatment from Princess Mancheri, while the others, having lighter injuries, had begun to improve. Sanji's vitality had already returned to that of a 30-year-old. Jinbe's deep chest wounds had healed completely. Robin's once healthy, sun-kissed skin and voluptuous figure had returned, showing no signs of the severe burn she had suffered before. "Sanji, don't listen to him. You can't go." Nami screamed as she rushed over to grab the struggling Sanji. "Nami-san, I should go," Sanji said, his face filled with immense sadness and sorrow as he scanned the faces of his companions. "No, I want to allow it." Nami broke down in tears, collapsing to the ground, crying once again. In recent days, Nami had been mentally exhausted, and her days had been more miserable than when she was in Cocoa Village in the East Blue years ago. Every day, she watched her distracted companions, saw Luffy in critical condition, Zoro looking lost, Sanji appearing aged, and Robin, who had no good skin left. All of this made Nami an emotionally rich woman, often unable to hold back her tears. Zoro, with a vacant expression, suddenly trembled as his unfocused gaze refocused on Sanji. "You can go without worry, Cook. I'm here." Zoro tightly gripped the only long sword he had left, Enma, looking unusually serious. "Ha. With you saying that, I can relax, Green Algae Head. Cheer up. You are going to become the world's greatest swordsman." "I don't have such a grand dream." Sanji took out a cigarette from his pocket and pulled out a lighter to light it, but his hand shook violently. It wasn't fear, it was reluctance. 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks. Zoro stepped forward, casually tossing his Enma sword to the ground like garbage, snatched Sanji's lighter, and lit his cigarette with one hand. Sanji was taken aback, looking at the sword on the ground, his voice hoarse. "How can you treat your sword like that? This is not my sword. My sword is already broken. Enma belongs to Odin. He couldn't even surpass himself. Using his weapon will only bury my future. I will forge my own sword with my own hands, to cut through everything ahead and become the world's greatest swordsman." Zoro stepped heavily on the Enma sword, pressing it deep into the soil. The Enma sword seemed to have a soul, its blade trembling continuously, as if in doubt and also in anger. But Zoro didn't care at all. Although he didn't have a long sword in his hand at that moment, an inexplicable sword aura was growing like a towering tree. Sanji, upon hearing this, couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile, slapping Zoro hard on the chest, then turn around to look at everyone. "Everyone goodbye. Sanji, Sanji-kun. Whoosh. Sanji didn't look at the pained and trembling Nami and Chopper. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was afraid of softening his heart and getting everyone involved. Nami-san, when Luffy wakes up, let him find another chef. I might not return to the Sunny this time. Everyone take care. The time spent with everyone has been the happiest and most joyful days of my life. Sanji stepped into the void and flew straight towards Fujitora. When Sanji arrived beside Fujitora looked at him for a long time before sighing, "Sorry, young man." Sanji appeared very relaxed, casually asking with a smile, "Go ahead, who wants me? If it's the Navy, it can't be just me they want. Luffy and the others are all seriously injured. With your strength, capturing us wouldn't take much effort." Fujitora sighed lightly and nodded. "You're a smart guy. That's right, it's Caesar. Indeed, it's the demon you imagined. He specifically requested you." "Ha ha ha." Sanji laughed as if he had heard a great joke, laughing so hard he almost fell over. "When did you, a dignified Marine Admiral, start working for a thug? There's no choice. The remains of Admiral Sengoku are still in his hands. You're just one of the people he uses for exchange," Fujitora said, directly without hiding anything. Sanji was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile, took a puff of smoke, and stopped talking. Fujitora silently looked towards the fairy forest for a while before controlling 10 massive meteorites, leaving the skies over Dressrosa and slowly dropping them into the sea. "It's tiring to fly all the time. Why not rest on this rock of mine?" Fujitora made a bit of space. Sanji nodded and jumped up. The figures of the two cut through the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, a fleet of giant snail ships was sailing in line on the sea, flags waving in the wind, with the words Germa 66 emblazoned on them. On the leading giant steel snail ship, the tall and burly judge was holding a newspaper, reading it over and over again. Beside him stood his 3 sons and 1 daughter, Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji. This latest newspaper was about the beast pirates. For the past 2 days, Judge had been unable to sleep, repeatedly looking over the information on it. For example, Big Mom, who was supposed to marry him and become family, owning a vast territory of the sea, was actually willing to submit to a newly emerged person and let the other party become a captain. This was simply beyond Judge's imagination. Another thing that caught his attention was the photo of a suddenly aged Sanji. Reiju, dressed in a pink leather outfit, accentuated her curvaceous figure, and the 2 purple butterfly wings behind her made her look extraordinarily beautiful. Reiju's face was filled with worry. She bit her lip and said softly, "Father, how could Sanji end up like this?" The 3 beside Ichiji also showed curious expressions. Ever since experiencing the ordeal in Whole Cake Island, these artificial warriors had unexpectedly awakened a trace of humanity and were no longer resistant to Sanji's existence. Instead, they completely changed their attitude and regarded Sanji as their brother. Judge sighed. If I'm not mistaken, Sanji should have accelerated the burning of his life force. He might have been forced to the extreme and had no choice but to fight desperately. What about Sanji? Reiju's eyes turned red, with tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes, looking very sorrowful. Alas, we can only leave it to fate. This kind of fundamental loss might be hopeful to solve with our scientific power. But we need to return to the North Sea first. Tell the others to speed up. We need to quickly return to the North Sea research base. I need to study this drug as soon as possible. Judge's expression was serious, and the reason he thought so much about Sanji was, on the one hand, because Sanji had saved his life in Whole Cake Island. On the other hand, Judge vaguely sensed that his only son who had been successfully modified might actually be the true outstanding specimen of the demon god bloodline. Huh, what is that? Yanji suddenly frowned, looking towards the end of the sky, where a dazzling golden light was shooting straight from afar, clearly targeting their location. "Enemy attack. All personnel prepare," Ichiji shouted, and the communication device he carried quickly spread throughout the entire fleet. In an instant, all the modified warriors raised their heads and chests, took out their weapons, and prepared for battle. On the faces of these soldiers, there was no sign of fear or panic, as if they were programmed robots. If you don't want to die, then obediently surrender. I, the old man, have no patience left. A voice, extremely cold, came from the golden light. In an instant, the blinding golden light descended before Judge and the others, transforming into a 3-meter-tall, middle-aged man in a yellow shirt. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, looking as if he had suffered serious injuries, with no powerful aura, appearing very ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, based on the way he appeared, no one would really think he was an ordinary citizen. Judge's expression changed instantly. He was very familiar with Kizaru. As the head of the Navy's scientific unit, Kizaru had to deal with Vegapunk Studio for many years. Years ago, Judge, Caesar, Queen, and Vegapunk had worked together in a research facility. But that place was later destroyed by the Navy, and Vegapunk was invited to the world government. The one who led that operation was none other than Kizaru, the Marine Admiral standing before them. Kizaru, what are you doing here? Don't do anything reckless. Our Germa 66 Kingdom is still a member of the world government, and we have no conflict with the Navy. Judge reached out to stop his 3 eager sons behind him, looking nervously at Kizaru, sweat dripping from his forehead. Judge couldn't help but be nervous. This was the highest combat power of the Navy, and he didn't believe that with his people, they could repel Kizaru. Seeing Kizaru's injuries, Judge couldn't help but think of the news in the newspaper. It seemed that Kizaru, this Marine Admiral, had indeed been defeated by Big Mom's son, Katakuri, whom he had seen last time. Judge found it hard to believe that Big Mom's son was so formidable. If possible, he really wanted to negotiate with the Big Mom Pirates again. No, it can now be called the Beast God Pirates, and a new marriage alliance has been formed. The parties involved in the alliance have been decided by Judge. It will be the recently famous war, God Katakuri and his eldest daughter Reiju. Judge didn't even consider height. To him, that's a minor issue. His research on lineage factors is similar to Caesar's research on human gigantism. It's not difficult to give Reiju an injection to make her grow several meters taller. If he could really form an alliance with this new power, it would be countless times better than the previous alliance with Big Mom. Whenever Judge picked up the newspaper and saw those terrifying figures, he felt his body and soul trembling. If Beast God Kizaru could help him, even with just a word, the entire North Sea would tremble 3 times, and his Germa kingdom would have a chance to dominate the North Sea again. Just as Judge was lost in these thoughts, Kizaru coldly said, "All of you, return to the New World with me at the fastest speed." Huh? Return to the New World? Why? Judge was stunned and somewhat confused. A hint of anger and killing intent slowly emerged on Kizaru's face, and the golden light on him began to become blinding. A sharp aura spread out, making everyone feel dry throats and trembling bodies. My patience has reached its limit. Kizaru now looked nothing like his previous carefree self. His face was filled with murderous intent. An odd sight appeared on Kizaru's body. His form, once radiant with golden light, slowly turned pitch black on his left side as if being eroded by something, transforming into dark light. From the top of his head down, Kizaru's left side was completely black, while his right side shone brightly, exuding an aura that felt both radiant and evil. Chaos and contradiction filled Kizaru's body, as if a nuclear fission of light was occurring within him. And an extremely terrifying aura was slowly rising, making Judge's throat roll, reminding him of a horrifying ray he once discovered in the lab. Gamma rays. Thud. Judge trembled all over, his knees buckled, and he knelt before Kizaru, his body shaking like a sieve. He stammered, "Don't attack. Our entire Germa Corps will follow you." "Father, what are you afraid of? He's just one person, and we have so many." Yanji stepped forward, ready to grab Kizaru's body. "Don't!" Judge screamed in terror. However, it was too late. When Yanji's hand touched Kizaru's light dark body, his gloved hand silently disintegrated, turning into light particles and disappearing into the air without leaving a trace. Yanji retreated in horror, staring in disbelief at the half of his arm that had vanished. Kizaru's tall figure flickered with light and darkness, appearing cold and seemingly devoid of humanity. He looked more like a god. The Grand Line, known as one of the 3 symbols of justice of the Navy, houses countless notorious criminals in the ocean, with its main body located beneath the sea in the super prison fortress Impel Down. This prison, built hundreds of years ago, is called the Impenetrable Iron Wall Prison due to its geographical advantages and powerful security systems. However, since 20 years ago, when a Golden Lion Shiki escaped from the 6th level of Impel Down by cutting off his own legs, a series of jailbreaks have occurred. Several notorious criminals used unknown methods to escape from the prison, such as the so-called Devil S Descendant, Douglas Bullet, and the World Destroyer, Bondred. However, compared to these individuals sneaking away alone, the chaos at Impel Down over the past 2 years led to countless pirates escaping due to the malicious release by the Straw Hat Kid and the Clown Buggy. This group, which had been the result of the Navy's decades of effort, escaped from within and flooded back into the sea. This major incident not only humiliated the Navy, but also saw the emergence of a warlord of the sea, the Clown Buggy, and countless marauding criminals wreaking havoc around the world. It also made the so-called Iron Wall Prison, Impel Down, no longer dare to claim such a title. In fact, inside this prison, in a little-known 5 level, there exists a paradise for humans and demons. In other words, Impel Down has long been riddled with holes. On this day at noon, a dog-headed warship slowly approached the port of this great prison. Woo woo woo. On the wooden plank extending from a port, a prison soldier sounded the horn, signaling the warship to hold back and stop a kilometer away from the sea. Several small boats were quickly dispatched to sail towards the warship. This cautious approach was a lesson learned from bloodshed. It was because there were too many ways to disguise identities at sea. Last time, a bold individual, the demon Foam Keelii, disguised himself as the Warden Magellan, leading to a significant incident. So 2 years later, the guards here learned their lesson. No matter who came, they needed to stay at a distance and first undergo gene testing from the Navy's laboratory. Only those with genes recorded by the Navy officers would be allowed to proceed. Otherwise, even if the fleet admiral personally made a call, they would not be allowed to pass. Voice, appearance, and transponder snail could all be faked, but lineage genes could not be altered. Dressed in a black prison uniform, tall and with 2 curved horns on his head, and a pair of black wings on his back, Vice Warden Magellan extended a hand, took out a device, and handed it to the imposing elder in front of him. Sorry, routine procedure, Rear Admiral Carp. We need to test your lineage genes. Magellan saluted Carp. Carp returned the salute seriously, then used the needle-tipped device to prick his finger, allowing a drop of blood to be absorbed by the device. Soon, a mechanical voice came from the device. Detected lineage genes of Rear Admiral Carp of the Navy headquarters. Confirmation successful. Magellan nodded and smiled. All right, you can dock now, Rear Admiral Carp. Your request has been approved by the world government. You can directly take away Don Quixote da Flamingo, who is currently in the 6th level of the prison. For safety reasons, he hasn't been brought out in advance. Carp nodded, gave a slight gesture, and ordered his bodyguard Bogart to let the warship dock. Minutes later, a fast-moving group took the warden's exclusive elevator down to the 6th level of the deep-sea Great Prison. In the dimly lit enormous space, there were many interconnected cells of varying sizes, but it appeared old and had obviously undergone a long passage of time. At this moment, the 6th level felt quite desolate, all because of the current 4 emperors, Blackbeard Teach, who had taken away a large number of villains 2 years ago. Every criminal that could be imprisoned in the 6th level prison was a wicked, troublesome, and quite powerful thug from the sea. Even if just one of these thugs were to escape, it would stir quite a storm on the sea, not to mention that the prisoners here were almost all gone, with only a few deeply hidden criminals still clinging to life in their cells. Carp did not look around, but directly followed Magellan into the dark and deep corridor. Deep within this passage, there was a single cell where the special identity and powerful former warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was imprisoned. Who do I see? The hero Carp, Magellan, what is going on? Could it be that after the previous failed assassination attempts, those foolish celestial dragons directly sent the Navy's god of war to come and execute me? It seems my reputation is really quite significant. Da Flamingo's arms were shackled above him, sitting cross-legged on the cold, hard tiles, and he had maintained this posture for an unknown length of time. Logically speaking, one should be numb from torture by now. However, on his face, he still wore those flamingo glasses, and it was unclear who had allowed him to wear them. The corners of his mouth still held a smug and defiant smile. You've been released. Next, you'll follow me to the New World. Someone has made a deal with us, specifically asking for you. Carp spoke quickly, prompting Magellan to open the cell door and walk in. Lowering the surprised Doflamingo from the wall, although he still wore sea stone shackles on his hands and feet, Doflamingo was astonished. What kind of person has such great power? They actually got the world government and the celestial dragons to agree to this? Don't they fear that I will reveal those secrets? Carp snorted coldly, not hiding the truth. It's the Beast Pirates, your old employer Kaido's gang. You should have seen the newspaper. Kaido, the rare, fearless flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, actually licked his lips, revealing a hint of nervousness. As a special prisoner in the 6th level, he was allowed to receive the latest newspapers from the sea every day. The newspaper from yesterday was still on the floor of the prison, and Doflamingo had spent considerable time examining its contents over the past 2 days. The appearances of Kaido and the others were deeply etched in his mind. Kaiza, a character far more terrifying than that madman Kaido, has even caused the death of Marine Admiral Sengoku, and Admiral Green Bull is still missing. Admiral Kazuru has also been defeated. Among the current top 3 powers in the Navy, 2 have been defeated, and all by the Beast God Pirates. The Beast God Pirates are far more terrifying than the previous Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Don't think too much. You have no room to refuse. Hurry up. The agreed time is running out, and that bastard Kaiza is not someone easy to talk to. Carp coldly glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo then turned and led the way. Magellan personally grabbed Doflamingo's arm, pulling him to keep pace with Carp. Doflamingo frowned, stumbling slightly, seeming somewhat reluctant. The outside world is too dangerous. It seems better to stay in the prison and be a leisurely king reading the news. At the Holy Land, Mariehua, within a towering, snow-white building, 5 elderly men with aged expressions but spirited demeanor were respectfully kneeling on the ground, facing the high steps ahead. At the end of the steps stood 20 weapons, including swords and spears. Behind these weapons, there was a gigantic throne, high above, radiating an aura of holiness and solemnity, as if whoever could sit upon it would possess supreme power over life and death in the world. The sound of steady, powerful footsteps echoed from deep within the palace, causing the 5 kneeling elders to lower their heads even further in respect, as if the approaching figure possessed an intimidating power that made them feel profound awe. This was almost an impossible occurrence, for these 5 elders were the 5 elders of the world government, the Gorosei, who wielded the greatest power in the world. Even Marine Fleet Admiral Akainu must stand respectfully aside when coming here, enduring scolding from these old men. The world government controls the economic lifeblood of the Navy. The hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars distributed annually must pass through these 5 elders' hands. This is the most crucial reason why, despite many just individuals within the Navy being unable to tolerate the world government's actions, they cannot resist. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the sealed hall, carrying the scent of grass and flowers. A calm, cold voice rang directly in the minds of the Gorosei, seemingly bypassing the air as if resonating deep within their souls. The voice was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, ambiguous and mysterious, as if it came from the heavens above. "What is it?" The Gorosei lowered their heads, and one elder in a suit with slick-back hair respectfully said, "Lord Im, there have been recent matters concerning the beast god pirates. I wonder if you have seen them." At some unknown time, a tall shadow appeared on the vacant throne, its form distorted and blurred, as if separated from the Gorosei by a world existing in another space. Even if the Gorosei raised their heads, they would likely find it difficult to discern this person's appearance. Only their eyes seemed to possess a strange power, capable of transcending time and space, seeing anywhere, exuding a unique charm. The eyes were composed of red pupils surrounded by concentric circles, resembling 2 whirlpools that could draw anyone gazing into them into an irretrievable abyss, carrying an indescribable majesty and a disregard for all beings. Lotim, sitting high upon the vacant throne, did not respond to the elder's words, remaining silent like a statue. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The Gorosei held their breath, seemingly afraid to disturb Im's contemplation. After a long while, Im's vague voice entered the minds of the 5. The ancient demon race, powerful and with unique abilities, must be guarded against. However, they're not the descendants of D. The primary focus remains unchanged. The Sun God Nika needs to be closely monitored. The Gorosei breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lord Im spoke, it would be easier to handle. The elder with the long knife then asked, "Then should we preemptively eliminate Nika?" At this time, Nika's liberation drums are still too weak to awaken. As he spoke, Im's voice became chaotic, as if countless voices were mixing together, making it unclear to the Gorosei. They exchanged subtle glances, and one bearded elder shifted the topic, regarding the celestial dragon Don Quixote Doflamingo. "No problem." When Lord Im, seated on the throne, finished speaking those 2 words, the hall immediately fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the Gorosei slowly raised their heads, looking towards the high vacant throne, which was empty, with no sign of Im's presence. Im's majesty remained profound, befitting of. The elder with the knife laughed lightly, then immediately fell silent, as if touching upon a certain taboo that could not be spoken of. The 5 elders exited the palace and arrived at the outer hall, where they saw Rob Lucci standing there motionless like a statue. "Rob Lucci, you go notify Stussy to find an opportunity to infiltrate Totland. Her relationship with Big Mom is still pretty good. Let her go there to collect all intelligence regarding the Beast God Pirates. If necessary, have her invest in the festivities in Totland to give that Kaiza some sweet rewards, making it easier to probe for more core secrets, especially regarding Kaiza's abilities, strength, and his race." "Understood." Rob Lucci's expression was indifferent as he acknowledged and walked out. The bearded elder chuckled softly. There's still too few CP personnel like Rob Lucci. Some CP personnel although intimidated, brainwashed, and threatened by us, still carry the risk of betrayal. Only Rob Lucci can be a good blade. It's a pity his strength is still a bit lacking. He needs to reach at least the Admiral level. More and more monsters are emerging in the new world, and even admirals are hesitant to venture alone. The 5 elders discuss some matters, and finally, the elder with the knife tapped the ground with his long knife and said, after bringing back Sengoku's remains, "Hold a grand military funeral for him. Let him be buried with honor." Sengoku was an excellent commander. It's a pity he couldn't enjoy his later years. Their voices gradually faded until silence enveloped the space. In the waters surrounding Totland, waves parted as if a massive invisible ship was sailing swiftly, cutting through the waves directly towards a deserted island. I see Captain Daki. The ship of Doflamingo is indeed on that island. It seems that Jot's words were true. They encountered Big Mom and were utterly annihilated. A deep voice echoed from an unknown source. As the waves continued to part until reaching the sandy beach of the deserted island, ripples flowed in the void, and a massive warship suddenly appeared out of nowhere. On the deck stood burly men, each exuding an immensely powerful aura. Among them, 2 individuals stood out. One radiated an aura like an ocean of blood, filled with endless desire for slaughter. The other had a dark aura, unfathomable, like the depths of hell, absorbing all that dared to pry. Ha ha ha, that old woman Doflamingo. I said long ago she would mess things up sooner or later. She's a waste of strength. Yet her personality is so proud that she even dares to provoke Big Mom. She forgot that she's just a moon hunter, not the Moon Queen. Blackbeard Teach's body has grown more than twice its size compared to 2 years ago, nearly reaching the stature of the Whitebeard at that time. His physique robust and imposing, yet his expression remains as evil and domineering as before. Poison Q, find Jot, see if he's dead. Then, we quickly head toward Cake Island to see if we can catch a big fish or 2. I can feel the space in the sea area is wailing, shaking violently. Haha, that place has probably become a terrifying zone. At Cake Island, under the tower. Rayleigh, no matter what you came here to do, for now, we have to cooperate. Akiji directly flashed out of the alley and stood in front of the Dark King Rayleigh, speaking earnestly. Rayleigh held a long sword in his hand, showing no signs of refusal, nodding directly, but his gaze was directed toward the father and son approaching leisurely on the ice surface. How to fight? Rayleigh looked at Akiji. At this moment, Zephyr walked over and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect to have a chance to cooperate with the Pirate King's right-hand man. Rayleigh, I need to rescue my disciple-line first. She is hidden in this tower, and her presence is covered by Kaido above, making it impossible to investigate clearly. It will take a bit of time." Rayleigh frowned, glanced around, looking somewhat troubled. "These people probably won't go as you wish." Zephyr's expression turned cold, becoming extremely indifferent, and he waved his arm, directly rushing into the tower without caring whether Akiji followed. Akiji gritted his teeth, staring at Kizuru and Katakuri on the ice surface. Quickly said to Rayleigh, "Rayleigh, now is not the time to lose our temper. How about this? I'll hold those 2 back. My ability is not suitable for use in the tower. You go in and help Teacher Zephyr. With the strength of both of you, you should be able to suppress Kaido." Rayleigh glanced at Kizuru, then looked deeply at Akiji, said nothing further, and directly flew into the tower. In the high sky, at the broken entrance, Kaido's figure had already disappeared. Akiji took a deep breath, calming himself as he faced 2 enemies who were no less than him. Even as a former Marine Admiral, he felt a tremendous pressure. The Kazara father and son strolled leisurely on the ice, exuding an air of fearlessness. The disdain on their tall faces was evident, as if they were about to declare, "Everyone here is trash." To break this overwhelming confidence and pressure, one thing was necessary: to take the initiative and shatter the silence. Ice ball. Suddenly, a flurry of ice flowers exploded beneath Akiji's feet, propelling him into the air. With his fingers clasped together, a massive torrent of frost surged down toward Kizuru and his companion. Boom! It was like an avalanche. The frost in Akiji's palm seemed endless, coming from another dimensional space, flooding Kizuru and Katakuri in an instant. Creak, creak, creak. A vast amount of frost quickly froze in the low temperature, forming a transparent ice mass dozens of meters in size. From the outside, the 2 towering figures were trapped in the core of the ice mass. Akiji's expression changed as he released more icy cold air from his palm. However, despite the increasing thickness of the ice layer, the 2 inside gradually broke free from their restraints. Katakuri's body suddenly shrank dramatically, turning into a highly elastic rice dumpling, then expanded wildly, cracking the surrounding ice layer and creating fissures on the massive ice mass. He didn't use the demon flame because it only burns souls. It wouldn't affect such a tangible object. A natural type user? It seems he isn't so easy to deal with. Akiji's face grew serious as he glanced at Kizaru. When his gaze fell on Kizaru, Akiji's expression changed. To his astonishment, Kizaru continued to step forward in the thick ice layer, as if taking a leisurely stroll, with no sign of obstruction. The hard ice blocks in front of him were continuously compressed and pushed downwards by his body, as if they were being squeezed relentlessly. What is this? Akiji gasped, realizing that while he had anticipated various ways Kizaru could break free, he hadn't expected that merely relying on his immensely powerful physique. Kizaru could compress the ice layer to such an extent that its hardness surpassed steel, comparable to diamond. The compressed ice layer, under the cold moonlight, shimmered with a crystal-clear luster, sparkling like diamonds. What a powerful physique. This Kizaru could probably be considered the strongest in the world in terms of physical strength, surpassing Kaido and qualifying as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Seeing that the ice ball could not restrain the two, Akiji gritted his teeth and decided to unleash his full power. A bone-chilling aura erupted from him, and an ice-blue ice ring exploded. Akiji landed and directly extended his right arm toward the advancing Kizaru, stabbing forward. Armament Haki. Freeze. Icebird. The frigid temperature rapidly constructed a massive icebird in a striking blue color, its tail connected to Akiji's palm. The gigantic body, as large as a small mountain, extended forward, its sharp ice beak gleaming with a blade-like sharpness, infused with an invisible flow of haki, making its power in Akiji's hands no less than an advanced haki attack. The ice bird was composed of ice blocks compressed to the utmost, with hardness comparable to diamond. Without the counteracting fire-type abilities, Akiji's move could easily deal with most opponents. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Kizaru prepared to respond. He extended his incredibly robust right arm, with thick veins coiling around it like serpents, embodying immense resilience and strength. Just by clenching his fist, the surrounding air emitted a sound of overwhelming pressure. Armament Haki. Kaiza opened his eyes, without any flashy names for mountain splitting or sea parting techniques. He simply threw a punch, enveloped in black and red lightning, tearing through the void. The immense power of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki intertwined, forming a terrifying force. Boom! Before even touching Akiji's ice-blue beak, the massive fist collided with the beak, compressing the air in layers and brewing a horrific aura. The black and red lightning burst forth, accompanied by the sound of thunder from the sky, as Kaisa's power even triggered a change in the weather. In just an instant, the enormous ice-blue giant bird began to shatter from its sharp beak, its massive body collapsing layer by layer. The black and red lightning destroyed all the ice blocks in its path, and with Kaisa's weighty form, it came crashing down like Mount Tai, delivering a punch aimed at Akiji's face. Akiji was horrified, unable to believe that his strongest move had been so easily shattered. He instinctively attempted to transform into an elemental state to escape Kaisa's punch. However, as Kaiza threw his fist, it felt as if the entire world was collapsing down upon Akiji, the terrifying pressure directly crushing his ice-formed prosthetic limb, causing him to kneel on one knee, his eyes bulging with incomprehension. Impossible. How could he be this strong? This level of dominance had surpassed that of an admiral, surpassed the four emperors, even overshadowed Whitebeard. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger, Akiji's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. The reason he had infiltrated Blackbeard's ship was to steal a chance from Blackbeard at a crucial moment, to thwart one of his grand plans. Akiji believed that Blackbeard, who had obtained the power of the dark fruit that could absorb all abilities and the quake fruit capable of destroying everything, was already the most terrifying and potentially the strongest conqueror in the New World. Although Blackbeard's power had not yet reached its peak, and the quake fruit had not unleashed the same might as Whitebeard, Akiji had still lost to Blackbeard after a tough battle during their usual sparring sessions. However, when comparing Blackbeard to Kaiza before him, Akiji felt it was like comparing a child to an adult. There was simply no comparison. Boom! In Akiji's chaotic thoughts, a massive black-red fist tore through space and slammed into his chest, propelling his body upward at an angle, instantly smashing through the cake tower. And he flew away like a cannonball, not knowing where he landed. On the spacious ice surface, the stunning pirate empress, Boa Hancock, was intently focused on the woman before her. As the empress of a nation and having been recognized by the world government, she had been invited to join the 7 warlords. In terms of status and strength, she could be considered one of the top female representatives in the world. However, the tall woman before her surpassed her in every aspect. Charlotte Linlin, once on the 4 emperors, was terrifyingly strong, and her status was not something a mere kingdom empress could compare to. My pirate empress, what brings you to my home? Proposing marriage? Have you taken a liking to my husband? Linlin held the massive sword Napoleon, looking quite relaxed, completely unfazed by Hancock's tense demeanor. Hancock's expression was as cold as water, her face filled with disgust as she extended her delicate fingers and angrily scolded. Outrageous! I would never take a liking to that ugly muscle monster. He harmed the person I value the most, Luffy. I'm here to take his life. Linlin chuckled, laughing until she doubled over, her graceful figure swaying. Hancock, infuriated, exclaimed, "What are you laughing at?" Linlin caught her breath and replied, "Oh, just based on you? You want to take Kaisa's life? TSK. I really don't know what you're thinking. You traveled all the way to our country. Don't think you'll leave easily. I'll capture you and make you bear Kaisa's child. Oh, that will be quite interesting. I wonder if you'll have a boy or a girl." Hancock could no longer contain herself. Her left hand reached out, and a pink heart-shaped light orb appeared, shooting a series of pink rays toward Linlin. Hancock shouted, "Sweet, sweet wind. What ability is this?" Linlin did not dodge and allowed the pink rays to hit her body, creating sparkling light, but nothing happened. Hancock's face turned furious. Her ability, the superhuman sweet, sweet fruit, was highly effective against men. Even against women who admired her beauty, it could be quite effective. Anyone who showed admiration toward her, regardless of gender, would be instantly petrified and lose the ability to resist upon being hit by these sweet wind rays. However, how could a woman as dominant as Linlin ever be infatuated with a woman weaker than herself? What trick are you performing, Boa Hancock? Emperor's sword. Breaking blade. Linlin raised her massive long sword and swung down. Flames blazed on the sword, making the air scorching hot. The area struck by the sword had its oxygen burned away, making it impossible to breathe. Hancock's expression changed. Her delicate body instantly flickered and disappeared, reappearing above Linlin, her red high heels wrapped in armament hockey, kicking toward Linlin's head. Fragrant leg. This kick, infused with both her ability and hockey, would petrify and shatter the body if it landed. My little brat, isn't your hockey strong? Linlin chuckled lightly and waved her hand as if swatting a mosquito, sending Hancock flying. Boom! A large hole exploded on the ice surface, and Hancock struggled to rise. Her clothes were torn, exposing much of her delicate skin. A trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of her lips, and Hancock's expression was grave. Linlin was indeed her formidable foe. In terms of hockey, strength, and physical durability, Linlin far surpassed her. My only advantage might be in speed. Hancock, a woman of great talent, quickly adjusted the pace of the battle, constantly flickering around Linlin's towering form. As soon as Linlin showed any sign of neglect, she would instantly attack. My, you're as annoying as a fly. Soul Dread. Linlin suddenly opened her mouth and let out a silent roar. A primal beast-like roar resonating from deep within Hancock's soul, causing her flickering form to pause. Royal Decree. Linlin immediately seized the opportunity. Her over 10-meter-long sword crackling with purple conqueror's hockey lightning, carving a deep trench through the thick ice layer, extending hundreds of meters, causing countless ice blocks to explode. Boom! Hancock's delicate body was tossed about in the storm, like a leaf in the wind. Shards of broken ice became sharper than knives, incessantly slicing at Hancock's surface, wearing down her hockey armor. Sweet, sweet fruit. Captive arrow. Amidst the raging wind, Hancock conjured wave after wave of pink arrows that shot toward Linlin. Who do you want to capture, Pirate Empress? Linlin smiled wickedly, raising her right hand above her head, as a massive fireball slowly appeared, resembling a burning sun. She discarded her long knife, transforming it back into a boat-shaped hat and placing it on her head, while her left hand supported a thick cloud as dark as ink. Within the cloud, thunder rumbled ominously. Awaken. Prometheus. Hera, shatter her for me. Instantly, the area around Linlin transformed into a disaster zone filled with thunder and fire. Huge fireballs continuously shot from the giant sun above her head, covering an area of several hundred meters. Meanwhile, the swelling dark cloud unleashed striking bolts of blinding lightning, shattering the thick ice layer beneath. The arrows released by Hancock were instantly turned into countless fragments. Hancock was filled with immense indignation. constantly dodging amidst the thunder and flames. Yet she was still hit multiple times by the thunder fire, and her hockey armor was gradually worn down, putting her in a perilous situation. Thunderfire fusion. Conqueror's binding. Linlin shouted, raising her right hand high. The enormous sun Prometheus above her head merged with the ink-like dark cloud, brewing an incomparably terrifying power under the intertwining of her powerful armament haki and Conqueror's haki. With a surge of strength, she stomped down, shattering a large area of ice, and sent a devastating blow crashing down towards Hancock's head. Mother Cannon, 3,000 miles. Thunder and flames poured down together, completely shattering Hancock's armament haki. She was violently knocked back hundreds of meters, her clothes burned away, leaving her bare, her alluring skin exposed to the air, filled with a seductive aura. Even women would be entranced by her beauty. Hancock curled up on the ice, displaying a heart-wrenching expression, truly a sight that would evoke pity. Boom! However, in the next moment, Linlin's massive, hard black fist smashed down on Hancock's delicate body, sending her flying once more. Puff! Hancock's fair and delicate body was struck away by Linlin's punch, and even while in midair, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood mist. Surrounding Linlin's towering figure were flames that continuously burned and flickering lightning as she leisurely approached. Hancock barely managed to stand. Her once proud and aloof expression vanished. Her mature and alluring body exposed to the cold air, appearing somewhat thin and desolate. Linlin approached, looking down from above, and chuckled. What a beautiful specimen. The Pirate Empress indeed possesses a fine figure. The Amazon Lily, my multinational tot land, is just missing your kind. After this, you should relocate your nation to mine, and with so many women, they can marry the officers of our beast god pirate crew. You wish. Hancock's face turned pale, her voluptuous body trembling with anger, as her powerful conqueror's haki erupted. She once again gathered her haki and instantly crossed the distance, her long white leg kicking towards Linlin's face. Fragrant foot. Pink lightning shattered the air, erupting with terrifying momentum, cracking the ice layer on the ground. Linlin did not back down. Her massive fist struck out, mixed with red lightning, tearing through the void. Boom! Crack! The two powerful conquerors' haki clashed, shaking the heavens and the earth, temporarily pushing away the thunder and fire surrounding Linlin. Hancock's conqueror's haki was also incredibly strong. Ha! Hancock let out a delicate shout, raising her beautiful leg like a battle axe, striking down heavily. Bang! Linlin's hand, wrapped in haki, easily deflected her attack, lightning fast extending her 5 fingers to grip Hancock's smooth, long leg, slamming it down onto the ground. Boom! The ice shattered, sparkling ice fragments glimmered under the moonlight. Boom, boom, boom! Linlin held on to Hancock's long leg like a mischievous child, smashing it down repeatedly, producing loud booming sounds that made one's eyelids twitch. After dozens of slams, Hancock's delicate body finally couldn't withstand it, collapsing weakly, covered in ice shards, her slender bones broken in several places, and her body covered in bruises. Ugh! Linlin showed no mercy, grabbing a handful of Hancock's black hair and lifting her up, shaking her in the air. Empress Hancock, hee, Kaido will definitely like you. Hancock's eyes were dazed, feeling waves of intense pain throughout her body, her haki completely depleted. At that moment, she suddenly realized how ineffective her sweet fruit ability was against a formidable opponent, especially when facing an extraordinarily powerful woman. Ability, body, haki completely crushed. This was why Hancock fell so quickly and miserably. Under the cake tower, Kaido, who had just punched away Aokiji, and Karakuri, who had not had a chance to strike, was about to enter. Boom! With a loud bang, layers of the building were shattered, and a pitch-black conqueror's lightning shot through the void, tearing the air apart, descending onto Rayleigh's body, crashing down into the depths of the earth. Kaiza raised an eyebrow and looked up, just in time to see Kaido's imposing figure on the upper floors, gripping a dark black kanabo. Kaiza, they're my prey, so don't compete with me for them. Last time, you took care of Carp and Sengoku all by yourself. It's been so many days without a fight that my body is starting to rust. Kaido's entire body exuded a powerful aura that caused the entire cake tower to tremble and shake, as if it could topple over at any moment. Kaido chuckled and pointed at Rayleigh, who was in the bottomless pit, saying, I've heard this is the famous Dark King Rayleigh, Roger's right-hand man. Oh no, I should call him the Pirate King. And there's a Marine Admiral too. Can you handle them? How about I help you with the profits? They're just 2 old men whose bones are about to decay. I can crush them in minutes. Just get lost already. From the upper floors, the sound of explosions echoed, and Zephyr's frenzied roar resonated throughout the building. "Kaido, you bastard, where the hell have you hidden nine?" Kaido opened his big mouth, revealing his sharp white teeth. "Arolo lo lo. Zephyr, old ghost, I've already said they were moved long ago. You two former Marine admirals, be careful not to overdo it. You've infiltrated here, and you don't even dare to unleash your observation hockey. How can you confirm the whereabouts of others at any time? I'm going to slaughter you, Kaido." Layers of floors collapsed, countless rubble tumbled down, and Zephyr swung his sturdy mechanical arm, delivering a punch that shattered dozens of floors. Enveloped in a thick layer of armament hockey, and hammered toward Kaido's chest. Kaido's face contorted in a fierce expression, showing no signs of avoidance. Two dragon horns quickly sprouted from his head, long fangs protruded beyond his lips, and scales appeared between his waist and abdomen. His feet transformed into dragon claws below the knees, and a menacing dragon tail grew out, whipping through the air and producing a series of howling sounds. Dragon human form. Thunderbagwa. Kaido let out a roar, his biceps bulging as powerful muscles compressed the air, producing a thunderous sound. His conqueror's hockey wrapped around the pitch-black kanabo, flashing with dark lightning, as it struck towards Zephyr's mechanical arm. Boom! Kaido's imposing physique is like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex in the ancient jungle, completely unmatched by Zifa. In the instant the mechanical arm made contact with the Wolf Fang Club, a deafening explosion echoed, shattering Zifa's robust mechanical arm. His body was propelled backward at an even greater speed, crashing through the wall and falling out of the tall tower. How exhilarating! Kaido leaped down directly from the large hole in the upper floor, crashing into the hall on the first floor with a thunderous impact. Amidst the violent tremors, the tower shook on the verge of collapse. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light tore through the void, instantly cutting through the green dragon scales covering Kaido's body, erupting a shooting arrow of blood. Kaido's massive form was violently sent flying towards Caesar's direction. Kaiser scratched his head, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and kicked Kaido in the backside, sending him back again. "Kaiser, you bastard. I won't let this go." Kaido was so furious that he almost spat blood. His massive body was still mid-air as he swung the spike club in his hand towards Rayleigh, who was rushing up from the big hole. Rayleigh looked covered in dirt, but wasn't seriously injured. His hockey level was extremely high, not inferior to Kaido's at all, only slightly weaker in physical strength. "Let me show you Roger's moves, Kaido." Rayleigh's eyes widened in anger. A sharp sword intent pierced the sky as if it was going to tear apart space. The long sword in his hand erupted with crimson lightning as he slashed out. Divine avoidance. Boom! The entire cake tower exploded from the bottom up in an instant. Countless fragments flying in all directions, faster than bullets. With the earth-shattering explosion, the port of Cake Island had completely turned into a mess, with shattered ground, scattered stones, and collapsed streets. There wasn't a single intact place. Moments later, as the rolling smoke cleared, several towering figures stood in the arena like candle flames in the night, interspersed. Rayleigh held his long sword, still maintaining the slashing posture. Opposite him, Kaido bore a new scar several feet long, the injury inflicted by Rayleigh just moments before. Zifa's expression was grim as he stared intently at Kaiza, shouting, "Kaiza, where's Akiji?" "Of course, he's dead, turned into ice shards by me," Kaiza shrugged, spreading his hands and laughing casually. Zifa was furious and, with a flicker of his form, was about to charge forward. However, Kaido stepped in to block his path and grinned. "Did I not say? You two belong to me now. Kaiza can't interfere." "Bastard, what do you take me for? Get out of the way." Zifa punched towards Kaido, trying to force him back. Beneath his broken mechanical arm was an intact arm, but it appeared pitch black. Unclear whether it was wrapped in hockey or originally like that. Rayleigh's expression darkened as he saw the tall Linlin, who held Hancock in one hand like a doll. "Kaiza, look who I've caught. This is the famous pirate empress of the seas, the unparalleled beauty. Are you interested?" Linlin ignored Rayleigh's grim face and walked past him to Kaisa's side. Kaiza glanced at her hand and found that Hancock's chest and abdomen were both held by Linlin. Only her head and legs were exposed. Noticing Kaisa's gaze, Linlin smiled and leaned close to Kaisa's ear, saying softly, "This woman's clothes are all torn, so I won't show you here to avoid being seen by others." "Linlin, aren't you jealous?" Kaiza was somewhat puzzled, feeling that Linlin was being a bit too indulgent with him. Not only did she not prohibit him from finding women, but she even brought him an empress. Logically speaking, a strong woman should be extremely domineering and unable to tolerate sharing her husband with other women. Jealous? Oh my, Kaiza, how naive you are. Why is my tot land so prosperous? It's not because I'm so strong, but because of the large group of children I have adopted over the years. They help me manage this vast kingdom. Only those who are truly close will genuinely help you. I hope my tot land can become a true multinational entity. And now that I have you here to shield me from the storms, these matters will naturally be your responsibility. Linlin smiled, but her words were serious. Kaiza, only your own bloodline is trustworthy. Others might betray you. Those children I adopted might also have someone who wants to betray, but it's just because we are strong enough. I hope you could take more wives and ideally have hundreds of sons like Katakuri. By then, you won't even need to lift a finger to dominate the world. Beside them, Katakuri listened with an expression of I didn't hear anything. Your own bloodline won't betray you? What about my brother's unfortunate child? Kaiza muttered to himself, but he didn't say it out loud, fearing it might hurt little Kaikai's feelings. Kizaru's mouth twitched, still finding it difficult to understand Linglin's mindset. He coughed and patted Katakuri's shoulder, saying, it's not that easy. Someone like little Katakuri, who perfectly inherited my bloodline, is very rare. Look at our 4 sons. Only little Katakuri has this talent. This is still because you, Linlin, are strong enough. If it were someone else, it would probably be even harder to obtain my powerful bloodline inheritance. Isn't there a suitable candidate? The Pirate Empress. Her strength, beauty, and talent are all top-notch, just slightly inferior to mine. Caesar was left speechless. Do as you please, he thought to himself. Shao Ka, you saw that your father was forced to marry a concubine, so don't say I'm fickle. Suddenly, Rayleigh, holding a white long knife and frowning, shouted loudly at Caesar. Hearing this, Kaiza turned his gaze over, wondering what this old guy, known as the king of the underworld, wanted to talk to him about. On the ice, Rayleigh had no intention of joining the battle between Kaido and Zephyr for the time being. In the distance, the sounds of explosions continued to echo as Kaido, in his towering dragon form, relentlessly bombarded Zephyr. His physique was formidable, far surpassing Zephyr's. If it weren't for Zephyr's skilled martial arts and extraordinary armament hockey supporting him, he would have been crushed by Kaido long ago. Rayleigh's gaze swept over Hancock, who was held tightly in Linglin's hand, and then he looked up at Kaiza. Rayleigh had heard of Kaiza's name more than 40 years ago. At that time, there was a terrifyingly powerful, ambitious man who aimed to gather the strongest talents in the world and directly topple the rulers of this world, the world government and the Navy, in the simplest and most brutal way, to become the new sovereign himself. That man was Rox. When Rox was wreaking havoc in a new world with dozens of fierce dragons under his command, Rayleigh and Roger were just fledgling pirates. After years of combat and tempering, Roger led them to stand out in the melting pot of the new world, becoming a supernova second only to Rox at that time. Once, Rox even sent someone to find Roger, wanting to invite him to join the Rox pirates. And that intermediary was the Whitebeard, Newgate. Thinking of this, a strange expression appeared on Rayleigh's face. Roger's personal charm was indeed too powerful, successfully persuading Newgate and turning Whitebeard into his close friend. This was also a significant reason for the betrayal of Rox by Newgate and others in the later God Valley incident. The notorious Kaiza was the most brutal executioner on Rox's ship back then. Roger had fought this person multiple times, but due to Kaiza's excessively strong physique, he could not inflict fatal wounds on him. As memories flashed through his mind like lightning, Rayleigh spoke. Kaiza, we are both from the same era. Although we have no ties between us, your reputation spread far and wide in that time. Although we have never fought against each other, Roger has dealt with you. Kaiza couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Roger's name. Gold Roger, the supernova of his time, truly unmatched. I still remember back then. He often ventured near the Rox base alone to challenge the captains of the Big Mom pirates, Shiki, Gold Lion, Wang Ji, Whitebeard, and me. At first, he could only fight against weaker opponents like John. But gradually, after each battle, it seemed his strength would undergo a transformation, like a sponge madly absorbing the techniques he learned from fighting. Speaking of this, Kaiza couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Clicking his tongue, I've never really acknowledged anyone in my life, except for that unfortunate captain of yours. His talent and insight truly make me envious. Roger's growth was astonishing. In just half a month, the captains under Rox, except for Whitebeard, Shiki, and me, had all been defeated by him. Even the 3 of us were gradually not his match. This guy is a born combat genius. At this point, Kaiza suddenly revealed a strange smile. Rayleigh, do you know why Rox had Whitebeard recruit Roger back then? Rayleigh was taken aback, somewhat unclear about Kaiza's meaning, and looked at him with a frown, speechless. Originally, I was the one responsible for recruiting Roger. What? You? Rayleigh's expression changed, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. He didn't understand what Kaiza meant by saying this. Ha ha, sigh. Roger, a domineering yet charismatic man. Even as an opponent, I admire him. Back then, Shiki Whitebeard. And I would frequently have to fight him. That bastard Shiki, as he fought with Roger, developed a mutual respect. And Whitebeard directly formed a friendship, becoming close buddies. Shock and confusion appeared in Rayleigh's eyes. You actually knew that Whitebeard and Roger were friends, and you still let Whitebeard recruit Roger? The more Rayleigh thought about it, the more wrong it felt, and suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in his mind, causing his expression to change drastically as he pointed at Kaiza. You also betrayed Rox? Kizaru's mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, revealing his sharp fangs, making him look particularly terrifying. What betrayal or not, he cackled, don't forget, in the final critical moment, I fought side by side with Jibek. On the contrary, Whitebeard pointed his blade at his former brother, and poor John became the first casualty in the battle. All the treasures he collected in his lifetime disappeared without a trace. Besides, is Jibek really dead? Rayleigh trembled all over and exclaimed, Rox isn't dead? Kaiza shrugged and smiled indifferently. Who knows? Jibek's failure is not unjust. He had too many good things in his hands. Otherwise, how could he attract so many geniuses to join him? Shiki's fruit, Newgate's fruit. Mine. No matter how powerful a person is, they can't protect so many treasures. Hey, that guy Roger in the beginning aimed for my fruit. He said he was sick and needed a fruit that could give him endless vitality. Maybe it was mine. Maybe it was the surgery fruit. Later, he found out I had eaten it, and he didn't hold back from fighting me. Rayleigh's eyes flickered. He really didn't know these secrets. When Roger set sail and sought him as a partner, he had inadvertently revealed that he had a hidden ailment. But his fate was in his own hands, not dictated by heaven. On the endless sea, he would definitely find a way out. No wonder Roger never sought any abilities until his death. It turned out that the ability he wanted had already been eaten by Kaiza. The reminiscence on Kaiza's face faded as he said in a deep voice, All right, Rayleigh. Enough small talk. What do you want to say? Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, pointed at Hancock, and finally spoke. Could you please let this girl go? Let her go. Ha! Rayleigh, I still don't understand what you two came to my territory for. To be honest, I'm still baffled. I only know that Zifa and that Akiji, right? Just know that these two admirals want to come and take revenge for the deceased Sengoku. I shouldn't have any grudge against you, Rayleigh, right? Kaiza felt that standing and talking like this was really too tiring. He was too tall, and Rayleigh was too short. So he simply sat down on the ice. Well, you and I really have no grievances. Rayleigh sighed and continued. The Straw Hat Luffy, who was defeated by you and left severely injured and near death, is my closed-door disciple and also this little girl's beloved. We came here this time precisely for you, wanting to seek justice for Luffy. Kaiza couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, his massive fists pounding on the ice, shaking the entire glacier. He pointed at Rayleigh and laughed. Rayleigh, oh Rayleigh, this is like a child getting beaten and the parents coming to cause trouble? Ha ha ha. Interesting, I really didn't expect that at your age. You still have such a good heart, actually standing up for the younger generation. As he laughed, Kaiza's expression suddenly changed, and his finger nearly poked Rayleigh in the face. What a pity, you guys are too useless. Not only did you fail to regain your dignity, but you also got yourselves trapped here. So, are you here to plead with me now, wanting to let them go? Are you out of your mind? Kizaru's words were extremely rude, practically an outright insult. Rayleigh's face showed both shame and helplessness as he let out a long sigh, knowing he had no reason to persuade Kizaru. Indeed, they had originally planned to come to the land of Wano to find an opportunity to capture Karakuri or some other important figure to take back. But now they had failed. Not only did they not capture anyone, but they were also in danger themselves. This place, Wano, was like a den of dragons and tigers. Even 3 or 4 generals would find little benefit here, especially this fierce person in front of him who was incredibly strong, nearly comparable to Roger. Just moments ago, Kizaru had unleashed his full power, and that earth-shattering conqueror's haki, along with his unmatched strength, had sent Akiji flying countless miles away. Even though Rayleigh had fought Kaido in the tower, he could still deeply feel the immense power contained within. This reminded him of the previous day when he and Hancock witnessed a remarkable scene on the outskirts of Totland. It seemed that day, Kizaru must have been in battle. Old man knows he has no reason to persuade you. How about this? I'll stay behind, you let this girl go, and I willingly become your prisoner. Do with me as you please. Rayleigh made up his mind, planted his long knife into the ground, and extended his hands. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, looking up and down at Rayleigh then pinched his chin and said, Dark King Rayleigh, if you are willing to join my beast god pirate crew, then I can take the liberty to release this woman. After all, even though you're old, you're still a top-tier powerhouse. I will not join you. I will always be a member of GOLD, Roger's crew. You can take my life, as long as you let her go, Rayleigh replied, his expression unchanged and very serious. Kaiza frowned. Is this woman really that important? You, the mighty king of the underworld, are actually willing to die here for a woman? She is my disciple's woman, and I was entrusted to take care of her, but I failed. I'm old now, and if I can use this life to exchange for a young life, I have nothing to hesitate about. Linlin suddenly giggled and said, Rayleigh, you old guy, what nonsense are you talking? What do you mean your disciple's woman? Right now, the Pirate Empress is our trophy. She will become Kaisa's concubine. Oh my, looks like the Straw Hat Kid 1T have such a good fortune after all. What did you say? Rayleigh's face changed drastically as he drew his long knife and pointed it at Kaiza, furiously saying, Kaiza, why must you make things difficult for a weak woman? I want to duel with you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Kaiza let out a cold snort. Weak woman? Ha ha, Rayleigh, are you joking? Didn't you hear my Lingling say that she is the Pirate Empress, a weak woman with conqueror's haki and the strength to become a warlord? Can you find one or two more like her on this sea? To duel with me? I don't think so. Your opponent is behind you. Boom. As Kaisa's words fell, Kaido's aura erupted, and the spike club in his hand was wrapped in Dark Conqueror's lightning. With one swing, he smashed Zifa into the ground of Cake Island, causing the earth to tremble and moan. Zifa is defeated. Rayleigh's heart sank, and his expression grew even worse. He knew the situation had become even more dire. On the island, the ground was like it had been struck by a meteor, forming a huge deep pit. In the center of the pit, Zifa lay covered in blood. Gasping for breath, his chest slightly rising and falling, his two strong arms twisted in an unnatural way. Kaido hoisted the Kanabo onto his shoulder, spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the ground, and raised the club high, ready to completely obliterate Zephyr. Ice Age! A hoarse voice suddenly rang out, and in an instant, the temperature of the atmosphere plummeted. A layer of ice several meters thick spread from the other end of the island, instantly freezing all the buildings on Cake Island. Rubble, streets, and houses were all frozen, and the thick layer of ice reflected the moonlight, appearing both enchanting and shocking. The entire Cake Island transformed into a glacial landscape, as if covered by ice for hundreds of years. On the several-meter-thick ice layer, white frost was rising, emitting an extreme chill. In the deep pit, Kaido, holding the Kanabo high, and Zephyr, lying and gasping for breath, were also covered by this sudden layer of ice. Frozen within it, Akiji. A smile finally appeared on Rayleigh's face. Akiji's arrival slightly alleviated his anxiety. That annoying guy actually disturbed someone else's battle. Doesn't he know that this is very unethical? Kaiser muttered, standing up, his robust and powerful figure casting a large shadow under the moonlight, enveloping Rayleigh's body. Rayleigh suddenly sprang back to a distance, warily pointing his long knife at Kaiser. Don't be nervous, Rayleigh. I said, your opponent is Kaido. I'm just annoyed by that guy who plays with ice. Kaiza spoke as he stepped forward, about to walk towards the island. Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and his long knife unleashed a streak of dark blade energy, suddenly slashing towards Kaiza's neck. Kaiza's expression darkened, and with a swipe of his hand at his waist, the originally coiled purple belt instantly transformed into a 7-meter-long greatsword, the hilt measuring 2.5 meters. The blade was a purple-black color, resembling a purple dragon. Heavenly Slash. Caesar's right hand clenched into a fist, and with a swing of his sword, he slashed down. A purple-black dragon-shaped energy instantly broke through the air, dispersing Rayleigh's sword aura and whistling toward Rayleigh's face. One sword style. Firefly. As Rayleigh wielded his long sword, invisible energy rippled around him, spiraling like a tornado. As if he had become the center of the sword energy, the eye of the storm. On the white long sword, a faint blue-cold light suddenly appeared, illuminating the pitch-black night sky as if a blue lightning bolt had suddenly struck, splitting the darkness. Swish! Swish! The blue sword energy danced like fireflies in the night, twinkling here and there, and no matter how grand and powerful Caesar's slashes were, they couldn't instantly shatter this continuous flow of sword energy. I hate swordsmen, Caesar muttered, and with a swift motion, 2 golden wings unfurled from his back, lifting his robust body into the air. He slashed down with his large sword, the bright sword light illuminating the night, cutting a fissure in the glacier that stretched for miles. God avoidance. Rayleigh raised his sword horizontally to the sky, with the dark-colored conqueror's haki coiling around the blade, making his sword light even more fierce and domineering. His arms bulged with muscles, veins protruding, and Rayleigh roared wildly, swinging his sword with both hands, slicing diagonally through the heavens. Two astonishing sword lights crossed each other, as if splitting the entire world into four, creating a massive gap on the icy surface, while behind Caesar, the sky was torn apart like thick ink clouds, and the cold moonlight poured down. Kaiza danced wildly in mid-air with his big knife, the bright sword lights slicing through the sky like lightning, continuously cutting towards Rayleigh. His strength seemed inexhaustible, his arms showing no signs of fatigue, creating numerous afterimages with his swings. On the ground, Rayleigh, who had just executed 2 ultimate moves, was already showing a hint of sweat on his forehead. Damn it, this Kaiza has such thick stamina. He truly is a monster. I really am getting old. After all, I'm still a normal person. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and had no choice but to quickly evade, his figure flickering as he maneuvered through the massive sword lights, occasionally stepping on shards of ice. Although his breathing was rapid, he remained calm, as if he had long been accustomed to such situations. Back in the day, Shiki was the same way, coming at him with hundreds of sword chi. Rayleigh sprinted across the ice, rolling and dodging, his movements incredibly agile. Sky Falcon speed. Divine light slash. Whoosh. The massive figure of Kaiza vanished in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Rayleigh. A drop of purple poison oozed from the giant blade of the Zhu Long and splattered all over Rayleigh. Rayleigh's expression changed dramatically. He never expected the tall and robust Kaiza to possess such astonishing speed, almost as if he were teleporting. In a rush, Rayleigh could only grit his teeth and raise his sword to block. Boom! How terrifying is Caesar's power? In just a moment, when the weapons of both sides made contact, Rayleigh's wrist felt as if it was about to shatter, his palm instantly cracking open, blood bursting forth, and his wrist was pressed down by Caesar. The ice beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, resembling a massive spider web, with the ice layer within a radius of several hundred meters shattering. Come on, God! Rayleigh screamed hysterically, his long knife unleashing a pitch-black tyrannical thunder, wanting to counterattack. Even if God comes, he must die. Roar! Suddenly, a towering surge of blood energy erupted from Kaiser's robust body, violently rubbing against the air and instantly transforming into raging flames. His momentum soared endlessly, distorting the air around him, as if his flesh had become a high-density celestial body, generating a terrifying gravitational force. This blood energy column shooting into the sky was fierce and brutal, carrying a heavy scent of blood, representing the nearly infinite life essence within Kaiza. Boom! The absolute power brought by the burning life essence, combined with the incredibly powerful Conqueror's haki, produced a blood-red Conqueror's thunder that roared through more than 10 miles of void. Thunder rumbled in the sky, the atmosphere exploded, and the sound traveled for hundreds of miles. Rayleigh's eyes turned red as he watched helplessly as his arms were twisted and broken by Kaiser's force. Boom! The glacier shattered for hundreds of miles, and Rayleigh's body fell into the depths of the dark sea like a cannonball. Kaido didn't care about Rayleigh's life and death, and with a swift motion, he slashed horizontally. Whoosh! A narrow crack appeared in the void, extending for several thousand meters, silently cutting through the towering ice layers of Cake Island, as if the entire island had been split in two. Rising Dragon, Fire Dragon Torch. From within the thick ice, Kaido's wild roar echoed, and 100-meter-long fire dragon, entirely crimson, emitted an astonishing heat that melted the heavy ice layers, causing large amounts of water vapor to rise and quickly turn into thick fog, enveloping the entire island. Heat breath. The 100-meter fire dragon soared into the air, unleashing a fiery column towards Zifa below, the flames scorching in all directions, distorting the air. Ice Dragon Roar. Aokiji appeared beside Zifa, spreading his arms wide as a gigantic icy dragon head emerged from his palm, rapidly growing larger. The ice dragon roared, charging into the sky to collide with Kaido's heat breath. At this moment on Cake Island, the scene was that in the sky, Kaido transformed into a 100-meter fire dragon, rampantly spewing scorching dragon breath. Below, Aokiji exerted all his strength to use the blue icy dragon to block. At Aokiji's feet, Zifa, gasping for breath, struggled to sit up and hoarsely said, "Don't worry about me, Kazan, hurry and go. The situation is dire. If there's a chance, no, don't seek revenge for me. The enemy is too strong. Save your own life." Aokiji gritted his teeth to hold on, beads of sweat dripping from his face. And a large area of his chest was sunken in, severely injuring his internal organs, a result of being punched by Kaido. Rising Dragon 8 trigrams. Kaido roared. The entire Crimson Fire Dragon charged down, crashing violently into the ice dragon created by Aokiji, bringing with it a suffocating heat as it plunged into the deep pit. Boom! The scorching flames raged within the pit, transforming into countless fire dragons that roamed about, turning Cake Island into a wreck. The buildings, already frozen by Aokiji's ice, now faced the horrifying high-temperature flames. Suddenly, they burst apart with a crackling sound, melting into fiery red magma. Bang! Aokiji's body was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. His body charred all over, not a single piece of unscathed skin. His body trembled. The burning pain almost made him faint, but he desperately held on, struggling to look towards Zephyr's direction. There, he saw an arched, icy dome enveloping Zephyr's seated figure, covered by Aokiji's last use of haki. Crack! The ice-blue dome shattered, and Zephyr's face was filled with sorrow as he murmured, "What is the point of this, Kazan? Since you left earlier, why come back?" Aokiji forced a bitter smile, coughed a few times, and spat out a chunk of charblood. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I have harmed you. If it weren't for, stop saying foolish things. Kazan, what does it have to do with you? I came here my own will. It's a pity that the evil in this world always triumphs over justice. Decades ago, I lost my wife and children, and after struggling to survive for so many years, I haven't achieved anything significant. It's truly a failure." Zephyr struggled to get up and walk towards Aokiji, his twisted arms swaying, yet his face showed no signs of pain, as if those were not his arms at all. Whoosh! Two tall, sturdy figures landed in front of Aokiji and Zephyr, one in front and one behind. Aokiji gritted his teeth, his face filled with despair. However, Zephyr seemed oblivious, sitting down beside Aokiji. "Kizaru, I have a request," Aokiji suddenly shouted with a hoarse voice. Kizaru had a blank expression, but he didn't rush to act. Aokiji took a breath. "I am willing to join the Beast God Pirates, on the condition that you release my teacher. As long as you let him go, I am willing to serve the Beast God Pirates, becoming a sword in your hand." "Kazan, what are you saying? My life cannot be the reason for you to bow down to evil." Zephyr's face turned red with anger. "Ha ha ha! How can I believe the words of a former Marine Admiral? Aokiji, right? Don't make me laugh. I know the obsession of you so-called righteous people. It's so deep that you aren't afraid of death. How could you willingly become my subordinate? I wouldn't dare to use a sword like you. I'm afraid that one day I'll wake up and find that all my weak subordinates have turned into ice sculptures overnight." Kaido, who was beside Kaiza, glanced at Kaiza and asked in a deep voice, "Kaiza, did you kill that old guy Rayleigh?" Kaiza remained indifferent to Aokiji's words. Kaido shook his head, pointing at the shattered ice surface in the port. "He was smashed into the sea by me. He should be seriously injured. After all, it's Rayleigh. His haki is still quite strong, so he wouldn't be killed instantly. Don't you have any side effects from burning your vitality so recklessly?" Kaido was curious. Just now, he also felt the surge of life energy from Kaiza. That overwhelming vitality was simply astonishing. Even with a physique like his, it would be impossible to unleash such magnificent life force. Kaiza scratched his head, frowned, and thought for a moment, then said, "There should be, right? I have an overwhelming amount of essence blood in my body. You could say it's immense. Burning essence blood can indeed unleash stronger power. I got this inspiration from the old man of the Warring States. Actually, I'm not just looking to enhance my physical strength. My physical strength is already quite formidable. I just want to create a kind of death and destruction aura, similar to what the old man of the Warring States emitted during his self-detonation." As he spoke, Kaiza pointed at the pitch-black scar on his chest and said, "Look at this injury. With my vitality, it surprisingly hasn't healed for a long time, which is quite incredible. There's a strange energy contained within it that is constantly corroding my flesh and blood. To solve this, I would have to remove this large piece. Otherwise, it really won't go away in a short period of time." Kaido fixed his gaze and indeed found a narrow crack about 2 feet long on Kaido's chest, seemingly filled with a sense of destruction that prevented the flesh on both sides from converging inwards. Aokiji's expression was stiff as he saw Kaido and Kaido chatting to themselves, seemingly not considering his words. He painfully closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice he had never used before, "Kaido, I beg you. Hey, stop the noise. You're a dignified Marine Admiral. Do you really need to act like this? Forget it, little Ka. Come here." Kizaru helplessly shook his head and waved to Katakuri, who was with Quinn and Yamato in the distance. Katakuri quickly approached and respectfully said, "Father." Kaiza pointed at Zephyr and said, "Throw this old man out and give him a boat." Katakuri was taken aback, glanced at the angry Zephyr, and without questioning Kaisa's actions, stepped forward. The white rice ball on his right arm squirmed and quickly bound Zephyr, lifting him up. "Kazan! Kazan!" Zephyr struggled desperately, but his body sank deeper into the rice ball, until his mouth was blocked by a lump of rice. He continued to move despite his injuries. Akiji lowered his head, knocked a few times on the ground, and in a hoarse voice said, "Goodbye, Teacher Zephyr." After speaking, Akiji raised his head and looked at Kaiza. Kizaru looked down at Akiji and slowly said, "A naval admiral, such top-tier combat power is hard to come by. Akiji, you must think carefully. If you truly wish to become a member of my beast god pirate crew, you must pledge your loyalty. This isn't something I can believe just because you say it." Akiji remained silent, not saying a word. Suddenly, bang! Kizaru suddenly threw a punch, hitting GreenBull's already severely injured head, causing him to instantly lose consciousness and collapse onto the ground. Kaiza slowly withdrew his hand and, in front of the shocked Kaido, took out a din-din mushi from his pocket and dialed. "Hello, Jean, bring Bryn over here." A little over 10 minutes ago, on a nameless, deserted island, where Blackbeard's crew was located, Ditch found Jot. He has bled too much and is unconscious in the cabin. Shirlu, with a thick cigar in his mouth, walked out from the capsized pirate ship, carrying half a person. Indeed, it was half a person. "Ha, how tragic, Jot." Blackbeard chuckled and gestured to the grim Dr. Q, who was always slumped over on a warhorse that was coughing up blood. "Help him out a bit. We've already lost one captain. Jot might be a bit lacking, but he's still acceptable." Cough, cough. Disaster always meets those who are unfortunate. That's the life of someone with a tumultuous fate. Just like this apple in my hand. It could be a life-saving elixir or a bomb that takes your life. Given a chance to make a wrong choice, what would you choose, Ditch? Looking haggard, the Dr. Q, appearing more sickly than a terminal patient, magically pulled out 2 bright red apples and casually tossed them. Ditch's expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped aside, cursing. "Hey, Bastard Q, don't throw bombs around. It's dangerous, don't you know?" The 2 bright red apples, which looked very sweet, fell to the ground but did not explode as Ditch had imagined, causing his face to flush with embarrassment and anger. "Stop playing around. You still don't know if it's the antidote?" Kizaru chuckled sinisterly, mockingly glancing at Ditch, bent down to pick up the 2 apples, and came to Jot's side, pressing the apples against Jot's wounds. A miraculous scene occurred. The red apples softened into a jelly-like substance and seeped into Jot's wounds. After a while, Jot's unconscious body trembled, and flesh and veins began to rapidly grow and spread down from his waist, looking both swift and strange. Minutes later, 2 naked, thick legs grew completely, appearing identical to Jot's previous legs. "TSK, TSK. Your ability is truly miraculous, Q. With you around, we need not worry about missing limbs," Kizaru said with a grin as he fetched a piece of burlap to cover Jot's modesty. Nearby, the one-eyed sniper Vanek pushed up his glasses with his finger, glancing at Jot, and said calmly, "Isn't something missing?" "Huh? What do you mean? Missing what?" Kizaru asked, confused. Ditch's mouth twitched, his face filled with black lines, veins popping on his forehead as he gritted his teeth at the Grim Reaper doctor. "Hey, stop messing around. Jot's thing hasn't grown back. Be careful, he comes after you when he wakes up." Kizaru, Shirlu, and the others then understood what Vanek meant and looked at Jot's lower half with peculiar expressions. Cough, cough. Fate is always like this. When you gain something, you must lose something. He has been reborn, but also died. This is unavoidable. Just like the apple. There's a half chance it's poison and a half chance it's a miracle drug. Now he's lucky. Both are miracle drugs, so the third one must be poison. Dr. Q seemed to be muttering nonsensically, not like a doctor, but rather like an old charlatan. As he rambled on, the warhorse beneath him also hung its head low, blood dripping from its mouth. Wearing a suit and standing tall, Lafitte elegantly spun a sword flower, and I shook his head. "Don't make it hard for Q. It's already good that Jot won't die. His ability is just like that. Ditch, didn't you know this long ago? Our meeting here is all arranged by fate. Some people leave the ship early, which is also a kind of fate, unavoidable." "Haha, fine, you're not wrong. It's all fate. Let's go see if there's a gift from fate this time." "Kizaru, stop looking. You better pray that next time it's not that one you lose." Ditch shrugged and returned to the 3-masted ship. Kizaru shivered, casting a sympathetic glance at Jot, and haphazardly bundled him into a sack, hoisting him onto his back. "Set sail. Shirlu, I'll trouble you." Ditch stood at the bow, extending a hand forward, the hand trembling slightly as if influenced by the waves in the air. The great battle has already begun. Even from dozens of miles away, there's this terrifying power. This time, the gift from fate might not be so easy to obtain. Shirlu nodded indifferently, placing his hand on the ship's side. As his fingers made contact, the entire massive three-masted ship rapidly became transparent. Moments later, the 100-meter-long ship completely vanished from the surface of the sea, leaving only the quiet ripples spreading across the water. After advancing only a few miles, a sudden change occurred. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding sea froze at an extremely fast speed, turning into an endless ice field. The surging waves instantly solidified, and the ship where everyone was located made a dull, crashing sound as it was lifted and frozen on the sea surface by the expanding ice layer. Boom! A transparent figure lost its balance and fell headfirst from the bow, plunging straight into the ice. "Ha ditch, what are you doing?" Pizarro laughed, holding his stomach. Shirlu coldly retracted his finger, and the giant three-masted ship reappeared. He leaned forward to look down and saw Blackbeard struggling to pull his head out from the ice. Shirlu curiously asked, "Ditch, what happened? Is this Akiji's ability?" Blackbeard's expression changed erratically. He spread his palm and waved it in the air a few times, feeling the air's fluctuations, before slowly speaking, "Guys, we probably can't go pick up the scraps and accept fate's gifts." Lafitte touched the brim of his black hat, calmly saying, "Has it come to a conclusion so soon?" Blackbeard's face was heavier than ever. A terrifying energy explosion, the power generated instantaneously, could threaten my current body. "Huh, I can probably guess who's attacking us. The final fate has not yet revealed itself. We don't need to take such a big risk. Let's retreat for now." "That's a good choice, Stitch. Your tremor fruit hasn't been fully developed yet, and your weaknesses are quite obvious, which is your physical body. Success and failure both rely on the body. Although the dark fruit is powerful enough to nullify abilities, it cannot make you elemental. Once you encounter monsters like Kaido or Kaiza, if you're not careful, you could fall into an irretrievable situation." "You're right. There's no need to take risks now." Shirlu took a puff of his cigar, touching the deadly weapon at his waist. "I'll go take a look." Suddenly, two pure white angel wings sprouted from Lafitte's back, lifting his body lightly into the air. He held in his hand the long flintlock rifle from Vanek, which had a super long-range telescope. Lafitte raised the long gun with the telescope, looking towards the battlefield on Cake Island, dozens of miles away. A few minutes later, he landed silently, the wings behind him disappearing without a sound. He returned the long gun to Vanek, took off his hat, ruffled his black hair, and then said solemnly, "It really isn't necessary to go over. The battle has already ended. 4 against 4. The Beast God Pirates are a bit too powerful. Akiji, Zephyr, Rayleigh, Hancock all fell. And it seems only Kaido, Kaiza, and Charlotte Linlin made a move." Pizarro's eyes bulged out, his face filled with shock, and sweat started to bead on his forehead from attention. "Ha! The wind is strong, little ones. The new world is about to change. Let's not clash with these monsters for now. Shiryu, we need to accelerate the process of gathering abilities. Having such fierce neighbors is not a good thing." Blackbeard laughed heartily, suddenly pressing his right hand to the ground. Continuous black shadows covered the icy surface ahead, enveloping the three-masted ship that had been frozen in the ice. Dark hole. As the black mist thickened, the massive ship, over 100 meters long, suddenly disappeared into the darkness created by Blackbeard, as if it had been pulled into a strange space. "Head back home." On the other side of Cake Island's port, due to the island's obstruction, the seawater in this area did not show the large-scale freezing phenomenon seen earlier. Katakuri quickly reached the seaside while carrying Zephyr. There were quite a few ships anchored here. Because Bruley had sensed the conspiracy of Akiji and Akainu based on Ain's information the day before, they had arranged to secretly transfer some important figures from the island. However, during this great battle, many of Big Mom Pirate's subordinate pirates still froze to death due to Akiji's frozen world. Katakuri casually picked a medium-sized ship and tossed Zephyr onto it. Food and water would be hard to find for a while, and the ship is yours. Whether you live or die depends on your fate. Katakuri reached out, ready to use his strength to send the ship away. "Wait." Zephyr struggled, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage. His body was broken in many places, and the fire of life flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He gasped and said, "You're Katakuri, right? He. I've heard you can predict the future. I wonder if you can foresee the fate of your evil father?" Katakuri looked down at Zephyr, silent and cold. "Ha! Your father is indeed powerful, but don't naively think that no one in this world can deal with him. There are formidable figures in both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army who are not inferior to him. And in Mary Geos, there is already an ancient weapon that can destroy the world, and it is controlled by the world government. Zephyr appeared somewhat deranged, his face smeared with dirt and blood. Ancient weapons? Katakuri's eyes flickered. Every major force in the New World was secretly collecting information about the legendary ancient weapons. However, after so many years, no one had even come up with a half-finished product. The scholars from O'Hara were destroyed, and the only ones who could understand the ancient texts, aside from the scholars preserved within the world government, were members of some ancient families and that devil child, Nico Robin. It is said that the texts about ancient weapons and the blank history of the world were recorded on the cube-shaped poneglyphs. These poneglyphs are scattered around the world, in the hands of various forces. To this day, no one has been able to collect all the historical texts completely. The legendary final island of the world, Raftel, requires gathering 4 red poneglyphs, and the intersection of the 4 coordinates recorded on them is where that island will appear. Katakuri's mind flashed with a huge red poneglyph hidden in the land of Wa. Decades ago, Pirate King Roger had secretly come to view the text on it. Unfortunately, there were no scholars proficient in ancient texts among the various nations, and after all these years, no one had managed to decipher what was written on it. Perhaps someone in Wano country would understand the text. He could discuss this matter with his father later. Regardless of whether there was any information about the whereabouts of ancient weapons on the poneglyph, it must be in his hands. While thinking about this, looking at the seemingly deranged Zephyr, Katakuri suddenly released his far beyond normal observation haki to the utmost, enveloping Zephyr. He was targeting Zephyr, wanting to foresee something. Moments later, a flash of light appeared in Katakuri's eyes, and he suddenly said, "What is explosive rock?" Zephyr's previously deranged expression suddenly stiffened, becoming silent instead of mad. Katakuri stepped forward, grabbed Zephyr's body, held it up to his eyes, and coldly said, "Tell me, what is explosive rock? Why do you keep repeating this word in your heart? As if it could bring you hope? What hope? A hope for revenge?" Katakuri's tall body trembled. Revenge? Who to take revenge on? As he pondered, his gaze gradually turned cold. "Zephyr, your father was originally going to let you go. Why are you still so ungrateful? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will interrogate you well and make you reveal the information about the explosive rock that you've been thinking about. You wish. Ha ha ha. Explosive rock will destroy the new world. Destroy your tot land. Destroy all pirates. I've already set it up, ha ha." Zephyr laughed madly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he twisted his right arm and brought his 5 fingers together, raising his hand as if to attack Katakuri's face. Katakuri instinctively turned his head, but then immediately foresaw Zephyr's intention. He wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Puffed. Zephyr's right hand shot into his left chest like lightning, blood bursting forth. His 5 fingers, entwined with the remnants of armament haki, were incredibly sharp and instantly pierced through his own heart. Zephyr's gaze gradually dimmed, his breath fading away little by little. "My wife and children, my students, I'm coming." He died. Katakuri stared at Zephyr's corpse for a long time before wrapping his body in rice dumplings and tossing it into the sea. A fierce fish, thinking Katakuri was feeding it, suddenly jumped up, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed Zephyr along with a rice dumpling, disappearing into the vast sea. In the shattered, deep pit, the embers flapped their wings, bringing Bruley and Ein down from the sky, landing on the ground. "Daddy, Mommy, Uncle Kaido!" Ein exclaimed excitedly, bouncing towards Kaiza. Kaiza raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with the astonished Linlin. They had long known about Ein's situation and were aware that her memories had been altered by Bruin, making her the little daughter of Kaiser and Linlin. Kaiser forced a smile on his face, wanting to pick up Ein, this daughter. Unexpectedly, a large hand reached out from his side, scooping Ein up from in front of him and holding her in its arms. Kaido was taken aback for a moment, then saw that he had already transformed back into his human form, with a kind smile on his face, seemingly very fond of the little girl Ein. If he had known that Kaido loved his daughter so much, he should have asked Bruley to alter Ain's memories, so that Ein could be Kaido's daughter. Kaisha whispered softly in Linglin's ear. Lingling smiled sweetly and lightly parted her red lips. "No, that guy Kaido is just reminiscing about Yamato's childhood. By the way, Kaisha, didn't you say you were going to erase Yamato's memories? Why hasn't there been any action? Let me guess, did Kaido soften his heart?" Kaido chuckled and said, "You guessed it right. This guy Kaido, after being called dad by Yamato, just softened up. It's really something. Not far away, Yamato saw Kaido playing with the little girl Ain and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Beside her, Queen was sneaking glances back and forth between Kaido and Yamato, making Yamato's face fill with anger. Young Master Yamato, stop throwing tantrum. Why not reconcile with big brother Kaido? Look at the Barbarossa family, how prosperous they are now. What are you making a fuss about? That dead guy, Kazuki Oden. How does he compare to big brother Kaido? Can I take a look at that notebook of yours? I wonder if, after seeing it, I would want to be like that dead guy Oden too. Get lost. In the deep pit, Kaido placed Ain on his broad shoulders. The little girl held onto Kaido's long horns with one hand, while her little feet swung back and forth excitedly. Uncle Kaido, did that bad guy die? He was trying to lure me into betraying my parents, wasn't he? Ain pointed at the charred body of Akiji on the ground, pouting. Kaido chuckled and nodded, saying, That's right, Ain. Luckily you informed your sister Brin in time. Otherwise, we old guys would be in danger. Ain's little face showed a proud smile as she confidently said, Of course. I'm very smart. By the way, Uncle Kaido, is Sister Brin going to turn this bad guy into one of us later? A flash of unusual color flickered in Kaiser's eyes. He didn't expect that Ain, whose memories have been altered, would let Brin know about such matters. Wouldn't this lead to adverse changes? If the altered memories were to resurface, things would become irreconcilable. No, it already was. Kaido still doesn't know that Zephyr is already dead. There's no way around it. Ain, this bad guy is quite powerful. Your dad and uncle are not young anymore. I need to think about you all. Let's go. Let's check out other places. Kaido smiled as he took Ain away from the big pit. Brin, how is it? Can Kizaru's memories be modified properly? Kaiser walked over, squatted down, and looked at Brin, who was sweating profusely as he extracted a series of memory images from Akiji's head. Brin's face was somewhat pale as he forced a smile and said, Dad, my ability has very little effect on those with strong willpower. It cannot significantly alter their memories. Otherwise, they would easily notice something is off. With someone like Ain, whose willpower is not strong, it's much easier for me to manipulate her. She will take the altered memories as her own true experiences. In other words, Ain is now your little daughter, and the memories from her childhood have been slightly modified from my own memories. Kaiser nodded, as he had already prepared himself for this. A like memory modification, if truly without limitations, could easily fall into the hands of an ambitious person, potentially allowing them to dominate the entire world. Just imagine, wherever this person goes, the memories of those around them could be altered, turning them into subordinates, family, or slaves. What a scene that would be. Of course, there's also the possibility that Brin's power is too weak to fully utilize the fruit's abilities. If this fruit were in Kaiser's hands, the outcome would likely be entirely different. But there's nothing to be done about it. After all, Akiji is an admiral of the Navy, and his willpower is undoubtedly incredibly strong. Kaiser felt a bit disappointed. Akiji's combat power is top tier, likely even surpassing that arrogant Green Bull. The reason he could easily defeat Akiji was due to his ability to counter and his own strong physique. He could manipulate ice and cold air, making Akiji's moves seem transparent to him. He could only implant a subconscious thought in Akiji's mind, one that wouldn't contradict his judgment and that he wouldn't resent. Brin was panting, pointing at an image in a scroll. This was a righteous Navy officer who had previously joined the Blackbeard pirates, intending to infiltrate and wait for the right moment to launch a surprise attack on Blackbeard. Although he couldn't broadly alter his memories, he could enhance his loyalty to the Beast God pirates. Moreover, his future duties could be structured so that he wouldn't have to act against civilians or the Navy, thus not violating his true nature. When it came to pirates, however, he would have no reservations. Kaiser's eyes lit up, and he nodded appreciatively at Brin. All right, let us do it this way. That will be enough. Brin immediately exerted all her strength to start altering some of Akiji's minor memories. She changed his original plan to switch his undercover target from Blackbeard to the Beast God pirates, turning his intention to ambush Kaiser and the others at a critical moment into a commitment to keep his promise and willingly become a thug for the Beast God pirates. At the same time, she deleted Akiji's impression and name of Ain from his mind, so that even if he interacted with Ain now, he would only feel an inexplicable familiarity with the little girl, but would not recognize her. All done. Brin wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at Kaiser. Kaiser reached out and touched her head. You've worked hard. Go rest for a while. I'll wake him up. Jean, take Brin up into the sky to avoid any accidents. Yes, my lord. Jean walked over to Brin, his black wings flapping behind him as he flew up into the sky with Brin. Kizaru flicked his fingers, releasing a stream of blood essence towards Akiji. The blood essence landed precisely at the corner of Akiji's slightly open mouth. Soon, a wave of heat spread through Akiji's entire body, making him look like a cooked shrimp, his body turning bright red as an astonishing amount of heat filled his limbs and body, wildly repairing the damage he had sustained. In just a short time, the charred skin on Akiji's surface completely peeled away, revealing even more tender new skin than before. The muscles and bones shattered by Kizaru also regrew, returning to their original state. Akiji slowly opened his eyes and saw Kizaru in front of him. He looked dazed for a while before coming to his senses. The look he gave Kizaru was somewhat complex, still carrying a hint of resentment, but he managed to say, "Kizaru, since I promised to do your thing, I will do it. I will remember what you did for Teacher Zephyr. From now on, I officially join the Beast God Pirate crew and become one of you." "Haha, great. Akiji, the Beast God Pirate crew welcomes your joining. From now on, you are our 5th divine crew member. Let us call you Ice God." Kizaru laughed heartily, looking very pleased. "Whatever," Akiji replied casually, standing aside. At that moment, Linlin suddenly exclaimed in surprise, looking towards the port and the sea. "What's wrong, Linlin?" Kizaru also looked in that direction, but saw nothing. Linlin pointed at the shattered ice surface and said, "Kizaru, that old guy really seems to have escaped. His aura has disappeared." Kaiza let out a sigh, feeling somewhat disinterested. Thinking about the situation with Owen, her brows furrowed deeply, unsure of how to tell Linlin about it. But she couldn't keep it a secret. Such things couldn't be hidden. Shaking her head, Kaiza pulled Linlin to the side, wrapping her arms around her waist, and told her everything that had happened today, not hiding anything about Owen's situation. Sure enough, when Linlin heard that Owen had been killed by Whitebeard, she couldn't contain her emotions. The terrifying Conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, scattering the clouds in the sky, and countless fragments of stone and ice flew up from the ground. "Joker Buggy, I will kill him." Linglin's eyes turned red, filled with a frenzied killing intent. Kaiza held her hand and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely die. After a few days of tidying up, we'll go and take care of his Calabari Island. The New World Calabari Island is the base of the newly crowned Yonko, Buggy." "What did you say? You didn't find that guy Weevil?" "What do you mean? Didn't I say he was on that oven island yesterday? In the luxurious hall." Buggy was still wearing his long crimson robe, using his fragmented abilities to puff out his limbs and make himself appear larger. He wore a captain's hat shaped like a ship and styled his hair in a mature manner. At this moment, besides Buggy, Mr. 3, Kabeji, and Machi were also present, along with a swordsman sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping red wine from a crystal goblet, ignoring Buggy's shouting. Mr. 3 spread his hands, a strange look of confusion on his face. The scouts reported that they couldn't find Oven Island. "Buggy, are you sure the coordinates you gave are correct?" Buggy was taken aback, pulled out a stack of papers from his large red robe, flipped through them, and handed one to Mr. 3. "It can't be wrong. It's right here on these coordinates. Such a large island. We shouldn't even need an eternal pointer. We can find it directly according to the nautical charts. Moreover, Oven Island is on the outer edge of the Totland Sea, so close to our territory." He counted and scoffed, "A bunch of useless fools. Myhawk, you, go take a trip to Oven Island and see if that guy Weevil is still there." Buggy shouted at the man sitting at the single table, who was still tasting red wine. This man, sitting with his legs crossed, wore a black hat and had golden eyes like a falcon, with an intimidating presence that could instill fear in anyone who made eye contact with him. He wore a wine-red patterned shirt, a neatly fitted black vest over it, and long purple trousers that accentuated his tall stature. His demeanor was elegant, as if he were a born aristocrat, a person of high status. A massive black sword was sheathed in a loop on his back. He was the world's greatest swordsman, the former warlord, Dracul Myhawk. After the world government abolished the warlord system, he and Weevil lost the protection of their alliance with the Navy and became targets of pursuit. Although that capture operation was merely the Navy stating its position, it certainly wouldn't be so simple as to easily capture such powerful individuals. Myhawk effortlessly wiped out the Navy that came to capture him, then set sail alone. He was strong and a lone wolf, free to go wherever he pleased, and without any forces pulling at him. He originally planned to find a quiet place to live in seclusion. However, a few days ago, his close friend Shanks found him and suggested that they former warlords could come together for mutual support. With the backing of a Yonko, Buggy quickly found Weevil, and he initially wanted to recruit the Empress Hancock as well. But that woman, proud and arrogant, looked down on Buggy and rejected him outright. Weevil wasn't very bright, and Myhawk was too lazy to get involved. Thus, Buggy naturally became the leader of this small group. Additionally, there was also the former warlord Crocodile, who expressed interest in forming an alliance with him. This is why after Kaido and Big Mom were defeated, Buggy was able to quickly rise to power and become a newly crowned Yonko. Seeing that Mihawk was indifferent to his words, Buggy's teeth clenched in frustration, and he floated over, angrily saying to Mihawk, "Mihawk, you eat my food and drink my wine every day, doing nothing while Weevil, although not the brightest, at least helps us expand our territory. Even if you're renting a place, you should pay some rent, right?" Mihawk glanced at Buggy indifferently, then reached behind him. "What are you doing? Don't do anything reckless, or I'll tell Shanks." Buggy hurriedly backed away in fear. Kabeji and the others hid far away, trembling, feeling that their Yonko captain had no dignity at all. Boring people, boring things. "Fine, I'll go take a look." Mihawk merely touched his hat, picked up the red wine from the table, and walked straight out. Buggy glared at his back, still muttering, "What a show-off, Mihawk. I'm Buggy the Yonko. You're not even a warlord anymore, and you dare to show me attitude. If it weren't for Shanks, I wouldn't let you join my crew. You deserve to be chased around by the Navy." Mihawk paused in his steps. Buggy shivered, and an exaggerated smile immediately appeared on his face. "Mihawk, thank you for your hard work. How about this? Let's go take a look together. If possible, I think we shouldn't provoke that Kaiser." Saying this, Buggy floated out of the hall. Outside the hall, many pirates were busy, and, upon seeing Buggy come out, they all turned to him. Some enthusiastic pirates even shouted Buggy's name, appearing extremely excited. "Oh, Captain Buggy is out. Look, that terrifying monster 10 meters tall is our big boss, Yonko Buggy. The pressure is too strong. The world's greatest swordsman can only clear the way for him. I'm about to faint." Buggy grinned, trying to hold up his large red robe, appearing calm and composed. "Listen up, everyone. I'm going to talk to the beast pirates. While I'm away, guard our base well." The pirates cheered wildly, their voices echoing. "We promised to complete the task. Did you hear that? The strongest Yonko is meeting. This is a huge deal. Is Captain Buggy going to be in danger? I heard that in the beast pirates, there are Kaido and Big Mom, all monsters. What are you saying? Our Captain Buggy, as a Yonko, is weaker than them? Didn't you see the calm demeanor of the captain? This shows he doesn't take the opponent seriously. That's the demeanor of a strong person." Amidst the flattery, Buggy floated away with Mihawk, leaving Kalabari Island and boarding a large ship heading towards Oven Island. More than an hour later, on the ship, Buggy held a nautical chart, looked ahead, then glanced back at the chart, rubbed his eyes, and wondered, what is going on? Oven Island is clearly here. How did it suddenly disappear? Ahead, Mihawk narrowed his golden eyes like a hawk, surveying the shimmering sea. There were no large islands here, only a solitary rock rising about 100 meters high. Standing alone in the water, Mihawk's breath caught. His expression changed slightly, and he exhaled deeply, saying in a low voice, "This is Oven Island. We didn't go to the wrong place." "Huh? What do you mean?" Buggy, Mr. 3, and the others were filled with questions, looking confusedly at Mihawk. Mihawk pointed to the large sea ahead. Oven Island has been destroyed, and only that piece of rock remains. The air suddenly fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard on the deck. Buggy's wide-open mouth froze, and flames shot up 3 meters high above Mr. 3's head. Thud! Kabeji and Machi's legs went weak, and they fell to the ground. "What did you say?" "Oven Island. That was a large island over 10 miles in circumference. What kind of power could destroy it?" "Wait." Buggy's expression changed dramatically as he recalled decades ago, witnessing the battle between his captain, Pirate King Roger, and Whitebeard. The aftermath of their clash had literally erased an island from the sea. Gulp. Buggy swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the vast ocean before him. "Mr. 3, I think we need to get out of here. Karabali Island. It seems we can't go back. That guy Weevil is definitely dead." At Whole Cake Island, due to the destruction caused by a great battle, Katakuri was organizing the craftsmen to focus on repairs. So, Kizaru and the others temporarily moved to an island managed by Katakuri. The manor where Kaiza and Linlin live is located on the southern side of the island by the sea. It is a luxurious white building built on a cliff, with a bedroom balcony facing the ocean. In the morning, upon opening their eyes, they can see the beautiful scenery of the sea and sky blending together and the rising sun through the flowing sheer curtains. The soft and comfortable sunlight filters through the sheer fabric, and, on the cozy bed, Kaiza moves Linglin's long legs away from himself, sits up, and looks towards a graceful figure on the bedroom balcony. The Pirate Empress. What was her name again? Boa Hancock, right? That name is too long. How about just calling her Xiaoya? Kaido smiled and walked up to Hancock, crouching down to look at her. Hancock glared at Kaido with her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with fury. If looks could kill, Kaido would already be torn to shreds. Her hands and feet were shackled with sea stone cuffs, the chains tied to a stone pillar on the balcony. Her delicate body was weak and powerless, making escape impossible even without supervision. Suddenly, Hancock's eyes widened in shock as she realized Kaido was completely unclothed. His bronze muscles, more robust than those of the ancient Titan gods, radiated an overwhelming aura of masculinity, delivering a powerful visual impact. You shameless brute. How dare you not wear any clothes? Get away from me. Hancock shrieked, instinctively raising her chained leg to kick at Kaido. Thud. Caesar chuckled lightly, reaching out with a large hand to easily block Hancock's soft attack, teasing, "Empress, where do you intend to kick? You are an empress, not a street thug." Hancock was taken aback, following his gaze and instantly turning beet red. Her cheeks so flushed it seemed they would bleed. She wanted to retract her outstretched leg, but found herself unable to do so. Caesar held her ankle, and his massive body suddenly began to shrink section by section, until he was about 2 meters tall, roughly the same height as Hancock. Kaiza smirked and pointed at Hancock, saying, "It's perfectly normal for me to be naked in my own house." And you hee. Only then did Hancock realize that she too was completely naked. Because in yesterday's battle, under Linlin's lightning fire baptism, all her clothes had been burned off. It's quite common for clothes to get destroyed during a fight. Except for nature-type ability users who can freely elementalize, others often find themselves completely exposed during a brawl. The physical strength of powerful fighters can be trained to exceed the hardness of steel, and ordinary clothing may not necessarily be more resilient than their bodies. For example, someone like Kaiza or Kaido could jump into lava and stay there for 3 days and nights without much harm. For some animal-type ability users, the larger their transformed bodies, the more likely they are to emerge completely naked after reverting back. In situations like in comics, where clothes don't tear no matter how hard they fight, that is usually only against weaker opponents, where they hold back. Kaiser smiled wickedly and pulled Hancock into his arms. The two of them pressed closely together, a subtle atmosphere gradually spreading across the balcony. "Let go of me." Hancock's delicate body felt weak, not only due to the sea prism stone, but also because of the strong male hormones emanating from Kaiser. Caesar held Hancock like a lover, inhaling the scent of her hair. His strong arms wrapped around the tough-willed empress. The woman in his arms was strong and domineering, but Caesar was even more so, gently grasping Hancock's smooth wrist. His gaze was filled with intense aggression, scanning every inch of her skin. Hancock's cheeks flushed red, her heart racing. She had never experienced anything like this before. She was the captain of the Kuja pirates and the empress of Amazon Lily, with a voice that held weight in her kingdom. She could decide life and death for her subjects and dispose of them at will. Accustomed to being strong and domineering, Hancock had never deigned to look anyone in the eye, no matter where she sailed or who she encountered. She was proud, and she had the right to be. Her status was high, her strength formidable, and she possessed extraordinary beauty, along with the power of the sweet fruit that could enchant men all over the world. What is this? The imprint of the celestial dragon's hoof? Kaiza turned Hancock around and touched the tattoo on her back with his finger. Hancock trembled, suddenly letting out a sharp scream. She quickly hugged her chest and leaned against the balcony, pressing her back tightly against a massive stone pillar to prevent Kaiza from seeing. She seemed to have suffered a huge blow, trembling all over, appearing incredibly pitiful and helpless. Caesar chuckled lightly and reached out his large hand towards her shoulder. Hancock trembled, clutching her body as if all her strength had been drained away. Not daring to resist, she could only curl up. "It's just a slave mark. What is there to be afraid of? Come over, I'll help you get rid of it." "Get rid of it?" Hancock, who had been looking down, suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. But soon it dimmed again, appearing quite dejected. "It's impossible. The heavenly dragon's hoof print is branded deep within the body using special pigments. To remove it, one would have to hollow out a piece of the body. Otherwise..." Kaiser smiled disdainfully and sneered. "Who said that? Decades ago, I helped a guy get rid of that kind of mark. Hif. He was also born a slave of the celestial dragons." Caesar's hands held Hancock's fragrant shoulders, whispering, "Don't move." Somehow, Hancock's trembling body suddenly stopped. It was as if Caesar's voice had a peculiar magic, capable of calming her down. Soon after, she felt 2 waves of scorching heat emanating from Caesar's palms, flowing into her body like 2 dragons of vital energy, converging into the blood vessels within her. On Hancock's delicate and fair body, large amounts of steam gradually began to rise, her tender skin turning hot and flushed, with wisps of crimson energy evaporating. Kaiza pulled her over, turning her body around. Hancock stiffly turned around, revealing her alluring, snow-white back. On it, The imprint of the heavenly dragon's hoof was gradually fading under the impact of Kaisa's abundant life force. Red pigment, deep-seated in her muscles and even bones, began to seep out from Hancock's back. At this moment, Kaiza was forcing it all out with his endless life essence. Drop by drop, sliding off Hancock's beautiful back. "All right, it's all gone now," Kaiza said calmly as he released Hancock's shoulder. Hancock's delicate body shivered. Her eyes filled with confusion, mixed with a hint of anticipation as she looked at Kaiza. Kaiza knew what she wanted. She grabbed Hancock's right hand and pulled her towards the bathroom. "Let's go in and take a look." Seeing Hancock still in a daze, looking as if her soul was wandering elsewhere, Kaiza pushed her, forcing her into the bathroom. Outside the door, Kaisa's gaze flickered as she looked at her palm, suddenly raising it to touch her back, a hint of cold, killing intent flashing in her eyes. The bathroom in this luxurious residential area was as large as an ordinary bathhouse. It was over 30 meters high and hundreds of meters long and wide, with a sunken swimming pool in the center and shower fixtures on both sides. On the right side of the bathroom was a huge mirror made of special polished metal, not glass, exuding an air of unmatched luxury. Hancock lowered her head and walked over in a daze, her gaze wandering at her feet, afraid to look up at the mirror. The celestial dragon's hoof mark was an indelible brand burned into the bodies of their slaves by the world nobility, the celestial dragons. Legend has it that this pigment was invented by the celestial dragons over 800 years ago, allowing for a single deep imprint into the body. Whether human, fishman, giant, or even robot, once branded with this mark, it could never be washed away, unless you dug out that large piece of flesh completely. The fishman hero, Fisher Tiger, once climbed the Holy Land, Mariewa, barehanded to rescue countless slaves. Hancock and her two sisters were among them. For many years, this slave mark had haunted Hancock's life like a nightmare. In the bathhouse, bath pool, and even in her palace bedroom, mirrors, objects capable of reflection, were strictly forbidden. It was because of her fear and disgust of the celestial dragon's hoof mark that every time she bathed, Hancock wished she could scrub her back raw with a brush, swearing countless times that she would give anything to eliminate the painful mark on her back. But today, could this wish really come true? And the one to fulfill her long-standing wish turned out to be the person she wanted to kill, a man who had harmed Luffy. Hancock felt a mess in her heart and stayed alone in the bathroom for a long time before finally gathering the courage to look at the transparent mirror on the wall. Hancock turned sideways, her stunning curves undeniably displayed in the smooth mirror. As Hancock's trembling fingers brushed aside the black hair covering her back, red droplets of water, like blood seeping from beneath her skin, appeared on her smooth back. Where the celestial dragon's hoof mark should have been, there was nothing. It had become extraordinarily smooth. There was no trace of the slave mark at all. With a thud, Hancock's legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground, staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror, her expression dazed. She brushed aside her long black hair again and again, afraid she was dreaming. It was real, huh? It really was gone. The celestial dragon's hoof mark had disappeared. Hancock laughed foolishly, and as she laughed, her eyes blurred, tears spilling from her eyes uncontrollably. Woo-woo. Hancock buried her head in her chest, her shoulders trembling as she began to cry in the bathroom. The nightmare seemed to suddenly vanish at that moment, and the road ahead began to show light. With the slave mark on, she no longer had to worry about others seeing her secret, no longer had to go to great lengths to surround the entire palace while bathing, and no longer had to harden her heart to petrify those innocent citizens when they accidentally saw her, even though it made her heart bleed. She could finally bathe openly, install exquisite mirrors in her bedroom and bathroom, and admire her unparalleled beauty. She hadn't looked in a mirror for over 10 years. Crying and laughing, Hancock stayed in the bathroom for a long time. She looked at the pool water in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then walked to the shower fixture to rinse herself off. Watching the dark red pigment wash away at her feet, Hancock's tears flowed again. Although she wore handcuffs, this dark pigment was the true shackles in her heart, binding her for over a decade. Now, with the hot water, she washed away her restraints, feeling an immense sense of freedom and ease, no longer needing to pretend to be proud and aloof. After showering, Hancock found a bath towel in the bathroom, wrapped herself in it, and walked towards the door. As she passed in front of the mirror, she inexplicably stopped, tidying her black hair in front of the mirror. Seeing her stunningly beautiful face in the reflection, Hancock's lips curled into a captivating smile. When Hancock walked out of the bathroom, she found the spacious bedroom empty. Kaiza and Linlin had already disappeared. As she wandered to the side of the large bed, she unexpectedly saw a key placed on the countertop. Hancock looked puzzled as she reached for the key and inserted it into the lock of the handcuffs. With a click, the sea stone handcuffs unlocked. Staring blankly at the empty bedroom, Hancock felt no joy in regaining her freedom. Instead, a strange sense of loss surged in her heart. Kaiza. On the top floor of a restaurant on Donut Island, Kaiza, Kaido, and others sat together eating. The newly joined Akiji was also among them. His expression was indifferent, out of place with the clinking of glasses on the table, as he simply ate his food and drank his wine. Beside him sat a 10-year-old little girl, occasionally glaring at him with her big, shiny eyes, her cheeks puffed up as if she were very annoyed that Akiji was sitting next to her. Kaiza, brother, I didn't expect you to let that woman go. When did you learn to cherish the fair sex? Linlin leaned over and whispered in Kaisa's ear. Caesar raised his glass and clinked it with the excited Quinn, whispering, Linlin, you know how much I detest the celestial dragons. I initially wanted to take that woman as a concubine or something, but unexpectedly, she actually bears the mark of the celestial dragon. A renowned strong woman of the sea was once a slave to the world's nobility. These filthy maggots truly make me nauseous. Linlin chuckled softly. That's how the world is. Aren't we all the same? Kaido was sold to the Navy by his kingdom when he was a child. I was taken in by the nuns, also meant to be sold to the Navy, and you too. We're all in the same boat. Why do I want to establish my own kingdom so much? Isn't it just a lack of security? Kaiser gently held Linglin's hand. Just wait and see. In no more than 3 to 5 years, I'll make sure there are no more high and mighty damn nobles in this sea. I believe you. The two exchanged a smile. Caesar raised his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, the day before yesterday, we lost a family member, our second son Owen, who was unfortunately killed on Oven Island. The one who killed him was the pirate Edward Weevil, under the Four Emperor buggy. Although I have already killed Weevil, that is far from enough. We must show the world our stance. Those who harm my family will die. In Dressrosa, fairy forest, the towering trees brought a cool atmosphere, with lush bushes and colorful flowers intertwining, exuding a fresh green scent. Hardworking little people were busy in a clearing. Some were helping to remove pests and weeds from the fruit trees, while others were carrying small wooden barrels, collecting nectar from the flowers. Rebecca, dressed in a blue princess dress, looked like a beautiful fairy girl, skipping lightly through the jungle, carrying a large food box. Slow down, Rebecca. Behind her, a tall and strong middle-aged man was slowly carrying a heavy load. One of his legs was mechanical, making his movements somewhat slow and awkward. Dad, hurry up. I'm going to see Luffy first, Rebecca said with a smile and disappeared into the woods. Jaira sighed. Daughters grow up too fast. For a man, she abandoned her disabled father. Nearby, a young woman in a purple long dress chuckled softly, her beautiful eyes seeming to see through people's hearts, secretly observing the tall Gyrus. In a clearing in the forest, a huge tarpaulin covered the top, preventing sunlight and rain from falling. In this clearing, there were more than a dozen large beds. And at this moment, some men and women were lying on them. On one of the beds, Luffy was lying with his eyes closed, his chest gently rising and falling. The disgusting pockmarked scars on his body had completely disappeared, and his complexion had become rosy, looking as if he were just asleep. A palm-sized little person girl was standing on tiptoe beside Luffy's head, constantly taking out bright dandelions from a nearby basket and placing them on Luffy's body. Those dandelions, emitting a white light, carried the breath of life, but quickly dimmed upon contact with Luffy's body, and then were placed in another basket. Princess Mancheri, has Luffy brother not woken up yet? Rebecca cheerfully ran to Luffy's side, squatting down to look at the little person Princess Mancheri. Almost there. His stamina is still not enough. Rebecca, you should lie down too and absorb some of your stamina with the healing dandelions. Mancheri's voice was as tiny as a mosquito, speaking like a little fairy singing. Oh. Upon hearing this, Rebecca quickly put down the food box, climbed to Luffy's side, smiling as she lay next to him. Hey, Rebecca, I said to go somewhere else. Don't lie next to Luffy. It will affect the healing effect. Mancheri pouted in anger. Okay. Rebecca reluctantly got up slowly. Just then, Gyrus's hearty voice came. Use my stamina, Princess Mancheri. It's very important for Luffy to wake up soon. Gyrus strode over, placing the heavy package on the ground and looking at the other beds. Nami and Robin were not there, while Zoro, Chopper, Usopp, and Jinbe lay there, completely exhausted, with little person warriors continuously using dandelions to absorb their stamina and transfer it to Luffy. Stop it, this will hurt them. Gyrus was startled, seeing Usopp's lips turn white, looking as if he could die at any moment. They're just exhausted. A little food and a nap will restore them. Princess Mancherry gestured for Gyrus to lie down, then took some dandelions and placed them on his wrist. As Mancherry's ability activated, Gyrus felt his stamina rapidly flowing away, as if it were gathering onto the dandelions. Gradually, the dandelions began to emit a soft white light. After being busy for more than 10 minutes, Princess Mancherry was sweating profusely. Princess Mancherry, please take a break. No need to rush. Rebecca showed a worried expression. Mancherry waved her hand, her small face relaxed, smiling. It's okay, Luffy will wake up soon, just wait. Really? Rebecca showed an excited expression, quickly getting up. She hadn't absorbed her stamina yet. How could Luffy be waking up? Cough cough. Gyrus trembled, feeling weak, looking at his precious daughter with only Luffy in her eyes, while he, as a father, felt completely drained and was not even offered consolation. Violet chuckled softly, took out her handkerchief, and gently wiped the cold sweat from Gyrus's forehead. Gyrus's body stiffened, hurriedly closing his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. After Mancherry placed all the dandelions she absorbed from Gyrus on a Luffy, as the gloss faded, Luffy's chest began to rise and fall faster, and his breathing grew rapid. Suddenly, Luffy opened his eyes, sitting up straight, gasping for air. Luffy, great, you finally woke up? Rebecca excitedly hugged Luffy, jumping with joy. Princess Mancherry was somewhat speechless, tugging at Rebecca's skirt. Rebecca, let him go, you're going to suffocate Luffy. Huh? Rebecca was startled, quickly looking down, and saw Luffy buried in her embrace. His face pressed against her ample chest, turning red and struggling to breathe. Sorry, Luffy, I didn't mean to. Rebecca hurriedly let go, her face turning rosy. Where am I? What happened? I feel so weak, thirsty, and so hungry. Luffy hung his head, sticking out his tongue, looking powerless. Luffy, you woke up? A surprised voice echoed in the forest, and Luffy looked up in confusion to see a graceful figure running towards him, stumbling and then falling onto him, causing the already weak Luffy to be knocked back onto the bed. Nami? Luffy barely managed to see that it was Nami, who was tightly hugging him, tears streaming down her face onto him. Luffy, why did you wake up so late? Woo woo woo. Brook is dead. Sanji was taken by the Navy. Everyone has suffered a huge blow. Wano country has been completely invaded by the enemy. Many people have died. Nami cried continuously, narrating while holding on to Luffy tightly, as if he were a lifeline she couldn't let go of. Robin, with her tall figure, also walked out of the forest. Although she wasn't crying like Nami, her beautiful, intelligent eyes were slightly red. I see, I understand. Luffy's tone was calmer than expected. He seemed to have matured more than before, more composed than when he lost Ace. Gently patting Nami's back, Luffy's gaze shifted to the adjacent bed. Is this what Shanks meant when he said that one can only grow through pain? If possible, I really wish I never had to experience any of this. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting spots of golden light on everyone. Luffy looked at Nami, who had fallen asleep in his arms. Even in her sleep, her arms remained tightly wrapped around him, unwilling to let go. Sigh, what a suffocating world this is. Is it really so difficult to seek unrestrained freedom? For the first time, Luffy began to contemplate his dreams, his companions, and the people and events encountered on their journey. Noticing the moisture at the corner of Nami's eyes, Luffy gently reached out to wipe it away. Luffy, are you hungry? Dad and I brought a lot of food. Come eat. Rebecca smiled as she opened the food box, revealing fragrant chicken legs and fluffy white rice. Luffy beamed at her and took the food she handed over. Thank you, Rebecca. Time slowly passed, and the others in the beds, including Zoro, gradually woke up. They sat up, and, upon seeing Luffy, their eyes lit up with excitement. Chopper instantly burst into tears, throwing himself onto Luffy and crying loudly. Zoro silently walked over, grabbed a bottle of alcohol, and drank from it. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent, with only the sound of everyone eating, including Luffy, while the others seemed lost in their own thoughts. When the food brought by Rebecca was finished, Luffy stretched lazily, gently stood up, picked up the sleeping Nami, and softly placed her on the bed. He took a blanket and covered her, tucking in the corners. Zoro and the others silently watched Luffy complete this, then walked over again. Luffy looked around, his gaze sweeping over Zoro, Jinbei, Usopp, Robin, and Chopper. Before he spoke in a deep voice, I'm truly sorry, everyone. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as captain and protect everyone, which led to this cruel disaster. It's not your fault. The enemy was too strong. Chopper immediately spoke up, but was stopped by Zoro shaking his head. Luffy continued, all this time, we've come this far, and although there have been ups and downs, fortunately, everyone has survived and grown. It is all of you who have given me the courage and determination to continue sailing. I've always dreamed of being the Pirate King because I believe the Pirate King is the freest person in the world. He paused, his tone turning sorrowful. But now, I realize that this so-called freedom comes at a cost that may be unbearable. For this dream, I've gained many friendships along the way. But at the same time, if I'm not careful, I could slip and fall into an abyss. Like this time, the enemy was too strong and I was too weak. Everyone, we can no longer chase that elusive dream with just passion and the luck bestowed upon us by heaven. So, I'm now announcing that the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy's eyes turned red, his jaw clenched tightly, as if he was using all his strength to squeeze out 2 words through his teeth. Dissolve. Luffy. Luffy-kun. The crowd was shaken, and everyone exclaimed in surprise. Chopper cried again, hugging Luffy's arm, tears streaming down his face. Zoro silently drank. Usopp's eyes flickered as if he felt relieved. Jinbei frowned and sighed, and Robin pressed her lips together without speaking. Luffy stood up and looked towards the sea, the pain on his face gradually fading, replaced by a determined expression. Everyone, go back to your hometown. Wait for me. Wait until I'm strong enough to protect everyone, and no one will die in front of me again. Wait until I can blow that evil Kaido away. Kill him. I will come back to where you are and invite you once again. Please. After saying this, Luffy earnestly bowed to everyone. Silence fell, and the sound of falling needles could be heard in the forest. After a long time, Zoro finished the bottle of alcohol in one go, tossed the bottle aside, stood up, and met Luffy's gaze, saying, Luffy, I'm going back to Frost Moon Village in the East Blue. I need to forge a sword that belongs to me. When you decide to attack that guy, let me know. Without waiting for Luffy's response, Zoro turned and left, disappearing into the forest. Zoro. Chopper stared blankly at Zoro's retreating figure, lost in thought. I will also return to Fishman Island first. Luffy-kun, I will wait for your signal. You can take this life whenever you want. Jinbei also stood up. Take care. Luffy stepped forward and hugged Jinbei. Then he turned his gaze to Robin and asked Robin, what about you? Do you have somewhere to go? Robin smiled gently and said softly, I will go with you to find your father, Dragon. He has a way to make you stronger. Okay. Luffy nodded, then looked at Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. He turned back to Jinbei, who hadn't left yet, and said, Jinbei, could you do me a favor? Help me take Nami and the others back to their hometown? Jinbei replied solemnly, leave it to me. If anyone wants to harm them, they will have to step over my dead body. Thank you. Luffy stood up, placed his straw hat on his head, and pressed down the brim. Everyone, let's part ways this time. Wait for me to come back. It won't be long. Everyone fell silent, quietly watching Luffy and Robin gradually walk deeper into the enchanted forest. They didn't even thank me before leaving. Mancherly pouted. Rebecca watched Luffy disappear from sight, feeling suddenly empty inside, a wave of melancholy washing over her heart. Deep in the forest, away from the awakening place, Luffy suddenly stopped. Robin turned in surprise and saw Luffy's face full of tears, causing her heart to tremble. Robin, I really don't want to leave everyone, but I really can't do anything anymore. If I continue sailing, my companions will dwindle. And I don't want this freedom gained at such a cost. Brook is dead. Sanji was captured by the Navy. Zoro lost an arm. And I don't want to lose anyone else, Robin. I'm so sad. Luffy cried. The sadness and oppression in his heart completely erupted after distancing himself from the crowd. Seeing Luffy's tears, Robin felt an infinite sorrow in her heart and stepped forward to embrace Luffy. Cry it all out. It will feel much better afterward. Robin, like a gentle big sister, held Luffy in her arms and softly patted his back. In the New World, the sky was clear and the sun scorched the earth. A huge Navy warship boldly traversed the territories of the Four Emperors, heading straight for the Tado Land Sea. When this blatant warship sailed through Blackbeard's territory, Blackbeard immediately received reports from his subordinates. He took it seriously, personally leading a group of fierce men out to investigate. As Blackbeard looked through the telescope handed to him by Van Augur at the warship, his body trembled, and he exclaimed, Hakenu, Fujitara, Garb-Kazu. And who is that old man? Could it be the commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong? Which emperor's crew are they going to destroy? Beside him, Lafitte, who was also looking through a telescope, suddenly said, It seems they are heading towards the Tado Land Sea. Blackbeard was astonished, frowning in confusion. Could it be for revenge against Sengoku? That doesn't seem right. Shiryu, get on the ship. Let's follow them and see. Blackbeard immediately decided to follow the terrifying warship from a distance, wanting to see what they were doing in the world government. On the warship, Akainu wore a murderous expression and glanced at Blackbeard's ship behind him, saying in a deep voice, It's the Blackbeard pirates. Should we stop and take care of them? Carp remained silent, still looking ahead, while the burly man with the rooster comb, the commander-in-chief Sengoku, spoke in a deep voice. Don't mind him. Don't forget what we're here for today. Sengoku's matters come first. Carp, you call Caesar. Carp responded and took out the din-din mushi from his pocket to make the call. Bloop bloop. On Donut Island, Caesar, who was sitting in the restaurant eating, reached out to pick up the din-din mushi. Carp, what is the matter? Kizaru's words were like an old friend greeting after many years. Sitting beside him, Kuzan's body trembled as he suddenly looked at the din-din mushi in Kizaru's hand. Kizaru, the agreed time has come. Bring the remains of the Wano country to the outskirts of Totland for the exchange. Carp's voice came through the din-din mushi, deep and resonant. Ha ha ha, no problem. Although I'm a pirate, I still keep my word. Caesar hung up the phone and stood up, shouting, bring out the largest ship of Totland. We're going to meet the strongest heroes of the sea. Yes, Lord Caesar. The crowd responded enthusiastically. Moments later, the enormous pirate ship belonging to Big Mom, carrying the elite of the Beast God pirate crew, swiftly set sail towards the location designated by Carp. On the ship, Bruley wore a look of anticipation mixed with hesitation and reluctance. She desperately wanted to see Sanji again, but didn't want Sanji to be forced by Caesar to stay with her in Totland. Half an hour later, on the boundless sea, two massive ships met. One was a supersized warship symbolizing justice. The other was Big Mom's Singing Queen pirate ship. On the warship, a Kainu stood at the bow, draped in a cloak of justice, flanked by Kizaru, Fujitora, Carp, and Sengoku. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, three imposing and terrifying figures instantly caught the eyes of Akainu and the others. Kaiza stood in the center with his arms crossed, with Kaido and Linlin flanking him on either side, their expressions cold. Beside them were Katakuri and Akiji. Further back were Jean, Quinn, Yamato, Daifuku, Smoker, and others. Kazan. Carp suddenly trembled, exclaiming in disbelief as he looked at Akiji, who was standing next to Katakuri. Akainu and the others were also shocked and turned to look at Akiji. Akiji remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the ground, offering no response. Akiji, even if you disagree with the Navy's current justice, you can't join the Beast Pirates. Fleet Admiral Kong shouted angrily, his eyes filled with fury. He had heard that Akiji had fought Akainu for 10 days and nights at Punk Hazard due to his refusal to accept Akainu's position as Fleet Admiral, then left the Navy to join the Blackbeard Pirates. However, Kong had scolded Akainu for this, saying he had caused the Navy to lose a top-tier fighter. But now, seeing Akiji appear in the Beast Pirates, who killed Sengoku, was far more infuriating and chilling to them than Akiji joining Blackbeard. Kekiki, Kong, stop talking nonsense. He is no longer Akiji. He is my ice god Kazan of the Beast Pirates, so mind your words. Kaiza laughed wildly, his arrogant demeanor completely disregarding Akainu and the others. Akainu bit down on his cigar, his face filled with anger, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Carp, who shook his head at him. Carp stepped over Akainu and stood at the front of the warship, loudly declaring, Kaiza, we have fulfilled your conditions. Where is Sengoku's remains? Please hand them over. As Carp's words fell, on the deck of the warship, Bogart led more than 10 people, walking over one after another. At the forefront was Don Quixote Doflamingo, dressed in prison garb, followed by Germa, Reiju, and others. Sanji, upon seeing the last person in the line, Reiju suddenly exclaimed in surprise and ran over to embrace him. Reiju, you guys were captured too? Sanji was taken aback, noticing that Germa and Niji were also there. They had boarded the ship in 3 different groups and hadn't team-met each other after boarding. Reiju's eyes were red as she gently touched Sanji's slightly haggard face and whispered, Sanji, are you okay? Sanji nodded, suddenly feeling as if someone on the large ship was watching him intently. Following that feeling, he turned to see a cute, petite girl staring at him with wide eyes. Sanji furrowed his brow, realizing he didn't recognize this girl. Doflamingo, you were released too? That's great. In front of Doflamingo were his former subordinates, Diamante, Treble, and others. Looking at Doflamingo with joy. Did everyone get released? Kekiki, this time Captain Kaiza really owes a huge favor. Doflamingo's gaze, through his sunglasses, turned to Kaiza on the opposite ship, his heart filled with inexplicable shock. Kaisar's imposing figure, standing there, seemed to become the very center of the sea, exuding an aura that felt as if it could collapse the heavens at any moment. Even the once strongest being, Kaido, and the former Emperor Charlotte Linlin now appeared as mere compliments to Kaisar, overshadowed by his presence. What a terrifying figure he is. He, Kaido's elder brother. The legendary, ruthless man. You brought the people, Kaisar. Fulfill your promise. Akainu could no longer contain himself and roared, breaking the silence. Little Ka, send the remains of Fleet Admiral Sengoku over. Kaiser's voice was deep, not deliberately trying to make things difficult for the Red Dog. Yes. Katakuri lifted an ice coffin from beside his feet and placed it on his shoulder, showing no fear as he leaped directly onto the deck of the opposing warship. The ice coffin, which contained the frozen skeleton of Sengoku, was meticulously crafted by Kazan. The surface of the ice coffin was carefully engraved by Kazan with a seagull representing justice, and the 4 characters meaning justice will prevail. Kapu stepped forward, extending his hands to gently support the ice coffin that Katakuri had set down, gazing at the skeleton that sparkled with a golden glow under the sunlight, instantly moistening his eyes. Sengoku, welcome home. Holding the ice coffin, Kapu felt as if he was carrying the entire world, steady as a mountain. With no one else in his eyes as he walked back to the cabin. Before entering, his gaze swept over the words on the ice coffin, causing a slight tremor in his heart as he caught a glimpse of Kazan, who had been keeping his head down on the opposite ship. Kazan. Kapu sighed in his heart as he stepped into the cabin. On the deck, the Red Dog looked at the tall Katakuri before him, his eyes flashing with an unknown light. He took a step forward, blocking Katakuri's way back to the ship. Katakuri seemed unaware of anything, heading straight towards Doflamingo and the others. Joker, welcome to the Beast God Pirates. Uncle Kaido is very fond of your abilities. That's why my father proposed to exchange Sengoku's remains for you. I hope you won't disappoint him. Doflamingo forced a stiff smile. He, of course. I feel very honored to be valued by Lord Kaiser. Katakuri, I've long admired your reputation. Katakuri looked at some of the cadres behind him and suddenly pointed at Pika. Isn't this guy a Stone Man ability user? Huh? You mean Pika? Yes, he can indeed control stone. Pika felt uneasy under Katakuri's gaze. His physique was already quite outstanding among the Don Quixote family, but compared to this 6-meter-tall guy, he felt like a baby. Not to mention, there were 3 even more terrifying figures on the ship opposite. The height and presence of these true rulers of the New World far exceeded that of his young master. Monsters among monsters. Katakuri nodded. When we return later, I hope you can have him help us rebuild whole Cake Island. It has been destroyed. Destroyed? Hee, no problem. Pika will be happy to help. Doflamingo's cheeks twitched, feeling an increased pressure. When he had worked with Kaido before, he often felt that tangible sense of oppression from Kaido. And at that time, Kaido was still far away in Wano and not frequently present. Now, it seemed the Kaido army from Wano had all come out to settle in the land of Wano, likely wanting to turn this place into the Beast God Pirates' ironclad territory. This was the kind of strength that should dominate the seas. With powerful individuals like Jin and Queen, they could only stand aside as subordinates. Beast God Kaiza, Dragon God Kaido, Soul Controller Charlotte Linlin, War God Katakuri, and a new Ice God, former Marine Admiral Kazan. I don't need to be the boss. Just being able to work under such a group of monsters means the world government wouldn't dare to easily trouble me. The more Doflamingo looked, the more he was shocked, feeling a wave of overwhelming pressure from the ship belonging to Kaiser, as if it were about to sink the warship into the sea. Vinsmoke Sanji, you are my sister Brulee's husband. Don't worry. When you come to the land of Wano, nothing will happen to you, as long as you treat my sister well. Not only you, but your siblings and father will also be taken care of. Katakuri then looked at Sanji, his magnetic voice instilling a unique sense of trust. What husband? When did I get married? Sanji was instantly confused. Sanji, don't you remember? Reiju looked at Sanji in surprise. Katakuri paused, thinking for a moment, and realized that Brulee must have erased Sanji's memories. Without saying more, he turned around to head back to the Singing Queen. Ahead, the Red Dog coldly blocked the way back. Kizaru and Fujitora stood silently on either side, while Steelbone Kong crossed his muscular arms, coldly watching Kaiser and the others. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, the density of the air seemingly increasing, making it hard to breathe. Doflamingo and the others' faces changed drastically, their steps halting and quietly retreating a few steps. The transaction is complete. Please do not block the way, Marine Admiral. Katakuri looked down from above, his expression cold. Oof. Katakuri, do you dare to fight me again? A life and death battle. One fight to determine life or death. Kizura suddenly spoke, golden light bursting forth from his body. A tremendous aura gradually rising. Katakuri remained silent, his eyes only on the Red Dog, seemingly ignoring Kizaru altogether. Kizaru's face changed. The golden light on him growing denser and showing signs of turning black, the tension escalating. A wave of auras began to rise over the sea. Kizaru. A cold, deep voice came from behind Kizaru. Kaiser stood at the bow of the ship, his burly body resembling an ancient titan, possessing immense power, casting a huge shadow under the sunlight. The terrifying aura spread like a mountain flood, instantly extending over 10 miles, causing the waves on the sea to tremble. The water rising from the surface and beginning to swirl upwards towards the sky. From Kaiser's body, an extremely terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, triggering a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if night had suddenly fallen, with thunder rumbling and silver lightning streaking across the sky like a spiderweb, spreading across a vast area. The black light gradually emerging from Kaido halted suddenly. Even the initial golden light was forced back by this terrifying pressure. The red dog gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage, as steaming hot magma began to rise from his body. Fujitora quietly raised his sword staff, ready to unleash his ultimate move, calling down the earthquake star. Suddenly, another explosive burst of Conqueror's haki erupted, a massive cyan light curtain sweeping out from Kaido's body in all directions, causing the sea to deeply sink over 10 meters. Boom! Another Scarlet Conqueror's haki erupted from Linlin's towering body, shaking the air to the point of bursting. As Kaiser's aura erupted, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with waves of shocking Conqueror's haki bursting forth like bamboo shoots after rain, sweeping across the sea and sky outside the two ships in succession. Kaido, Linlin, Kizaru, Katakuri, Yamato, and even the terrifying presence of Don Quixote Doflamingo on the warship involuntarily triggered the release of Conqueror's haki. In an instant, the vast sea spanning over 10 miles became dark and ominous. What should have been a bright sunny day was now covered by thick, ink-like clouds, shrouding the sky and enveloping the sea in darkness. The water on the surface sank deep down by dozens of meters, millions of tons of seawater being sucked upwards like a dragon drawing water, forming hundreds and thousands of massive tornado-like waves. Over 10 miles away, on Blackbeard's ship, everyone stared in shock at this terrifying scene. Ha ha ha, what a terrifying sight. It's like a reenactment of the grandeur of rocks from back in the day. Ha! Blackbeard's eyes sparkled with greed, wishing to recruit the beast pirates under his banner. He looked at the people around him and sighed. The outside world referred to a few of his officers as giant captains, but when he looked at the beast pirates, in terms of stature, aura, and strength, they truly deserved the title of giant captains. Previously, Blackbeard thought the crew he had gathered was quite excellent. However, now, compared to the members of the beast pirates, he felt a pang of jealousy. Aside from Shiryu, it seemed he couldn't find a second crew member as strong as the rest. If he could recruit Kaido and the others, he could probably dominate the new world immediately. That damn Akiji actually went to the beast pirates. What a fence-sitter. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen Zifa, Rayleigh, and the Pirate Empress? On the warship, the hot-tempered Akainu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't because he was afraid, but rather the terrifying aura of Kaido, Linlin, and Kizaru was pressing down on him. The Marine Admiral. Damn it. Why is it always targeting me, ugh? Akainu clenched his black boxing gloves, smoke rising from them, wishing he could unleash a punch that would send a meteor volcano crashing down to shatter Kaido's ship. However, Akainu still couldn't make up his mind. This wasn't the time for a decisive battle. Moreover, the strength of the beast pirates indeed far exceeded Akainu's expectations, being excessively powerful. Just as Akainu's face turned pale while resisting the overwhelming pressure from Kaido, Linlin, and Kizu, Katakuri took a long stride and stepped over Akainu's head. Damn it! Akainu's face turned red with rage, unable to hold back any longer. The red-hot magma on his body began to boil, and fiery lava erupted from his right arm, ready to unleash a massive attack. Stop! Sakazuki! Suddenly, the silent Kizaru shouted, halting the furious Akainu. Akainu's teeth were almost grinding to dust, his face twisted, his chest heaving violently, and after a long while, he managed to suppress his anger. Keek. Marines, there's no need to rush in a battle. Go back and prepare first. A battle is bound to happen in the future. You say you represent justice, while we pirates are all evil. Justice and evil can only coexist in this world for one. Keek. Return to port. Kaiza laughed wildly, his voice trembling through the void, carrying over 10 miles. So much so that even the Blackbeard pirates, over 10 miles away, heard Kaiza's domineering words. Blackbeard's crew, including Pizarro and others, felt an inexplicable shock. As pirates, they dared to directly tell the Navy to go back and prepare before coming to battle. What kind of audacity is this? It's simply the demeanor of an emperor reigning supreme over the seas. What is justice? What is evil? Only the victor is justice. Kaiza, you're absolutely right. Doflamingo cackled, being the first to leap into the air, followed closely by Katakuri, who jumped onto Kaisa's ship. You a joker? Good. I need your help managing the arms trade in the Dark World and the Black Industry chain of Totland. My little brother said you were skilled in this area. Ha ha. Doflamingo, right? As long as you do well enough. Even if your strength is lacking, you can still hold a title of divinity, becoming an existence on par with me. Kaiza looked down at Doflamingo with a wild and arrogant smile on his face. Doflamingo's stiff smile finally relaxed into a genuine happy grin, and he couldn't help but adopt his former haughty demeanor, spreading his arms and cackling. I'm willing to serve you, Lord Kaiza. On the warship, Akainu, Sora, and others had extremely dark expressions. Kaiza and the others were openly speaking such arrogant topics right in front of them, completely disregarding these leaders of justice. Get out of here, you bunch of scum from the sea pests. Akainu roared, glaring fiercely at the Germa and Don Quixote family members, wishing he could vent his anger on these small fry and punch a few of them to death. Once everyone had left the warship, Akainu turned his back and directly entered the ship's cabin. He simply could not stay on the deck any longer. It was too infuriating. That feeling of powerlessness made him feel that being a Marine Admiral was just too much for him. Set sail. Hurry up and set sail. We still have to deal with the matter of Alabasta. In the cabin, Akainu was still roaring loudly. It's no wonder his mood was so bad. Just that morning, his admiral's office received a call from the Revolutionary Army, saying that their Marine Admiral Green Bull was in their hands. If they wanted to get Green Bull back, the Navy must return the tyrant Kuma, the gluttonous Bonnie, and several other captured members of the Revolutionary Army. This left the senior members of the Navy headquarters in a state of panic, unsure of how to deal with it. Damn Kaiza, Alabasta is better off in his hands. I'd rather deal with pirates than with that traitor dragon. Carp, you old bastard, look at what kind of worthless son you raised, Akainu muttered to himself, occasionally glancing at Carp in the cabin. Carp sat beside a frozen coffin, quietly staring at the skeleton inside, seemingly lost in some memories. At his feet lay a strange fruit covered in spiral patterns. On the singing queen, Gaji and the others were trembling, watching these powerful figures, especially Kaiza, Kaido, and Linlin. Mama, Gaji, we meet again. This time, you can't escape. Stay in Totland and help me bring out the giant race's clone warriors. Linlin said to Gaji, her eyes filled with mockery. Gaji looked at Linlin in surprise, not understanding how this Four Emperors Big Mom had suddenly transformed. Looking so young and beautiful, as if she had returned to her 20s, without the previous massive and bloated figure. Return to Totland, hold a banquet, welcome the new members, and help Bruley host a new wedding. Kaiza shouted, raising his arm. On the huge ship, thunderous cheers erupted. Linlin joyfully said, Mama, Kaiza, how about holding a tea party? It will definitely be lively. As the singing queen returned to Donut Island with everyone, the sky gradually darkened, and a fiery sunset filled the sky. Linlin, where was this ship built? Our beast pirates have been established for so many days, but we still don't have our flagship. We need to find a way to get a powerful big ship, Kaiza said, somewhat frivolously, as he brushed a strand of hair away from Linlin's earlobe. Linlin shot him an angry glance, proudly looking at the huge ship beneath her feet. This ship was built by a giant craftsman. Both the materials and the ship's structure are very solid and durable. It has accompanied me for over 30 years. If you want to build a ship, you need good wood. The most important part of the ship is the keel's material. Alas, it's a pity that the giant craftsman who helped me build this ship has been in hiding in Elbaf for many years, and there has been no news. If you want to build a ship now, I suggest you go to Water 7. It's now a very famous shipbuilding island, and Roger's Oro Jackson was supposedly built there. Water 7? You mean that island in the Grand Line? Kaiza was somewhat surprised, not expecting that pirates so far away in the New World would need to go to the Grand Line to build a ship. To know, unless one has the ability to fly, otherwise to travel between the Grand Line and the New World, one must go through Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep under the sea. The deep ocean currents and gigantic sea kings, there are the main culprits for causing pirate ships to sink. For pirate ships entering the New World, the loss rate, while safely passing through Fishman Island, is probably over 50%. Doflamingo, who had been paying attention to Kaiza's actions, suddenly perked up his ears, his eyes brightening. He quickly squeezed through the crowd, wearing a hypocritical smile, and tilted his head toward Kaiza. Lord Kaiza, I heard you want to build a ship? I think I might be able to help a little. Caesar paused for a moment and looked at Doflamingo. Oh, do you have a good idea, Doff? Do you know about the legendary treasure tree atom? Doflamingo countered, seeing Caesar's confused expression. Doflamingo didn't dare to keep it a secret any longer and explained. Treasure tree atom is a giant tree found in the Grand Line, usually growing on some islands in the doldrums. Its roots can capture sea kings from the ocean to absorb nutrients, which makes its trunk extremely thick and tough, making it the best shipbuilding material in the world, especially for constructing the keel of a ship. Of course, if an entire ship were made from this material, it would be a treasure ship capable of sailing the seas. There's such a tree? Is it similar to those trees in the Shambody archipelago? Caesar also became interested. Doflamingo smiled. Yes, it's similar to the Yarlki vine tree, also a clumping plant. Because it has aggressive means of defense, obtaining its main trunk is very difficult. Therefore, the wood from treasure tree atom is sold at a high price on the black market. If Lord Caesar wants to build a sufficiently large giant ship, the cost of just the wood alone would be as high as several billion berries. Adding some equipment, cannons, gunpowder, supplies, and design, the total cost for building a ship would not be less than 20 billion berries. We don't need any cannons or flames. What's the use of those things? Haha, Doff. You really know a lot. I didn't expect building a ship would cost so much money. Little brother, do you still have any money left? Bring it out for me to build a ship. Kaiza stretched out his strong arm and wrapped it around Kaido, who was idly gazing at the scenery of the sea, causing his burly body to stumble. No, where would I get the money? I've spent it all. Kaido grumbled as he broke free from Kaisa's large hand. Feeling the swaying deck beneath his feet, Doflamingo could only feel as if two giant Tyrannosaurus Rexes were fighting in front of him, and the ship they were on was in constant danger of capsizing. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. Lord Kaido, Lord Kaiza, if you don't mind, I still have some savings in the New World. Although it's not much, it can help buy materials for the atom tree. Doflamingo said with a grin. Ho! Kaiza was genuinely surprised this time, looking Doflamingo up and down, then casting a sideways glance at Kaido, whose forehead twitched at the expression of disdain. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy, Doflamingo. Well, if that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. If you can help me build a satisfactory ship, then the economic affairs of the Beast God Pirates will be entirely entrusted to you. You will be the finance minister of the Beast God Pirates. Next month, the first batch of military weapons forged in Wano should be ready. And we need to find good buyers. Doflamingo, you're skilled in this area, so put some effort into it. Doflamingo's mouth curved into an exaggerated grin. He had been waiting for Kaisa's words. He knew Kaiza was a smart person, and communicating with smart people was refreshing. There was no need to state demands directly. Just showing a little sincerity was enough to get what he wanted. What Doflamingo was most worried about was that after joining the Beast God Pirates, he would lose his freedom and become a worker for Kaiza, toiling away without sufficient power. After all, he had always been a prominent figure, accustomed to living freely. Hearing that Kaiza was willing to hand over the economic affairs of the Beast God Pirates entirely to him meant that Doflamingo's status in the Beast God Pirates would be elevated. No longer just a mere thug-like pirate. He would be like Jin and Katakuri, able to stand on his own and have the power to decide major matters. Doflamingo immediately excitedly assured Kaiza that he would find buyers in advance. He indeed had a wide network in this regard, and the quality of weapons from Wano was quite good. Especially the standard of cold weapons was very high, making them popular among pirates and nations in the New World. During the time when he fell from grace in the Dark World, countless countries and factions had been eliminated by their opponents because they couldn't obtain weapons from him in time. He figured that, after a few days, once the news of Doflamingo re-emerging spread, he wouldn't even need to look for buyers. His phone would probably be bombarded with calls. Kaido looked suspiciously at the excited Doflamingo and suddenly muttered, "Joker, did you pocket my money when we were trading for Smile?" Doflamingo's smile immediately froze, and cold sweat gradually trickled down his forehead. The largest restaurant on Donut Island, Zero Card, had a spacious hall with a specially made giant round table that could seat over 50 people. As night fell, this island guarded by Katakuri became the most prosperous place in the world, aside from Cake Island. Once night fell, countless streetlights lit up the island, embellishing the streets and buildings, creating a dreamy, festive atmosphere. Kaiza was sitting in the main seat, as usual, and the core members of the Beast God Pirates had not changed their positions much. Next to Katakuri, there was an additional Don Quixote Doflamingo, and beside Doflamingo sat the restless BRL. Sanji was arranged to sit next to BRL, his expression cold, as if he were a frozen corpse from 10,000 years ago. On Kaido's right side, in order, were Aokiji, Yamato, Jean, and Queen, Germa's judge, and others. along with Doflamingo's family executives, sat at the lower end, occasionally glancing at the others at the table. Judge was already very familiar with Linlin's former children. After all, not long ago, he had nearly fallen in the same place. The world is unpredictable. Just after escaping from Tado Land and returning to the Grand Line, wanting to return to the North Sea to focus on research, he had just stepped in when he was caught back by Kizaru. Judge couldn't help but think of his group of clone soldiers and those dozens of giant snail docks, all taken away by Kizaru's scientific team, which pained him greatly. When Judge saw Sanji arranged beside BRL, he vaguely understood that they were probably captured because they were considered Sanji's family. Unexpectedly, that three-eyed little girl had now risen significantly in status, her seat surpassing most of Big Mom's children, second only to the second son, Katakuri. Alas, it's a pity that Sanji has already formed a deadly feud with Kaiza and the others. Otherwise, Germa could be considered to have truly latched onto a big thick leg, even thicker than before with the Big Mom pirates. At the table, Kaiza was chatting and laughing with Katakuri, Jean, and Doflamingo, discussing the future development of the Beast God pirates. Boss Kaiza, I think the most important thing is that we need to launch a major recruitment drive. Our manpower is severely lacking. The people brought from Wano have already been dispersed across the 87 islands in the Tado land waters. Although on paper, each island has over 100 people allocated, the overall combat level is really too weak. Except for some important islands where the guards are slightly stronger. And if there are executives stationed, it is a bit safer. In other places like the outer Tado land waters, neighboring islands of other Yonko territories, there's basically no top-tier combat power stationed. Jean had been responsible for the personnel allocation of the Beast God pirates. He was steady and patient in his work, proving to be an excellent manager. Although he sometimes had some peculiar habits, such as playing with a little whip, he was far more capable in handling work than 10 queens combined. Kaisha pondered for a moment and nodded. He understood. Although the Beast God pirates appeared to have numerous top-tier combatants, almost surpassing the other 4 Emperor's crews, manpower and combat strength are always lacking in the vast territories of the New World. This is indeed a problem, but for now, we don't have enough money. The weapons from Wano country haven't been produced yet, and even when they are, how much belly can we earn just from this batch of weapons? We need a massive amount of money, hundreds of billions, thousands of billions, or even more. Our territory will continue to expand. By this time tomorrow, Little Kazan, you will lead the elite officers of the pirate crew to the territory of the Buggy pirates in the west and take it down. If you capture Buggy the Clown, bring him back to Totland. I want to skin him and make a kite out of his hide. Kaisa furrowed his brows, pondering how to make money. This is the worry of holding a large regional power. Activating the economy is always an important step for a major force to continue to prosper. It's not like being on a pirate ship where you could rob others everywhere. When you possess a vast ocean, you must think about how to make money generate more money, how to ensure that money from other places can quickly flow into your territory. Robbing can only quench thirst with poison. It cannot solve the problem permanently. Doflamingo, do you have any good ideas? You should have a lot of experience in this area. Kaisa looked at Doflamingo again and raised his wine glass. Doflamingo was taken aback and hurriedly raised his glass to clink with Kaisa's, hesitatingly saying, Lord Kaisa, I indeed have many strategies regarding making money, which I will gradually unveil in our future arrangements. In fact, the ways to make money in the New World are nothing more than arms trading, shipping, human trafficking, luxury goods trading, and so on. Among these, the first few businesses have always been operated by someone. Previously, Kaido was a giant in arms trading. What I want to talk about is the last one, luxury goods trading. Doflamingo cleared his throat, and the dozens of people at the table looked at him in unison. He was not afraid at all and spoke confidently. What are luxury goods? Ha! Pearls, gold, devil fruits, famous swords, and even historical textstone tablets. These are all very valuable luxury goods. For example, even a most worthless devil fruit can be worth 100 million. If it's a rare type, it can even be sold for tens of billions of berries at sky-high prices. Some famous swords are similarly valuable. However, these items are extremely rare and often sold one at a time. Some treasures that can enhance strength must be kept to strengthen power. So what remains that can be valuable are the things nobles like such as pearls, emeralds, agates, gold, and so on. Boss Kaisa, in this world, there's a place that has countless rare treasures not found on land. If we can incorporate that place into our pirate crew, we will never lack money again. Doflamingo deliberately kept everyone in suspense before slowly revealing a few words. Fishman Island. Kaiser's eyes lit up. Yes, Fishman Island is a deep-sea area that very few have ventured into. It is said that the pearls there are so abundant that they can be used to pave roads. On land, a small piece of coral can sell for a sky-high price, while on Fishman Island, such things are everywhere. The underwater volcanic belt also has a large amount of gold and with just a swing of a pickaxe, one could bring home chunks of gold. Jean also agreed. Fishman Island indeed needs to be included in our sphere of influence. In the New World, strong fishermen pirates are in high demand. Some major powers often spend a great deal to purchase fishermen strongmen from auction houses or slave traders. In the sea, these fishmen can exert extremely strong combat power. If we can bring Fishman Island under the banner of the Beast God Pirates, we will have a steady stream of fishermen soldiers. In fact, we could even form a fisherman legion. In that case, we would have a significant advantage in naval battles in the New World. Kaiza increasingly felt that Fishman Island was truly a coveted treasure. At that moment, Doflamingo revealed a strange smile on his face. Unexpectedly getting up from his seat and walking up to Kaiza, he leaned in and whispered a few words. Everyone watched Doflamingo's abrupt actions, curious about what he had said to Kaiza. What? Such a thing exists? Upon hearing it, Kaiza's sturdy body trembled, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Doflamingo chuckled ominously and said, "It's absolutely true, Lord Kaiza. This is a great secret known only to the world nobles, the celestial dragons." Caesar's expression suddenly became serious as he said in a low voice, "Then, Fishman Island, we must have it." A grand banquet lasted until deep into the night. Doflamingo became the star of the night, speaking eloquently at the dining table about the situation in the New World, how to make money, how to expand his business territory, and how to deal with other forces. Everyone present was captivated. Even Kaido, who was drinking silently, had to admit that Doflamingo, as a middleman in the dark world, truly had a knack for it. His grand discourse even earned Caesar's approval, who praised Doflamingo greatly in person and had Katakuri personally arrange Doflamingo's accommodations. In a luxurious mansion on the island, nearly all of the Don Quixote family members had gathered. "Young master, you are truly amazing. You gained the recognition of the beast god Caesar right upon your arrival. We and the beast pirates have firmly established our footing," Diamante said with admiration, completely convinced by Doflamingo's eloquence and talent. The prominent figures they had seen today were true masters controlling the fate of the New World, far beyond what they could compare to in the past. Just the confrontation between Caesar and the top navy forces earlier in the day, with its overwhelming momentum, was enough to make everyone present feel a chill down their spines. Let alone Caesar or Kaido, even Katakuri could easily take care of them all. Doflamingo wore an indelible look of pride on his face. On his way out of the deep-sea prison, he had already rehearsed his words for today several times in his mind. His goal was to make a remarkable impression, gain the recognition of a few big shots, and obtain more say in discussions. It turned out he succeeded. Perhaps the most crucial part was the message I delivered to Caesar, right? The celestial dragons have known about this for a long time, but haven't rushed to deal with it. Why is that? Forget it. It's none of my business. Doflamingo was in a great mood, able to reunite with his family members and roam freely in the New World again, which was far more comfortable than being locked up in prison. As night deepened, Germa's Judge and others were taken away by Queen. Decades ago, Queen had collaborated with Judge for a period. Both were technical geniuses who had worked with a group of top-notch researchers, such as Vegapunk and Caesar Clown. In a research institution, Judge, stop frowning. Lord Caesar is very easy to talk to. I think he wants you here for two reasons. First, to stabilize your son and ensure he marries Bruley well. Second, to form a scientific institution for you to research bloodline factors and clone soldiers, which you're good at anyway. By the way, your son is really impressive. He has completely awakened the third phase of the bloodline factor. How did you manage that? His physical strength should be on par with Big Mom's steel balloon. Last time in Wano, I almost got kicked to death by him. Judge frowned, impatiently listening to Queen's incessant chatter. He had hated Queen for many years, this incessantly talking guy. Even when he wasn't this fat, he was still so talkative. Everyone was focused on their work, yet he was always making a fuss, driving Judge and the others to distraction. Judge learned about Sanji awakening his bloodline factor from the newspaper when Straw Hat Luffy defeated Kaido. I really didn't expect that. I thought my most useless son would turn out to be the most outstanding one. Sora, you were right. In Bruley's residence, a 3-story small building. The room was decorated in pink tones, with a light yellow bearskin carpet on the floor, a small white bed against the wall by the window, and a table in front of the window with some potted plants. Sanji and Bruley entered the room one after the other, and the door clicked shut. Sanji's expression was cold, indifferent to the room's decor. He had been instructed by Caesar to come here with Bruley. if he refused or harmed Bruley. Caesar's wrath would fall upon anyone related to him, including those in the East Blue, Germa, and even Luffy. Despite his immense anger and frustration, wanting nothing more than to kick Caesar in the face, Sanji knew he could never defeat Caesar or the monsters of the Beast Pirates. He also dared not use those he cared about as a wager. Therefore, although he was extremely unwilling, Sanji silently followed Bruley. Just as Sanji stood like a wooden puppet on the carpet, he suddenly felt arms wrapping around his waist from behind, a soft and ample body pressed against his back, sending a surge of heat from deep within his heart. Bruley pressed her head tightly against Sanji's back, holding him closely, her voice trembling with expectation and joy. "Sanji, I miss you so much. You're finally back by my side." Sanji felt his nostrils warm, quickly pinching his nose to take a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then coughed and said, "Madam, please have some self-respect. I do not know you, and I will not marry you, as your father said. We are strangers. You're a good girl. If possible, please tell your father that you do not wish to marry me." "No, we are already married, Sanji. Oh, I forgot. I extracted your memories." Bruley blurted out, tightening her grip around Sanji's waist even more. Sanji's eyes turned into two red hearts, but quickly suppressed his feelings. Bruley released Sanji, smiling as she stepped in front of him, playfully kissing his cheek as she had done before. Sanji felt as if struck by lightning, his body instantly petrified. Bruley chuckled softly, reaching into her mind to extract a sealed memory and inserting it into Sanji's consciousness. "Sanji, do you remember now?" Bruley stood on her tiptoes, looking at Sanji expectantly. Sanji was taken aback, blinking as he suddenly felt a rush of memories flooding into his mind. The awe he felt when he first met Bruley. The heartbreak when he saw through Bruley's disguise. His admiration upon seeing Bruley's third eye at their wedding. The excitement and joy of racing against time to make a cake together. And finally, the kiss goodbye in the alley. So that's how it was. "Bruley, you." Sanji wanted to say something, but his thoughts were in turmoil, and he couldn't find the words. "Shoo." Bruley placed a delicate finger over Sanji's lips, revealing a charming smile. "You don't have to say anything, Sanji." Sanji's throat moved, but he continued in a deep voice. "But Bruley, it's impossible between us. Your father Caesar killed my comrades. I can never forgive him. Being together will only bring more pain." Bruley's face turned pale, devoid of color, her body swaying slightly as she looked at Sanji with a hint of sorrow. "Is it really impossible, Sanji?" "Absolutely impossible. I, Sanji, would rather die than marry you, as your father says. Brin, it's a dead end between us." Sanji gritted his teeth and had to say the heartless words. He hated Caesar. If it weren't for Caesar, he wouldn't have lost his comrades, Zoro wouldn't have lost an arm, and the Straw Hat crew wouldn't have become this miserable, unable to return to their happy adventures. Despair appeared on Brin's face as she turned and walked toward the door. Sanji let out a long breath, touched his wildly beating heart, feeling somewhat relieved, yet inexplicably lost. Crack! The lights in the room suddenly went out, and the night seeped in, with only a faint light coming through the window. Since that's the case, let's complete the wedding steps we didn't finish before. In the darkness, Brin's stubborn voice came through. Sanji was stunned, his throat rolling as he stammered. What steps?" "Hee, of course, sleeping together." In the dark, Brin floated over to Sanji's side like a night spirit, gently taking his hand and pulling him toward the bed. "You." Sanji felt his mind go blank, dazed, as if floating, being led by Brin. When the first ray of morning sunlight streamed in, Sanji woke from his slumber. His gaze was vacant, unfocused, staring at the ceiling. Sanji felt as if he had dreamed a dream last night, a dream he had never had before, where a goddess as gentle as water held him in her arms, bringing him endless warmth. Ah, what a wonderful dream. Sanji sighed softly. At that moment, a smooth, snowy white arm lay across his chest, and a soft voice whispered in his ear, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance that wafted to Sanji's nose. "Sanji, you woke up so early?" "Huh." Sanji's eyes widened instantly, his nostrils flaring, and a thunderous sound echoed in his mind. A slippery thigh rested on his waist. Brin's petite body wrapped around Sanji like an octopus, mumbling something as her small head leaned against Sanji's chin. "No, this must be a dream. Haha, I must be dreaming. I've been invaded by a nightmare. I'm going to die." Sanji screamed in his heart, slowly turning his head to look at the girl lying on him. Puffed. Blood spurted from Sanji's nose, splattering against the ceiling like a high-pressure water gun, even piercing through the roof. Sanji's eyes rolled back, his chest heaving. "Sanji!" Brin exclaimed, hurriedly trying to provide first aid. After a long while, Sanji slowly regained consciousness, staring blankly at the window, his mind gradually clearing. Looking at the green potted plants on the windowsill, he smiled. It really was a dream. At that moment, Brynn, wearing an apron, walked into the room holding a basin, and upon seeing Sanji awake, she exclaimed in surprise, "Sanji, you're awake? That's great. You scare me to death." Saying this, Brynn put down the basin and suddenly threw herself into Sanji's arms. Sanji instinctively looked at Brynn, and his gaze froze instantly, petrified. Brynn was only wearing an apron. In the hospital, Sanji stared blankly at the white ceiling, his mind in chaos. What have I done? How could I lose control like this? Brynn is the daughter of that bastard Caesar. Caesar is my enemy, and his daughter is also my enemy. Sanji, you must not fall. This is a trap, a romantic trap. Sanji frantically warned himself, but scenes kept flashing before his eyes, almost making him spit blood again. Sanji! Sanji! Outside the ward, Brynn, dressed in a long skirt, hurriedly ran in, her wavy hair flying and her rosy cheeks puffed up, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Brynn approached the bedside, carefully took out a small bottle from her bosom, opened the cap, and held it to Sanji's lips. Sanji, it's time for your medicine. Sanji frowned and said coldly, "What is this? Are you trying to poison me?" The Beast God pirates are indeed ruthless people. And no, this is life essence blood I beg from my father. It's condensed from my father's powerful vitality. He said this drop can restore you to your former self. Brynn was frightened by Sanji's icy words, her face turning pale and tears welling up. Caesar's life essence blood? Get away. I don't need my enemy's gift. Sanji angrily pushed away the small bottle in Brynn's hand, causing her to exclaim as it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Bang! The glass bottle shattered, and a drop of blood that looked like a pearl rolled out, landing on the floor without spreading or touching a speck of dust. I'm so sorry, Sanji, I'm sorry. I just can't bear to part with you. Please don't be like this. I will ask my father to let you go. Please don't treat me so coldly. Brynn knelt on the ground, tears falling like a kite with its string cut. Sanji opened his mouth, a wave of suppressed pain rising in his heart. Smack! A loud slap echoed as Sanji harshly slapped himself, his cheek turning red. The sudden sound startled Brynn, making her tremble. Sanji stood up, reached out to support the trembling Brynn, and softly said, "I'm sorry, Brynn, I'm sorry. I'm a jerk, I'm sorry. I'll eat it, look, I'll eat it." Saying this, Sanji picked up the resilient blood pearl from the ground and put it in his mouth. Boom! As the blood pearl entered his stomach, Sanji felt as if a mountain torrent had erupted within him, a wave of heat instantly rushing into his limbs, soaking his entire body in scalding hot water. And the dizziness from excessive blood loss vanished in an instant. Sanji! Brynn looked up at Sanji, her face still wet with tears. "I'm sorry." Sanji gently embraced her, his gaze filled with guilt, struggle, and distress. At the Shambadi archipelago, at Shaki's bar, an unsteady elderly figure stumbled down the slope and entered the bar. Bang! As soon as he entered, he seemed to lose all strength and collapsed to the ground, knocking over a high stool in front of him. Shaki, who was busy preparing dinner in the bar's kitchen, frowned. Which blind drunkard is causing trouble here again? Furious, Shaki stormed out, ready to shout. But when she saw the man lying on the ground, her expression changed dramatically. "Rayleigh!" Xiaoqi exclaimed, quickly crouching down to help Rayleigh up from the ground. However, when her gaze fell in front of Rayleigh, a look of horror rose on Xiaoqi's face. She saw that Rayleigh's arms had been severed, only some skin and muscle holding them together, preventing them from falling off. The terrible wounds had been soaked in seawater for several days and had completely turned white, the muscles and skin swollen beyond recognition. Moreover, Rayleigh's chest was also severely caved in, with the sternum likely shattered in multiple places. What Xiaoqi didn't know was that Rayleigh had, for the past few days, made his way from the Totland Sea of the New World, relying solely on his incredible willpower, enduring for 3 to 4 days, stealing a coded ship to return to the Sabeti archipelago. Throughout the journey, Rayleigh hadn't even treated his injuries. His mind was filled with just one thought: to return here, even if it meant dying. He could not die in the New World. Xiaoqi certainly knew that Rayleigh had recently followed the Kuja pirates to the New World. However, he and T clearly explained what he was there for. After helping Rayleigh sit down on the sofa, Xiaoqi felt a bit lost. She was a strong woman, but Rayleigh had been in her life for too long. His importance in her heart was irreplaceable. Looking at Rayleigh's horrific injuries, Xiaoqi's mind went blank, and she staggered out the door to find a doctor on the island. Along the way, Xiaoqi's lips trembled as she pulled out a black den mushi from her pocket and dialed a number she had memorized for over 20 years. Ooh, ooh. The din mushy rang for quite a while before a confused old man's voice came from the other end. Xiachi. Xiachi cried out with a choked voice. Jabba. Rayleigh, it seems Rayleigh is about to die. In Sabedi, please come quickly. In a nameless village in the East Blue, an old man holding a pipe smiled as he watched a group of children playing in an open area. A black din mushy resting in his palm. Rayleigh seems to be dying. Come quickly. The old man's smile instantly vanished, and two flashes of lightning crossed his eyes, his seemingly small body suddenly appearing larger than the village itself. A blinding axe light split the sea in front of him in two, revealing a massive crack. Everything the axe light touched, whether rocks or sea creatures, was cut apart. In the calm belt of the Grand Line, in the land of the Amazon Lily, Elder Nyan looked in surprise at a red pirate ship entering the harbor. All the members of the Kuja pirates had returned safely from the New World. Not a single one missing. What happened? Did Rayleigh persuade Hancock to come back? That's great. I've been so worried these past few days. Elder Nyan quickly looked into the crowd and saw the Kuja warriors surrounding Empress Hancock as they disembarked from the ship. Elder Nyan was taken aback, noticing Hancock walking toward her. Her eyes seemingly unfocused and a bit dazed, almost stepping on a few small animals in her path without noticing. This was a bit unusual. Usually, these small creatures would be kicked away by Hancock. It seemed Hancock had changed quite a bit on this trip. Elder Nyan looked at Hancock, whose demeanor had transformed greatly. Feeling puzzled, the previous Hancock carried an air of aloofness and arrogance that kept people at bay. Now those qualities had vanished, as if she had turned back into the gentle girl she once was, no longer resembling an empress, but rather an ordinary weak woman. Hancock, what's wrong? Did you find Luffy? Did you see Rayleigh? Elder Nyan caught up to Hancock, bombarding her with questions. However, she received no response. Hancock walked into the palace hall in a daze, seemingly oblivious to her words. Strange. Elder Nyan frowned. In the past, she wouldn't even have to ask. Simply mentioning Luffy's name would send Hancock into a trance of self-absorbed rambling. Yet today, Hancock was indifferent to her words. In the palace hall's bathroom, Hancock entered alone and approached a corner where a huge piece of white jade was placed. She bent down and moved the jade aside, revealing a box. Hancock opened the box to find a smooth bronze mirror inside. This mirror had been there for over 10 years. All these years, Hancock had never had the courage to pick up the mirror to look at herself or check the tattoo on her back. Today, however, she turned the mirror over. Hancock removed her long robe, revealing her snow-white skin, and brushed aside her long black hair. She held the bronze mirror up to her back. It was as smooth as satin, silky and full of curves, with no trace of a tattoo. Clang! The bronze mirror fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Hancock slowly crouched down, hugging her knees, her eyes moistening. It was real, not a dream. The mark of the sky-soaring dragon's hoof had completely disappeared. Sister, what's wrong? Hearing the noise in the bathroom, Sander, Sonia, and Marigold immediately pushed the door open and entered, looking anxious. Then they saw Hancock, her back to them. That smooth and flawless back. Sander, Sonia, and Marigold stared in disbelief. Sister, your tattoo is gone. Sister, how did you do it? Both sisters, like Hancock, bore the mark of the sky-soaring dragon's hoof on their backs. This mark had always been their nightmare. In battle, they were constantly wary of their backs, fearing that enemies would ruin their clothes and expose their hidden secret. As a result, their combat effectiveness often fell below 70. What tormented them the most was when they were accidentally seen by the people of Amazon Lily. They had to take harsh measures against those innocent women. Because the three sisters were leaders of this country, they could never allow anyone to discover their past as slaves. And now, this supposedly indelible mark had mysteriously vanished from Hancock's body. How could they not be thrilled? Hancock turned around, blankly staring at the expectant expressions of her sisters, fully aware of what they wanted to know. Hancock's lips moved, but she could not utter that person's name, because she had suddenly realized that in her heart, that wild and domineering figure had gradually pushed Luffy's shadow aside, filling her heart. In the New World, in the sea where the buggy pirates were located, a massive ship filled with fierce pirates was recklessly sailing across the sea, seemingly ignoring the formidable Four Emperor buggy. On the deck, Katakuri crossed his arms and coldly stared at the island ahead. Beside him, the expressionless ice god Kuzan stood like a statue at the bow of the ship, his gaze seemingly lost in thought, not focused on Calabalia Island. Are we just going to go straight in like this? Wouldn't that be a bit abrupt? After all, he's the newly appointed Four Emperor, Buggy the Clown. This name has suddenly risen to prominence in the past 2 years. It seems he was just an inconspicuous pirate in the East Blue before, Who knows, during the war on the top, suddenly jumping out, a person living up to his name, indeed, looked like a clown. Doflamingo was grinning strangely, holding a cup of juice in his hand and drinking. Queen curiously glanced at him, pointed at the juice in his hand, and asked suspiciously, Doflamingo, where did you get this juice? It seems like there wasn't any prepared on the ship, right? Doflamingo was taken aback. No way, Smoker just gave it to me, it tastes pretty good. Queen, with all his fat shaking, quietly moved a little further away from Doflamingo. Doflamingo looked confused, glancing at the juice in his hand. It didn't seem to be anything wrong. Jean, unlike before, no longer wore a black full-face mask, but instead displayed his handsome face directly like Katakuri. His current status was similar to that of Katakuri, except for being slightly weaker in hard power than the current Katakuri. In terms of managing the beast pirates, Jean could be considered a god-level figure below the top position. Jin's appearance was still extremely handsome, sporting a trendy hairstyle. One side shaved down to stubble while the other side had long hair flowing down, with vine-like tattoos on his eyes. Looking like a noble character who could clearly rely on looks, but was still working hard. Clown, ha ha ha, Doflamingo, isn't your nickname Joker too? Why does it sound like you look down on this clown buggy? He is now a high and mighty emperor. Jean, Queen, and Katakuri were all about the same height, while Doflamingo, who was 3 meters tall, could be considered the standard height of a general. Compared to these giants, he looked like a child. Doflamingo wore a stiff smile. If it were anyone else making such jokes with him, their ashes would be scattered in the sea the next day. But the one joking was Jean, a powerful guy whose current status was above his own. He grinned and said, "It's not that I look down on him. This guy seems to have gained his status not through strength since he became a pirate. To be honest, it makes me a bit jealous. My Don Quixote family has been working hard since I was 7 or 8 years old, struggling to barely become a warlord. But this guy, he got caught in the East Sea and, after coming out of Marineford, suddenly became a warlord. Now, he has suddenly become an emperor. This really slaps my face. Sometimes, effort doesn't compare to a bit of luck. Luck is also a kind of strength, Doflamingo. Ha ha ha. Look, isn't luck standing by you now? Entering Impel Down and still coming out with everyone, living freely on the sea. How many people have such luck? And it seems like Buggy the Clown's luck has also run out." Jean laughed heartily, and suddenly Smoker handed over a cup of light yellow juice to him. Jin's carefree smile froze, and he stammered, "Smoker, no, I don't need it. I'm not thirsty right now." Smoker's face showed a hint of disappointment and sadness, which made Jin's heart twitch. After struggling for a moment, he still reached out to take the mysterious liquid. Smoker finally smiled and suddenly took a long sword from his waist, handing it to Jean. "Your long knife seems to be gone. Use my sword to fight." Smoker looked at him with eager eyes. Katakuri, with his arms crossed, slightly curled the corners of his mouth, glancing at the stiff Jean. Queen squinted his small eyes, looking at Jean with a sly expression, making Jin's old face turn red. He forced himself to remain calm, coughed, and graciously accepted the long sword Smoker handed over, thanking him. Then, very naturally, he grabbed Queen's thick neck and smiled. "Queen, I just heard you ask Doflamingo where he got the juice. It seems like you're thirsty, huh? Here, this cup of juice is for you." Queen's fat shook, and, just as he was about to explain, Jean tightened his grip on his neck and poured a cup of light yellow juice down his throat. Puffed. Queen instantly felt his throat burning like he had drunk a cup of chili oil. His eyes rolled back, gasping for breath. Looking at Smoker beside him, he stammered, "What kind of drink is this?" Smoker replied nonchalantly, "It's a specialty of Tado land called oolong tea." "Oolong tea?" Doflamingo looked confused, staring at the drink in his hand, thinking it was alcohol, feeling slightly tipsy. However, for him, a man who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, it wasn't much. In the distance, Katakuri and a few others stood in a corner, looking somewhat desolate. Katakuri had a hint of envy on his face as he watched Doflamingo and the executives of the Beast Pirates chatting and laughing. They were all exchanged here. "Why are you so outstanding? We are different. Niji, Ichiji, Reiju, and Yanji, when the battle starts, make sure to showcase the German style. Don't let others look down on us former kings of the North Sea." "Yanji, how is your hand?" Katakuri looked at his children. Sanji was specially taken care of by Caesar and was not sent to participate in the battle mission. Yanji, dressed in a green cloak, extended a mechanical hand and smiled. "Father, it's been taken care of a long time ago. There's no problem fighting." "Good. You can act freely later. Make sure not to tarnish our reputation." Katakuri wanted to show his worth in front of Caesar, like Doflamingo. However, compared to the articulate and shrewd Doflamingo, he was just a scientist who had been researching for years. Besides those incomprehensible techniques to ordinary people, he had nothing to show. "Attention, everyone. Prepare to disembark. At this moment, Katakuri's cold voice rang out. He lowered his arms, and a sharp, gleaming spear appeared in his hand. With a clash, the pirates on the massive Queen Mama Chanter excitedly drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Ha ha ha! Let me add a cage to this island. Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. Suddenly leaping into the air, fingers spread wide, aiming at the island ahead. Birdcage. Somewhere in a room on Donut Island, Yamato sat on the bed with an unhappy face. The bed was messy, with blankets and clothes piled up haphazardly, and on the floor, several slippers lay askew. A crooked iron rod was placed on the table, while the decorative potted plants were ruthlessly tossed on the ground. Damn it, they won't let me go, I'm gonna be driven crazy. Yamato angrily tore at the plush teddy bear in her hands, pulling out the stuffing and scattering it everywhere. She was wearing loose pajamas, but it wasn't the same old traditional outfit she used to wear. Her good figure made even the oversized pajamas look tight, with a big starfish tattoo on the chest area. Ever since leaving Wano, Yamato had not been restrained by handcuffs or anything similar. In fact, her status in Tado land was quite high, as she was Kaido's biological daughter. Here, Yamato was essentially free to go wherever she wanted. Her daily life consists of waking up naturally, and then as soon as she steps out of the door, she can eat and drink freely on the various islands of Totland without spending any money. Wherever she wants to go and explore, there are always boats coming to accompany her. Such days are far more comfortable than what is described in Oden's diary. There is completely no longer the kind of environment in Wano country where she is flattered by the gifted ones and hated by the common people. Occasionally, Yamato would recall the scene where Kaido smashed Momonosuke to pieces right in front of her. In fact, she has no emotional attachment to Momonosuke. It's just that in her childhood world, only Oden's diary accompanied her, filling her spiritual world. It allowed her world to have not only the tiny land of Wano, but also the vast sky outside and those wonderful adventures. How she longed to set sail for adventure back then, but every time she expressed this desire to Kaido, he would ruthlessly refuse, citing the dangers of the outside world and her own weakness. Time and again, countless times, Yamato grew increasingly frustrated. She felt that her father had a strong desire to control, wanting to dictate the lives of his children just like he controlled Wano country. Yamato craved freedom and adventure on the sea. This yearning intensified with the arrival of outsiders like Ace, igniting like a bucket of oil. When Ace came, Yamato still called Kaido father, but after Ace left, her internal struggle reached a peak. This intense and distorted desire made her begin to hate her father. Yamato, lost in these chaotic thoughts, walked out wearing loose pajamas. Her mind was a bit disoriented as she wandered aimlessly around Donut Island. While strolling, Yamato reached the edge of the island, a seaside grove. Sanji, come here. There's a bird's nest with baby birds in it. Come and see. Suddenly, Yamato heard a familiar woman's voice. She looked closely and saw Broly, dressed in a dress, fluttering like a dancing butterfly among the trees, with Sanji in a purple suit following her with a pampering smile. Sanji? Yamato obviously knew that Kaido had instructed the Navy to bring Sanji to Totland for this girl. Broly's abilities seemed to be highly valued by Kaido, and her status among Big Mom's children was now second only to Katakuri. In the past few days, both Yamato and Sanji had been a bit dazed, so they hadn't noticed each other until now. Seeing the smile on Sanji's face, an inexplicable anger surged in Yamato's heart, and she walked straight over. Hey, Sanji, you seem really happy now. How is it that you can be so carefree? Marrying the daughter of the enemy who killed your comrades? Don't you feel a shred of guilt? Yamato's mocking voice echoed in the grove, showing no signs of concealment. Even Broly could hear it. Yamato? Sanji halted, looking at the suddenly appearing Yamato in shock. His smile faded, replaced by a complex and hard-to-read expression. In an instant, his face was filled with shame and embarrassment, unsure of what to say. Sanji! Broly's joy vanished, and like a frightened little rabbit, she cautiously looked at Yamato while moving to Sanji's side and gently tugging at his clothing. Yamato looked down at the two of them, nestled together, and a cold smile appeared on her face. I've read the newspaper. Your companion Brook is dead, and Zoro has lost an arm. And all of this is because of Kaido. Why? Why can you be so at ease with this woman and be so happy? Sanji's face instantly turned pale. A wave of intense guilt surged in his heart, and a strong sense of betrayal for his comrades rose up, causing his heart to ache. Large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Broly bit her lip, seeing Sanji's despondent expression, and her fear of Yamato suddenly vanished inexplicably. Broly spread her arms, blocking Sanji's front, staring fiercely at Yamato without any sign of retreat, and said loudly, Yamato, Please don't say such things about Sanji. You cannot understand the pain in his heart. He is the gentlest man I have ever met. You, who do not even regard your father, are not worthy to say such things about Sanji." Yamato was taken aback, not expecting Broly to dare speak to her like that. Anger surged in her heart as she suddenly recalled that day in the Cake Tower when she faced the situation of having her memories wiped by Broly. If it weren't for Broly, she wouldn't have to humiliate herself to plead with her father, Kaido. Thinking of this, a trace of anger appeared on Yamato's face, and her pajamas fluttered without wind, a chilling aura gradually rising and enveloping Broly. "You detestable woman, and your evil ability. Hee, I understand now. It must be you. You changed Sanji's memories, didn't you? You used your disgusting ability to alter his mind, making him so heartless, not caring at all about the deaths and injuries of his comrades. Broly, I hate you, and I hate your ability even more. You hypocritical woman." Yamato's words were like nails, piercing into Broly's heart, causing her courage to dissipate instantly. Her lips trembled, her eyes reddened, and tears swirled within. Broly turned to look at Sanji, only to see him standing like a statue, his eyes dimmed as if he had lost all vitality, causing Broly's heart to convulse painfully, nearly making her faint. Broly gritted her teeth and once again glared at Yamato, shouting, "Yamato, you have no right to say anything to anyone. Since you want to know whether I changed Sanji, whether Sanji feels guilt, whether he has responsibility as a man, fine. I'll show you now why I say you are not worthy to compare with Sanji." Broly suddenly turned around and reached for Sanji's head. That action sent chills down Yamato's spine. A clear videotape was pulled from the day Sanji's mind by Broly, displayed right before Yamato's eyes. In the seaside grove, Sanji, struck down by Yamato's words, was left in a state of silent despair, becoming an immovable statue. Broly, filled with intense anger, extracted Sanji's memories from his mind and displayed them in front of Yamato with her utmost ability. Crystal clear, the image of a glowing halo flows, starting from a small baby, and time swiftly passes by. It's as if fast-forwarding through Sanji's life. Yamato and Broly, one large and one small woman, watch Sanji's memories like a movie. In Sanji's childhood, he had a gentle and beautiful mother who fell gravely ill. His father was a scientific madman who personally injected his child with a serum to alter his bloodline, intending to transform them into the most powerful modified warriors to restore the Germa family's former glory. Young Sanji, like his mother, was gentle and kind. He allowed his brothers to bully him without retaliating. Even after being bullied and beaten time and again, he harbored no hatred towards them, only shedding tears alone. He secretly went to the kitchen to learn how to cook, wanting to prepare a meal for his sick mother. Well, he finally made a dish that looked terrifyingly unappetizing. Watching his mother eat it with a smile and tears in her eyes as she stroked his head and praised him, Sanji's tender laughter and cries echoed in the image. Yamato, seeing this, inexplicably thought of her own mother whom she had never met. Was she as gentle and understanding as Sanji's mother? Oof. Sanji's father is also a bastard. How could he treat his own child like that, just like that Kaido guy? Sanji must hate his father to death. He probably wants to kill that judge, just like I do, Yamato thought as she continued watching Sanji's memories. Time sped up, and Sanji's mother passed away. Eventually, he successfully escaped from Germa and went to the sea, becoming an apprentice cook on a ship. A pirate came to rob a merchant ship, but unexpectedly encountered a storm, capsizing the ship. This ruthless pirate surprisingly saved Sanji's life at the last moment. The two ended up on a deserted island, surviving for nearly a month in a food shortage. When Yamato saw that the pirate took a large bag of food, leaving only a small bag for Sanji, she was furious. Starving and dizzy, Sanji summoned the courage to confront the pirate with a knife to seize the large bag of food, only to discover it was filled with metal jewels. To his shock, he realized that the pirate had eaten his own foot. Scene after scene, Sanji's memories flashed by like a revolving lantern, and Yamato saw clearly Sanji's life. Until a few months ago, Sanji, as the Prince of Germa, married Broly from the Big Mom Pirates. His evil father, not satisfied even after more than a decade since Sanji left home, sought him out again, wanting to exploit this seemingly worthless waste for great profit. This judge is simply despicable. Why didn't Sanji kill him? Sanji is much stronger than him. Huh? What's going on? Why did Sanji save them? His brothers never treated him like family. They bullied him into that state. So why would Sanji still want to save them when he clearly despises them? Yamato watched in shock as Sanji intervened to rescue Judge and the others, who were frozen by Parasparrow's candy and about to be executed. Later, Sanji even saved that evil father's life. The footage continued to play, showing Sanji in Wano, resolutely burning his life force, desperately wanting to save his comrades. In Dressrosa, Sanji cried tears of extreme reluctance as he followed Fujitora away. On Donut Island, Kaido's cold words, "Sanji, I give you a chance. Here are your father, sister, and brothers. If you are willing to let them die, I will let you go back to your comrades. Tell me your choice. Please spare them. I am willing to stay here," Sanji said without a moment's hesitation. Deep confusion and misunderstanding appeared in Yamato's eyes. Why? Why didn't Sanji just give up on his evil father and despised brothers? Why sacrifice himself and endure such suffering? After watching Sanji's life memories, Yamato realized that this man's experiences were far more tragic and despairing than her own. When she was young, as Kaido's daughter in Wano, she was considered the apple of everyone's eye. Whatever she wanted, Kaido's subordinates like Orochi would go to great lengths to satisfy her. No one dared bully her, except for her strict father Kaido. If anyone made her unhappy, Kaido, King, Queen, Jack, and others would turn that person to ashes. Broly gently returned Sanji's memories to his mind, softly stroked his cheek, and then turned to Yamato. "Yamato, you have seen this. This is Sanji's life. How about it? I haven't changed any of his memories. This man is worthy of himself, his mother, his adoptive father, and his comrades, even his evil father and cruel brothers. He cannot bear to see them die without helping. What makes you think you can compare to Sanji? You resent him because of Uncle Kaido's strict upbringing. Because of Odin's diary, you want to become Odin and turn against your own biological father. You conspired with others to slaughter your family, whom you have lived with for decades. The beast pirates may be cruel to others, but they have never wronged you, even if you don't like them. You shouldn't be so vicious as to conspire with the Straw Hats to harm your own family." Broly became increasingly agitated, even taking a step forward, pointing at Yamato and angrily saying, "One cannot choose their birth. Since we were born into a pirate family, even facing potential destruction, we must never betray our kin. My brother Katakuri is 1,000 times better than you. Sanji is 1,000 times more excellent than you. You have no right to criticize him. If possible, I really want to see what thoughts and memories fill your mind that can make you like this." Yamato staggered, trembling at Broly's words, unable to help but take a few steps back, her face pale, her expression dazed, her eyes blank as she turned around and stumbled away, lost in thought. In the forest, Broly looked at the dazed Sanji, her heart full of pity, reaching out to stroke his cheek, then wrapping her arms tightly around this gentle man who was struggling within himself. "Sanji." Yamato walked in a daze on Donut Island. The surrounding noise and clamor felt distant, giving her an unreal feeling. Uncle, I want to fly. Can you take me to the sky?" "Daddy won't take me to the sky to catch clouds." Amidst the noisy voices, a little girl's clear voice seemed to come through, causing Yamato to look over blankly, and her body trembled. At the corner ahead, Kaido's unmistakable towering figure stood out in the crowd. A mischievous little girl sat on Kaido's broad shoulder, showing no fear, swinging her little feet and chattering away in his ear. Kaido has maintained a stereotypical image for many years, but at this moment, he appears very lively, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter and sometimes reaching out to pick up some food from the shops by the street to hand it to the little girl. "Arolo good? Your dad is very busy. How can he have time to accompany you all day? Uncle will take you to fly and catch clouds." Kaido laughed heartily, looking much younger as a result. He wasn't afraid of scaring the pedestrians on the street and slowly transformed into a massive azure dragon, swinging his long body and carrying the little girl Ain on his back, soaring into the sky. "Hold on tight. Uncle will take you to catch clouds." Ain's cheerful laughter echoed down from the air. The crowd on the street looked up, filled with envy and awe at the scene, and there was no chaos. They had grown accustomed to such sights in recent days. Besides, what was a dragon 100 meters long? They had seen golden giant birds that blocked out the sun. Wangwatatland was a magical place where one didn't need to be surprised by what they saw. Yamato looked up at the sky, feeling empty inside. In the south estate of Donut Island, Kaiza and Linlin sat in the living room, waiting. After a while, Perospero and Daifuka walked in, looking nervous. "Father, mother." As soon as they entered, the two bowed respectfully to greet Kaiza and Linlin. Kaiza nodded with a smile, glanced at Linlin, and sighed. "Perospero, Daifuku, the reason I called you here today is to enhance your strength a bit. About Owen, Sai, as pirates, we must have this awareness. Anyone could die, including me. And Linlin too. Accidents can happen at any time." Upon hearing Owen's name, Perospero and Daifuku's expressions darkened. The bond between the four brothers was the strongest, especially for Daifuku. Owen and Katakuri, who were triplets, they often carried out missions together. After countless life and death trials, they were completely able to trust each other. Now that Owen had suddenly died, how could they not feel sad? Katakuri and the others had already set off to the sea area where the buggy pirates were located. They would annihilate them before tonight. The clown buggy must pay the price for Owen's death. Even if they don't catch him today, the beast god pirates will have an unending feud with him. Kaisa's face revealed a chilling, murderous intent, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. He then stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Come here. Although you do not inherit my bloodline and cannot awaken the special talents of the Ghost Clan, the abundant life essence within me should be able to help improve your strength. At the very least, it should enhance your physical body somewhat. Perospero and Dafu exchanged glances, feeling somewhat apprehensive as they followed Kaiza into the bathroom. In the hall, Linlin pursed her lips and suddenly let out a long sigh. Inside the bathroom, the large square bath had already been drained. Take off your clothes and get into the bath. Hold on as long as you can. Your bodies will be transformed and enhanced by my essence. Perhaps the bloodline hidden within you may awaken, although the chances are very low. Kaiza raised one arm, and a gash automatically opened on his wrist. In an instant, it was as if a floodgate had been opened, and a torrent of crimson blood poured down from Kaiser's wrist, cascading like a waterfall. It is hard to imagine that a single person's body could contain such a massive amount of blood. The blood flowing from Caesar's wrist seemed endless, pouring into the bath, quickly filling the bottom and turning into a thick, blood-colored pool. Perospero and Daifuku had nothing to be shy about, stripping off their clothes and stepping into the bath. They lay back, fully immersing their bodies in it. Caesar continued, still bleeding, as if the blood within him was inexhaustible. Perospero and Daifuku took a deep breath and decisively lay down, allowing the thick plasma to engulf their bodies. This blood. Daifuku was taken aback. When he lay down, he thought he would feel suffocated by the blood. But to his surprise, the blood felt like pure oxygen, covering his nostrils and mouth. Instead of a choking sensation, he found his breathing smoother. Between their noses and mouths, there was no bloody smell, only wafts of fragrance. And the thick blood was not heavy, seeping directly into their bodies through their mouths, noses, and pores. As a large amount of blood permeated their bodies, waves of terrifying life energy began to surge against their shells, causing their long stagnant cells and skeletal structure to start growing wildly. Both felt something at their foreheads and temples wanting to break through and grow out. Is it horns? Like Father, Kaido, and Katakuri? A sense of joy flickered in Perospero's heart. Although they had not expressed it outwardly, both could clearly feel that Katakuri seemed to be closer to Caesar and Linlin. This made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, Katakuri's strength had grown too far beyond theirs. Now, he didn't need their help for any tasks. Thus, they felt an invisible gap had increased among the brothers. In the bath, Caesar stopped the bleeding, and the wound on his wrist healed automatically. Watching the two brothers' bodies gradually grow and expand in the bath, Caesar nodded slightly. Although they still had not awakened the true bloodline talent of the Oni clan, at least their physical forms had made significant progress, and horns were beginning to grow at their temples. After a long while, Perospero and Daifuku groggily awoke, feeling explosive power throughout their bodies, and their perspectives seemed to have risen quite a bit. They stood up and scanned the bathroom, discovering that Caesar had already left, and a pile of clothes lay on the floor. When they looked in the mirror, they were shocked to find that their bodies had grown to 6 meters tall. Like Katakuri, muscular and robust, with their limbs exceptionally thick, and 2 long black horns had grown at an angle from their heads. Perospero and Daifuku exchanged delighted glances. They weren't overly concerned about the change in their physical power. What pleased them most was the growth of the Oni clan's horns. This way, they could also be seen as true descendants of Caesar. Daifuku wondered what expression Katakuri would have when he returned and saw them. A smile appeared on Perospero's face. Daifuku smiled too. The brothers could finally stand side by side again. On Calabari Island, birdcage, with a loud shout from Doflamingo in midair. A massive bowl-shaped birdcage began to grow rapidly, extending straight lines downwards like steel, piercing into the island's periphery, completely encasing the island. Whoosh! Doflamingo also did not fall behind, using the power of the string fruit to hang from the clouds and charge towards the island. In front of him, the enormous birdcage that enveloped the entire island opened a portal, allowing everyone to enter without obstruction. Follow the young master, Don Quixote family. Diamante shouted excitedly, his body instantly soaring with the wind towards the island. Let's go. Germa 66. Katakuri yelled, his spring-loaded shoes providing a thrust that propelled him forward. Behind him, Reiju and Ichiji also flew out directly. Something feels off. There don't seem to be any strong individuals on this island. Katakuri was not in a hurry, slowly stepping down from the large ship. Akiji walked with a leg made of ice, rapidly spreading frost across the ground. Perhaps Buggy the Clown has already run away. Akiji said expressionlessly. Then let's kill all these people and pay tribute to Owen's spirit in heaven. Katakuri strode into the massive birdcage. By the time they fully stepped onto Calabari Island, chaos had already erupted. The hundreds of pirates left on the island had yet to realize what was happening when Doflamingo and the others directly decapitated several of them. What's wrong? Is this the level of the Yonko crew? Truly laughable. Diamante, what do you think? Are you scared? Doflamingo trembled with laughter. Diamante's cloak became harder than steel, easily blocking a pirate's swing, and with one sword strike he severed the pirate's head, then kicked the headless corpse down, stepping on its chest and laughing. Young master. If this is the Yonko crew, then our Don Quixote family would have long been the world's overlords. It seems the main force has already slipped away. Lord Caesar's power is too strong. Buggy the Clown must have been scared into relocating. There are 37 islands in this sea area. It seems our influence is about to expand significantly again. It's time for our Don Quixote family to achieve great things. On the other side, Katakuri casually sliced through a few pirates' heads, looking around the battlefield in confusion. He had expected a tough battle, but even he found that killing these pirates was effortless. Jean silently observed the one-sided slaughter, shaking his head. To stand alongside such people as Yonko is truly a disgrace. No wonder Lord Caesar always says he disdains being any Yonko. Buggy the Clown? This cowardly trash is also worthy of being called the Emperor of the Sea? Is the world government's brain filled with dog shit? They didn't even need the senior officials to take action. Just the Don Quixote family members could quickly resolve the battle. Cut off all their heads and pile them at the entrance of that grand hall. Queen, you brought a camera? Go take a picture and send it back to Morgan's to print in the newspaper. Katakuri spoke coldly, his words extremely cruel, yet no one opposed him. Just a few minutes later, the battle ended. As the heads of the pirates, still unable to close their eyes in death, were piled at Buggy's palace entrance. The stack became so high that it kept rolling down, frozen by Akiji, turning into a tower of heads. Snap! Queen grinned savagely, changing angles to take photos of the frozen head tower, looking very professional. Kazan, please freeze everything here. When the tea party comes in a few days, we can invite some guests to visit. Katakuri wore a cruel smile. Akiji was equally indifferent. The dead were all pirates, not civilians or Navy soldiers. And he felt no sympathy whatsoever. Ice storm. With a low shout from Akiji, a cold current formed a storm, blowing in a fan shape over the corpses on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The moisture in the air froze, and in an instant, hundreds of headless corpses on the ground turned into ice sculptures. Retreat. Go home for dinner, and send someone to take over this sea area tomorrow. From now on, this place also belongs to the Beast God Pirate crew, belongs to the Kingdom of Totland. Pika. Create a high ground and plant the flag of the Beast God Pirate crew at the very top. With Katakuri's shout, Pika, clad in armor, responded and merged his mighty body into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a moment, the ground began to rise, piercing directly into the sky thousands of meters high under Pika's power. Pika's upper body emerged at the top of the stone pillar, holding a huge flag and firmly planting it into the hard ground. On Calabari Island, at the top of a straight stone pillar, the massive flag of the Beast God Pirate crew fluttered in the wind. A giant skull, with wings spread on both sides and rolling waves below. In a certain sea area of the New World, the territory of the Yonko Shanks, aboard the Red Force. The spacious deck was now filled with people. The clown Buggy, dressed in a bright red robe, was arrogantly tugging at Shanks' collar and shouting, Shanks, ha! I brought all my capable subordinates to ally with you. How about it? If we cooperate, we can definitely dominate the New World. At that time, our strength will surpass theirs, becoming the strongest maritime overlord. Shanks had a bitter smile on his face. Buggy, are you afraid of Kaido? So you came to me seeking refuge? My ship is too small to accommodate so many people. Buggy, furious, retorted. What do you mean, Shanks? Do you look down on me, the Yonko Buggy? Can't you see how strong my little brothers are? They're even the world's #1 swordsmen. Don't underestimate us. Haha. Too bad that crocodile didn't come along. Otherwise, right now, our strength would have surpassed yours, Shanks. Beside them, Beckman and others looked speechlessly at the jumping buggy, then glanced at Mihawk, who was sitting on the deck, surrounded by people yet still managed to keep a circle of space around him. Oh, Buggy, fine. Let us form an alliance. But you all need to find another ship. The Red Force can't hold so many people, especially with a giant on board. Quickly let him off. My ship is going to sink. Buggy arrogantly spread his bright red robe and laughed wildly. Guys, today the two great pirate crews have formed an alliance, and from now on we can walk sideways in the new world. Hooray! Long live Captain Buggy. The strongest power is born. Domination of the new world. Most of these were from the pirates of the deep sea prison. For Buggy, who had repeatedly created myths, they had long willingly submitted. Even if someone grabbed these pirates by the neck and told them that Buggy was trash and couldn't even beat them, they would probably never believe it. Once or twice might be luck, but 10 or 8 times, still thriving in the new world and becoming a Yonko? How could such a person be ordinary? Oh, the main force of the Buggy pirate crew is not on the island? On Donut Island. Kaido was quite surprised to hear Katakuri's report and felt somewhat speechless. In fact, when he previously sent Katakuri and Akiji, leading many elites of the Beast God pirate crew to Kalabari Island, Kaido was still a bit uneasy. After all, although he learned from everyone that the clown Buggy could become a Yonko largely due to luck, Kaido believed that the world government was not foolish. They would not overly value a person's ability just because of luck. Since the clown Buggy could stand out among many pirates in the New World to be chosen as a Yonko, there must be a reason for it. It might be related to the abolished warlords grouping together, or it could be related to the Roger Pirates, or perhaps it was related to the clown Buggy himself. Kaido actually prefers to believe that it was the world government and the Navy who discovered this person's true strength, which is why he was named one of the 4 emperors. He himself is unwilling to believe in luck. Decades ago, Rocks went to great lengths to find a devil fruit known as the luck fruit. It is said that whoever possesses this ability will be cloaked by the goddess of luck, and their future will be bright. Yes, father, I suspect that perhaps the clown Buggy has already found out about Edward Weevil's death. After all, Oven Island has disappeared from the map, and once they discover this fact, they can speculate about Weevil's fate. If they lack confidence in their own strength, based on Buggy's style of doing things, it is highly likely that he will escape. I suspect he is very likely to seek refuge with the red-haired pirates. Katakuri's face showed a hint of certainty. Kaiza frowned. Red-haired pirate crew? I've been looking at a lot of information from various sources these days, and I've learned a bit about this red-haired pirate crew. Their captain is said to be an intern on Roger's ship. I never expected that a mere intern crew member could achieve such a position. This person's talent and strength must be quite impressive. Yes, it seems that a one-armed red-haired swordsman appeared in Wano the other day, whose strength is not inferior to Kaido's. It looks like he is the so-called red-haired captain, right? Katakuri was taken aback, not expecting that Kaiza had already encountered red-haired. He nodded and said, "That's right, father. The one-armed red-haired swordsman. If his strength is on par with Uncle Kaido's, then there is probably only one person like that on this sea. I wonder how you met red-haired?" Kizaru smiled. That day in the Flower City, as the great battle was about to come to an end, the remaining people were about to be annihilated by the 3 of us. You mentioned this red-hair man, and there's also a man who could manipulate air currents or wind. They appeared together and rescued the remaining people. The strength of these 2 is unmatched on the sea. Besides the red-haired man, I am also very curious about the identity of the other person. Xiaoka, do you know who this man is? The one who can manipulate air currents or wind. Katakuri frowned and thought for a moment, but still couldn't recall when such a powerful individual appeared on the sea. So he could only shake his head to indicate that he didn't know. Kaido doesn't care much. The sea is too vast, and strong individuals and monsters can be found everywhere, some hidden on deserted islands and inland. Not all strong individuals like to make a name for themselves on the sea. How does father plan to handle Buggy's territory? Katakuri asked again. Kaiser paused for a moment before saying, "Our territory is a bit too large. Manpower is an issue. How many people do we currently have in our direct pirate crew and the world government's guard corps? The pirate crew number's 9, 300, and there are 3 guard corps, each with exactly 10,000 men. These people are distributed evenly across the various islands of Totland, even considering our current number of islands. This force is insufficient to defend against 87 islands. The pirates of the New World are very reckless. Even knowing it's the territory of the 4 emperors, as long as it's not a core island, there are often reckless individuals who will rush onto the islands to loot. In recent days, 3 islands have been attacked by the supernova Capone Beach and the strange monk Ulki, resulting in significant losses of manpower and wealth. Katakuri understands the military strength of the world government very well. These matters are currently managed and coordinated by him and Jean. For Thailand, with a population of tens of millions, a mere few thousand troops is indeed small. On average, each island can only be allocated a few hundred people. It's not guaranteed that strong officers can be assigned. Hearing Katakuri's words, Kaiza immediately felt a headache. Recruiting people is actually quite simple. All Kaiza needs to do is call out, and the young men in the Tado land area would probably rush to join the ranks of the 4 emperors. However, these people's combat power is about the same as that of ordinary people, making it difficult to form real fighting strength. In fact, the best approach is to incorporate some pirate crews that are already making a name for themselves in the New World into his own forces. The person who did this best was Whitebeard. Back in the day, he had 46 famous pirate crews under his command, with a total of tens of thousands of members. And there were quite a few capable captains among them. How was the recruitment of those pirates going? Kaiza recalled that night, when Jean proposed to recruit soldiers, and later Doflamingo provided a sum of money. So this matter must have already been in progress. Katakuri, however, smiled wryly. There aren't many simple pirate crews that can make a name for themselves in the New World. They won't willingly join someone else's ranks unless we catch them directly. The same was true for Capone Beach back then. If he hadn't been forced to stay by his mother, he wouldn't have remained in Tado land. In the end, he still betrayed the whole Cake Island. Kaiza deeply agreed. Pirates who can break through layers of obstacles and experience hardships from the 4 seas to ultimately reach the New World, regardless of their specific strength, at least have considerable ambition. Not to mention becoming the overlord of the seas at the very least. They want to establish their own territory and enjoy a carefree life in the New World. Knocking on the table, Kaiza said in a deep voice, "These 2 supernovas must be found and dealt with. The majesty of the beast god pirates cannot be infringed upon. As for Buggy's territory, let's put it aside for now and let Doflamingo think of a way to handle it. Regarding military strength, I will find time to return to Wano country in a few days to recruit a batch of warriors. Also, we need to make preparations for the Fishman army. By the way, I heard that the Germa army can clone powerful soldiers. We should consider this aspect more. All right, Katakuri, go call that judge over here. I want to ask him, and also bring Quinn over." When Katakuri told Judge that Kaiza wanted to see him, Judge felt extremely anxious. To be honest, he was inherently afraid of Kaiza. In just over 20 days, this emerging man had brought too much shock to the seas. He had turned the tide in Wano country, defeating the Straw Hats and others who were on the verge of becoming the 4 emperors. He formed the Beast God Pirates, unifying the full power of 2 former 4 emperors, and upon appearing in the New World, he defeated the navy led by Carp, Sengoku, and Kizu, causing the legendary Marine Admiral Sengoku to die in battle. Judge also heard that a few days ago, Kaiza had killed the former Shichibukai, Edward Weevil, erasing an island from a map. He even injured the Dark King Rayleigh and brought the former Marine Admiral Akiji under his command, further increasing the strength of the Beast God Pirates. Now, with the addition of the family of the Heavenly Yiksha, Doflamingo, the newly promoted for Emperor Buggy had fled without even seeing Kaiza, not knowing where he had escaped to. Judge, lost in thought, walked unsteadily towards the hall where Kaiza was. "Hey, relax a bit. Judge, what else with that look? You look like your wife just cheated on you." "It's just meeting Lord Kaiza. Why are you so scared?" Quinn, moving his bulky body, walked over with a grin, teasing the downcast Judge. Judge glanced at him, too lazy to respond. He thought to himself, if you're not scared, then why are you sweating profusely? While Quinn mocked Judge, he secretly reflected on what he had done these past few days and whether he had done something to upset Kaiza. The few of them each had their own thoughts as they walked into the hall where Kaiza was. Looking up, they saw Kaiza sitting majestically on the enormous throne in the center of the hall, his formidable and towering physique. Even without exuding any aura, he could still shock those who saw him, making it hard to remain calm. Boss Kaiza, Lord Kaiza, Quinn and Judge, both sweating nervously, greeted Kaiza, who was seated. Kaiza smiled broadly, showing no signs of anger. Instead, he appeared quite amiable and even extended a hand, signaling the two to take a seat. "Haha, I heard from Lil Ka that you two are famous scientists, comparable to that Vegapunk from the world government. Come, sit down and chat. I have some questions for you." Quinn and Gaji were taken aback, but then both revealed wide smiles. Especially Quinn, whose plump face made his small eyes squint as he chuckled. Lord Kaiza is joking. That old guy Vegapunk is actually a bit more capable than me, Quinn. But just a bit. Haha, We've done experiments together before. Seeing that Kaiza had no intention of holding them accountable, both relaxed and happily took their seats as Kaiza indicated. Reiju and the others obediently stood behind their father Gaji, quietly stealing glances at Kaiza. Once the two were seated, Kaiza got straight to the point and asked, Gaji, I heard you have a clone soldier army. Why haven't I seen any signs of them? Upon hearing this, Gaji's face immediately showed a hint of anger. They were detained by the damn Navy. Not just the clone soldiers, but also my war dock and those giant snails. Without these, all the savings of my Germa kingdom over hundreds of years are gone. And in the future, if we want to travel to the New World, we can't just climb over from the Red Land. Caesar frowned. The Navy detained them? Wait, so that's how it is. Damn Navy, I thought they only brought you few here. I didn't expect you, Germa's Legion, to be here as well. Are those things important? I mean, if I want you to clone soldiers in Totland, will I need the war documentation? Gaji nodded eagerly without hesitation. Of course, Lord Caesar. In fact, there's also my laboratory in the war dock, where some confidential materials and potions are of great value. Sometimes we encounter battles while sailing, which can lead to injuries among the clone soldiers. At that time, the laboratory in the war dock can repair these soldiers. If needed, we can also carry out embryo breeding in the cultivation chamber to grow the next batch of warriors. I see. So that's very important, right? Wait a moment. Kaisa's face showed a hint of anger as he gestured for Gaji and the others to wait. He took out a din-din mushi from his pocket and dialed the number recorded on it. At the G1 Marine base in the New World, Admiral Akainu, who had just attended Sengoku's funeral and was too tired to even drink water, stepped into his office and heard the din-din mushi on his desk ringing nonstop. Akainu showed a trace of impatience and walked over to pick it up. Who is it? You damn old dog of the Navy. How dare you seize my stuff, Kaiza? Are you tired of living? Do you believe I will go to the New World right now and smash all your bases? In the hall, Kaiza was cursing loudly into the din-din mushi, his booming voice causing Akainu's ears to sting. Quinn and Gaji stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at Kaiza. Because from the appearance of the din-din mushi in Kaiza's hand, it was clear that the rugged man with scars on his face was none other than Admiral Akainu. Gulps. Gaji swallowed hard. In the Admiral's office, Akainu was instantly furious, his anger boiling over as he finally recognized the din-din mushi. It was indeed that annoying guy. Kaiza. Akainu thought to himself, you still dare to be arrogant with me? Sengoku's remains have returned, and I, the Grand Admiral of the Navy, should fear a mere emperor? Do you dare to speak to me like this? Do you believe I can lead the Navy to teach you how to be a pirate in no time? Without hesitation, Akainu retorted, Kaiza, stop being so complacent. You scum of the sea. Don't put a hat on us, Navy. Listen up. We will eventually wipe out your pathetic beast god pirates. So enjoy your not-so-long retirement. As he said this, Akainu didn't wait for Kaiza's response and hurriedly hung up the din-din mushi. After hanging up, a brilliant smile appeared on Akainu's face, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. When you don't want to hear someone's nonsense, you can just curse them out before they start talking and then block them, which brings infinite joy. So, Akainu was simply ecstatic at the moment. Ha. Will you be arrogant for a bit? You think you can just call me a few times and get away with it? Who do you think you are? The Gore CI? You really think you're a big shot? You're just a mere pirate. Akainu laughed heartily, feeling that today was truly refreshing. He was full of energy and began a beautiful day as a Grand Admiral. On Donut Island, Kaisa's mouth twitched, unable to believe he had been hung up on. He suddenly stood up, a powerful aura erupting, shaking the entire hall. Quinn, Gaji, and the others turned pale, sensing something was wrong. Little Ka, give me the locations of the marine bases in the New World. I want this dead dog to see what happens when he hangs up on Kaiza. On Donut Island, the wide square was filled with pirates who had just returned from Kalebari Island, shocked by the overwhelming aura emanating from the hall, all looking in that direction. They saw the burly Kaiza, filled with rage, striding out from inside. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, which blind fool has angered this demon king? Father, are you looking for me? Feeling Kaisa's astonishing aura, Katakuri, who was talking with Perispero and Daifuku, rushed over. Little Ka, how many marine bases are there in the New World? And where are they located? Bring me the nautical charts. And find someone who knows the way to take me there. Katakuri was startled. Father, are you planning to go to war with the Marines? Do we need to prepare? Kaiza waved his hand, his deep voice unrestrained as he angrily said, that damn admiral, just a watchdog for the celestial dragons, actually dared to hang up on me. Give him a little color, and he thinks he can open a dying workshop. Last time, I let them off because they were from the same era, but these bastards actually dared to seize Germa's war dock. Don't they know that it's mine? I'm going to destroy a few naval bases and show him what happens when you hang up on me. Doflamingo and the others were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Just because he got hung up on, he wants to destroy a few naval bases? Doflamingo thought he was already pretty arrogant. Back in the day, when Sengoku brought him to the Marine headquarters for the Warlords of the Sea meeting, he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was the most flamboyant one in the crowd. In front of Sengoku, Doflamingo even dared to use his powers to manipulate two high-ranking naval officers to fight in the conference room, showing no respect for Sengoku at all. But today, he finally witnessed what true arrogance was. Doflamingo's heart heated up. Arrogance? That's my favorite. Damn Navy. Locking me in a deep-sea prison for so long that my body has developed problems. Sometimes in the dead of night, I reflexively assume the strange posture of being suspended by chains in the prison. If someone accidentally saw him, they would think he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, had developed some special fetish in the deep-sea prison. Without waiting for Katakuri to speak, the ever-curious Doflamingo immediately walked over. Hee, Boss Kaiza. I know a place nearby where there's a naval base. I'm quite familiar with it. How about I take you there? Oh, that sounds great. Let's go. Go. I'm furious. That bastard Akainu. I'm going to give him something to see. Kizaru was overjoyed, and without caring about the dark expression on Katakuri's face, he stepped forward and grabbed Doflamingo's arm. With a stomp on the ground, a loud rumble sounded, and the earth shattered. Kaisa's body soared into the sky, and just halfway up, his form began to wildly expand and stretch. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. The super golden-winged rock with a wingspan of 20,000 meters spread its colossal wings that covered the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, the entire donut island was plunged into darkness, completely overshadowed by Kaisa's terrifying presence. Oh my god, is this Lord Kaisa's ability? This is just too massive. Gaji's eyes nearly popped out as he watched this scene in utter shock. Quinn also followed behind him out of the hall, looking up in awe. Don't say it's just you, Gaji. Even I, having seen it several times now, still feel an infinite shock. You should know why we trust the Lord so unconditionally, right? Although the four of them, Rijui, were modified beings and should have remained calm regardless of what they witnessed. They couldn't help but tremble all over at Kaisa's transformation, feeling a suppression that came from a higher level of life. It was as if it was the demonic bloodline factor mentioned by their father. No, it was even a higher level of life. Lord Kaiza, the captain of the Beast God Pirates, is here. Diamante and the other executives of the Don Quixote family were already petrified on the spot, staring blankly at the sky-shrouding golden rock above them. Pico was a man who worshipped power, although he was often ridiculed for his youthful voice. He was the hardest training member of the Don Quixote family. To avoid being affected by his youthful voice, he trained his body day and night, cultivating his armament haki and honing his stone fruit abilities. Just when he thought his power was incredibly strong, he was ruthlessly defeated by a swordsman. Even the young master he had always admired was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. The glory of the Don Quixote family, built over decades, turned into smoke overnight. If only we could possess such power, our Don Quixote family would never be defeated. Lord Kaiza will be our strongest support. In the sky, the fierce wind howled, and Doflamingo stood on the giant claw, staring in disbelief at the boundless giant bird above him. Is this the legendary devil fruit? The Zoan-type mythical beast fish fruit, in its Kunpeng form, with infinite vitality and the ability to continuously evolve. What a magnificent display of power. Amidst this shock, Kaiza flapped his enormous wings that blocked out the sky, causing the sea to boil, waves rolling and almost forming a colossal tsunami. As Kaiza gradually ascended in height, a crisis sweeping through the Tado land sea slowly dissipated. Everyone prepare for war. If Father truly destroys the Navy base, it might trigger unfavorable changes. You must all perform your duties immediately and pull back the warning line of Tado land. Once any ships are spotted, you can take control or destroy them without reporting. Katakuri said sternly. Yes. The crowd in the square responded in unison, hurriedly making their way to the port. In the square, Akiji showed a worried expression, feeling both anxious and angry. Damn Sakazuki, what did he do to provoke this monster? How did this man become an admiral of the Navy? Furious, Akiji cursed Akainu inwardly while making his way into the nearby woods alone. Katakuri watched Akiji leave discreetly and suddenly turned to an old woman with a hooked nose standing beside him. Bruli, there should be mirror shards in that forest, right? You go through the mirror world and listen to whom Kazan is contacting. Remember, do not look at him, Be careful not to be discovered. The woman, with a menacing scar on her face, looked quite old, but was only in her 30s and was named Charlotte Bruley, Katakuri's sister. Understood, big brother Katakuri. Bruley replied, taking a mirror from her bosom and handing it to Katakuri, her figure magically diving into the mirror. In the woods, Akiji scanned around. Finding no one paying attention to him, he released his observation haki, covering a radius of several dozen meters. Once anything unusual happened, he would be the first to notice. It was that Akiji didn't want to go further, but time was tight, and he couldn't afford to do much. The giant bird transformed by Kaido was terrifyingly fast. If Akiji delayed for a moment longer, by the time he notified the Navy, those Navy bases would likely be destroyed. As a former Marine admiral, Akiji was acutely aware of the Navy bases in the New World. Although they appeared to have strong military power, the station forces at each base consisted of at most 2 vice admirals and just under 1,000 sailors. Akiji knew which Navy base was closest to them. The G5 Marine base. The soldiers at this base were all born in the New World. Their personalities and combat styles were even more brutal than those of the pirates in the New World. It was a typical rebellious unit, currently commanded by Vice Admiral Smoker from Marine Headquarters. Recently, this base had also experienced a setback. The former branch Vice Admiral, Virgo, had betrayed them, revealing himself to be an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family. That incident caused significant casualties among the G5 soldiers, and they were still in the process of recovering. Akiji took out a din mushi from his pocket and called directly at the G1 Marine base, in the residence of high-ranking officers. A tall and beautiful female officer was enjoying a relaxing bath, surrounded by fragrant flower petals and a large amount of white foam. 2 long, white legs stretched out from the foam, resting on the edge of the tub. Suddenly, the din mushi rang, and the female officer looked curiously towards the living room. Who will be calling my private din mushi at this time? With her hair in a bun, she got up from the bathtub without putting on any clothes and walked straight into the living room. Hello, it's me, Kuzan. I have urgent business to discuss. Where are you right now? The female officer was none other than the elite vice admiral from Marine Headquarters, candidate for Admiral Tama. Tama crossed her long, voluptuous legs and chuckled. Kuzan? Oh, you actually have urgent business with me? It must be serious. You never call my din mushi unless it's important. By the way, do you know what I'm doing right now? Let me tell you, no time for chit-chat. Tell me, are you at the G1 base right now? Go find Sakazuki immediately and tell him that the captain of the Beast God Pirates, Kaido, is on his way to destroy the Navy bases in the New World. He has already set off. Sakazuki needs to come up with a plan. Akiji interrupted Tama's words, speaking urgently in rapid succession. Tama's expression changed, and she hurried towards the door, ready to open it and rush outside. As she grabbed the doorknob, she noticed her arms were covered in white foam. Realizing she was still not dressed, she quickly returned to the living room, didn't bother to wash off the foam, and hastily put on her marine uniform before rushing out the door towards the base's fortress. Bang! Bang! Time was of the essence. Tama even used one of the Marine's 6 styles, Jeppo, to step on the air, creating loud sounds as she soared upwards towards the towering base fortress. The guard soldiers on the fortress were startled, thinking they were under attack when they saw someone flying towards them. After recognizing it was Vice Admiral Tama, they sighed in relief. Look, Vice Admiral Tama, isn't even wearing a bra. How scandalous. In the Admiral's office, Akainu was humming a tune while diligently reviewing documents, looking like a hard-working teacher. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open, crashing against the wall with a loud thud, startling Akainu so much that he broke the pencil he was holding. Who the hell dares to barge in like this? Is he tired of living? That was the first thought that crossed Akainu's mind. Only a very few people were allowed to enter his office without knocking, and this was the first time he had encountered someone kicking the door open. When he looked up, he saw the beautiful Tama rushing to his desk, her ample bosom bouncing vigorously, leaving Akainu in a daze. What's going on? Is she offering benefits? Is it really necessary to be so direct? Sensing the fragrance coming from Tama, Akainu was about to cough and assert his authority as an admiral to reprimand this impolite comrade. However, Tama leaned over the desk, her chest almost in Akainu's face, and exclaimed, Admiral Sakazuki, it's bad. Kaido is going to destroy the Navy base, and he is likely heading to G5. Akainu was still in a daze, taken aback by Tama's sudden words. Who? Who is going to destroy G5? The captain of the Beast God Pirates, Kaido. Kuzan said he might be angry with you, and he transformed into a giant bird, setting sail to look for the Navy bases in the New World. Shit. Akainu's expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to appreciate the view and quickly grabbed the din mushi on the table. BRR. BRR. The din mushi rang for a long time, but no one answered. Kaido, you bastard. Pick up. Why aren't you answering the phone? Akainu's mood was crumbling. He felt as angry and helpless as he had felt exhilarated when he hung up the phone just moments ago. Who would have thought that Kaido, this madman, would actually set sail to destroy the Navy base just because he hung up the phone? Moreover, this guy could actually do it single-handedly. In the New World, apart from the new Marine headquarters at G1, the other Navy bases had only vice admirals or candidates for Admiral like Tama as their highest-ranking officers. And Kaido's combat power was such that even an ordinary Marine admiral would have to retreat when faced with him. If he really acted out of anger, he could easily destroy a Navy base. Which base did you say he was going to? Akainu almost roared at Tama. Tama, not angry, quickly replied, the closest base to the Totland Sea is G5. Kazan said Kaido is most likely going there. Akainu immediately rummaged through his drawer for the contact number for G5. Is Smoker in charge there? No matter what, let him lead the soldiers to evacuate the base. Akainu fumbled and found the din mushi for G5 and dialed it. The din mushi was quickly connected, and the voice on the other end was Smoker's deep male voice. This is Smoker. Smoker, this is Sakazuki. I order you to evacuate G5 base with your subordinates immediately. Someone is coming to destroy it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In a certain sea area of the New World, a massive warship floated next to a large island. On the warship, Smoker listened with a confused expression to the voice coming from the din mushi. Who is trying to destroy G5? The G5 naval branch of the New World is located on an island covering more than 200 square kilometers. This is a purely military base with no residents or soldiers' families. The daily routine of this base consists of thousands of soldiers, who are even more pirate-like than actual pirates, training cheerfully every day and searching for pirates at sea with a carefree attitude. When they catch an unfortunate pirate, they bring him back to the base, allowing soldiers to take turns fighting and battling with the captured pirate. This fighting is genuine combat, not merely disarming a tiger and then humiliating the opponent with sticks or weapons. The soldiers of the G5 base have a much deeper understanding of this cruel sea than soldiers from other regions. Therefore, they are harsher on themselves than they are on their enemies. This has cultivated a style in which the G5 Navy is even fiercer than the pirates. Today is the day Smoker leads his team out to patrol the sea. Coincidentally, they had just taken a round when they captured a very famous supernova pirate. On the deck of a large warship, Smoker has one foot on a burly man's back, puffing on 2 thick cigars. Beside him, the voluptuous female officer Tashiji is holding a notebook recording today's events. The notorious monk Ulki, with a bounty of 830 million berries. Captain of the Break, the Code Pirates. Smoker, this is a big catch. Our military merits are about to rise significantly, Tashiji said joyfully, pushing her non-existent glasses up her nose while speaking to the air next to her. Behind her, a bunch of rogue soldiers, drooling, were winking and staring at Tashiji's figure. Oh, long live the big sister. Long live the cigar chief. Sister Tashiji, we don't need the military merits. Can we get some benefits? The brothers are really looking forward to it. Yeah. Shut up and go start the ship. Tashiji angrily shouted. Smoker frowned, picked up the red glasses from the ground, and tossed them into Tashiji's arms. At that moment, his transponder snail rang, and he calmly took it out. To his surprise, it was a call from the marshal's office. Smoker immediately answered. What? Someone is coming to destroy the G5 base and wants me to evacuate the island? Are you kidding? This is the Navy's face in the New World. Who dares to seek death? There are thousands of Navy soldiers here and hundreds of powerful coastal defense cannons. Smoker frowned, confused. However, on the other end of the line, Akainu's furious roar echoed throughout the entire deck of the warship. Don't question it. Just hurry up. Damn it. Why is everyone so stubborn? Hurry up, or I'll have your position. Smoker moved the transponder snail away from himself and looked at the nearby G5 base, contemplating whether to follow Akainu's orders and notify the more than 300 people stationed at the base. Better safe than sorry. Just as he thought this, several soldiers on the deck exclaimed in surprise. What is that? Cigar Chief? Big sister, look at the sky. Oh my god, a giant golden bird is flying this way. What giant bird? Isn't that a sky island? Smoker's body shuddered involuntarily, and he quickly looked up. Suddenly, the cigar he was holding slipped from his mouth. What is that? In the distance, a giant golden bird was flying towards them, stirring a hurricane that scattered the clouds in the sky and left a wide trail behind. As the giant bird approached, its terrifying form became increasingly clear to everyone. It was an extraordinarily majestic rock, entirely golden, shimmering like gold in the sunlight, with densely packed feathers as if forged from gold. Its claws, larger than mountains, could easily crush the G5 base's fortress if they were to grab down. In its eyes, larger than a lake, the G5 base island was reflected. Smoker's body shook violently as he watched in disbelief as this horrifying giant bird spread its boundless wings, covering the entire island. One side of its wings stretched out to the other side of the island, while the other side overshadowed the deck of their warship. Akainu, you dare to hang up on me. I'll show you what happens when you hang up on me. The golden giant bird let out a massive roar, its voice like thunder, echoing for dozens of miles, sending huge waves crashing over the sea surface. Then, under the horrified gazes of Smoker and the others, the giant bird that spoke human language suddenly swooped down, diving straight towards the G5 base island. Ha ha, what incredible power. One crash is enough to destroy an island. Ha ha. This is the power of the beast god pirate's captain. Doflamingo's figure suddenly flew out from Kaido's claws, pulled by invisible threads, and landed carelessly on the top of the warship. At this point, Smoker and the others had completely forgotten about the suddenly appearing Doflamingo, their eyes wide with horror as they watched the giant bird that blotted out the sun dive down towards the island. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the G5 base fortress, which had stood tall for decades as a symbol of peace, was instantly crushed into powder and deeply smashed into the ground. Not only that, the entire island was moaning and trembling. The waves surrounding the island quickly receded as if pushed away by a terrifying force, exposing the sea floor that was dozens of meters deep, where countless fish that couldn't swim away flopped and struggled in the low areas. No, only after the entire island was completely crushed by the giant bird did Smoker's shocked scream finally escape his throat. The rogue soldiers on the warship had completely lost their playful demeanor, each one pale as a sheet, looking at the completely destroyed G5. Hearing the huge noise from Smoker's side, Akainu, far away at the G1 base, had veins popping on his forehead, roaring, "Smoker, what's happening over there? Answer immediately." Smoker, dazed, looked at the golden giant bird on the island, which suddenly shrank dramatically, transforming into a terrifying humanoid creature 9 meters tall. Ha ha, Akainu, this is what happens when you hang up on me. The wild laughter echoed from the terrifying humanoid creature, leaving Smoker's mind blank. After a long time, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. The G5 branch base has been completely destroyed. The G5 base has been destroyed. In the Marine headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Akainu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, almost crushing the transponder snail in his hand. Oh, Kaido. Tatu also heard Smoker's voice, and her face turned pale. The strength of the G5 Navy base, although not comparable to G1, is still an indispensable strong force in the New World. This military base is located between the Totland and Wisconsin seas, serving as the dividing line between the nations and Blackbeard's forces. The Navy headquarters often passes through here to monitor the movements of the nations and the Blackbeard pirates. It can be said that this base plays a crucial role in the Navy's layout in the New World. Admiral, please calm down. The most critical thing now is to get the remaining Navy soldiers to leave as soon as possible and let Smoker take the others away. He is a pillar of the Navy and absolutely cannot fall there. Compared to Akainu, Tau was relatively calm and immediately understood what was urgent. Akainu was not a fool either. He quickly picked up the Den Mushi to instruct Smoker to hurry and retreat with the remaining personnel. However, when Akainu picked up the Den Mushi again, he found that the call had already been disconnected. Akainu's face changed drastically, and he felt something was wrong. Tau disregarded any hierarchy and snatched the Den Mushi from Akainu's hands, dialing again. Bururu 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 bururu. The Den Mushi rang for a long time, just as the two were getting anxious and about to lose their patience. The call was finally answered. "Hello, is this Smoker? I command you," Akainu said loudly. "Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Smoker has rushed over to find that humanoid monster," came the panicked voice of Tashigi from the other end. "What? Has he gone mad? Get him back, quickly. That bastard Kazuru is not someone he can handle." Akainu was almost going crazy. What were his subordinates thinking? Couldn't they feel the power gap between the enemy and themselves? A monster that could destroy an island in an instant. Just think about it. And one would know the level of power it held. Tau immediately panicked and was on the verge of tears. Although Smoker was not a training soldier from her batch, their age and attitude towards justice were quite similar. Within the Navy headquarters, there were also small groups formed. Most of them were based on personality and their approach to justice, such as Akainu's faction of absolute justice and the previous faction of Akiji's benevolent justice. "Give me the Den Den Mushi, I will call Kizaru," Akainu almost shouted. Meanwhile, at the G5 base, Smoker's eyes were blazing with anger as he directly wielded his Sea Prism stone weapon, his lower body transforming into a column of white smoke, shooting up from the deck of the warship towards Kizaru on the island. Hee, an ant trying to shake a tree. Smoker, you are too impulsive. At the top of the warship's mast, Doflamingo stood on one leg, emitting a wild and sinister laugh. "Doflamingo, don't be arrogant. Open fire. Shoot him down." Tashigi was extremely anxious about Smoker, although she was unclear about the true identity of the tall shadow on the island. That terrifying giant bird just now was definitely related to him. Bang, bang, bang. On the warship, the soldiers of the G5 base all raised.